At the Konoha Hospital Education Department, Tsunade sat casually on a chair, her legs crossed, holding the application documents in her hand, curiously observing Jing Yi's unusual eyes. Hyuga, Jing Yi, due to bloodline degeneration, you have withdrawn from your ninja squad and applied to join the medical department to study, hoping to become a medical ninja. Yes, I want to become a medical ninja and find a cure for bloodline diseases. Jing Yi gave his reason and explanation. Across the entire shinobi world, medical ninjas have always been scarce, even in Konoha, which places great emphasis on their training. Tsunade was naturally pleased to have someone voluntarily apply to study in the medical department. The only pity was that the applicant originally belonged to the Hyuga clan, but suffered from a bloodline disease. Tsunade hinted, "Can you tell me about your eyes?" Tsunade was very curious. Despite the same bloodline degeneration, why were Jing Yi's eyes different? Azure blue pupils with a black dot in the center, like a blue star, emitting light, beautiful and mysterious. Faced with Tsunade's inquiry, Jing Yi calmly replied, "Previously, while on a mission with the squad, I was injured. During recovery, my eyes began to fear strong light, and my vision became blurry. After receiving treatment, the bloodline degeneration phenomenon appeared." Others believed Jing Yi's Byakugan was degenerating, but they did not know that this so-called degeneration was actually an evolution. It all started before Jing Yi's transmigration. He and a close friend were playing a certain Naruto mobile game. 3 days before the server launch, there was a recharge promotion. Recharging 648 could earn an epic lottery draw with a high probability of obtaining rare items. Jing Yi decisively chose to spend money. His luck was good during the draw. He hit the jackpot on the first try and directly obtained the Tenseigan. Just as Jing Yi was about to show off to his friend, he suddenly felt dizzy, his vision went black, and he collapsed straight onto the sofa unconscious. When he woke up, he realized he had transmigrated into the world of Naruto. After his injuries healed and the first tremor of the Tenseigan ended, Jing Yi used the excuse of bloodline disease to withdraw from the squad and submitted a study application to the medical department. "I approve your application. Start studying tomorrow. I hope you can temporarily set aside the bloodline disease issue and study with a peaceful mind." "Yes, Lady Tsunade." The application was finally settled, and Jing Yi let out a sigh of relief. His reason for applying to study in the medical department and further advancing to become a medical ninja was simple. He didn't want to risk his life for the clan or the so-called Will of Fire. As long as he became a medical ninja and worked at Konoha Hospital, the clan could not order him to carry out clan missions, nor would he need to accept quests and assignments from the village. In the shinobi world, medical ninjas are a profession that earns money easily and has a high income. Leaving the Konoha Hospital, Jing Yi deliberately bought several bottles of non-fading paint, a canvas, paper, and other items before returning home. Unlike other ninja clans, the layout of the Hyuga clan's compound was very bizarre. With the main house of the clan leader as the core, the residences of other main family members surrounded it, followed by the residences of branch family leaders spreading outward in concentric circles. The lower a member's status in the clan, the more remote their residence. Jing Yi belonged to those living in the remote area. Closing the door, he put down his things and took a bottle of green paint into the bathroom. When Jing Yi removed his forehead protector, his forehead was stained green. The caged bird curse mark on Jing Yi's forehead had disappeared after the first tremor of the Tenseigan. The mark on his forehead was painted on using paint. Unfortunately, the paint at home faded. So Jing Yi deliberately bought non-fading paint. He also bought a canvas and other items to make people think he was learning to paint. The Tenseigan requires 3 tremors to stabilize. During this period, Jing Yi cannot use its power and must stay in a room with doors and windows closed each time a tremor occurs, waiting for it to end. Fortunately, these issues could be explained away as bloodline disease. The clan was thoroughly convinced Jing Yi was not the first Hyuga to experience bloodline degeneration. However, the clan members' gaze at him had already begun to change. The Byakugan was the pride of the Hyuga clan. Bloodline degeneration meant losing the Byakugan and losing one's original status and value. Jing Yi didn't care what his clansmen thought. The Hyuga clan, corrupt, dark, and unjust, was not worth his support or sacrifice. After becoming a medical ninja, he would move out of the Hyuga compound. Not caring about others' opinions did not mean he was willing to endure contempt or unequal treatment from his clan. Using a paintbrush to draw the caged bird curse mark on his forehead, Jing Yi carefully examined it and snapped his fingers in satisfaction. Perfect. Having finished the camouflage curse mark, Jing Yi came to the courtyard to begin training. He completely ignored the gentle fist. From today onward, he needed to work hard to improve his chakra control, as it was a necessary condition for becoming a medical ninja. Once his Tenseigan completed its 3 tremors, he could directly overturn the main house. What did he care about the gentle fist? Training such as tree climbing and water walking was not difficult for Jing Yi, but this was just the entry-level fine control of chakra. To become a medical ninja, continuous effort was necessary. The next morning, Jing Yi brought a lunchbox, some notebooks, and pens, then headed to Konoha Hospital. The medical department and the hospital were connected. He just needed to go to the hospital and wait for Tsunade's arrangements. He didn't wait long. Yawning Tsunade arrived with slightly disheveled hair. Read these books, and then tell me what level your chakra control has reached. I'm very sleepy now, and don't have time to teach you. Having said that, Tsunade lay down on the table and fell asleep. Tsunade personally teaching me. Jing Yi hadn't expected to receive such favor from a big shot. No, at this period Tsunade was not yet a big shot. She hadn't even earned the title of the legendary Sannin. She was just a medical jonin with decent strength. These books were prepared by Tsunade specifically for beginners, perfectly suited for Jing Yi as a novice. Jing Yi walked to a corner, put down his bag, opened the book in his hand, and started reading seriously. Walking on water and climbing trees were merely the basics. Gazing at the detailed records in the book, Jing Yi realized that he had already met the learning standards for a medical ninja. It seemed that ever since the first pulsation of the Zwanshinjian, his control over chakra had greatly improved, and as time passed, this ability continued to strengthen. After all, the Zwanshinjian was a powerful ocular technique on par with the Lunhuyan, capable of enhancing Jing Yi in every aspect. Suppressing the urge to wake Tsunade, Jing Yi continued reading. Unknowingly, the entire morning had passed. Jing Yi had been reading for the whole morning, while Tsunade had slept through it as well. Fortunately, there had been no serious patients at the hospital in the morning, so Tsunade's personal presence wasn't needed. Tsunade had thus enjoyed a sound sleep, though her sleeping posture was far from elegant. After all, sleeping with one side of the face pressed against the desk would easily cause redness and involuntary drooling. Catching a glimpse of the water stain on the desk, the corner of Jing Yi's mouth twitched slightly. Tsunade, where is your dignity and composure? If only I had a camera, I could take a couple of photos for you and keep them as black history. Rubbing her stomach, Jing Yi took out the lunchbox she had brought from her bag. As she opened it, the aroma began to spread. Tsunade, who had been asleep, sat up, abruptly wiping her drool without any pretense, and mumbled, "Is it time to eat?" Instinctively, her gaze shifted to the lunchbox in Jing Yi's hand. "Want to share some?" Jing Yi raised the lunchbox, meeting Tsunade's still dazed eyes. That's great. I woke up too late this morning and didn't even have breakfast." Tsunade didn't stand on ceremony. She snatched the lunchbox, grabbed the chopsticks inside, and began eating voraciously in front of Jing Yi, showing no intention of sharing. "That's my lunchbox." Jing Yi hadn't expected her polite offer to be taken literally by a female bandit who knew no courtesy. Delicious. This is chicken, right? Tastes good. And this? Bring me another portion when you come tomorrow." Tsunade made demands while eating. Jing Yi wanted nothing more than to give her a hard slap. Eating my lunch and still making demands. Remembering how this woman had nearly beaten Jiraiya to death with a single punch not long ago, Jing Yi suppressed the urge to strike her. Finishing the lunchbox quickly, Tsunade patted her stomach with satisfaction and said blissfully, "So full, burp." Jing Yi. Wiping her mouth, Tsunade shoved the lunchbox back into Jing Yi's hands. "By the way, what level of chakra control have you mastered?" "3rd level." Jing Yi replied with a dark expression. "Impressive." Tsunade smiled, raised her hand, and wagged her finger at him. "Kid, we're about to get busy. Go find a new coat in the cabinet over there and change. From today on, you'll assist me." Putting on a fresh white lab coat, Jing Yi began his apprenticeship under Tsunade, learning the ropes. Although it was just assisting, he could still pick up a great deal. As a newcomer, one must be mentally prepared to start from the basics. On the first day, Jing Yi spent most of his time learning how to properly bandage wounds. A medical ninja's chakra and stamina are limited. They cannot use medical ninjutsu for every patient. Suturing and bandaging were also essential skills for medical ninjas. Tsunade rarely had to intervene personally, as there were many medical ninjas stationed at the hospital and the medical department. But their skills were nowhere near Tsunade's level. Through observation, Jing Yi noted that many medical ninjas couldn't even master the mystical palm technique. After entrusting the healed patients to others, Tsunade wiped the sweat from her forehead and explained, "The mystical palm technique is a difficult rank medical ninjutsu. Few in the entire Konoha hospital, even the medical department, can learn it. I want to eat your lunch for free. There are relevant books and scrolls in my cabinet. You can read them during your breaks. Just put them back when you're done." Though Tsunade was an unreasonable female bandit, being unreasonable didn't mean she was shameless. Having eaten Jing Yi's lunch and even requested more, Tsunade wouldn't let him lose out. She allowed him to browse and study from her collection of books and scrolls. Tsunade wasn't worried about Jing Yi secretly learning the ninjutsu within. If he could master them, she would be there. Most of the ninjutsu recorded in Tsunade's scrolls were difficult to learn, requiring considerable effort and talent to master. With Tsunade's permission, Jing Yi decisively selected a few books to take home. From the scrolls, he only picked the mystical palm technique. He would decide on the difficulty after trying. 3 days later, Jing Yi stared at the green glow on his palm. Isn't it supposed to be hard? How long had he actually studied? Although he had brought the scroll back 3 days ago, Jing Yi's study time was limited. He spent his days at the Konoha hospital learning under Tsunade, and after work, he had to read various books at home. Becoming a medical ninja required mastering a vast amount of knowledge. Between working as a temporary assistant and reading, Jing Yi had little time left for learning ninjutsu. Yet even so, he had mastered the mystical palm technique in 3 days. Jing Yi recalled that in the anime, Sakura had to work hard for a long time to learn this medical ninjutsu. The next day, arriving at the Konoha hospital, Jing Yi immediately informed Tsunade, "Oh, you've learned it. Good." Tsunade, who was writing a medical record, replied without looking up. A few seconds later, realizing something was off, she snapped her head up and stared intently at Jing Yi. "You said you've mastered the mystical palm technique. Are you sure it's not a basic healing technique?" "No, it's the mystical palm technique." "Is it that hard?" Jing Yi raised his hands, both palms glowing with green chakra. Tsunade stared dumbfounded at Jing Yi's hands, her mouth slightly agape. "How long had it taken me to learn it back then?" Tsunade suddenly thought of her younger self and asked urgently, "Tell me every detail of how you learned the mystical palm technique. Don't leave anything out. Could this kid be a genius? No, how could there be a medical ninja more talented than me? I don't believe it." Faced with Tsunade's interrogation, Jing Yi spread his hands and replied, "Every day after coming back from the Konoha hospital, aside from showering, cooking, and eating, I spent the rest of my time reading. When I got tired, I picked up the scroll and studied. That's how I learned it." "What the hell?" Tsunade cursed bluntly. 3 days. This kid spent every day at the Konoha hospital learning under her, then went home to cook his own meals, squeezed in time to read, and only studied ninjutsu when he was tired. And he still managed to learn it. Looking at Jing Yi, then at the medical ninjas in the medical department who struggled daily with the mystical palm technique, complaining bitterly. Was this the gap between genius and ordinary people? My mental state is shattered. No, why should I be shattered? This kid is learning under me. He's practically my student. A brilliant teacher produces brilliant students. What's wrong with that? Nothing wrong. Excellent, truly a student worthy of Tsunade. Tsunade wore an expression of approval, patted Jing Yi on the shoulder, and instructed, "Study hard and never be complacent. Once you've mastered the applicable medical ninjutsu and grasped enough related knowledge, it'll let you apply for an early exam." When the exam would be held, and whether the standards were met, that was Tsunade's call. No one in the entire Konoha was more qualified than her. "I will study diligently and not disappoint you, Lady Tsunade," Jing Yi promised solemnly. Leaving aside Tsunade, he himself wanted to pass the medical ninja exam as soon as possible so he could move out of the Hyuga clan compound, that place steeped in darkness and decay. "Go study. From today on, you don't need to assist me anymore." After a moment's consideration, Tsunade decided to let Jing Yi stay in the break room to study peacefully rather than doing menial work. It wasn't that Tsunade was afraid of tiring him out, but Jing Yi's learning ability was so strong that he had already grasped the basics of treatment in just a few days. Rather than continuing to assist, it was better for him to study hard and aim for the medical ninja exam as soon as possible. Tsunade was eager to know Jing Yi's limits. In just 3 days, he had effortlessly mastered the mystical palm technique. Was it sheer talent or just luck? With Tsunade's support, Jing Yi no longer needed to assist as an apprentice. Every day, she stayed in the lounge to study with peace of mind. With ample time and Tsunade's personal guidance, Jing Yi mastered the chakra scalpel in just 2 days. In the following period, Jing Yi was like a parched sponge, rapidly absorbing all kinds of related knowledge and learning various medical ninjutsu. Tsunade went from initial shock to gradual habituation and finally to numbness. She felt as if she were being drained dry, not a drop left. Jing Yi had already learned most of the medical ninjutsu available. 2 months later, Tsunade personally took Jing Yi to take the assessment. Unsurprisingly, Jing Yi passed the assessment with excellent results, smoothly obtaining a medical ninja certificate and also submitted an application form for working at the hospital. In an elegantly decorated tavern, the 3-member squad, Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya, reunited. "Tsunade, I heard you took on an apprentice, and he's from the Hyuga clan." Jiraiya, forgetting the pain once the wound healed, set aside the memory of nearly being beaten to death and immediately started making faces at Tsunade. "Oh, is that so?" Orochimaru paused, the hand holding his wine glass stilled. He shot Jiraiya a fierce glare, making Jiraiya shudder before Tsunade retracted her gaze with satisfaction. "It's not that I took on a disciple. I just saw that kid had talent and happened to have some free time, so I gave him some guidance on the side. But I underestimated him. This Hyuga Jing Yi has remarkable medical talent. Let's not talk about that." Shaking her head, Tsunade changed the subject. "What have you two been up to lately?" Since the Jonin assessment, the 3 of them had completely withdrawn from the squad and were busy with their own affairs. Tsunade was at Konoha Hospital, Orochimaru was engaged in some bizarre research, and Jiraiya was either carrying out missions or sneaking. Gathering material. "I've encountered a troublesome mission lately. It took some time." Orochimaru replied casually. I've been busy. Jiraiya rubbed his hands together, but just as he started to speak, Tsunade interrupted. Alright, you don't need to say it. You're either peeping on girls bathing or writing that messy stuff of yours. As she spoke, Tsunade put down her wine glass and slammed the table, warning him, if I ever catch Nawaki bringing back those strange books again, I swear I'll beat you to death. You could teach him something else, but you have to make a kid read porn. Ahem, misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. Nawaki took it back secretly, it's not my fault. Jiraiya made a guilty excuse. Haha. Watching the fierce Tsunade and the cowering Jiraiya, Orochimaru's lips curled slightly. These were the rare moments of relaxation for him. Orochimaru treasured such days, even though he spent most of his time sitting quietly on the sidelines watching. They drank and ate, sharing interesting stories from their work or missions. Soon the three, satisfied with food and drink, each went their separate ways. Tsunade left, but Jiraiya remained seated holding a wine bottle and grinning foolishly. It seems Tsunade had forgiven him and was no longer angry. With a look of disgust at Jiraiya, who kept grinning foolishly, Orochimaru silently stood up. Returning home, Tsunade, reeking of alcohol, had just entered the door when she encountered Kushina sitting alone in the yard. Tsunade-sama. Hearing someone arrive, Kushina looked up and quickly rose to greet her. Call me sister, or is the word sister a bit too hot for your mouth? Tsunade, displeased, pressed her hand on Kushina's head and ruffled her red hair. Tsunade. Her hair messed up. Kushina was stunned for a few seconds before letting out a scream. After all, few girls enjoy having a bird's nest on their head. Don't cry, don't cry. Big sister was wrong. He'll take you out shopping later, okay? Tsunade hadn't expected Kushina to be so fragile inside. Just a little teasing made her burst into tears. After great effort, she managed to soothe Kushina and promised to take her shopping. Seeing the little girl's face light up with a smile, Tsunade slumped her shoulders weakly. She felt that coaxing a child was more exhausting than working at the hospital. Tsunade, someone just delivered a letter for you. Having received Tsunade's promise, Kushina produced a letter as if presenting a treasure. A letter? For me? Who would write to this old lady? Tsunade took the envelope, curiously opened it, and after glancing at the contents, her face turned serious. Putting away the letter, Tsunade patted Kushina's little head. Kushina, big sister needs to go take care of something. How about we go shopping another day? Can't I come? Kushina looked at Tsunade with pitiful eyes. Tsunade started to get a headache. Why did your hands have to be so itchy? Why mess with a child for no reason? Now you're in trouble. After struggling for a while, Tsunade was finally defeated. You can. I guess. But you have to be. Kushina is a pitiful child, and Jing Yi's situation is similar. Put them together, and maybe they'll find things to talk about, and Kushina could make a new friend. Although the village strictly prohibits anyone from contacting Kushina, Jing Yi is someone Tsunade has acknowledged. He's like one of her own. With Tsunade around, what's wrong with him interacting with Kushina? Anyone who disagrees can come and argue with her. Tsunade. So Tsunade led Kushina out of the Senju ancestral home and headed toward the Hyuga clan compound. Remembering something along the way, she bought a lot of snacks from a roadside shop. Tsunade took Kushina to the Hyuga clan compound. The ENBU ninja monitoring Kushina immediately reported the information to the third Hokage. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage stood by the window looking toward the direction of the Hyuga clan compound. Is it because of Hyuga? Jing Yi? Jing Yi had applied to study in the medical department. In just over 2 months, he had mastered more medical ninjutsu than many medical ninjas and had successfully passed the medical ninja assessment. On the day the assessment ended, all kinds of documents were delivered to the third Hokage's desk. Because of an injury that led to the degeneration of his Kekkei Genkai, he suffered cold treatment from his clan and many unfair acts. So he applied to study in the medical department, but inadvertently revealed his talent. The scarcity of medical ninjas combined with Jing Yi's own talent earned him the attention of the third Hokage. The most important reason was that Jing Yi was someone acknowledged by Tsunade, and Tsunade was a disciple of the Hokage. By that logic, Jing Yi was considered half an insider. The third Hokage took out Jing Yi's file and examined it carefully, then fell silent for a moment. What a pity. Jing Yi's situation was rather unique, which meant he could at most become half an insider. In the living room with doors and windows tightly shut, Jing Yi sat quietly on a chair, a silk scarf covered. The second fetal movement of the Tenseigan came rather abruptly, so Jing Yi had to send word to Tsunade to request leave. She needed some time to recuperate. How long exactly would it take? Jing Yi couldn't be certain either. Until the second fetal movement of the Tenseigan ended, she would remain at home resting. Knock, knock, knock. Hyuga, Jing Yi. The knocking jolted Jing Yi from her vacant thoughts. Returning to the present, she rose and went to open the door. Though her eyes were covered, her formidable spiritual power and perception allowed her to navigate life without much inconvenience, even while blindfolded and unable to see anything. Tsunade wasn't alone, there was a child with her. That chakra. No, that chakra wasn't something an ordinary person could possess. A child coupled with immense vitality and chakra far beyond normal combined with this sensitive point in time. Jing Yi guessed the identity of the visitor. Uzumaki Kushina. Jing Yi personally opened the door and Tsunade sized him up surprised. I thought you couldn't even take care of yourself, Hyuga Jing Yi, but here you are moving around just fine. Jing Yi stepped aside saying, though I can't see with my sense of smell, hearing, and perception, I can manage daily life. As for work at Konoha Hospital, they'll have to temporarily stop. Leading Kushina into Jing Yi's home, Tsunade looked around the interior. Kushina followed behind like a curious child, gazing everywhere. They'll handle things at the hospital. Just rest at home for now. Tsunade waved her hand, carelessly pulling Kushina onto the sofa, then asked with some concern, but your eyes? Just a minor after effect, I'll recover in a while. Jing Yi gave Tsunade a reassuring smile, and also nodded to Kushina. Hello, I'm Kushina, Uzumaki Kushina. Kushina stood up instinctively and introduced herself. Just a minor after effect, I'll recover in a while. Jing Yi gave Tsunade a reassuring smile, and also nodded to Kushina. Tsunade brought her, it was fine. My little sister Kushina is such a lovely girl. Tsunade raised an eyebrow, deliberately drawing out the word. Kushina, who had been curiously staring at Jing Yi, blushed bright red, and stomped her foot in annoyance. Tsunade, what nonsense are you talking about? Even though he couldn't see Jing Yi, could tell from that flippant tone that Tsunade was starting to get playful. Kushina blushed furiously, while Tsunade found it amusing. But Kushina couldn't take much teasing, too much, and shed cry. So Tsunade had to stop in time and change the subject. Oh, since you can't see, I brought you some food. Rice balls, dumplings, and all stuff I don't like. You might as well bring me some ingredients so I can cook myself. After all, even blindfolded Jing Yi could still cook. He was quite picky about food and wasn't fond of rice balls or dumplings. Keep them for yourself. If you really want to help, buy me some groceries. Jing Yi declined Tsunade's goodwill with a wave. I know you mean well, but if I have the means, I want settle. So take these back and eat them yourself, Tsunade. You can still cook. Tsunade exclaimed in surprise. Recalling the delicious bento shed had recently, she involuntarily swallowed. That could work. More or less. It shouldn't affect the taste. Want to try? Yes. How embarrassing. Kushina covered her face, helplessly thinking Tsunade was going too far. This handsome young man clearly couldn't see, and she still wanted him to cook. Hadn't Tsunade already eaten out and drank? Half an hour later, when the beef brisket stewed with potatoes was set on the table, Kushina's mouth began to water uncontrollably. She ate 3 large bowls while shedding tears of joy. It was incredibly delicious. Burp. Unlike Kushina, who had to mind her image and remain reserved, Tsunade couldn't care less. She leaned back on the sofa, burping contentedly. She admitted she'd eaten too much and was stuffed. Jing Yi is amazing. Even though he can't see, he can make such delicious food. Kushina's eyes sparkled as she looked at Jing Yi. After a short rest, Tsunade sat up straight, rubbing her belly. Jing Yi, can you tell me about your eyes? If you need any help, just say the word. For now, everything is under control. It's just inconvenient to go out shopping. Jing Yi shook his head. If he needed anything, he wouldn't hesitate to ask Tsunade. Now I'm relying on you, but later you'll rely on me. You'll buy whatever you need after work from now on. Tsunade generously took on the shopping duties. I need to rest. Kushina, call me when it's time to go home. He'll sleep a bit first. The alcohol hit her, and Tsunade felt she needed a nap. Jing Yi's sofa was just big enough, soft and comfortable. Having claimed the sofa, Tsunade turned her back to Jing Yi and Kushina and fell asleep. She sure didn't stand on ceremony. Jing Yi couldn't help but laugh. Kushina was so embarrassed she could have dug a 3-bedroom apartment with her toes. Jing Yi and Tsunade had quite a bit to drink outside today. After receiving your letter, she came straight over, so. Kushina tried her best to explain for Tsunade. What a kind, gentle girl. Jing Yi suddenly remembered Kushina's nickname, the Bloody Red Hot Pepper. The nickname was first given mockingly by classmates, but later Kushina earned it through her fists. She made everyone know that this Bloody Red Hot Pepper was not to be trifled with. He had let his guard down. How is life in Konoha? When will you start at the Ninja Academy? Jing Yi turned the conversation to Kushina. Not good at all. Perhaps feeling comfortable with Jing Yi, Kushina dropped her reserve and inner tension, making a bitter face. I can only stay by Grandma Mito's side, can't go anywhere, and there's not a single familiar face around. As she spoke, Kushina's eyes began to redden, her big eyes welling up with tears ready to fall at any moment. Tsunade, lying with her back to them, twitched her lips. Hyuga, Jing Yi, couldn't you have chosen a better topic? Now see how you'll comfort her. Jing Yi listened quietly. Just as Kushina was about to cry, he shook his head slightly. When people arrive in a strange place without a sense of security, they always feel lost and helpless. Though I have my clan around me, they feel even more alien than strangers. Kushina's tears on the verge of falling halted. The girl looked at Jing Yi in bewilderment. Clan members more alien than strangers. Jing Yi pointed to his eyes and smiled bitterly, because in the eyes of my clansmen, I've contracted a terrible blood disease. I'm about to lose the clan's unique dojutsu and become a useless person. Jing Yi is not useless at all. You're so talented. Kushina forgot her own sorrow and defended Jing Yi. Tsunade says you're very gifted. Medical ninjutsu that others struggle to learn you master in just a few days. You're a genius. Your clansmen have no foresight. Perhaps. Jing Yi shook his head slightly and said earnestly, actually, I don't care about the clan's cold treatment, nor their indifferent gazes, nor their unfairness. Since no one accepts me, I'll start a new life. Look forward and not dwell on past pain. Look forward, don't dwell on past pain. Those words echoed repeatedly in Kushina's mind. Leaving Jing Yi's home, Kushina felt a tingle on her scalp as if something was about to sprout. Tsunade kept this sensation of wanting to sleep, yet straining to eavesdrop, was utterly dreadful. Not only had she slept poorly, but she also ended up drinking a bellyful of chicken soup. It nearly bloated her to death. That night at the Senju ancestral home, Kushina sat beside Uzumaki Mito chattering away. Grandma Mito, I made a new friend today. He invited Sister Tsunade and me to dinner. Since arriving in Konoha, Kushina had rarely shown such a happy smile on her face. Uzumaki Mito wrapped an arm around Kushina, her face brimming with a benevolent smile. Is that the little one called Hyuga? Jing Yi? I've been hearing that name from Tsunade quite a lot lately. Have I really been saying it that much? Have I? Tsunade scratched her head in irritation. She had just returned and immediately lain down, but no sooner had she fallen asleep than Uzumaki Mito dragged her up. The reason was to spend more time with Kushina, helping her integrate faster into the family and into the greater Konoha family. Hyuga Jing Yi. Is that the genius Tsunade mentioned? The one who learned medical ninjutsu so quickly? Nawaki inquired curiously. Yes. Kushina nodded vigorously. Jingaiken's beef and potato dish was delicious. Tsunade ate 5 bowls. She even raised her little hand to gesture. Kushina. Tsunade stared in disbelief. You ate 3 bowls yourself. I couldn't help it. Kushina burrowed shyly into Uzumaki Mito's embrace. Nawaki looked from his exasperated sister to a blushing Kushina, blinking. Was it really that tasty? Even Kushina, who usually had little appetite, had devoured 3 big bowls. Watching her granddaughter and Kushina reveal each other's secrets, Uzumaki Mito chuckled softly, but as she laughed, the smile on the old woman's face gradually faded. I remember that child wrote to you saying his blood disease was acting up, and he couldn't see. Perplexed, Tsunade nodded, stifling a yawn. Yes, his eyes are still bandaged. I'll ask for leave for him tomorrow, and let him rest at home for a while. Tsunade. Uzumaki Mito's tone suddenly turned stern. You made a child who can't see cook for you, and you ate 5 big bowls. Because it was delicious. Tsunade was about to stretch, but her hand froze midair as realization dawned. She looked up sharply. The kindly smile that had been on Uzumaki Mito's face was now gone, replaced by a stern expression. Her murky eyes were fixed on Tsunade. Oh no. Tsunade's heart skipped a beat. Kushina, sitting beside Uzumaki Mito, also sensed something amiss and instinctively scooted her little bottom away. Sister, you made an injured person cook for you. Nawaki exclaimed. Shut up. He insisted on doing it himself to prove he could live independently. I didn't make him. Snapping at Nawaki, Tsunade quickly explained. Grandma, you have to believe me. Asked Kushina. After dinner, Hyuga Jing Yi even comforted and encouraged her. Kushina really likes him. She almost called him brother. No, I didn't. Kushina shook her head in denial, her cute face flushing red. Nawaki, Kushina, you two go rest. Uzumaki Mito took a deep breath and sent her grandson and Kushina away. Hyuga Jing Yi, you've ruined me. Tsunade groaned inwardly. Kushina looked worried. Will Sister Tsunade be okay? Grandma Mito looks terrifying when she's angry. No, what could happen? At worst, she'll get a scolding. My sister's used to it. Grandma always tells her to act like a proper lady, but she never listens. Nawaki shrugged nonchalantly, having witnessed such scenes many times. Even Tsunade was used to it. She would obediently play the good granddaughter during the scolding, silently praying it would end quickly, and Grandma would spare her the nagging. Afterward, she would carry on as usual. She knew she was wrong, admitted it, but never changed. While Tsunade was being reprimanded, Jing Yi lay in bed, his right hand moving slowly. A glass floated before him, drifting left and right as he directed it. With the second fetal movement of the Tenseigan, even during the movement itself, Jing Yi began to harness some. Though he couldn't unleash its full might, it still filled him with joy. Like the Rinnegan, the Tenseigan could control both attraction and repulsion. If he entered the Tenseigan chakra mode, he could even manipulate the trajectory of celestial bodies. Of course, such a feat was beyond ordinary capability. Possessing the Tenseigan didn't mean one could achieve everything. At present, the pairing of Jing Yi and the Tenseigan was akin to mounting a rocket booster on a tricycle. If the booster went full throttle, the tricycle would inevitably fall apart. Simply put, the Tenseigan's power was too immense for Jing Yi's body to bear. He needed time to adapt, gradually develop, and wield it until he fully mastered its strength. Fortunately, the eye belonged to him, so there was no risk of being drained or crushed by it. Just look at Nagato, who was used as a vessel for the Rinnegan, to understand how fearsome eyes like the Rinnegan and Tenseigan were. Even Nagato, with his Uzumaki lineage, couldn't withstand the drain. For now, the most practical ability for Jing Yi was manipulating attraction and repulsion along with controlling puppets. He might even act as a puppeteer, giving the puppeteers of Tsunade a lesson on the true essence of puppet control. Thump, thump. In the darkness, the eye's fetal movement was especially audible. Jing Yi lay still, quietly sensing the changes in his eye. The powerful rhythmic beats indicated that the Tenseigan's fusion was progressing smoothly. Late at night, the lights in the Hokage's office finally went out. The third Hokage, still in his prime, had finished the day's work, meaning those who had stayed late with him could finally rest. After tidying up, the third Hokage was about to head home, when an Umbu whispered, "Lord Hokage, Lady Mito wishes to see you after work." The third Hokage paused mid-step. "I understand." The purpose of Uzumaki Mito's request was easy to guess. It was about Kushina. At present, Kushina was the only one in Konoha who concerned Uzumaki Mito. Accompanied by his Hokage guards, the third Hokage arrived at the Senju ancestral home. Uzumaki Mito had already been waiting. "Lady Mito." The third Hokage signaled his guards to leave, then swiftly approached her and paid his respects. Though Hiruzen Sarutobi was appointed Hokage by Tobarama Senju, his position as the third Hokage would never have been secure without the backing of Mito Uzumaki. Lying back in her recliner, Mito Uzumaki slowly opened her eyes. "Monkey, you've come." The third Hokage dared not act presumptuously before Mito Uzumaki. He quickly stepped forward and helped her sit upright. Once Mito Uzumaki was settled, he straightened himself. Monkey, Kushina is the next Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails in the village. She is also the princess of the Uzumaki clan, bearing the same identity as I once did. She deserves the right to govern her own life, which will better help her integrate into the great family of Konoha and regard it as her home. The third Hokage spoke respectfully. "Lady Mito, now that Kushina has come to Konoha, she is a member of Konoha. I will not restrict or interfere with her life." He understood well that Mito Uzumaki was reminding him not to constantly meddle in Kushina's affairs, as it would hinder her integration into Konoha. "I'm glad you understand." Sigh. A nameless sorrow filled Mito Uzumaki's heart. Looking at Kushina, now she saw a reflection of her former self, though she had been far happier than Kushina. At least when she married into the Senju clan, the Uzumaki clan still existed, and Hashirama Senju treated her well. Even after becoming the Jinchuriki, no one dared to show her any disrespect. The treatment and status Mito Uzumaki had enjoyed were clearly unattainable for Kushina. At most, Konoha would offer Kushina some financial support. After all, having swallowed the vast assets of the Uzumaki clan, giving Kushina a share was necessary to save face. But what Kushina truly needed was not just financial freedom. She also needed ample personal liberty. On this scroll are some plans I've drafted. Konoha has taken too much from the Uzumaki clan. Give that child, Kushina, some compensation. I hope the Hokage's office will implement it swiftly. Also, do not interfere excessively in Kushina's life. That is all. Yes. The third Hokage respectfully put away the scroll, then helped Mito Uzumaki back inside before leaving. The matter of compensation had already been agreed upon between the third Hokage and the Council of Elders. Though the council was somewhat reluctant with Mito Uzumaki involved, they could only swallow their discontent. The next day, the F4 of Konoha gathered in the Hokage's office. The third Hokage handed them the scroll from Mito Uzumaki. Koharu Udatane and Hamura Mito Kato read it in silence. Only Shimura Danzo, the Hokage's assistant, reacted strongly. "No. I oppose this decision. Agreeing to compensate Kushina is acceptable, but her safety must be kept under full surveillance. Nor should too many people be allowed contact with the Jinchuriki." At this time, Shimura Danzo was merely the Hokage's assistant in name. The infamous root had yet to develop. Its rise and expansion would only come after the Second Great Ninja War. For now, Shimura Danzo was a man with status, but little real power. "This is Lady Mito's order." The third Hokage refrained from arguing with Danzo, and simply invoked Mito Uzumaki's authority. "If you have the nerve, Danzo, go discuss it with the matriarch. If you can convince her, I'd have no objection to locking Kushina up." Danzo raised his hand in fury, wanting to retort, but all his grievances got stuck in his throat. "This is Lady Mito's command. Why be so stubborn?" Hamura Mito Kato and Koharu Udatane shook their heads. Danzo's desire for control was far too strong. If anyone else had made such a decision, even the third Hokage, Shimura Danzo, would have dared to oppose him to his face. But the one who made this decision was Mito Uzumaki. No matter how dissatisfied Danzo was, he dared not show disrespect to her. At most, he could curse under his breath. Seeing Danzo's arrogance quelled, the third Hokage spoke. "Danzo, because of what happened with the Uzumaki clan, Lady Mito is already displeased. She is very fond of Kushina. She is helping Kushina and also warning us not to go too far. I hope you won't regret this. The matter of the Uzumaki clan had been handled by Danzo himself. The outcome went without saying. It had disappointed Mito Uzumaki deeply so. That Mito Uzumaki did not openly rebuke him or punish him was already a great concession to the F4 of Konoha. Faced with her conditions, no matter how displeased they were, they could only accept. Shimura Danzo stormed off in anger. Konoha Udatane shook her head and asked Hiruzen, I heard Tsunade has taken on a very talented student. Is that true? That child is called Hyuga Seiichi. Look at his file yourselves. Lady Mito has approved Kushina's contact with him without any objection. When in doubt, defer to Mito Uzumaki. That sufficed. Seiichi's file was quickly delivered to the Hokage's office. After reviewing it, Konoha Udatane and Hamura Mito Kato understood why neither Mito Uzumaki nor the third Hokage had stopped Kushina from interacting with Seiichi. He was completely one of them. Well, perhaps half. Because of the caged bird seal, they could only regard him as half. Setting down the file, Konoha Udatane remarked with admiration as expected of Lady Mito. She has perfectly grasped a little girl's admiration for strength and her compassion. How to make Kushina fully integrate into Konoha. Simple. Let her make sincere friends, let her feel the warmth of family and friendship, and gradually come to see herself as part of the village. Imprisonment and surveillance are the most primitive and incompetent decisions. Child, what's wrong? Noticing that Kushina had been distracted all morning and at noon kept glancing toward the door, Mito Uzumaki sat beside her and gently wrapped an arm around her shoulder. Grandma Mito, I'm fine. Kushina gave an embarrassed smile. Yesterday when I was at Saikakin's house, Tsunade said she would buy groceries for him every day. But last night she got scolded by Grandma Mito, and today she didn't even go to work. She's still sleeping. Are you worried that Seiichi won't have food to eat? A smile glimmered in Mito Uzumaki's eyes as she teased. No. Kushina quickly shook her head. Grandma Mito, I think if Tsunade doesn't go, Saikakin might be very disappointed. After all, they had an agreement yesterday. It seemed Kushina cared a great deal about her new friend. Mito Uzumaki deliberately put on a stern face. Don't count on your Tsunade. She's still sulking with me. Didn't even get up for lunch. Oh, then what about Saikakin? Tsunade was pouting, unwilling to go out, so her promise to buy groceries for Seiichi would fall through. And Seiichi couldn't even see, so he definitely couldn't go out himself. Tsunade can't go, but you can, Kushina. Would you like to fulfill this promise for your Tsunade? Mito Uzumaki encouraged her with a smile. Since your Tsunade doesn't want to go out, the task falls to you. I can't. Kushina instinctively shook her head. She was still unfamiliar with Konoha and couldn't tell one place from another, let alone go to the market and deliver groceries to Seiichi. It seems Tsunade will have to break her promise after all. Mito Uzumaki sighed, her tone filled with. Hearing this, Kushina's cute little face twisted in deep conflict. She didn't want Tsunade to go back on her word, nor did she want Seiichi to be disappointed. But she genuinely didn't know the way, and she had never shopped at a market before, neither in the past nor now. As the little princess of the Uzumaki clan, she had never needed to buy groceries. Since coming to Konoha, she had rarely even set foot outside the main gate of the Senju ancestral home. What should she do? Kushina was extremely torn. After seriously considering for a few minutes, she mentally cheered herself on. Come on, Kushina, you can do this. Having psyched herself up, she looked up at Mito Uzumaki and said earnestly, Grandma Mito, how about I go buy the things for Tsunade and deliver them to Saikakin? But you'll have to send someone to show me the way because I've never been to the market and don't know the prices. The little girl had finally taken the bait. Mito Uzumaki smiled and nodded. I'll have Muyong accompany you. When you come back, he'll bring you home. She raised her hand and ruffled Kushina's fiery red hair. Child, take care to remember the route in your heart. Then you'll be able to go visit your friend in the future, won't you? Memorize the route and go see a friend. Kushina was stunned for a few seconds, then asked delightedly, Grandma Mito, can I really move around freely, including visiting friends? Of course you can. Grandma Mito promises you. You can go anywhere you like. Konoha is your home. Woo-woo, Grandma Mito. A look of utmost kindness spread across Mito Uzumaki's face as she hugged Kushina tightly. Kushina cried, moved in her arms. After preparing herself, Kushina left. Once she was gone, Tsunade, her expression complicated, walked into. Grandma, are we deceiving Kushina by doing this? What being scolded and feeling upset, what failing to fulfill a promise? All of it was nonsense, all a setup. A setup to make Kushina willingly take on the task and go fulfill the promise. Tsunade felt this was somewhat unethical. After all, Kushina was still a child. Do you have a better way to make Kushina put aside her grief and her guard against the village and integrate into it? Mito Uzumaki gave her granddaughter a displeased glare. If you could do it, would an old woman like me need to meddle? Well, you have a point. Tsunade shrank her neck and decisively shut up. She dared not talk back to Mito Uzumaki. But aren't you afraid of a worst-case scenario? What if Kushina gets deceived? Do you think this boy Jinjichi Hyuga is unreliable? Mito Uzumaki leaned back in her chair and closed her eyes. Never mind. Tsunade couldn't help but want to roll her eyes, but feared her grandmother would catch her and scold her for not behaving like a proper girl. Tsunade dreaded her grandmother's nagging and lectures the most. As for whether Jinjichi was reliable, ridiculous, that was someone I trained myself. Who am I? Tsunadesima, the eldest granddaughter of the first Hokage, the princess of Konoha. Could my judgment be wrong? Absolutely impossible. Knock, knock, knock. The door is unlocked, please come in. Jinjichi, resting on the sofa, heard the knocking. The door slowly opened, and Kushina struggled in carrying a bag, her forehead covered in sweat, looking exhausted. Jinjichi and Tsunade had something to do today, so I helped her buy groceries for you. I didn't know what you liked, so I bought. Putting the bag on the floor, Kushina proudly showed off her achievements. Jinjichi stood up from the sofa and was silent for a moment. Although he couldn't see with his eyes, he could discern through perception just how much Kushina had bought. A very large bag, bulging so heavy that even Kushina, a violent little girl, struggled to carry it, showing how heavy it was. Jinjichi felt he shouldn't let down Kushina's kindness, so he smiled and asked, "You worked hard, Kushina. Can you tell me what you bought?" No need to thank me. I didn't find it hard. On the contrary, I felt great and had a lot of fun." Kushina wiped the sweat from her forehead. She seemed in good spirits. Although it was her first time going to the market to buy groceries, and she had been through quite a few blunders, the task was completed. Potatoes and beef. The beef seller said if I bought more I could get it cheaper. Kushina thought she was clever, buying a lot of beef at a low price. No matter what you buy, if you buy in bulk you can get it cheaper. After all, buying groceries isn't like buying luxury goods. Sellers want you to take everything. Opening his mouth, Jinjichi felt it was better not to say that. After all, Kushina had good intentions. "How about we have grilled meat?" "Okay." Kushina clapped her hands happily, but she worried about Jinjichi's eyes. "Maybe we shouldn't. Matoba said it's not right. You can't see and have trouble moving." "Then let's do it together. He'll direct, and you'll do the cooking, okay?" At Jinjichi's invitation, Kushina hesitated for a moment, then obediently agreed. She didn't want to disappoint Jinjichi, and she was also quite curious. The food made with her own hands must surely be delicious. First, cut the beef into large chunks. Yes, that size is perfect. Then pour the chopped ingredients into the pot along with the seasonings and marinate the beef. After marinating the beef, Kushina picked up a small hoe and ran to the yard to dig mud. She kept wondering, but couldn't figure out why they needed mud for grilled beef. Her little brain's CPU was nearly overheating. Wrap the marinated beef in lotus leaves, coat it thickly with mud, then throw it into the fire to cook. Looking at Jinjichi's confident and handsome face, Kushina fell into self-doubt. Would meat cooked like this even be edible? The moment the beggar's chicken-style beef was freshly baked, Kushina was stunned. So cooking could be done this way. Mud and lotus leaves. The process was strange, but the taste was amazing. The large marinated beef was incredibly tender, and Kushina ate with great joy, partly because the beef was good, but also because she had made it herself. Even if her clothes got dirty, Kushina didn't care at all. Her usually gloomy face was beaming with smiles. So the Hyuga clan's rules are that strict. How terrifying. Listening to Jinjichi talk about the Hyuga clan, Kushina was deeply shocked. She felt that compared to the Hyuga clan, the Uzumaki clan's rules were practically non-existent. Not to mention the Hyuga clan, the main family above the branch family, only to serve. To put it nicely, they were one family. To put it bluntly, the branch family were servant slaves of the main family. Fortunately, with the village's restraint, even though the main family had the right to punish the branch, they didn't dare go too far. From this perspective, the third Hokage did do something decent. Through his control and suppression, he curbed much of the Hyuga main family's arrogance and divided their power. Jinjichi had a faint smile on his lips. Terrifying. Not really. With the village's coordination, the main family can't punish branch members without reason, let alone kill people as they used to. Although the F4 team had their motives for such measures, the suppression did improve the lives of the branch family. Kushina said indignantly, "Those main family members are utterly despicable, a bunch of villains." The more she learned, the more she felt she and Jinjichi were alike. Although Jinjichi still had his clan and his people, his situation was more difficult than hers. Plus, with the caged bird seal, the branch family couldn't even resist. Jinjichi. Kushina worried that Jinjichi would face persecution from his clan. Jinjichi gave a carefree smile, raised his hand, and patted Kushina's head, comforting her. "Don't worry about me. I've passed the medical ninja exam and started working at Konoha Hospital. With Tsunade around, the main family won't dare cause me trouble." Then I'm relieved. Kushina feared that the Hyuga clan would come after Jinjichi at any time or order him around in the name of the clan. Shinobi from ninja clans greatly valued clan honor. Unfortunately, he was not one of them, because he was a clan honor meant nothing to him. Utter rubbish, especially for a decaying, dark, and heartless clan like the... After hearing Jinjichi's story, Kushina shared hers with him. Time was running short. Kushina knew although she had gained some freedom, she couldn't be reckless, for at this moment, she had no capital to be willful. "Then Jinjichi, I have to go back now. I'll visit you another day." Despite her reluctance, Kushina obediently left and returned to the Senju ancestral home. Mito Uzumaki had given her some freedom, and she had to keep her promise, return home on time, and not stay out too long. This child, although Jinjichi was only 13 in his eyes, Kushina was indeed a child. Not counting his past life, there was a 7-year age difference in this life. Kushina had bought too much at once. Vegetables could last a few days, but what about the meat? If left untreated, it would spoil quickly. At this time, refrigerators and such appliances hadn't become widespread in the ninja world. To prevent the meat from going bad, Jinjichi had to marinate it and make it into smoked beef jerky. Good thing it's beef. If it were pork, it would be harder to handle. Jinjichi got busy. Kushina returned happily to the Senju ancestral home. Mitoba Tsunade no Akini, I brought you some beef. It's delicious and I made it myself. Kushina presented the beef she brought back, placing it on the table like a treasure. You did this. Tsunade looked at Kushina as if she were an alien, remembering that Kushina, like herself, knew nothing about cooking. Whether she had ever even entered the kitchen was questionable. Really? Let me taste it. Nawaki eagerly grabbed a piece of beef and stuffed it into his mouth. After chewing a few times, his eyes lit up immediately. Sis, this beef is delicious. Kushina wasn't lying. Grandma, you should try it. It's very tender. Having earned Nawaki's approval, Kushina felt a hint of pride. She tilted her head towards Tsunade, as if to say, see, my cooking has been recognized. Tsunade also tried it. It was delicious, she admitted, but the idea that Kushina had made it herself was dubious. Fine, I made it under Jing Yi's guidance. Jing Yi directed, and I did the work. Kushina was a good girl, and good girls never lie. So she recounted everything that had happened that day. Nawaki listened with intense fascination, while Tsunade shook her head in exasperation. When it came to cooking, that rascal Jing Yi was truly skilled. Mito Uzumaki chuckled and praised them, making Kushina's large eyes narrow into crescents of delight. Kushina. After dinner, Tsunade took Kushina's small hand and said with difficulty, I've been quite busy with work lately, so I might not be able to go to Jing Yi's place. That means he'll have to trouble you with buying groceries. Would you be willing to help me? Ah, I see. Kushina furrowed her brows, her expression making it clear she wasn't very enthusiastic. Little brat, clearly dying to agree on the spot, yet putting on a show. Tsunade was inwardly exasperated, but she had to play along. It was Mito Uzumaki's assignment. All right then, I suppose it'll help. Thanks to Tsunade's persistent efforts, Kushina finally agreed to help with reluctant grace. The young girl pretended to be unwilling, but inwardly, she was overjoyed, completely unaware that Tsunade and Mito Uzumaki had staged the whole scene. So the next day, the cheerful girl headed straight for the market, then made a beeline for Jing Yi's house. When Kushina walked in carrying a bag full of vegetables and meat, Jing Yi couldn't help falling silent. Are you buying groceries or stocking up for a siege? Even if you have money to burn, you shouldn't go this far. Kushina, you don't actually need to buy this much. Earning money isn't easy. We need to be thrifty. Diligence and frugality are traditional virtues. Is it that much? Kushina looked at him with innocent, doe-eyed bewilderment. I don't think I spent much at all. Jing Yi. He had forgotten. This girl was a little heiress. It's fine as long as you're happy. Jing Yi forced a strained smile. Jing Yi, what are we eating today? Braised lamb. Jing Yi, Grandma Mito said she's sending me to the Ninja Academy in a few days as a transfer student. I'm kind of scared. Jing Yi, what if some classmates bully me? Oh, then blast their dog heads off. Let them taste the fury of little chili pepper. Kushina. You're annoying. I am not a little chili pepper. So just tell me if I'm right or not. Right? Anyone who tries to bully me, I'll blast their dog head off. If I can't beat them, I'll ask you to help me punch them. Jing Yi. After getting familiar, Kushina turned into a little chatterbox, her small mouth chattering away endlessly, as if she never knew fatigue. Hiruzen, are you really going to let this slide? Shimura Danzo stormed into the Hokage's office, slapping an intelligence scroll onto the desk with force. Kushina is Konoha's next nine-tails Jinchuriki. A Jinchuriki should never develop romantic attachments because childbirth is when a Jinchuriki is at their weakest. Facing the aggressive Shimura Danzo, the third Hokage calmly opened the scroll, read it, then set it aside. He said flatly, Danzo, this is Lady Mito's order. You have got to be kidding me. Shimura Danzo nearly choked on his own breath. That excuse again. Again, the Lady Mito's order. Couldn't you, Sarutobi Hiruzen, come up with a different excuse? Seeing his old comrade so enraged, the third Hokage chuckled inwardly. A Jinchuriki needs to interact with the villagers to better integrate into the village and treat it as home, leaving behind the pain of the Uzumaki clan. Kushina and Hyuga Jing Yi get along very well. With Lady Mito and Tsunade watching over her, do you really think Kushina could be deceived? But Danzo dared not utter a word, questioning the judgment of Mito Uzumaki and Tsunade. Tsunade he could dismiss. She might only glare at him or lose her temper, which he could simply ignore. But Lady Mito was another matter. If Danzo dared to slander her, his position as Hokage's assistant would be forfeit. Danzo, there is no but. I trust you've seen how much Kushina has changed these days. Besides, Kushina and Hyuga Jing Yi are merely friends. Very well. Shimura Danzo clenched his fists in resentment. He saw it clearly now. The third Hokage was using Mito Uzumaki as a shield to prevent him from interfering in Kushina's affairs. I hope you won't regret today's decision. Having failed to convince anyone and left simmering with fury, Shimura Danzo stormed in and stormed out. He felt the need to have a talk with Jing Yi. The second stage of the Tenseigan's fetal movement had finally ended. What puzzled Jing Yi was why the intervals between his 3 fetal movements were so long. Not only were the intervals long, but each fetal movement itself lasted far longer than that so-called Otsutsuki on the moon who coveted Hinata's body. Tanara's Tenseigan had completed 3 fetal movements very quickly, yet his own were so slow. Was it because he lacked Otsutsuki chakra? Or because Tanara's eyes didn't truly belong to him, and under certain conditions they would degenerate back into Byakugan? Information on the Tenseigan was scarce, so Jing Yi couldn't be sure his speculations were correct. He knew more about the Rinnegan, but knowledge about the Tenseigan was far too limited. Forget it. Longer is fine. It's still better than the Uchiha Sharingan next door. Compared to that, 3 prolonged fetal movements were nothing. Look at the Sharingan. Awakening is difficult, evolving is even harder. The threshold from 3 Tomo to Mangekyo alone has thwarted countless Uchiha. From Mangekyo to Eternal Mangekyo is exponentially harder. Want to obtain the Rinnegan? Sorry, either you have heaven-defying luck with all conditions met, or the Sage of 6 Paths personally bestows it upon you. First, you must be the reincarnation of Indra's chakra. Second, you need a relative willing to give you their eyes. Third, you need a friend who is the reincarnation of Ajura's chakra. And finally, you must wait at least 20 long years before you can possibly awaken the Rinnegan. That's not just a condition. It's harder than climbing to the heavens. Even a schemer like Black Zetsu spent thousands of years to successfully produce one Uchiha Madara, which shows just how difficult it is to obtain the Rinnegan. Tomorrow I start work officially. I need to find a suitable place to live as soon as possible and move out. The future famous hand-pulled noodles have yet to appear. At this moment the hand-puller is just a little kid trailing behind his father to help. As for his father's skills, to be honest, they are just mediocre. They are edible, but not particularly delicious. After finishing the noodles, he strolled around and bought a few pieces of clothing before returning home. When he walked to a small park some distance from the Hyuga clan's territory, he stopped. 2 ninjas dressed in umbu attire intercepted him. Hyuga Jing Yi, Lord Danzo requests your presence. Danzo, why is that old man looking for me? Is it because of my talent hoping to recruit me, or is it a warning due to Kushina? After pondering, Jing Yi turned and walked into the small park. It was very quiet inside with only Danzo present. Hyuga Jing Yi, do you know what you are doing? Shimura Danzo took the initiative to speak. Jing Yi blinked in confusion, tilting his head as he thought for a moment. Once the atmosphere created by Danzo had settled a bit, he replied, I don't understand what Lord Danzo is saying. As a member of Konoha, I have the right to go out shopping, eat noodles, and buy clothes. Are you pretending to be ignorant? Hyuga Jing Yi, stay away from Kushina. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is not someone like you can get close to. Since Jing Yi was acting dumb, Danzo straightforwardly clarified the matter. Oh, all right. Jing Yi replied, because he really hadn't sought out Kushina, she had approached him on her own, brought over by Tsunade herself. Tisk, if you have the ability, go find Tsunade or Uzumaki Mito. If there's nothing else, then I'll take my leave. After saying that, Jing Yi turned to leave. Danzo was left in a state of confusion. This kid seems to have agreed, but something feels off. His reaction is too calm. Could it be? The more Shimura Danzo thought, the darker his expression became. Damn it. Why should I care? Realizing his words were a bit disrespectful, Danzo hurriedly stopped. At this time, Danzo was far from the arrogant figure he would later become. At this moment, he was merely an advisor to the Hokage, lacking power and filled with ambitions. He hadn't even established himself or received any authority from the third Hokage. At this time, Jing Yi didn't need to worry about what Danzo would do to him. Besides, he had backing. Neither the Hyuga clan nor Tsunade would allow Danzo to lay a hand on Jing Yi. Shimura Danzo could only boast verbally, so what was there to fear? He wasn't from the Uchiha clan. You warned me not to approach Kushina, I agree to that. Anyway, it was Kushina who approached me first. Just ask if you're angry. Are you angry? Ha ha ha. Once he exited the park, Jing Yi burst into laughter. Danzo, still in the park, found the sound incredibly grating. Hyuga Jing Yi, you just wait. Don't think that having the Hyuga clan and Uzumaki Mito as backing means you can continue being arrogant. A support can also fall. Whether the support falls or not, Jing Yi doesn't care much. In the short term, Shimura Danzo would not rise. As long as I establish myself before you Danzo are not. Early the next morning, Jing Yi arrived at Konoha Hospital well ahead of time. Tsunade had been on duty yesterday and didn't go home, so she simply took Jing Yi around to get acquainted and meet some people. After all, Jing Yi had been helping at the hospital for quite a long time and was already considered familiar. His appointment was merely a formality. It's not in vain that I've treated you so well. You still have a bit of conscience knowing to bring me something to eat. After a sleepless night, Tsunade was now both hungry and tired. I won't waste my breath on what to do, how to receive patients, or how to treat them. The strength scroll you want to learn is in the wardrobe. Get it yourself later. After learning, return it to me directly, and don't leave it in the hospital. Wait. Jing Yi called out to Tsunade, who was about to slip away. What is it? Tsunade wiped the grease from her mouth, looking displeased. You don't want me to sleep in the break room, do you? No, you go back to sleep. Jing Yi waved his hand and said, I wanted to say that last night our Hokage advisor came to me and warned me to stay away from Kushina, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, so I feel quite troubled. Old fool. Tsunade couldn't help but curse. Don't mind him. He'll personally talk to the grandmother. How we interacted with Kushina before will remain the same in the future. Danzo, you really have long arms. Watching Tsunade leave angrily, Jing Yi secretly laughed. If you have backing but don't rely on it, what's the point of that backing? Was he supposed to warn me? Directly report him for his misconduct. Upon returning home, Tsunade immediately informed Uzumaki Mito about this matter. You go rest, or I will handle this matter personally. Uzumaki Mito's expression was calm, making it hard to tell whether he was angry or indifferent. You go rest, or I will handle this matter personally. Uzumaki Mito's expression was calm, making it hard to tell whether he was angry or indifferent. All right, then I'll go sleep. I'm exhausted. Staying up all night is truly torturous. She would make sure Jitsuin Tuanzang shed a layer of skin. Ha ha ha. Thinking of Jitsuin Tuanzang being scolded bloody by grandma, without even daring to let out a fart, Gangsho couldn't help but burst into laughter, rolling around on the bed. Regrettably, Xuanhua Shuehu had no intention of personally reprimanding Jitsuin Tuanzang. Given Xuanhua Shuehu's status and position, if she were to rebuke Jitsuin Tuanzang face-to-face, he would indeed not dare to show any discontent. But doing so would be beneath Xuanhua Shuehu's dignity. More importantly, she had no desire to look upon Tuanzang, whose mind was consumed by ambition. Rather than taking action herself, it would be better to bring the matter to the Hokage office and let the third Hokage and the Elder Council handle it. Thus, the third Hokage, who was busy in the Hokage office, received a summons. The third Hokage immediately set aside his work and rushed to the Senju ancestral home. Not long after, he left with a dark face and returned to the Hokage office. Monkey, is there something urgent that you summoned me here for? Since the end of the First Great Ninja War, after the third Hokage had firmly secured the position of Hokage, the large man Shodao Tsufeng had chosen to step back from the high ranks in order to secure better development for the Ino Shikacho clans. He now spent his days cooped up in his clan studying food and the military ration pills produced by Ino Shikacho. Let's wait until the others arrive. The third Hokage gave a slight nod, motioning for Shodao Tsufeng to take a seat for a while. Shodao Tsufeng patted his large belly, glanced at the chair that seemed too small for him, and simply grabbed a cushion and sat down on the floor. Sitting on the chair with his massive frame was indeed somewhat difficult. Soon Zhuanqin Xiaochun and Shuahomin Yin also arrived at the Hokage office. The two who entered noticed Shodao Tsufeng sitting idly on the floor and could not help but laugh. Fatty, you've gotten even fatter. Can't help it. Shodao Tsufeng laughed heartily and even motioned for Shuahomin Yin to pat his big belly and feel the texture. Seeing these two still messing around as they always did, Zhuanqin Xiaochun scolded them irritably. What positions do you hold now, yet you still act so childishly? Where is your sense of propriety? While she was not someone to be trifled with, Shodao Tsufeng immediately turned his face away, pretending nothing had happened. Shuahomin Yin also pulled over a chair and sat down as if he had never been the one patting Shodao Tsufeng's belly. Seeing the two settle down, Zhuanqin Xiaochun finally walked to the chair beside the third Hokage and sat down. Ryzen, did you call everyone here for something important? Tuanzang had not yet arrived, so the third Hokage chose to give the other three a heads up first. Lady Shuehu just summoned me. The reason is that Tuanzang went to warn Rishiang Jing Yi, forbidding him from approaching Jixinai. Is he crazy? Zhuanqin Xiaochun was a straightforward person and blurted out, wasn't the matter of Jixinai already settled? Rishiang Jing Yi is a disciple trained by Gangsho and has received Lady Shuehu's approval. Yet Tuanzang turns around and warns him. Is he trying to tear up the agreement? Good heavens. Shodao Tsufeng and Shuahomin Yin exchanged glances. Others would lift a rock only to drop it on their own feet, but Jitsuin Tuanzang had managed to lift a rock and drop it on his own people. And he did it right after an agreement had been made. Where was his face? Jing Yi was a man trained by Gangsho and had also earned the recognition of Xuanhua Shuehu. That essentially made him one of their own. If not for his origins in the Rishiang clan, he would have been a pure Hokage faction member. On top of that, the high-ranking group had already reached an agreement with Xuanhua Shuehu. Yet Jitsuin Tuanzang turned around and stirred up trouble. Lady Shuehu is very displeased. The third Hokage wished he could strangle Jitsuin Tuanzang. Where was your brain? Is today's discussion about me? The latecomer Jitsuin Tuanzang overheard someone mentioning his name from afar. As he entered the Hokage office, he saw the third Hokage's face dark as Thunder Zhuanqin Xiaochun, looking displeased, and Shuohomin Yin, and Shoudao Tsufeng casting him a helpless glance, signaling him to be careful. Did Rishiang Jing Yi go to complain? Jitsuin Tuanzang considered the possibility. Tuanzang, what exactly are you trying to do? Since Tuanzang had arrived, the third Hokage exploded on the spot. On the matter of Jixinai, we had already reached an internal decision, and you were present at the time. We had made an agreement with Lady Shuihu. Why did you do this? For the stability of the village, and for the controllability of the Jinchuriki. Jitsuin Tuanzang countered without backing down. A Jinchuriki should not have romantic feelings. Rishiang Jing Yi is from the Rishiang clan, and is a member of the branch family. An uncontrollable factor. You all know how dangerous it is when a Jinchuriki gives birth. As he spoke, Jitsuin Tuanzang looked at Zhuanqin Xiaochun and the others, hoping they would take his side and support him. Zhuanqin Xiaochun's face was ashen, and she was in no mood to give Jitsuin Tuanzang any support. Shuohomin Yin could only shake his head. Ahem. Seeing the ball land in his court, Shoudao Tsufeng coughed dryly to remind Jitsuin Tuanzang. Tuanzang Jixinai is only 6 years old. She is still just a little girl of 6, yet you are already considering her future adulthood and childbirth. Isn't that a bit premature? What do you mean? Jitsuin Tuanzang frowned. Pretending not to understand was he. Shoudao Tsufeng was speechless. Tuanzang's old habit was acting up again. When he was in the right, he would cling to it. When he was in the wrong, he would resort to sophistry. Shoudao Tsufeng said helplessly, Tuanzang, we know what you're worried about, but don't you think your concern is a bit unnecessary? Jixinai is only 6 years old, and according to Umbu investigations, Rishiang Jing Yi is closer to Gangsho in daily interactions than to Jixinai. With that, Shoudao Tsufeng chuckled and nudged Shuohomin Yin. Minion, when you were 13, would you have liked a 6-year-old brat? Shuohomin Yin shot a strange look at Jitsuin Tuanzang, whose face was beginning to flush, and played along. Of course not. Isn't a pretty older sister better? Ryzen also prefers that. Enough. As the third Hokage's face began to crack, Zhuanqin Xiaochun could no longer listen. She was still sitting here, and yet these men were rambling on, and on the topic growing increasingly indecent. Fortunately, although the topic was improper, at least it spoke the truth. All right. Seeing that Zhuanqin Xiaochun the tigress had blown her top, the third Hokage quickly steered the conversation back, lest it drift too far. If the high-ranking council of Konoha was holding an important meeting only for the content to be about everyone liking older sisters, it would surely make countless people laugh their heads off if word got out. Tuanzang. The third Hokage issued a stern warning. From now on, all matters concerning Jixinai, big or small, will be handled by me personally. Neither you nor the Elder Council are to intervene. Sarutobi you. Tuanzang immediately grew anxious. This was not the outcome he wanted. He had sought to advance only to regress instead. I will not regret it, and I am the Hokage. The third Hokage, knowing Jitsuin Tuanzang well, chose to interrupt him. Stealing Tuanzang's words left Tuanzang with nothing to say. Jitsuin Tuanzang was indeed left speechless and stormed off in anger. In the lounge of my hospital, Jing, he was leisurely drinking juice and reading a book with great relish. As a weak medical ninja with degenerated bloodline, Jing, he felt that he should create some puppets to enhance his strength and protect his own safety. Bang! The lounge door was forcefully pushed open, crashing heavily into the wall with a loud noise. Jing Yi, who was reading in the lounge, shuddered and nearly threw his book like a shuriken. Turning around, it was Gangsho. And Gangsho was in an angry mood. What's going on? Jing Yi thought it was better to stay far away, so he grabbed his book and prepared to sneak away. Where are you going? Jing Yi's escape plan failed as he was caught by Gangsho. I treated 2 patients today, am going to the ward to check on their recovery. Jing Yi made an excuse for himself. At this time, Gangsho was obviously furious, so it was better not to be alone with her. The city gate was already on fire. Staying in the lounge could lead to collateral damage. Gangsho gave Jing Yi a strange look, and without any warning, her face suddenly leaned in close. Holy crap. Lady Gangsho, please calm down. I'm still a child, please don't be impulsive. Jing Yi adopted a backward-leaning tactic, raising his hands to stop Gangsho from getting closer. The 2 faces were almost touching. Shut up. Gangsho paused, a few black lines appearing on her forehead. She raised her fist and waved it angrily. I just wanted to look at your eyes. Don't be as filthy as Zilai Yi. Look at my eyes. Then it's fine. Go ahead. Jing Yi sighed in relief, his thumping heart finally. Seeing Jing Yi's relieved expression as he pressed his hands to his chest, Gangsho suddenly wanted to hit him. You little brat, do you think I wanted to take advantage of you? Seeing that Gangsho was about to explode, Jing Yi quickly spread his hands and explained, just a joke, please don't hit people. That joke is not funny. Gangsho glared at him through gritted teeth. Jing Yi acted innocent. Deeper still, it had a unique allure filled with a mystery that made one want to understand it further. Staring at Jing Yi's eyes for a while, Gangsho felt something was wrong, very wrong. Is this bloodline regression or bloodline evolution? If it weren't for the fact that the buy-in of the Rishian clan had never shown any evolution, Gang Shou would have suspected that Jing Yi's eyes had evolved along with the Cielun eye. Tossing the documents casually onto the table, Gang Shou leaned against it and pondered for a moment, then asked, "Are the sequelae of the buy-in degeneration still serious?" Jing Yi answered half-truthfully, "Occasionally, there is a stabbing pain, but not as intense as the initial injury. The vision of my eyes hasn't been affected." "Is that so?" Gang Shou carefully observed Jing Yi's expression and eyes as she really wanted to know if Jing Yi was hiding something. "Is there something on my face?" Jing Yi knew what Gang Shou was thinking, but he wouldn't show any flaws. Because the script had been set since his transmigration, and he had rehearsed various possible scenarios countless times. When encountering corresponding situations, he could respond flexibly. No, perhaps she was overthinking. Gang Shou shook her head, and suddenly she looked like a frostbitten eggplant, somewhat wilted. Damn it, these guys, if they don't understand, they shouldn't give random orders. The old man too, actually listening to their advice, so annoying. Are the higher-ups up to some tricks? The old man, in Gang Shou's mouth, was undoubtedly the third Hokage, and those guys were no surprise the other members of the F4 group. Is it about the reform of the medical department and my hospital? Jing Yi had heard Gang Shou mention this before, but the third Hokage had said it was still early to consider. He didn't expect the reform to come so soon. See for yourself. Gang Shou directly slumped onto the table, pushing the document she had just thrown onto the table toward Jing Yi. Jing Yi picked up the file, opened it, and read carefully. "Tis what a guy." After scanning the contents of the file, Jing Yi couldn't help but exclaim. The high threshold for medical ninjas, coupled with the lack of a comprehensive training system in each village, had resulted in slow progress in training medical ninjas, and the number of medical ninjas in each village was pitifully small. So the F4 team proposed reforms, and the suggestion was actually initiated by that old woman Zhuanqing. The content of the reform was that the training of medical ninjas would shift from a master-apprentice Hansen model to mass education, the so-called assembly line model. Gather a group of talented ninjas and let experienced medical ninjas serve as teachers to educate these apprentices. Isn't that risking disaster? Jing Yi closed the file. Isn't this transition a bit too drastic? I told you the old man wouldn't listen to me. He said the medical department needed reform to make progress. Gang Shou angrily started pounding the table. Perhaps the reform of the Ninja Academy gave the F4 team enough confidence, so Zhuanqing Xiaochun directly set her sights on the medical department. Can't you just manage your logistics department properly? Why reach into the medical department? Your days will be tough. Jing Yi's gaze at Gang Shou inevitably carried sympathy. The person most affected by the medical department reform was Gang Shou. Fortunately, it didn't have much to do with him. Too few medical ninjas. Then we can only make Gang Shou suffer. Use her until she's dead tired. Jing Yi decisively put down the file, picked up his book, and continued reading. This kid. Jing Yi's reaction directly made Gang Shou laugh in anger. Gang Shou slammed the table in dissatisfaction and demanded, "You little brat, shouldn't you contribute to the medical department reform? And why are you reading books about puppeteers and puppet making? Don't tell me that because of your bloodline degeneration you want to become a puppet ninja." Jing Yi replied, "As a weak medical ninja with degenerated bloodline, isn't it reasonable to make some puppets to protect myself?" Medical department. Reform. I know nothing about such major matters. I know nothing about them. I'm just a newly graduated little apprentice. I dare not get involved in such major matters. Reasonable. Reasonable, my ass. Gang Shou wanted to swear. It's almost time, get ready to leave work. Jing Yi, still not reacting, was forced to leave work by Lady Gang Shou. Hurry up, hurry up. It hurts. You Yuzebo bastards, how dare you harm the villagers? I'm going to the Hokage's office to complain about you. Before he could even leave the hospital after being forced off work, Jing Yi encountered the police department personnel hurriedly carrying several patients into the hospital lobby. What happened? Gang Shou, who was about to leave work together with Jing Yi, stepped forward, examined the patient's injuries, and frowned. Multiple fractures, extensive muscle damage. Did your police department strike a bit too hard? If the attack targets were enemies, Gang Shou wouldn't mind, but they were my villagers. Lady Gang Shou, it's our fault. The squad leader of the police department, who led the team to the hospital, sincerely apologized. Standing aside, Jing Yi realized that this squad leader was none other than the young patriarch of the Yuzebo clan, Yuzebo Hyuga. Lady Gang Shou, please help us. The Yuzebo bastards beat us. Faced with the patient's accusations, the young patriarch Yuzebo Hyuga was clearly struggling to maintain his composure. From his clenched fists, it was evident that this young patriarch was very unsettled inside. This police department job is really quite frustrating. This is clearly a false accusation. The Yuzebo clan style might be a bit arrogant, but they wouldn't indiscriminately target the village's civilians. On the contrary, among the many clans, the Yuzebo clan is relatively kind to ordinary members, at least much better than the decaying Rishian clan. Bastard, what did you say? Faced with the patient's slander and accusations, Yuzebo Hyuga did not choose to argue. He could control himself, but his teammates could not. The Yuzebo ninja, standing behind Yuzebo Fuyue, flew into a rage upon hearing this. You three bastards got drunk at the tavern, refused to pay, and injured many people, including the owner. When our police force arrived, not only did you refuse to cooperate, but you also insulted us, and even insulted our young clan leader and elder clan leader. It was one thing to be insulted oneself, but when the young clan leader and elder clan leader were also slandered, any Uchiha would find it unbearable. Thus, during the arrest, a bit too much force was used, leading to the current situation. Impressive. You dared to insult the young leader and leader of another clan. After a few drinks, you forgot your own name. Tsunade's gaze toward the three patients turned unfriendly. She was not part of the group of 4 elders, nor did she hold any prejudice against the Uchiha. In matters like this, she handled things impartially, never favoring one side, just because the higher-ups targeted the Uchiha. Oops. Seeing Tsunade's expression change, the 3 patients brought to the hospital quickly played pitiful. "Oh, my arm is broken. It hurts so much. The Uchiha maliciously assaulted us villagers." "Enough," Tsunade said coldly, showing no leniency despite their injuries. "Take them in for treatment immediately, and the cost will be on their own heads." Uchiha Fugaku, right. Lady Tsunade. Not being targeted, Uchiha Fugaku breathed a sigh of relief. When Tsunade called his name, he quickly stepped forward. Tsunade said seriously to Uchiha Fugaku, "Although they were out of line, you shouldn't have used such excessive force. After their treatment is done, take them to the police department and handle the matter properly. Additionally, send someone to the Hokage's office to report this matter yourself. Since they caused trouble, assaulted others, resisted arrest, and insulted people, they must be punished. Injuries do not exempt them from consequences. Once the patient's treatment was complete, they would still face the appropriate punishment. None of it would be spared." Meanwhile, the police department also needed to send someone to report to the Hokage's office. Whether the third Hokage would discipline the police officers was not Tsunade's concern. Yes, this outcome was very fair to the Uchiha, showing no favoritism. Uchiha Fugaku obediently accepted. All right, disperse. Nothing to see here." Tsunade handled the matter swiftly and decisively. If she could, she would rather not get involved in such trivial troubles. But she knew that if she didn't step in, the situation might escalate. The Uchiha would be punished by the higher-ups, and these villagers who insulted the young and elder clan leaders would not have an easy time either. Don't think the Uchiha are pushovers. If you go too far, they'll target you and find any excuse to discipline you, something you won't enjoy, let alone secretly killing you. Without evidence, who could prove the Uchiha were responsible? Ordinary insults the Uchiha might ignore, as the police department's work naturally offends people, and Uchiha members are long accustomed to it. But insulting the young leader and elder leader of another clan was your mistake. That was damn well asking for death. After handling this absurd incident, Tsunade left the hospital with Jing Yi. As they walked out of the hospital, Tsunade began to complain. Voices of discontent toward the Uchiha in the village are growing louder. The Hokage's office and the Council of Elders do nothing to address it. If this continues, something will happen sooner or later. Complain though she might, Tsunade could not intervene. Despite her special status, this was a matter for the Hokage and the Council of Elders, if she could not overstep her bounds. To be precise, discontent towards several ninja clans is growing. Jing Yi reminded Tsunade. "Do you think the group of 4 elders target only the Uchiha?" "No, you're wrong. Almost all ninja clans are caught in it except for the Sarutobi, Shimura, Ino, Shikacho, and other Hokage faction clans. The Hyuga clan also faces this problem." Tsunade, who seldom paid attention to such matters, was surprised. The Uchiha were one thing. After all, the police department was their exclusive division. Maintaining public order easily leads to conflicts with villagers, and making many enemies naturally breeds discontent. But the Hyuga do not. They always have. Jing Yi shook her head. Many villagers feel the Hyuga look down on them and disregard them. However, the Hyuga also have their own issues. They are indeed too isolated and arrogant. Impossible. The Uchiha could be understood, but how did the Hyuga get tangled in such trouble for no reason? Tsunade was baffled. Could it be? Subconsciously, Tsunade looked up toward the Hokage's office building. Perhaps it was the work of the Hokage's office. Interestingly, the Sarutobi, Shimura, and other ninja clans are becoming increasingly popular in the village. "You think I don't know you're trying to stir me up?" Tsunade was no fool. She glared at Jing Yi upon hearing that. "Have you found a place to live? Do you need my help?" "Found one. They'll move tomorrow." Jing Yi laughed it off and changed the subject. "That's good. They'll help you move some things tomorrow. By the way, walk faster, I'm starving." "No, if you're hungry, go eat." "Why are you following me?" Mooching off meals has become addictive, hasn't it? As it turned out, Tsunade was indeed addicted to free meals. Watching the Konoha princess wolf down her food, Jing Yi felt that if this princess started a mukbang, no one would ever suspect she was faking it. "How the hell did you manage to stuff such a huge chicken leg into your mouth in one bite? Won't it choke you? Why are you staring at me? Aren't you hungry?" With a twist of her lips, a perfectly clean bone was spat onto the table. A whole chicken leg went in, only a bone came out. Quite the skill, truly impressive. Your future boyfriend will definitely be very happy. With an inexplicable remark, Jing Yi joined the scramble for food because if she didn't there would be none left. Heaven be his witness. He had made enough food for 4, yet Tsunade almost polished it off single-handedly. Kid, I suspect you're thinking something dirty. Instinct told Tsunade that this good-looking guy had some impure thoughts. No, absolutely not. I was Huh, you think he'll believe that? Believe it or not, you don't have a boyfriend anyway. Those words stung a bit. Tsunade wanted to stab Jing Yi with her chopsticks. Talking about exactly what you shouldn't, huh? Having consumed a meal meant for 3, Tsunade collapsed onto the sofa and let out a contented sigh. Jing Yi strongly suspected that she deliberately refrained from eating anything else just to freeload a hearty meal. Fortunately, Kushina had recently bought a large stock of groceries, otherwise Tsunade's food expenses would have been exorbitant. Yet this woman simply couldn't control her spending. Her pockets were emptier than her face. Asking her to pay for meals was nothing short of a pipe dream. It was already fortunate enough that she didn't come asking for gambling money. Speaking of which, it had been 2 days since he last saw the little rich girl. What was she up to? Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Just after finishing the housework, Jing Yi spotted the little rich girl he had been thinking about approaching. Kushina seemed to be in a rather gloomy mood today, listless and weary with a trace of melancholy etched between her brows. Jing Yi's sister Tsunade. Even her greeting was feeble. What's wrong? Who bullied you? Tell sister I'll go beat them up. Seeing Kushina like this, Tsunade sprang up from the sofa like a coiled spring, pulling her into a comforting embrace. Is Nawaki causing you trouble again? Don't worry, you'll teach him a lesson. He won't dare come near you for at least 10 days. Though Nawaki adored his younger sister Kushina, he was at that age, 7 or 8 years old, where boys are universally detested by both humans and animals. To put it bluntly, even a passing dog would get a kick from him. Ever since Kushina arrived in Konoha, Nawaki had often made her cry. Really? Kushina looked up at Tsunade with hopeful eyes. Of course. I'm your big sister Tsunade. Whoever dares bully you, will make them pay. It's Grandma Mito. Are you kidding me? Tsunade's momentum vanished instantly. She released her hold on Kushina and flopped back onto the sofa like a salted fish, waving dismissively. You'd better find someone else. I don't dare help you. Your Grandma Mito will bully me too. I'm not capable of getting back at her for you. If it were anyone else, Tsunade might have charged in recklessly. But the one bullying Kushina was Uzumaki Mito. It was better to abandon the thought immediately, or even she wouldn't escape unscathed. Sister Tsunade, you're not keeping your word. Kushina stared at her back pitifully. Tsunade simply pretended to sleep. I see nothing, I hear nothing. This comical interaction between the sisters successfully amused Jing Yi. He chuckled and ruffled Kushina's hair, asking, Kushina, how did Lady Mito bully you? Was it because you got spanked for being naughty? No way. At this, Kushina shook her head vehemently. I'm the most obedient. I never caused trouble to make Grandma Mito angry, so she wouldn't spank me. After saying this, Kushina furrowed her little brows and sighed. Jing Yi, Grandma Mito wants me to go to the Ninja Academy tomorrow, but I don't want to go. No way, you have to go to the Ninja Academy. You must go. Tsunade suddenly sat up and said seriously to Kushina. Kushina, you need to understand Grandma's intentions, okay? At the academy you can learn many new things and make many new friends and classmates. Attending the academy, gaining new knowledge, meeting more people, having classmates, and even future comrades and friends. This would help Kushina integrate more smoothly into Konoha. After all, Uzumaki Mito wouldn't last many more years. If Kushina's heart didn't belong to Konoha, it could bring great trouble. But what if the new classmates don't welcome me? Kushina's face fell. Well, Tsunade scratched her head in distress, trying to recall how she had gotten along with her own classmates. Wasn't it with her fists? Right. On the very first day of school, she had beaten up the annoying Jiraiya and made him cry. When she got home, Grandma scolded her severely. Using fists to get to know new classmates. Kushina certainly had the strength, but would that help her fit in smoothly? No. Kushina couldn't be too violent. Tsunade shook her head vigorously to banish those chaotic thoughts. You're good with words, aren't you? It's your turn. Besides, you're her only friend in the village. She shot a meaningful glance at Jing Yi, signaling him to stop watching and help. Kushina, your starting point is wrong. Jing Yi cleared his throat, no longer able to stay on the sidelines, and, the little rich girl blinked in confusion. My starting point is wrong. Exactly. Jing Yi snapped his fingers and bent down to meet Kushina's eyes at the same level. Think about it. Your primary task at the Ninja Academy is to learn. Everything else is secondary. Is that so? Kushina felt something was off, but after mulling it over, it seemed to make some sense. Tsunade had a feeling Jing Yi was up to no good. But what if the classmates don't welcome me, or even try to bully me? Kushina asked weakly. Since arriving in Konoha, her world had been confined to the Senju ancestral home, the market, and Jing Yi's house. She knew only a handful of people, and the thought of going to a strange school and meeting strangers filled her with fear. Jing Yi flashed a grin revealing 2 rows of clean teeth and placed his large hand on top of Kushina's small head. Remember this, Kushina. Sometimes fists can solve a lot of problems. I knew it. Tsunade slapped her forehead in exasperation. Kushina's big eyes sparkled. Of course. If anyone deliberately provokes you or makes fun of you, just beat them up. If they give you a nasty nickname, don't hesitate. Hit them hard, beat them until they can't get up. If the teachers or their parents come to complain, just say your sister is Tsunade. Let them argue with Tsunade. And if there's a suspicious blonde. Hyuga Jing Yi, that's enough. Tsunade couldn't listen anymore. Damn it, this was no way to raise a child. When in doubt, throw a fist first. Hit hard, beat to a pulp, then invoke the big shot behind you. What can you do to me? What nonsense. Ahem. Since Tsunade was losing her temper, Jing Yi restrained himself a bit and whispered in Kushina's ear. You know, even the legendary Tsunade used this method to make her first friends. Dodged. Tsunade launched a flying kick, but Jing Yi, having anticipated it, made a quick escape. He left behind a furious Tsunade and a wide-eyed Kushina, who felt she had grasped something profound. Could fists really solve everything? Kushina was nearly led astray. Tsunade dragged her away and standing at the door, Jing Yi winked at Kushina and mimicked a punching gesture. Kushina giggled and nodded. Hopefully no reckless children would test their luck tomorrow. Although the little rich girl appeared delicate and easy to bully, the violent streak hidden within her was no less than Tsunade's. After being enlightened, the little rich girl went to school. If classmates teased her and gave her nicknames, tut-tut, something interesting would surely happen. Kushina, don't listen to that scoundrel Rishan Jing Yi. Fists can solve many problems, but as girls we can't always resort to violence, understand? On the way home, Tsunade earnestly advised Kushina. Kushina asked in confusion, then why do you, Sister Tsunade, also use fists to communicate with classmates? Tsunade wished she could rush back and beat Jing Yi up. Look what you've taught her. It was moving day to day, and Jing Yi got up early to pack, bringing all the necessary items. One must admit that the sealing scroll was a brilliant invention. It could be used as a storage device. The only drawback was that it was too expensive and could not be reused. He stuffed everything useful into the scroll. Upon arriving at the new home, he took everything out and arranged it one by one. With that, Jing Yi's move was completely finished. Ask for help. Not needed at all. After moving, Jing Yi began to prepare breakfast for himself. At the same time, an anxious Kushina, carrying her small backpack, was sent to the Ninja Academy. Class, we have a new transfer student today. I hope everyone gets along well. Kushina, please greet everyone first. The teacher of first-year class 3 Yuanfei Muyong led Kushina into the classroom. Looking at the classroom full of unfamiliar children, Kushina felt a bit nervous. Hello everyone, my name is Kushina Uzumaki, Kushina from the Uzumaki clan. Nice to meet you all. What clan is the Uzumaki clan? Never heard of it, but her hair is red. Yeah, red hair is so ugly, just like chili peppers. Little chili pepper, huh? The sudden arrival of a transfer student surprised the class, and several mischievous students began to mock Kushina, ridiculing her hair. Xiaohan, to stop mocking your classmate. Yuanfei Muyong really wanted to give that kid a hard slap. Mocking a new classmate right in front of me. And giving her a nickname. Do you have no respect for the teacher? I didn't say anything wrong, Xiaohan said defiantly. Yuanfei Muyong felt deeply helpless. Children of this age were inherently difficult to educate, and some had very unruly personalities, leaving teachers with few effective measures. Scolding might not faze them, while physical punishment seemed unnecessary. Jing Yi was right. The only language these people understood was force. Having just finished her self-introduction, she was already mocked, and given the nickname Little Chili Pepper. Kushina's small fists clenched tightly. Kushina, go find an empty seat and sit down. After silencing the noisy students, Yuanfei Muyong lowered his head and gave Kushina an awkward smile. This incident was partly due to the student's mischief, but also reflected his failure as a teacher. Thank you, teacher. Kushina thanked him politely and stepped down from the podium. What a polite, good child. Yuanfei Muyong nodded with relief. But the next second his smile froze. Because as Kushina passed by Xiaohan, she suddenly exploded, punching him in the face. The unexpected punch stunned everyone. Even Xiaohan, who was bleeding from the nose, was frozen. Had he just been hit by the new student? Little chili pepper. You like chili peppers, huh? You like mocking people, huh? Since she had started, she would beat him hard, thoroughly beat him to death. Kushina remembered Jing Yi's words. She grabbed Xiaohan by the hair and delivered punch after punch. Wah! It hurts. Stop it. Don't hit me. After several consecutive punches, Xiaohan wailed in pain, and the surrounding classmates were utterly shocked. A boy with blonde hair, sitting in the second-to-last row, gaped in disbelief. The transfer student who had seemed so cute moments ago had transformed into an explosive little chili pepper. Kushina, stop. No hitting classmates. Yuanfei Muyong could never have dreamed such a thing would happen in his class. After a moment of shock, he quickly shouted to stop her. But Kushina showed no sign of stopping. Forced to act, Yuanfei Muyong rushed forward to pull her away. Before Yuanfei Muyong could touch her, Kushina turned and shouted, "My sister is Tsunade." His outstretched hand froze in midair, and Yuanfei Muyong was dumbfounded. Was she this bold? On her first day of school, because she was teased by a classmate, she beat him up directly. And when the teacher tried to intervene, she invoked her backing. "My sister is Tsunade." One had to admit that the name Tsunade carried considerable weight. Every Konoha ninja knew that the Princess Tsunade had a fiery temper. Bullying her sister was practically asking for death. Stop it. Even if your sister is Tsunade, you can't beat up a classmate like this. By the time Xiao Honda had lost 2 front teeth, Yuanfei Muyong managed to pull Kushina away, separating her from the victim. Having successfully beaten up the classmate who mocked her, Kushina grew angrier the more she thought about it. She glared at those who had laughed at her. "Every single one of you. You're not getting away. Just wait." Oh my god. Yuanfei Muyong felt his head about to explode. Was this child's temper really this explosive? Truly the sister of Princess Tsunade. He asked a teacher from the neighboring class to take the injured student to the hospital, then personally rushed to the Hokage's office to report the incident. "What did you say?" The third Hokage thought he had misheard. "Kushina, because a classmate mocked her, beat him up, and threatened you with Tsunade." Was this the Kushina he knew? In the third Hokage's memory, Kushina was a shy, timid girl who was easily... The result was utterly shocking. "Yes," Yuanfei Muyong said on the verge of tears. With this happening, his year-end bonus was definitely gone. Lord Hokage, could Kushina's behavior have been influenced by Lady Tsunade? The third Hokage. "You ask me. Who the hell do I ask?" Tsunade beat up Jiraiya on her first day of school, while Kushina knocked out a classmate's front teeth on hers. "Go to Konoha Hospital yourself, and tell Tsunade about this. Let her handle it." Children fighting was normal, but given Kushina's special status, it had to be reported to the Hokage's office. After some thought, the third Hokage decided to leave the matter to Tsunade. The very thing Tsunade had feared most had come to pass. When Yuanfei Muyong arrived at Konoha Hospital, Tsunade had just entered the building. "I knew it. Rishiang Jing Yi, look at the mess you've made." Angry Gang's Ji rushed to the restroom and kicked the door open. Jixinai was mocked by classmates, then she hit them and even knocked out a tooth. "The old man told me to handle it. How am I supposed to handle this? I have a bunch of troubles waiting for me in the medical department. Instead of helping, you're causing more trouble." Jing Yi, who was changing clothes in the restroom, calmly put on his white coat and countered. On her first day at school, Jixinai was mocked by classmates. She fought back directly. "Is that wrong? Only you are allowed to mock me, and am not allowed to hit you. There's no such good deal in the world. Not to brag, but in the entire my school, only that kid Shangshu can match Jixinai's backing. Everyone else has to step aside, even children from major clans. With such a strong backing, why be afraid?" What Jing Yi finds most speechless is that with such backing, Jixinai was still frequently bullied at school. She was mocked and bullied by classmates, and when she couldn't take it anymore and fought back, the other party's brother retaliated. I really don't know who gave him the nerve. What nonsense. Gang's house blood pressure started skyrocketing. He even threatened the teacher, saying her sister is Gang's ho. The teacher didn't dare to touch her. "That's right, aren't you her sister?" Jing Yi spread his hands. "So when there's no trouble, you're Gang Shuji, but when there is trouble, you're not a sister." Damn it. Gang's Ji almost choked on her own blood. "You immediately go to the ninja school and you caused this trouble yourself, go handle it yourself." Gang's felt like her head was about to explode. The hospital side was okay, but the medical department had a mountain of troubles. Because of the F4 team's reforms, the entire medical department was running around in circles. Gangso didn't have much time for other things. "No, Jixinai is not my sister." Jing Yi flatly refused the... It wasn't that he didn't want to help Jixinai, but for this kind of wrangling, if he stepped in, the other party would not let it go easily, even if he went on behalf of Gangso. He couldn't exactly threaten the parents, could he? The son was beaten by Jixinai. The parents came to demand an explanation. Should he beat the parents too? "You want go yet? You taught her to use her fists." Gangso really wanted to hit someone. If not fists, should she wait to be bullied? Jing Yi looked at Gangso with utter incomprehension. What kind of thinking is that? You don't really believe that doing this will make it easy for Jixinai to integrate into the village, do you? You might think children's fights are trivial, but others don't see it that way. They bullied Jixinai at school, and after being beaten by an angry Jixinai, they directly called their family for help shamelessly. "Lady Gangsho Jingyaiken, there are patients outside." A little nurse ran to the restroom door. Jing Yi immediately walked outside. Coming, I'll take this patient. Nobody snatch it from me." "Go to the ninja school to wrangle." "Impossible. This kind of thing needs you Gang's Ji to personally show up. Only if you go personally will there be deterrence. Just you wait, I'll deal with you sooner or later." Glaring fiercely at Jing Yi's back, Gang's helplessly threw the stack of documents on the table, turned around, left the hospital, and headed to the ninja school. "Who are this child's parents? I want a serious talk with them. What did my son do wrong?" To be beaten so severely, his son had been beaten. Old Honda, the father of young Honda, was very angry. He came directly to the ninja school hoping the teacher would give him an explanation. Please don't be angry. This isn't entirely Tsunade's fault. Yuanfei Muyong, who had returned to school from the hospital, had a massive headache. With this incident happening in his class, the other parent would definitely come to him first. Tsunade apologized to little Honda's father. While trying to appease the other party, Yuanfei Muyong demanded that Tsunade apologize. I won't. Tsunade lifted her head and turned it to the side. Jing Yi was right. These childish brats deserved a good beating. Tsunade didn't think she had done anything wrong. Oh, my little ancestor, can't you at least apologize first? With Tsunade refusing to apologize, Yuanfei Muyong felt like dying. How did this mess land on him of all people? It's over. There's no way he'll get the Outstanding Teacher Award now, and my year-end bonus will be gone too. Teacher Muyong, look, this little brat has no manners at all. Old Honda was so angry he couldn't speak coherently. Mr. Honda, please don't be angry, you. Bang. As Yuanfei Muyong was trying hard to calm the other party, the office door was shoved open forcefully, slamming heavily against the wall, startling everyone in the office. Who's that so rude? His body flinched involuntarily. Yuanfei Muyong looked towards the door with displeasure. When he saw clearly who was at the door, all displeasure vanished. Like a changing face, he put on a smile and quickly stepped forward to greet. Lady Gangsho, why have you come personally? Oh no, Gangshuji came personally. Tsunade hung her head guiltily, not daring to look at Gangsho. My sister was bullied on her first day of school. Can I come to demand an explanation? Gangsho walked into the office expressionless. Explanation. Yuanfei Muyong opened his mouth, wanting to say the problem is that it was Tsunade who did the beating. Was it you who said my sister had no manners? Gangsho walked up to old Honda, staring at him with an unfriendly, who the hell are you? Whether my sister has manners or not is none of your business. No, this is a misunderstanding. From the moment Gangsho stepped into the office, old Honda was dumbfounded. The third Hokage and Gangsho were the most famous. The vast majority of people knew them. After all, one was the current Hokage and the other was the direct eldest daughter of the Chinsho clan, a disciple of the Hokage and the princess of my appointed by the daiming. It was hard not to know them. My son actually bullied Gangsho Jis' sister. That damn kid. When I get home, I'm going to teach him a lesson. Gangsho frowned at old Honda, who was sweating profusely. Your son was beaten. Don't you want an explanation? No, not anymore. Old Honda nervously put on a flattering smile. This brat is too outrageous. He actually bullied a classmate at school. I will definitely educate him properly. Please rest assured, Lady Gangsho, this will never happen again. That's good. I thought I'd have to send my little brother to the lower grade classroom to have a chat with him. It seems you're quite sensible. Good, very cooperative. Standing nearby, Yuanfei Muyong watched old Honda constantly bowing and scraping, couldn't help rolling. Weren't you just brimming with aggression? Go on. Demand explanations for your son. The one in charge is here. Why are you cowering? Having dealt with the other parent, Gangsho waved at Tsunade, beckoning her to come to her side. Sister Gangsho. Tsunade gave an awkward smile, looking very guilty. They'll deal with you later. After leaving the teacher's office, Tsunade clung to Gangsho's arm and shook it. I'm sorry, Sister Gangsho. They laughed at me for having red hair and called me a little chili pepper. I couldn't help it, so I hit that kid. All right, Gangsho said with a headache. I knew there would be no good when you and Jing Yi got together. That kid has a venomous mouth. Don't listen to him from now on. Let it go for today. Go back and rest well. Get up early for class tomorrow. If something like this happens again, don't act in the classroom, understand? That's not how you hit someone. Hitting someone in class in front of the teacher and all classmates, and it was a sneak attack. That's a serious offense, Tsunade. If you had hit him after class, it wouldn't have been this serious. Tsunade nodded obediently. Can I go to Jing Yi's house? He moved to a new house today. Oh, I want to go play. Go ahead as long as you don't find it boring. He won't be home until after work. Gangsho didn't refuse Tsunade's request. Just go play. Under these circumstances, you can't continue class anyway. Hooray. Sister Gangsho, you cut it out. I almost died of anger. That bastard Jing Yi. You believe whatever he says, you listen to whatever he says, and it works better than what your big sister says. He even taunted me saying, no problem, Sister Gangsho, but when there's trouble, I'm not your sister anymore. It drives me crazy. These words were like a knife stabbing deep into Gangsho's lungs. She was furious. Am I really that? Really? Tsunade was very surprised, as she couldn't believe Jing Yi would talk back to Gangsho like that. As if it's fake. That kid cares so much about you that he sprayed me right in the face. Gangsho raised her hand and tapped Tsunade's forehead. How so painful? Tsunade covered her forehead pitifully. Stop playing pitiful. Gangsho was unmoved because she hadn't used any force. Wait, where are you going? To buy groceries. Tsunade put her little hands behind her back. Jing Yi lives alone and has to work. He has no time to go to the market. Sister Gangsho won't help buy things either, so I'm going to the market to buy groceries. Gangsho had black lines on her forehead, because this made her sound like a freeloader. While she was indeed afraid, subconsciously she touched her pocket and found only a few coins, so she gave up the idea of paying for groceries. Her pocket was cleaner than her face, as she might as well continue being a freeloader. Take care of yourself. I'm off to work at the medical department. A bunch of messy things are waiting for me. With UMBU members protecting Jixinai, her safety was certainly not a problem. After separating from Jixinai, Gangsho went straight to the medical department. As for my hospital, she didn't want to go there for now, afraid she couldn't resist beating Jing Yi up. This bastard's words kept piercing her heart. Didn't I tell you not to buy groceries? We still have so much at home, and I'll buy them myself. After work, Jing Yi returned home and saw several large bags on the floor. Sister Gangsho went to school and brought me back, so I stopped by the market. Jixinai raised her little fist triumphantly. Today that guy mocked me and called me a little chili pepper. I knocked out one of his front teeth. I'm awesome, right? Ha ha ha, awesome. Jing Yi burst out laughing and gave Jixinai a thumbs up. Well done. Hitting back is the right thing to do. Don't worry about serious consequences. You must understand, in my it's already a blessing if you Jixinai don't bully others. How could anyone else bully you? By the way, did Gangsho scold you? No, but Sister Gangsho told me not to listen to you. Don't listen. Ahem, Jixinai, what do you want to eat? How about noodles for dinner? Jing Yi was about to make some sarcastic remarks, but noticed someone's arrival, so he changed the subject. Isn't dinner ready yet? Dizzy and light-headed Gangsho felt as if half her life was gone. She walked into the room and collapsed on the sofa without any decorum. Jixinai and I plan to eat ramen. Is teaching students so exhausting? Give me 3 servings. I'm going to have a good meal. Gangsho was still listless. Jixinai asked worriedly, Sister Gangsho, are you okay? Don't even mention it. Gangsho suppressed the rage in her heart. I've never seen such stupid students. I taught all day and they couldn't learn anything. It's driving me crazy. Gangsho has never been a patient person. On the contrary, she is impatient, even irritable, making her patiently teach students. If it goes smoothly, fine. If not, the situation will shift in another direction. Poor Lady Gangsho. After mourning for Gangsho for 3 seconds, Jing Yi picked up the bags on the floor and walked into the kitchen. Jixinai hesitated for a moment, then obediently followed Jing Yi. She thought it was better to let Gangsho calm down. Getting close at this moment was somewhat dangerous. Among the future Sanrin, the one with the most patience in teaching disciples was Zilai. It's hard to imagine that the usually unreliable, good-for-nothing Zilai could become a good teacher. Dashuin also has high educational talent, but his teaching methods are as frightening as his personality. However, that was before Shengshu's death. Before Shengshu died, Dashuin had not yet fully entered darkness. At Jing Yi's home, 3 people sat together eating noodles, feasting with great enthusiasm. At the Qinsho ancestral residence, Xuanhua Shuehu looked at the empty table and couldn't help sighing. Grandma, what's wrong? Shengshu, who was wolfing down rice, paused and looked at his grandmother, who had not touched her chopsticks. Shengshu, don't you think it's a bit lonely at mealtimes? As she got older, Xuanhua Shuehu still preferred having her grandchildren around her. Is there a... Shengshu picked up a chicken leg with a clear, simple-minded look. Not at all. When sister is away, no one fights me for the good food. Xuanhua Shuehu. Your sister says you're stupid, and there's a reason she often beats you. If Xuanhua Shuehu were a few years younger, she would definitely grab her grandson and give him a beating first. Jixinai doesn't come back for dinner either. She says that Rixiang Jing Yi's cooking is delicious. I must go try it someday. Shengshu chattered on and on. Xuanhua Shuehu felt even more suffocated after hearing this. This old lady feels lonely without her granddaughter, and now her grandson wants to run away too. It seems she needs to talk to Gangsho. That night, forced to work overtime, Gangsho dragged her tired body home. To her surprise, her grandmother Xuanhua Shuehu was still awake. Grandma, can't you sleep? Xuanhua Shuehu glanced at her granddaughter. The whole house is left with only that silly boy Shengshu to keep me company. How can this old lady sleep? Is it because I came back too late? Grandma, I'll definitely come back earlier tomorrow to keep you company. No need. Just have that kid Jing Yi come over tomorrow. Xuanhua Shuehu's tone became somewhat stiff. You and Jixinai like to freeload meals. Fine, then this old lady will cut off your freeloading path and see if you come back. When Jing Yi is not home, Jixinai will surely stay obediently at home. As for Gangsho, she had lost all her previous salary, her pockets were empty. If she didn't come home to eat, she would go hungry. Xuanhua Shuehu believed her granddaughter would obediently come back for dinner. Watching her grandmother's retreating figure, Gangsho asked in confusion, did I say something wrong? Lady Shuehu wishes to see me. Yes, she said to go with me after work. I have no idea what grandmother wants. Perhaps it concerns Jixinai. Be cautious when you visit. After instructing Jing Yi to wait for her after work, Gangsho hurried away. The medical department still had too many matters awaiting her attention. Strange. Jing Yi was puzzled. If she had business, she could have summoned him immediately rather than having him wait until after work to accompany Gangsho to the Qinsho ancestral home. This might easily lead to unnecessary misunderstandings. It was foreseeable that once he set foot in the Qinsho estate and met Xuanhua Shuhu. The Hokage's office would be unable to sit still. Because Xuanhua Shuhu's status was too unique. Every move she made touched the nerves of the third Hokage and others. Forget it. Why overthink this? It was Xuanhua Shuhu who wanted to see him, not the other way around. Since that was the case, why trouble himself with these worries? Merely inviting unnecessary anxiety. In the rest room, Jing Yi assembled various materials, and a brand new puppet was born in his hands. Perhaps due to his first attempt, the puppet's appearance was rather ugly. Damn ugly. Jing Yi knew he had succeeded in making his first puppet, yet he was disappointed. He had obtained a defective product, one he himself could not bear to look at. Even if he intended to use puppets as consumables, he should not make them so abstract, neither human nor animal. After studying it for a while, Jing Yi, unable to stand its appearance any longer, decisively dismantled the puppet. After all, it was made from the cheapest materials, damaging it caused no regret. Better to waste some materials than to produce a bunch of hideous objects. After disassembling the puppet, Jing Yi began to reflect on his approach. A moment later, he realized he had fallen into a misconception. Puppeteers in Konoha were as rare as giant pandas in his previous life. Related books and scrolls were scarce too, mostly acquired through various means from the Sand Village. The puppets made by Sand Village were grotesque and varied in shape because they needed to incorporate multiple functions and attack mechanisms, so aesthetics were rarely a priority. Jing Yi was not a puppeteer, nor did he have to follow Sand style. With his reincarnation, he didn't even need to control the puppet manually. He could simply grant it life and give direct orders. Thus, the puppet didn't need so many functions or various miscellaneous parts. With this idea in mind, Jing Yi resumed assembly. Soon a humanoid puppet no taller than 50 centimeters stood on the table. The limited materials made the final result far from satisfactory. He needed to find an opportunity to buy more parts and materials. Moreover, there was no need to pursue humanoid puppets exclusively. He could also use powerful animal corpses to create puppets. This seemed like a promising approach. Konoha had too few puppeteers, materials were relatively expensive, and given the overall environment, anyone using ninja corpses to make puppets would be labeled as dark and sinister. Jing Yi had no interest in using ninja corpses for puppets. Compared to ninja remains, the powerful beasts of the shinobi world were undoubtedly the best choice. They offered good mobility and could even serve as mounts. Having made up his mind, Jing Yi decided to collect some animal corpses. After lunch, he went to the Hokage's office building and posted a mission to collect animal corpses with the reward tied to the strength of the creature. Due to the influence of chakra, the shinobi world was home to many powerful creatures. Boars as large as houses, giant snakes like trains, and birds with wingspans resembling fighter jets. Such creatures were not uncommon in the ninja world. In fact, they were rather abundant. Konoha issued a number of related missions every year for its ninja to cull these beasts. Besides their power and enormous size, these creatures had another trait: their meat was not tasty. Ninja who accepted culling missions would kill the beast, bring back a body part as proof of completion, and in other words, the corpses of such creatures had little value beyond some research purposes. After posting the mission, Jing Yi returned to the hospital for work. Lord Hokage, these are today's mission requests compiled by the mission department. The mission department would compile daily mission requests and deliver them to the Hokage's office for the third Hokage to screen. Important missions would be personally assigned to suitable ninja squads, while trivial ones were left for ninja to pick up freely. For ninja, income from missions and commissions sustained many of them. Even in Konoha, a massive loss of external missions and commissions would leave more than half of the village's ninja unemployed and hungry. Because ninja did not engage in production and the village lacked enough positions to support so many ninja. If too many missions failed, reputation suffered, and the inflow of external missions and commissions dwindled. It spelled disaster for those who depended on executing missions for a living. That was why even during wartime, even with frontline battles pressing, the village would still allocate a number of ninja to carry out missions and commissions. Neither small ninja villages nor the 5 great ninja villages could afford to lose their credibility or set aside mission requests. The fundamental reason Sand Village grew increasingly impoverished after the Second Great Ninja War was that the daimyo grew angry, believing his investments had gone to waste and that Sand lacked strength, so he reduced his funding. He also transferred a large number of Wind Country's missions and commissions to Konoha, directly plunging Sand Village into a situation of tightening their belts. Therefore, the third Hokage paid special attention to the mission department's commissions and missions. Every day, he personally reviewed them, leaving simple low-reward missions to the department. Missions requiring attention were assigned by him to suitable squads. As usual, the third Hokage quickly sorted through various missions. However, when he came across one particular file, his hand holding the document paused. Collect large quantities of powerful animal corpses. Reward commensurate with the creature's corpse. This mission is long-term. The third Hokage read the mission content while puffing on his pipe, then stared at the mission poster's name, lost in thought. Hyuga Jing Yi. Why would this child post such a mission? Long-term collection of powerful animal corpses. Was it for research? In his report applying to study in the medical department and become a medical ninja, Jing Yi had stated the reason to treat the bloodline disease. Conducting research for the sake of curing illness was not unusual. Many ninja even conducted experiments to develop ninjutsu or enhance their strength. Orochimaru often did such things. A long-term mission. This was definitely a boon for the village and its ninja, especially one collecting powerful animal corpses. After a moment's thought, the third Hokage said to the mission department staff, "Go to the medical department and find Gangsho. Have her look over this file and also confirm with Hyuga Jing Yi the corresponding rewards for each type of animal corpse." "Yes, Lord Hokage." The man from the mission department left the Hokage's office and rushed to the medical department as fast as possible. As for why they sought Tsunade first instead of directly asking Jing Yi and confirming the mission, ninja didn't ponder too much. When the Hokage gives an order, just execute it. Why overthink? To become a qualified medical ninja, extensive knowledge and precise control of chakra are fundamental requirements. As I always say, you need to read more, study more, and train hard. Don't join the medical department thinking you can become the second Hyuga Jing Yi. Someone like him is rare even across the entire shinobi world. Don't join the medical department thinking you can become the second Hyuga Jing Yi. Tsunade was teaching a group of newcomers. After being alerted by a colleague, she stepped out of the classroom rubbing her throbbing temples. She felt as if she were draining a massive amount of brain cells every day. Teaching students was truly too difficult. Compared to the old model of personally guiding and tutoring each one, this public assembly line education was sheer torture. "Lady Tsunade." The mission ninja bowed respectfully. Tsunade waved her hand impatiently. "All right, cut the formalities. Just tell me, what do you want?" "The Hokage said to have you review this document, then negotiate the standard mission reward with Hyuga Jing Yi. Once decided, he'll return to report to the Hokage." The mission ninja handed her a document. "What the hell? That brat Jing Yi posted a mission." Tsunade took the document and opened it to read. It really was. But the mission was posted quite sloppily. Not even a basic standard reward was set. An ongoing mission. For a mission like this, the rank would likely be determined by the biological specimens collected. Jing Yi was requesting powerful creature carcasses. That meant the mission rank wouldn't be low. A high mission rank meant the reward would be higher than average. Combined with it being an ongoing mission, it would cost Jing Yi a considerable amount. Jing Yi had a bit of savings, but not much. Tsunade had no doubt he could afford the reward because medical ninjas were very lucrative. As long as Jing Yi didn't have any expensive hobbies, his income would easily cover it. "Come with me." Closing the document, Tsunade led the mission ninja to the adjacent hospital. Just then Jing Yi was walking out of a patient room. Tsunade gestured for him to talk in the lounge. Entering the lounge, she bluntly shut the mission ninja out and asked sternly, "Are you planning to conduct experiments and research?" "No." Jing Yi was puzzled. Why so serious? He only posted a mission. Even if it was ongoing, his income was certainly enough to pay the reward. Then why did you post a mission to collect powerful creature carcasses? "To make puppets. It's not like I'd use ninja corpses for puppets. I have no interest in defiling ninja bodies." Using animal carcasses for puppets didn't bother Jing Yi, but if it were humans, he found that hard to accept. He didn't want to become someone obsessed with dealing with corpses either. "Fine, as long as you're interested. He'll set the mission rank directly for you so the old man doesn't take advantage of you." Before coming, Tsunade had been a bit worried. She feared Jing Yi might become a second Orochimaru. Although the current Orochimaru wasn't yet the future Dark Snake, he had been obsessed with tinkering with corpses for a long time, pouring all his earnings into it. As long as Jing Yi wasn't researching corpses or conducting weird experiments, that was enough. Was it strange to need corpses for making puppets? Not using ninja corpses already counted as sticking to principles. Go back and tell the old man I'm taking over this mission. No need to go through the Hokage's office. Opening the door, Tsunade directly gestured to the mission ninja, "You can leave now. This mission doesn't need the Hokage's office to worry about." "Huh?" The mission ninja, who was still waiting to return and report, was bewildered. "Lady Tsunade, this. You think I'm not qualified?" No, that's not what I meant. It's just that this is a bit against the rules." "I don't care. Just go back and tell the old man exactly that. You don't need to worry about the rest." "Yes." The mission ninja left with a bitter expression. Jing Yi hadn't expected Tsunade to take this on. "Don't tell me you want to take this mission." Tsunade was poor. That was unquestionable. But her income was definitely high. She was only poor because she couldn't control her hands and gambled it all away. If Tsunade actually went to carry out this mission, it would be like throwing away a watermelon for a sesame seed. "How could I? Do I look like a fool?" Tsunade glared at Jing Yi in exasperation. "Then why did you take over the mission?" Jing Yi really didn't understand this move of hers. "It's not worth it for me to personally carry out the mission, but I can take a cut." Damn, was she fleecing the third Hokage? Under Jing Yi's dumbfounded gaze, Tsunade looked a bit embarrassed. I've been quite short recently, so I'm just earning some extra money. Don't worry, you'll find you the most suitable person. He's the best at these things. Tsunade was so poor that she only had a few coins left in her pocket. She liked to mooch meals at Jing Yi's place. Not only because they had a good relationship and Jing Yi's cooking was delicious, but also because she was broke. Eating was a minor issue. She could just go home and eat. The biggest problem was having no money to gamble. Every day, when she passed a casino, Tsunade felt restless. So she desperately wanted to earn some extra cash, and the faster the better. This opportunity just fell into her lap. As for whether the third Hokage would have any objections, Tsunade didn't really care. Just one mission. She, Tsunade the princess, still had that privilege. Alright then, arrange it as you see fit. He'll pay when the materials come in. If Tsunade wanted to make a profit, let her be. Jing Yi certainly wouldn't pay up front, especially not to Tsunade. That woman would gamble away any money she got. She wouldn't stop until she lost everything. No problem, just have the money ready. After assuring Jing Yi, Tsunade hurriedly left the hospital and went directly to Orochimaru's lab. Orochimaru, I need to talk to you. It's good news. Is this what you call good news? Orochimaru looked at the door that had been kicked open and broken and the ruined equipment on the lab table. Just because of Tsunade's kick, he had lost tens of thousands of silver coins. Tsunade was poor and Orochimaru wasn't rich either. One was a gambler, the other loved research. The former was a bottomless pit with no return. The latter could recoup costs and even bring massive profits, but required huge investments up front. 500,000. This mission is yours. Pulling out the mission scroll, she tossed it to Orochimaru, making an outrageous demand. 500,000 taels. Orochimaru had no idea where Tsunade got the audacity to demand such a commission. Orochimaru's memory served him well. Upon seeing the signature, he recalled Jing Yi. What disciple? I never accepted him as such. Orochimaru's memory served him well. Upon seeing the signature, he recalled Jing Yi. What disciple? I never accepted him as such. I merely took some time to guide him back then. To my surprise, the boy's talent surpassed all expectations. Speaking of Jing Yi, Tsunade couldn't help but feel a hint of pride. Though there was no formal master-disciple bond, he was still one she had nurtured. She could barely consider him her disciple, and he was someone she recognized, worthy of being flaunted. He needs a large number of animal carcasses. Is it for experiments? She could barely consider him her disciple, and he was someone she recognized, worthy of being. But Tsunade shook her head. No, the kid has recently become obsessed with puppets. He claims to be a weak medical ninja with a bloodline disease, so he needs to craft some puppets to protect himself. These animal carcasses are materials for making puppets. Compared to ninja corpses and expensive parts, animal remains are more suitable. Puppets. This caught Orochimaru off guard. What level does he need? He tucked the scroll into it. Tsunade wasn't wrong. Orochimaru was one of the most suitable candidates for this mission. Quick and easy with a decent payout. Even after her commission, had still make a tidy profit. A very favorable deal. Far less troublesome than high-level missions afield. The dense forests of the Land of Fire teemed with countless bizarre and powerful creatures. Tsunade said the stronger the better. And don't just bring a mess of snakes. Fine. Orochimaru agreed, then raised 2 fingers at her. 200,000. Tsunade frowned. Orochimaru, don't push it. How dare you haggle like this? Then he'll go to Sarutobi Sensei and take the mission directly from the Hokage's office. 500,000. Impossible. At most, he'll give you 200,000 to wet your beak. If you're not happy, you'll go straight to the Hokage's office and bypass you. You? Tsunade was so enraged she wanted to strike him. Fine, 200,000 taels. Pay up now. 200,000 for a long-term collaboration was a blood profit for Orochimaru. He didn't know how deep Jing Yi's pockets were, but judging by his diligent salary at Konoha Hospital, it would cover the mission's reward, provided Orochimaru took it easy. If he put in too much effort, Jing Yi's income would never suffice. Orochimaru understood the principle of steady streams. Debt could be repaid slowly. As long as the debtor wasn't Tsunade, all was well. Earning money was secondary. Orochimaru also wanted to get acquainted with Jing Yi. Who knew? They might become kindred spirits. As long as Jing Yi still sought to cure his bloodline disease, he would inevitably tread the path of experiments and research, and then Orochimaru's opportunity would arise. A prime experimental subject was hard to come by. The Hyuga clan's bloodline disease promised to be most intriguing. Shift change arrived, the admitted patients were settled. Jing Yi left the hospital with Tsunade. In contrast to the oppressive atmosphere of the Hyuga compound and the lively bustle of the Uchiha district, the Senju ancestral home was desolate and bleak. To prevent the commoner clansmen from regrouping, the ruthless Tobirama Senju had dispersed them all across the village's various districts. The Senju ancestral estate was cordoned off into one of Konoha's most heavily guarded zones, directly crushing any notions of revival. For the scattered clansmen to restore the sun-just glory, they needed leadership from this main branch. Now the two sides were completely isolated, and with the loyalists wiped out, the commonerization of the Senju clan was complete. Quite desolate, isn't it? Seeing Jing Yi looking around curiously, Tsunade sighed. To prevent the Hokage from becoming a hereditary privilege of one clan, granduncle was forced to scatter the clan and turn us commoners, leaving only this main line and abandoning the surname Senju. Now no one lives nearby, just a few members of the main family. The second Hokage was a man of, even though Jing Yi thought Tobirama Senju had been too harsh on his own kin, he had to admit that the second Hokage possessed great resolve. In all Konoha, he alone could have taken such a step. Granduncle had his own difficulties. Grandmother said that if he hadn't acted, the succession of the Hokage would have lost its fairness. The village would have become a Senju monopoly, betraying grandfather's will. When the clan was being commonerized, countless people opposed it. Yet granduncle still went through with it. As a child, Tsunade didn't understand these things. She only knew that the seemingly stern and serious granduncle actually doted on her and indulged her mischief no matter how impatient he seemed. Back then she too thought her granduncle had gone too far. But as she grew older, she realized Tobirama Senju, the Senju clan, had reached its zenith. Without swift change, Konoha would become the Sunjust private village. All commoners and ninja clans would become vassals of the Senju. This could even trigger catastrophic disaster. At its peak, the Senju naturally wished to turn the village into its own domain, with all commoners and ninja families as appendages. The commoners might have accepted it, but could those ninja clans agree? They had jointly founded the ninja village to build an equal home, only to be turned into servants by the Senju. Smaller clans might not have been able to resist, but the great houses, Hyuga, Uchiha, Surtobi, Shimura, and Oshikacho, would never acquiesce. So Tobirama Senju faced a harsh choice. Either dismantle the clan and erase the Zenith Senju by special means, or let them grow unchecked until all other ninja clans united in rebellion. Ultimately, he chose to commonerize the clan. Given the situation, if the second Hokage had been from another clan, he might have suppressed the Sunjust arrogance. But both the first and second were Senju themselves. The Sunjust swelling ambition was inevitable. Hashirama and Tobirama could keep the clansmen in check while alive, but once they were gone, chaos would erupt. Even whether Hiruzen Sarutobi could become the third Hokage was questionable. Grandmother, I'm home. As she stepped through the gate, Tsunade called out, and Jing Yi followed her into the courtyard. The ANBU ninjas guarding the Senju ancestral home widened their eyes in shock. Was that Hyuga Jing Yi? What was he doing at the Senju estate? Report to the Hokage immediately. Even if he was practically one of their own, Jing Yi was ultimately a member of the Hyuga clan. His presence here would surely draw the Hokage's attention. You're back. Mito Uzumaki, seated in the yard, replied with a warm laugh, her gaze appraising Jing Yi, standing beside Tsunade. Lady Mito, I am Hyuga Jing Yi. It's an honor to meet you. Jing Yi held great respect for Mito Uzumaki. She was a venerable elder worthy of reverence. Handsome lad. No wonder Tsunade and Kushina are drawn to you. Mito teased with a smile. Tsunade, about to return to her room, stumbled and turned back in dissatisfaction, protesting, Grandma, what nonsense are you saying? This was a difficult statement to respond to. Jing Yi could only signal Tsunade with his eyes, urging her to come rescue the situation quickly instead of thinking about changing clothes. This elderly lady is too much for me. To prevent Grandma from saying anything more startling, Tsunade had no choice but to rush back to salvage the situation. Grandma, I've brought him back. If you have something to discuss with him, just say it directly. After all, he is a member of the Hyuga clan. Staying here too long will certainly unsettle the Hokage's office. If not for the fact that you all go running off to others' homes every day, would I, an old woman, be reduced to this, eh? Uzumaki Mito didn't care what the Hokage's office might think. Others might not be able to stay calm, but the third Hokage is different. Even if anxious to death, he would wait patiently. Miko isn't feeling well today. Tsunade, prepare some things to entertain the guest. Me, are you sure this isn't a joke? I can't even stomach the food I cook myself. Tsunade's eyes widened as she pointed at herself. What do you expect an old woman like me to cook for you? Uzumaki Mito snorted, tapping her cane twice on the ground in displeasure. Nawaki and Kushina will be back from school soon. Oh, we need to have dinner ready. Just kill me now. I should have never come home. Wait, I'm a terrible cook. Can't stand my own food. But isn't there a ready-made helper here? Tsunade glanced back at Jing Yi, then grabbed his hand and dragged him toward the kitchen. What? You want me to help? Since when does a guest arrive and immediately start cooking? Yes, you. Without giving him a chance to argue, Tsunade pulled Jing Yi firmly toward the kitchen. This isn't really proper, is it? Proper, of course it's proper. If I, Tsunade, say it's proper, then it's fine. Why do I feel like I've been Could it be that Uzumaki Mito summoned me just to help cook a meal? No way. Jing Yi was genuinely puzzled about what the old lady was thinking, especially since she hadn't told him why she wanted to see him. And so, dazed and confused, Jing Yi arrived in the kitchen, staring blankly at the ingredients scattered everywhere. It seemed Everything was amply prepared, just waiting for a helper. The kitchen soon became bustling. Tsunade seized the chance to slip away. Grandma, I've brought him back. Now you have to tell me why. What do you think this old woman would harm a child? Uzumaki Mito, reclining in her chair, acted as if she didn't understand what Tsunade was talking about. Grandma. Tsunade grew anxious. Your identity is already sensitive. The slightest stir can put the Hokage's office on alert. Even though we've accepted Jing Yi, he is still a member of the Hyuga clan. If you invite him to our home, the old man will surely overthink. The monkey won't. Uzumaki Mito smiled confidently. In his youth, the third Hokage had been a qualified Hokage, powerful, shrewd, patient, and magnanimous. Don't worry. This old woman has no other intentions. I just want to liven up the house. After all, when one grows old, they fear a quiet and empty home. The monkey won't target this child over such a trivial matter. That's it. Just to make the house livelier. Tsunade was dumbfounded. The old man might not overthink, but what about the others? Tsunade knew all too well what kind of oddballs the F4 were. Danzo Shimura, consumed by ambition, Kohara Udatane, petty and narrow-minded, and Hamura Mitokado, who always liked to have a hand in everything. Even if the third Hokage remained calm, these people would become alert. Their attention would focus on Jing Yi, inadvertently causing him trouble. Tsunade. Uzumaki Mito took her granddaughter's hand and sighed. Some things have been unavoidable ever since he appeared by your side. Moreover, he's close to Kushina. Those people's eyes will eventually fall on him. It's only a matter of time. As long as this old woman is alive, I can keep the situation stable. Do you understand? Better to be watched early than late. With me still here, being watched now won't lead to any major trouble. Grandma, aren't you worried? After all, he is a member of the Hyuga clan. Tsunade gestured vaguely and finally gave up, not knowing what else to say. But Uzumaki Mito made a point, since it was unavoidable, better to do it early. With Uzumaki Mito present, she could stabilize the Hokage's office. If such a situation arose after she was gone, it would be truly troublesome. Uzumaki Mito believed she could hold on for a few more years, which would be Jing Yi's rapid growth period. If after a few years, when she was gone, Jing Yi still needed someone to protect him, then it would only mean that both she and Tsunade had misjudged him. Hyuga Tenjin. A flicker of disdain passed through Uzumaki Mito's clouded eyes. Him? He wouldn't dare. In fact, he would actively distance himself. That's just how the Hyuga clan is. The dignified head of the Hyuga clan had been dismissed as worthless by Uzumaki Mito. Grandma Nawaki and Kushina ran back, carrying their small school bags, and Tsunade and Uzumaki Mito dropped the subject. You're back. Let Grandma see you. Uzumaki Mito happily reached out her hands. Nawaki instinctively tried to throw himself into her arms, but before he could get close, his ear was caught. Ouch, that hurts. Sis, what are you doing? Go away. Tsunade grabbed Nawaki's ear and scolded, a big kid like you still trying to cuddle Grandma. Aren't you ashamed? After Nawaki was dragged away, Kushina smoothly threw herself into Uzumaki Mito's arms. Did you have a good day at school? Did anyone bully you? Uzumaki Mito held Kushina and asked happily. Kushina hummed and lifted her chin. Not at all, Grandma Mito. I'm really strong, you know. If anyone dares bully me, you'll give them a good beating. That Hyuga Jing Yi is a bad influence. Watching Kushina go further down the path of violence with no return, Tsunade could only cover her face in helplessness. Lady Mito, dinner is ready. Jing Yi, who had been roped into this on short notice, was still utterly bewildered. What could Uzumaki Mito possibly want from him? Surely it couldn't be just to have him cook a meal. Jing Yi. Kushina sprang up in delight, while Nawaki, rubbing his sore ears with a grimace, peered over with curiosity. It had been ages since any guest had visited their home, and what was most surprising was that this guest turned out to be Kushina's friend. Nawaki couldn't fathom how Jing Yi and Kushina had become friends given the considerable age gap between them. Are you happy? Uzumaki Mito smiled warmly. Kushina nodded excitedly. Grandma Mito is the best. I've wanted to invite Jing Yi over for ages, but I was afraid you'd be upset. Silly child. Uzumaki Mito pulled Kushina close. Watching his grandmother dote on Kushina like a treasured gem, Nawaki felt a pang of jealousy. Jing Yi, let me tell you, I made a few new friends at school. There's even this little blonde kid who wanted to be my friend, but I ignored him. At the dinner table, Kushina chattered away, sharing stories from school, even mentioning that certain little blonde boy. Don't talk nonsense. Tsunade flicked Kushina on the forehead. If he's a little blonde, then what does that make your Tsunadesis? At first, Tsunade was curious about who this so-called little blonde was, but once she learned the meaning, she was furious. So much so that she wanted to kick Jing Yi a couple of times. By that logic, I'd be an old blonde. Tsunadesis is still Tsunadesis. Kushina gave a. As time passed, Kushina, gradually integrating into this family, became more cheerful, with a smile appearing on her face far more often than before. Uzumaki Mito felt deeply gratified. It proved her choice was right, and Jing Yi had not disappointed her, even if he had turned Kushina into a fiery little girl. Uzumaki Mito saw no issue with that. A girl having a bit of a temper when she's young. What of it? She herself had a short temper as a child and Tsunade was the same. With the two of them setting the precedent, Kushina's minor violence was nothing. The Senju ancestral home was bustling, and so was the Hokage's office. Shimura Danzo Yuditane, Koharu Mito Kado Hamura, and others had all gathered, though Akito Torafu, who disliked meddling in affairs, was still at home, slacking off. The three of them stared intently at the third Hokage, their intent clear. The third Hokage remained unflustered, continuing with his paperwork. Hiruzen, what exactly does Lady Mito mean by this? Is she trying to make us take Hyuga Jing Yi seriously? Uzumaki Mito's identity was too special, her status too high. Every move she made carried significant weight, such as inviting Jing Yi to the Senju ancestral home. Is she trying to make us take Hyuga Jing Yi seriously? Uzumaki Mito's identity was too special, her status too high. Every move she made carried significant weight, such as inviting Jing Yi to the Senju but now he had actually been invited to the Senju ancestral home. Was this some kind of signal? Under constant scrutiny, the third Hokage grew uncomfortable. Faced with Koharu's inquiry, he had no choice but to set down his documents, pick up his pipe, light it, and take several deep puffs. Koharu, let's not jump to conclusions. I believe Lady Mito is not an impulsive person. She will surely provide us with an explanation. Sarutobi, you are the Hokage of this village. As Hokage, why do you sit back and let something spiral out? Mito Uzumaki. Unique identity. No, the Hokage's authority is supreme. If he were Hokage, he would never allow such a thing to happen. After being chastised, Shimura Danzo began to harbor resentment toward Uzumaki Mito. Good heavens. Danzo, have you lost your mind? How dare you say such things? The third Hokage closed his eyes in resignation. Koharu was the most direct. She shot Danzo a disdainful glare, turned her head away in disgust, signaling she had no desire to speak with him, as if even a glance would be unbearable. Mito Kado Hamura could only shake his head. He would neither actively help the third Hokage rebuke Danzo, nor would he speak up for Danzo. Enough. Danzo refused to back down, but the third Hokage's roar cut him off. It is precisely because I am Hokage that I trust Lady Mito. Danzo, is there nothing left in your mind but ambition? What does that mean? Are you calling me brainless? Danzo paused, his agitated face slowly darkening. On the surface, aside from her own strength, Uzumaki Mito was merely the wife of the first Hokage. But in reality, even the daimyo of the Land of Fire would rush to bow to Uzumaki Mito when meeting her. She was his legitimate relative through marriage. Why did the daimyo bestow the title of Princess of Konoha upon Tsunade? Apart from currying favor with the great Hashirama Senju, it was because of this marriage alliance. To put it bluntly, if Uzumaki Mito expressed dissatisfaction with the third Hokage, the daimyo's office could immediately put pressure on him. What it felt like to be choked by the daimyo was best exemplified by the future Tsunade tightening their belts. Though the Land of Fire was prosperous, tax revenue belonged to the daimyo, not Konoha. The village could not rely solely on self-sufficiency. Without the daimyo's support, Konoha's days would be grim. Choking was bad enough. If the daimyo also funneled mission requests to other villages, Konoha's finances would collapse. Do not doubt it. The daimyo was capable of such actions. And he would dare to do so because a village's development depended heavily on the daimyo's backing. Otherwise, there would be no need for the daimyo's endorsement when replacing a Hokage. Sarutobi, what do you mean? The third Hokage frowned. Danzo, you're tired. Go rest for now. I will suspend your position as Hokage's assistant. Come see me when you've thought things through. Becoming the Hokage's assistant under the third was essentially a ceremonial post wielding even less power than the members of the Elder Council. But the Elder Council would not accept an ambitious man like Danzo. Nor would the third Hokage easily grant Danzo authority. Hence Danzo's low standing within the so-called F4. Sarutobi, Hiruzen, you want to take away my position. Danzo pounded the desk in fury. Don't forget, without my assistance and my sacrifices, you wouldn't be sitting securely in that seat. The third Hokage puffed on his pipe, silently staring at the enraged Danzo. Without the backing of real power, ambition was nothing but empty words. Precisely because Danzo's ambition was too great, the third Hokage had sidelined him, turning the position of Hokage's assistant into a mere shell. And now even that shell was gone. Are you just going to let him run wild? The Elder Council had the power to block certain erroneous decisions by the Hokage. Danzo pinned his hopes on Koharu and Hamura, because the Elder Council revolved around them. Unfortunately, Hamura never meddled in such matters. Zhuanqin Xiaochun was already too angry to pay any attention to Shimura Danzo, so she would not speak up for him, and her thoughts were similar to those of the third Hokage. Shimura Danzo was becoming increasingly unruly. He should be made to rest for a while to cool down. If what happened today reaches the ears of Uzumaki Mito, it would be a great mess. Good. Very good. With no one to speak for him, Shimura Danzo felt like a jumping clown. With an angry glare directed at Zhuanqin Xiaochun and Uzumaki Mito, Shimura Danzo turned and left the Hokage office. Watching Shimura Danzo's departing figure, Zhuanqin Xiaochun said with some concern, "Danzo won't do anything reckless, will he? No, he is an ambitious person who wouldn't act rashly at critical moments, otherwise he would never gain everyone's trust." The third Hokage shook his head. "If it were someone else, I would worry about them acting out of shame, dragging everyone down with them, wanting us all to suffer together. But Shimura Danzo won't do that. To achieve his ambitions, Shimura Danzo knows how to be patient. As for today's incident, does it need to be reported to Lord Mito? Later I will personally go to meet Lord Mito." Regardless of whether the news would reach Uzumaki Mito, the third Hokage needed to clarify his stance and attitude. Even if it was merely for show, he wanted Uzumaki Mito to see the outcome. Taking a deep puff from his pipe and putting it down, the third Hokage stood up and looked out the window. "Since Lord Mito values Hinata Shizune, I might as well visit and lend him a hand." "That's good." Zhuanqin Xiaochun and Uzumaki Mito understood the third Hokage's intention. He would visit the Hyuga clan to thoroughly resolve the issues with Hinata Shizune. After Zhuanqin Xiaochun and Uzumaki Mito left, the third Hokage took some people to the Hyuga clan's territory and chatted with the clan leader in the main house. Shizune would never have expected that Shimura Danzo's impulsive and careless words would indirectly help him tremendously. Otherwise, he would definitely treat Shimura Danzo to a meal in gratitude. "Come visit more often when you have free time. It's quiet at home, and having more people makes it lively." As Shizune was leaving, Uzumaki Mito suddenly said this. Facing Uzumaki Mito's invitation, Shizune politely agreed, expressing that he would come often in the future. Phew, he finally thought the day had ended. Leaving the Senju ancestral home, Shizune exhaled heavily. Although Uzumaki Mito was a kind old man and expressed goodwill towards Shizune was still an outsider, so it was better to stay out of such occasions. Older people always hope that children can accompany them. Understanding Uzumaki Mito's intent, Shizune decided to reject letting Tsunade tag. Older people always hope that children can accompany them. Understanding Uzumaki Mito's intent, Shizune decided to reject letting Tsunade tag along for meals and let her go home to accompany Uzumaki Mito. This would resolve the old man's loneliness and help save on living expenses. Tsunade was someone who, once she opened her mouth, would order enough for several people, which was quite frightening. What's most infuriating is that others don't gain weight. Whatever they eat, it goes to the right places. Word of this would certainly make countless women envious. That night, after finishing a day's work, the third Hokage arrived at the Senju ancestral home. Uzumaki Mito had been waiting for a long time. Lord Mito. After greeting Lord Mito, the third Hokage reported the events that occurred in the Hokage office honestly, without any bias or intent to speak for Shimura Danzo. Uzumaki Mito listened quietly, and after a moment of silence sighed. "Since you think Danzo needs to rest for a while, then let the position of Hokage advisor remain vacant for a while." After that, Uzumaki Mito paused. "Old man, I have grown old. Perhaps I can hold on for another 2 years. As one ages, one increasingly hopes for the company of younger ones. I think you can understand me, right? Just for this." The third Hokage silently mourned for Shimura Danzo for 3 seconds. "Rest assured, Lord Mito, the Hokage office will always stand by your side." Everyone believed that Uzumaki Mito's actions hinted at something. However, it turned out to be nothing more than a wish for her granddaughter to come back and keep her company. Having more people made it lively, and as for Shizune, it was just an afterthought. Shimura Danzo had lost even his empty position, which was quite unjust. At this moment, the third Hokage inexplicably felt like laughing. Danzo, this time you really got a bit of injustice. But it's not entirely someone else's fault. Who told you to be so sharp-tongued? There is no wall that doesn't let the wind through. There were many Umbu ninjas guarding around the Hokage office, and they all heard clearly what Shimura Danzo said. The third Hokage didn't dare gamble that these Umbu would keep their mouths shut. Reporting such matters face-to-face is trivial, but if concealed and later discovered, it would become a significant issue. Thus, the third Hokage chose to take Shimura Danzo's empty position and report back to Uzumaki Mito, lessening the matter's impact. Knowing that Shimura Danzo had spoken disrespectfully, Uzumaki Mito would not take it to heart, because she understood that Shimura Danzo was just that kind of person. Moreover, not taking it to heart does not mean Uzumaki Mito wouldn't take the opportunity to step on Shimura Danzo. It could be anticipated that until she passed away, Shimura Danzo would be unable to secure even an empty position and would have to stay idle at home. Uzumaki Mito's influence over the village was too great. Zhuanqin Xiaochun and Uzumaki Mito couldn't obtain reliable news and couldn't even sleep peacefully. The two arrived at the Hokage office early in the morning. The third Hokage briefly described what he had discussed with Uzumaki Mito the previous night. After listening, Zhuanqin Xiaochun had a strange expression, while Uzumaki Mito was serious, but this seriousness didn't last long. After just a few seconds, he couldn't help but laugh. "So what you're saying is, that Danzo guy has shot himself in the foot this time?" "Pretty much." The third Hokage wanted to laugh, but held it back. "Ha ha ha. Uzumaki Mito burst into laughter. Xuanqin Xiaochun was also at a loss whether to laugh or cry. After laughing for a while, the third Hokage wiped the smile off his face and seriously said to the two, "There's no need to inform Danzo about today's events. Lord Mito's intention is for him to rest at home for a while. Before Uzumaki Mito passes away, Danzo will basically only have the fate of staying idle at home." The third Hokage hoped that Xuanqin Xiaochun and Shuohomin Yin would take this matter seriously lest they speak up for Shimura Danzo and put everyone in an awkward position. "Don't worry, Hiruzen. We understand the gravity of the situation. I don't think he has the nerve to come begging me." Xuanqin Xiaochun was now quite displeased with Shimura Danzo. Not only did Shimura Danzo lack the audacity to plead with her, but even if he came, she wouldn't help him. Only Shuohomin Yin might step in to assist. "Don't look at me. I wouldn't dare help with something like this." Danzo's recklessness leads him to say anything without considering the consequences of offending Lady Mito. "I agree that he should take a good long rest at home." Seeing his two companions staring at him, Shuohomin Yin quickly declared that he wouldn't help. Of course he didn't, then let Danzo rest for a while. The third Hokage made the final decision. "Tomorrow, on behalf of Lady Mito, I will go to the daimyo's residence. It's time to increase the village's financial allocation." Uzumaki Mito was not a miser. The third Hokage did not strip Shimura Danzo of his nominal position for nothing. He gained Uzumaki Mito's strong support and could go to the daimyo's residence to secure funding. With a personal letter from Uzumaki Mito, the daimyo would surely oblige. Excellent. The village's development required money everywhere, and the F4 group had often fretted over finances. Now, by removing Shimura Danzo, they obtained Uzumaki Mito's backing and could openly go to the daimyo's residence for funds. For the third Hokage, this deal was an incredible win. If it were possible, he wouldn't mind stepping on Shimura Danzo a few more times. Xuanqin Xiaochun and Shuohomin Yin sincerely thanked Shimura Danzo for his sacrifice. Without it, the village could never have asked the daimyo for money. His sacrifice would surely be worth it. In the following days, Tsunade began to visit Jing Yi's home less frequently for meals. After work each day, she rushed home, striving to spend time with Uzumaki Mito. To make time, Tsunade even canceled many of her medical department classes. Jing Yi stood at the doorstep, paused with the key in hand, then unlocked the door, pushed it open, and entered the house. As the door swung open, the living room lightened, revealing the face of an uninvited guest. Jing Yi casually closed the door, turned on the light, and said to the person sitting on the sofa, "Orochimaru, I think you could wait until I'm home before coming over." "Apologies." Orochimaru wore a faint smile as he stood up, explaining, "Since it was close to your off-duty time, I let myself in. I hope there's no misunderstanding. This is the first batch of goods." The delivery service was certainly convenient, but entering without a word and waiting on the sofa was a bit off-putting. At least few would accept coming home after work to find an uninvited guest who hadn't used the front door. Jing Yi picked up the scroll Orochimaru had placed on the coffee table and unrolled it to inspect. It had to be said, Orochimaru was remarkably efficient. Jing Yi counted the items and glanced at the bill Orochimaru had calculated. He didn't scrutinize it closely. Orochimaru had credibility in such matters. Pulling out a sealing scroll, Jing Yi produced the equivalent amount of money and gestured for Orochimaru to count. "Jing Yi, a pleasure doing business." Jing Yi didn't verify the bill, and Orochimaru didn't count the money. It's often said that ninjas need not only talent and hard work, but also vast amounts of money and resources to grow. That couldn't be more true. Just one batch of materials cost Jing Yi nearly 2 million ryo, nearly draining his savings. Fortunately, his salary was high enough to withstand such expenses. The earning power of medical ninjas wasn't just empty talk. If you worked hard and your medical skills were good, money would never be a problem. "Take care." Jing Yi didn't bother to be polite and asked Orochimaru to stay. Efficient and trustworthy, Jing Yi was happy to cooperate with someone like Orochimaru, but only on mission-based tasks. As for other aspects, no thanks. He feared becoming Orochimaru's next experiment. There was no doubt. This was something Orochimaru would. This ensured Jing Yi would never become close friends with Orochimaru, nor with Jiraiya. He couldn't accept Jiraiya's eccentric hobbies. With the materials in hand, he could begin constructing the puppet. Dong dong dong. The train of thought was broken as Jing Yi stood up and opened the door. "Hey." Nawaki stood at the door, grinning and waving at Jing Yi. Nawaki was naturally outgoing. Ever since visiting the Senju ancestral home, he often came by Jing Yi's place. Leaning against the doorframe, Jing Yi said with amusement, "You skip going home after school and even shake off Kushina to come here. If your sister finds out, she'll beat you up." "I'm not afraid of her." Since Tsunade wasn't around, Nawaki was bold. "When my sister's here, I'm afraid of getting hit, so I act meek. When she's not, I have to stand tall." "I'm not afraid of her." Since Tsunade wasn't around, Nawaki was bold. "When my sister's here, I'm afraid of getting hit, so I act meek. When she's not, I have to..." His words trailed off as Nawaki slipped in like a thief, closed the windows, and proudly pulled out several magazine-like books from his backpack. Jing Yi was left speechless. Pretty impressive, right? Nawaki waggled the books smugly. I saved up my allowance without my sister noticing. I left school early today and secretly bought them. The latest editions, Jiraiya's favorites. Jiraiya, his like-minded friend, was away on a mission. So Nawaki had to show off his spoils to his new friend. Looking at the scantily clad girl on the cover, Jing Yi's mouth twitched. Children in the ninja world were usually quite mature, and the influence of a certain peeping Tom had given Nawaki some rather scandalous hobbies. What 80-year-old goes out to buy adult magazines? Even more absurd, he actually managed to buy them. Jing Yi slapped his forehead. The thing is, buying this stuff only satisfies the eyes, but what's the point? It's hard enough to save up pocket money under Tsunade's watchful eye, and he spends it on this junk. I like this one best. Ozawa is so cute, hee. It was hard to imagine an 80-year-old holding several adult magazines and laughing so lecherously and indecently. Jing Yi felt his worldview shatter. Jiraiya had corrupted this poor boy. Seeing that Jing Yi ignored him and walked straight into the kitchen, Shang Shu worried that he might go tattle, so he followed. Jing Yi, I consider you a friend. You can't go snitch. Seeing that Jing Yi ignored him and walked straight into the kitchen, Shang Shu worried that he might go tattle, so he followed. Jing Yi, I consider you a friend. You can't go snitch to my sister. Jing Yi washed the rice, added water, placed it on the stove, then turned around and said, So you mean I should help you cover this up? Of course. We're friends. Friends. How can you betray a friend? Shang Shu replied with utter conviction. Jing Yi was speechless. What the hell kind of friendship was this? You're reading an adult book, kid. Don't you realize how serious this is? Taking 2 potatoes from the cupboard, Jing Yi peeled them and asked, Shang Shu, do you really enjoy reading those books? Of course. What man doesn't? Shang Shu thought he was stating an obvious truth. Don't you like this kind of book, Jing Yi? Or do you not like girls? Cough, cough. Jing Yi nearly stabbed himself with the knife while peeling potatoes. That comment was a bit putting down the knife and potato in exasperation. Jing Yi said seriously to Shang Shu, Of course I like reading them, but I wouldn't before I'm grown up. And also my sexual orientation is perfectly normal. I do like beautiful and cute girls. Why wouldn't you read them before growing up? Did this kind of thing require an age limit? Shang Shu found it odd since Jiraiya never taught him such lessons. Instead, he would just take him along and they'd laugh together. Jing Yi spread his hands, because before you grow up, reading them does nothing for you. Think about it. When Jiraiya shows you these things, he can go out to find fun, but can you? Faced with Jing Yi's question, the smile on Shang Shu's face froze. He suddenly remembered that Jiraiya liked to go to certain places, and those places were off-limits to him. If he tried to tag along, Jiraiya would chase him away. So, saving up pocket money isn't easy, especially under your sister's watchful eye. Don't waste your money on useless stuff like this. If you want to read, there will be plenty of time when you're older. No one will scold you, and you won't end up feeling frustrated and unsatisfied. Understand? Hearing Jing Yi's lecture, Shang Shu blinked in confusion. Jing Yi, are you saying I should save up more money and wait until I'm older to read, so I can go with Jiraiya to help those beautiful big sisters? Damn it. Jing Yi accidentally twisted his back. Yeah, you're absolutely right. He was mentally exhausted. Do whatever you want as long as you're not afraid of your sister beating you. Why did Jing Yi's tone sound so dismissive? Couldn't figure it out. Never mind, head, just keep reading. So in the kitchen, Jing Yi kept hearing lewd laughter from the living room, which made him sigh, what a curse. After dinner, Jing Yi decisively kicked out Shang Shu, who was reluctant to leave. That brat. He didn't learn anything good, just had his head full of dirty thoughts. Jing Yi didn't want to take the blame for corrupting a child. That burden was better left to Jiraiya. After all, he was the one who taught Shang Shu all that. Hopefully his sister would be working late. Back home, Shang Shu carefully peeked around like a guilty thief, terrified of being discovered. Great, no one was around. The yard was quiet, and no sound came from the house. At this hour, Xuanhua Shuahu was probably teaching Kushina the Uzumaki clan's unique sealing techniques, and Tsunade was either working overtime or resting in her room. Confident there was no danger, Shang Shu strode boldly into the yard. Stop. It was over. Hearing the voice behind him, the smile on Shang Shu's face froze instantly, and his body stood rooted to the spot, like a statue, unable to move. Why are you only back now? Where did you go fooling around? Tsunade twisted Shang Shu's ear with practiced ease and said harshly, Every morning I tell you to come straight home after school and spend more time with Grandma. What did you do? If Shang Shu came home late, Tsunade would just scold him a little. She didn't take it to heart. 8 or 9-year-old kids naturally love to play. But the way Shang Shu crept home like a thief raised suspicion. Noticing this, Tsunade hid to see what that brow. It hurts. Sis, my ear is going to fall off. Shang Shu howled in pain, hoping his sister would go easy on him. Tell me honestly, where did you go? Tsunade remained unmoved because she knew how much force she used. It was just enough to make Shang Shu hurt a little. Tearing his ear off was pure nonsense. The power of an older sister over a younger brother was absolute. Shang Shu confessed decisively, I went to Jing Yi's house. I ate dinner there and came back. I didn't go anywhere else. Well, you've learned to mooch meals, have you? Tsunade let go of his ear. She believed he wouldn't dare lie to her. Besides, it was just a little late. A small lesson was enough, no need to make a big deal. How infuriating. Shed punished me again. Sheng Shu covered his ear with a look of silent resentment. Still glaring. Tsunade, who had been about to let it go, saw her brother glaring at her and smacked him. Caught off guard, Sheng Shu stumbled forward and the book hidden in his clothes fell to the ground. Tsunade had a habit of checking his backpack for homework. To avoid being caught, Sheng Shu had stuffed the adult book inside his clothes. It was hidden well, but the smack knocked it out. What was this? Tsunade looked down, her eyes widening. It was over. My little book, my newly bought book. No, the book didn't matter. I was dead meat. Someone save me. She picked up the book, flipped through a couple of pages, spat to the side, and gave Sheng Shu a cold smile. Do you confess on your own, or do you want a beating first, and then confess? I used my pocket money, bought it today. So you went to Jing Yi's house just to read this? No, did Rishiang Jing Yi read it too? As soon as the words left his mouth, Tsunade realized something was off. Sheng Shu scratched his head awkwardly and gave a sheepish grin. He kicked me out and told me that kids shouldn't read this. Wait until I'm older. That was rare. Now Tsunade was surprised. Not only did Rishiang Jing Yi not read it, but he also lectured Sheng Shu and even sent him away. In Tsunade's impression, only Orochimaru had no interest in these things. As for the others, they were all pretty much the same. From the third Hokage to Jiraiya to every male ninja she knew, there was hardly one who escaped the trend. Even those who did resist wouldn't earnestly educate a child about avoiding such material the way Jing Yi did. Sis, what are you guys doing? Although Tsunade often beat her brother, seeing Sheng Shu made to hold his backpack up as punishment was a first. How embarrassing. Sheng Shu's face was as red as a monkey's rear. He kept his head down and obediently raised his backpack high. It's nothing. Tsunade put away the book and waved at Kushina. Hurry to your room and rest. Your brother Nawaki made a small mistake, and I'm teaching him a lesson. Kushina was still young. She couldn't see those filthy books. Otherwise, not only would Nawaki get into more trouble, but Tsunade herself would also face punishment. Oh, Kushina could only cast a sympathetic glance at Nawaki, not daring to plead for him, and obediently returned to her room to rest. After Kushina left, Mito Uzumaki's voice drifted from the living room. If a child misbehaves, it usually means their skin is itching. A good beating will fix it. Lechery wasn't a flaw. The third Hokage was one such figure, but it didn't stop him from becoming Hokage and the ninja hero of the shinobi world. But for a child to develop such tendencies before growing up was concerning. He needed to be disciplined. If you want save me, at least don't pour oil on the flames. My sister wasn't going to hit me, but now I'm doomed. Nawaki's eyes widened in disbelief that those words came from his grandmother. You're in for it, kid. Receiving Mito Uzumaki's orders, Tsunade chuckled, tore the book to shreds, and cracked her knuckles as she approached Nawaki. Sis, no? I'm sorry, I want. Poor Nawaki. Hiding in her room, Kushina listened to the screams outside, and could only mourn for Nawaki for 3 seconds. With Mito Uzumaki giving orders and Tsunade taking action, no one could save Nawaki. Even if Hashirama Senju and Tobarama Senju were resurrected, they would only dodge in the face of Mito Uzumaki. While Nawaki suffered, Jing Yi began processing materials and crafting puppets. First, he needed to prepare the animal carcasses, removing unnecessary parts like the internal organs. Orochimaru wouldn't bother cleaning the innards, so Jing Yi had to do it himself. Because there were quite a lot of materials, it took Jing Yi considerable time. By the time he reported for work the next day, he looked as if he hadn't slept at all. Today there was a relatively important surgery, so Tsunade didn't report to the medical department, but came directly to the hospital. Seeing Jing Yi yawning, Tsunade, who was sipping tea with her legs crossed, gave him a once-over. What? Did Nawaki's book keep you up last night? What? Jing Yi, who was just about to stretch his arms, paused. You found out Nawaki bought those books? I was thinking whether I should tell you. It's not good for kids to read that stuff. I caught that bastard myself and gave him a good thrashing. Mentioning it irritated Tsunade. Nawaki had taken a severe beating yesterday and was still limping to school today. Tsunade hadn't even healed him all to make sure the lesson stuck. He deserves discipline. If it was just out of curiosity and he stumbled upon it, that's one thing, but seeking it out deliberately. Jing Yi didn't know how to express his feelings. That brat Nawaki was only 8 years old. 8. Is this something an 80-year-old should be doing? He'll make sure Jiraiya stays away from him from now on, Tsunade said with a grim expression. That lecher Jiraiya. Perverted himself and corrupting children too. That bastard even wanted to take Nawaki as his disciple. I can't imagine what Nawaki would become if he really became his student. Nawaki was already 8, nearing graduation from the Ninja Academy. Tsunade had started considering a suitable. Jiraiya kept recommending himself when he found out. But Tsunade ignored him. Jiraiya as Nawaki. Jing Yi poured himself a glass of water. If other aspects of Jiraiya had issues, his ability to teach disciples was absolutely top-notch. Though Orochimaru was also good, people like him should be kept at a distance if possible. Too extreme. A ticking bomb ready to explode at any moment and embrace the darkness. I think it's fine. So I plan to ask Orochimaru to be Nawaki's teacher. Nawaki feels the same way. He admires Jing Yi was one of her own, so Tsunade didn't mind telling him these things. But before she finished, she looked up and, "What did you say?" Jing Yi set down his cup and said seriously, "I think Jiraiya would make a good teacher. As for Orochimaru, I personally don't agree." "Why, oi?" Tsunade crossed her arms, leaning back. She wanted to know why Jing Yi thought that. "Just a feeling. Personally, I don't like dealing with someone like Orochimaru. Being with him feels like a venomous snake lurking in the shadows is watching you. Of course, this is just my opinion. Nawaki is your brother. Finding a teacher is your decision as his sister." Orochimaru was a good teacher and doted on Nawaki, but Jing Yi leaned toward Jiraiya. Even if Jiraiya might lead the child astray, at least aside from his lecherous side, Jiraiya's teaching method guided disciples toward the positive and bright path, while Orochimaru was hard to describe, like being in contact with a venomous snake. Tsunade fell into thought. Jing Yi wasn't the first to say this. Many who had interacted with Orochimaru felt the same. Nawaki usually liked to run after Jiraiya, but the person he admired was Orochimaru. That was why Tsunade considered sending Nawaki to Orochimaru. Rather than letting the village assign him to a team, send him directly to Orochimaru as a personal disciple. Such a master-disciple relationship would be more reliable. "Yawn, did you go out thieving last night?" Seeing Jing Yi yawn several times in a row, Tsunade frowned. Today they had an important surgery waiting. Could Jing Yi handle it in this state? You can't mess around when treating a patient. No. Jing Yi shook his head. Yesterday Orochimaru gave me the first batch of materials, so I processed them overnight. After finishing it was quite late, so I didn't get enough sleep. It won't affect today's surgery, don't worry. Good. Since Jing Yi guaranteed it wouldn't affect the surgery, Tsunade said no more. Taking advantage of the quiet morning, Jing Yi dozed off briefly and his mental state improved. Simple lack of sleep wouldn't exhaust him this much. For a ninja, staying up was routine, nothing special. Jing Yi's exhaustion came from having to focus continuously on processing the materials. During today's surgery, Jing Yi acted as Tsunade's assistant. The surgery went smoothly. As she left the operating room, Tsunade's slightly upturned smile was harder to suppress than an AK. In Jing Yi's words, salary and hand pockets bulging. Lady Tsunade has the capital to start flying. How many days that money would let Lady Tsunade float was known only to the heavens. They'll come to your place for dinner. They'll buy groceries and also see what kind of puppet you're making. In high spirits, Lady Tsunade decided to chip in for living expenses. All right, Jing Yi agreed. He needed Lady Tsunade to spread the word about the special puppet anyway. Her coming was perfect. A free meal was trivial. Salary arrived, not to mention Gangsho was a bit giddy. Even Jing Yi felt his fingers itching. Of course, he wouldn't go to the casino. Instead, he wanted to purchase a batch of high-quality materials and components for making puppets. Jing Yi had no interest in becoming the second generation of the big fat sheep. Although there were few puppet ninjas in Konoha, the village had legitimate channels for purchasing materials. After work, Jing Yi said to Gangsho, "You go to the market to buy groceries, and he'll go buy a batch of materials and parts. The materials I have prepared are insufficient. I need to purchase another batch. Go on, don't waste time. I have important things to do tonight." Gangsho waved her hand nonchalantly, urging Jing Yi to hurry up and come back quickly. As for what important matters, there was no need to guess. Now that she had money in her pocket, she began to get itchy fingers. If she didn't lose all the money in her pocket, Gangsho would never settle down. He bought materials and then went home to cook. After dinner, Gangsho lay on the sofa, curiously watching Jing Yi, who had entered a busy state. He took out various materials from the ceiling scroll, including an animal carcass. A tiger over 3 meters tall and more than 6 meters long, excluding its tail. Such a massive body, if in the past life, would definitely cause countless people to exclaim that it had become a spirit. But in the ninja world, creatures of this size were nothing at all. There were plenty of creatures as huge as small hills in the ninja world. The living room space was limited, so Jing Yi could only start by selecting materials of relatively small size to begin crafting. As for those large ones, he could only wait until break time to find an open space to make them. Otherwise, once the corpses were taken out, they could crush the house. Watching Jing Yi implant various materials into the tiger's body, Gangsho, who had been lying on the sofa, sat up. She was very curious why Jing Yi was making such a puppet. Puppet masters were not exclusive to Tsunade. The 5 great ninja villages all had puppet ninjas, only Tsunade had more. However, regardless of which village's puppet ninja, the puppets they made were mostly humanoid. Even if there were animal-shaped puppets, they rarely used animal carcasses to make them. Most were directly assembled from parts. This also resulted in such puppets being unattractive. And puppets made from corpses were even more beyond words. Puppet ninjas who did this were not well liked. After all, no one liked to associate with those who played with corpses except for that group of puppet ninjas in Tsunade. Soon the various parts were assembled. A few chakra threads fluttered in Jing Yi's hand, and the corpse lying on the ground slowly stood up. The tiger, originally a corpse, stood up, its three-meter body exuding considerable pressure. Unfortunately, its movements were very stiff. A failed product. Gangzhou lost interest after one glance. For her, this puppet made by Jing Yi was too focused on the form of the living creature, directly causing the puppet to become a failure. Without the various attack methods that ordinary puppets have, what great use could such a puppet be? As a consumable, that would be too wasteful. Jing Yi stood thoughtfully in front of the puppet, raised his hand, and placed it on the puppet, closing his eyes as if feeling something. What the hell is this kid up to? Watching Jing Yi think for a while, and then tinker with the puppet, Gangzhou couldn't understand what he was struggling with. This puppet was obviously already a failure. Either keep it as a souvenir or dismantle it for recycling. If recycling, he could still harvest a tiger skin and some recyclable parts. People always have special feelings for their first work, even if it's a failure they can't bear to give it up. Gangzhou felt she could understand Jing Yi's mood. She thought that Jing Yi at this moment was just like the feeling she had when she first formulated a special medicine. You study slowly by yourself. We'll go back first. I have 2 more classes tonight. Left aside, bored for a long time, seeing that Jing Yi's mind was fully focused on the puppet, just as focused as Dashyuan when doing experiments. Gangzhou knew that staying here was superfluous, so she decided to slip away early. Jing Yi responded casually, his gaze always fixed on the puppet, not even turning back to say goodbye to Gangzhou. Take it easy yourself. Medical ninjutsu combined with strange power and taijutsu has already given you the strength to protect yourself. There's no need to waste too much time on puppets. Bang! Turning back to glance at the closed door, Jing Yi's mouth curled up slightly. Was making puppets really a waste of time? He raised his hand and placed it on the puppet. As chakra entered the puppet's control core, the puppet, which originally required chakra threads to manipulate and had very stiff movements, suddenly had its 2 dull eyes light up. The puppet was revived. That was the fundamental reason Jing Yi made puppets. The Tenseigan could give life to puppets, so he didn't need to make traditional puppets like those in Tsunade. After being given life, the tiger puppet moved around the living room flexibly like a living creature. It was no problem to perform various tricky movements, except that the floor's load-bearing capacity was a bit poor, constantly making creaking sounds, and it could be stepped through at any moment. Lie down. Instantly the puppet lay down and stayed obediently. For the sake of the home floor, Jing Yi felt that in the future he should make puppets outside the village. Although there were many hidden places in the village, that old fellow, the 3rd Hokage, often sat in the Hokage's office holding a crystal ball to look around everywhere. Jing Yi did not want to expose the secret of the puppet at this time. He would make another flying puppet, then keep the remaining materials. When on vacation, he would leave the village and find a concealed place outside to slowly craft. Along the way, he could test the puppet's strength. For a period afterward, most of Jing Yi's energy was devoted to puppet making. Fortunately, he went to work normally every day and did not let puppets affect his job. Time passed quickly, and it was the end of the year. The lush green Konoha was covered in white snow, and people on the streets were all wearing thick cotton clothes. Mysteriously, Jing Yi felt that the stirring of the Tenseigan was approaching. Maybe it would begin after the new year. However, such weather was most suitable for lying at home and sealing oneself under the quilt. Jing Yi yawned, carrying things he had bought from the market. Being dragged out of bed early in the morning to go to the market to buy things was really annoying, but unfortunately, he had encountered Gangzhou, this unreasonable bandit, and he was helpless. Kushina and Shangshu would at most call out a few times, but Gangzhou was different. This female bandit would directly rush into the bedroom to flip the quilt. Back home, Jing Yi began to direct the lazy Gangzhou and Shangshu to work. The grill was set up. Gangzhou was in charge of burning charcoal, Shangshu and Kushina were in charge of running errands, and Jing Yi was in charge of grilling the meat. The marinated meat placed on the grill quickly emitted the aroma of roasted meat. As various seasonings were sprinkled, Gangzhou, Kushina, and Shangshu all began to swallow their saliva. This grilled meat is too fragrant. Feeling that the heat was about right, Jing Yi picked up a brush and began to brush oil. After waiting a few minutes, he announced, "You can start eating." Before his words even ended, the already ravenous Gangzhou picked up a fork, stabbed a large piece of meat, and took a big bite. Who's so fragrant, sizzling hot? If you weren't a medical ninja, opening a barbecue restaurant would definitely make you a lot of money. I want some too. Shangshu followed suit, picking up a fork, spearing a piece of meat, and gnawing on it only to be burned and grimacing. Kushina, don't imitate them like starving ghosts. Jing Yi picked up 2 pieces of beef, cut them into chunks, placed them on a plate, and then handed them to Kushina. Thank you, Jing Yi, you're so nice. Kushina was very happy, her beautiful big eyes turning into crescent moons. You're the starving ghost. Gangzhou almost choked on those words and gave Jing Yi a big roll of her eyes. Jing Yi ignored Tsunade, cut a piece of meat for himself, and sat beside Kushina eating together. In addition to the meat, he had prepared fruit salad and juice. There were also vegetables to cut the grease. Although they had been dragged out early in the morning to buy groceries under such weather, the four of them gathered around the fire savoring the fragrant roasted meat. The atmosphere was delightful. To prevent the glutton, who always demanded 3 portions from going hungry, Jing Yi had deliberately bought extra meat. After finishing 1 plate of meat and some fruit salad, Jing Yi felt full. Kushina was about the same. Nawaki and Tsunade had a fiercer appetite and were still devouring vigorously. Watching the siblings eat meat, Jing Yi could only say that they were truly brother and sister. Kushina, have you made any new friends at school lately? No, only half a friend. Since the first day of school when she knocked out a classmate's teeth, Kushina became the little tyrant of the class, with almost no one daring to provoke her. Similarly, her classmates were all afraid of her and dared not approach. Half a friend. How can a friend be half? Jing Yi paused, then couldn't help but laugh. Children's thinking was strange. One could have half a friend. Exactly half a friend. Kushina crossed her small hands and snorted. His name is Minato Namikaze, the little blonde I mentioned last time. He's the only one in class willing to be my friend, and he's not afraid of my temper. This, how to put it, truly worthy of being the little blonde. Jing Yi asked, Kushina, do you like Minato as a friend? No. Kushina pouted angrily. He's only half a friend, and he seems silly, always grinning foolishly, just like Nawaki. Cough. Cough. Nawaki, who was devouring meat, nearly choked. Kushina, who are you calling silly? Am I that dumb? Mikitoni also says you're silly. Kushina struck Nawaki with a critical blow, a supercharge. In an instant, Nawaki felt the grilled meat in his hand lost its flavor. Due to the age gap, besides taking care of Kushina, Nawaki disliked playing with her. He thought she was childish, and she thought he was dumb. The siblings mutually despised each other. Ha ha ha. Jing Yi laughed until his belly ached. Tsunade also found it amusing. Silly little brother, now you know your own situation, don't you? Even Kushina thinks you're foolish. Uchiha Mikoto was the recognized prodigy at school. With her beautiful appearance and gentle nature, she became the white moonlight in the hearts of countless male classmates. Although Nawaki didn't regard Uchiha Mikoto as his white moonlight, he couldn't escape having feelings for her. That was why when Kushina called him silly, Nawaki was merely displeased, but when it came to Uchiha Mikoto, Nawaki instantly went silent. Knowing that the girl you like thinks you're foolish, few people could still laugh. Better find someone else, you're still young, plenty of opportunities. Jing Yi rubbed his belly and patted Nawaki on the shoulder. Why, oi? Nawaki was unconvinced. Why could others like Uchiha Mikoto, but not him? Jing Yi was at a loss and gave Tsunade a look. Are you sure you want to educate your little brother? Tsunade pretended not to see. Jing Yi, can I bring my friend over to visit? Kushina pulled Jing Yi's hand and shook it forcefully, looking at him with eager eyes. All right, Kushina's friends are my friends. As long as you're willing, bring them over. Jing Yi had a headache. This hot-tempered little chili was irresistible when she acted spoiled. But we have to wait until my mission is over. Yay? You're the best, Jing Yi. I like you the most. It's a deal. Kushina jumped up joyfully. Tsunade couldn't help teasing. Kushina, do you even know what like means? Of course I do. Like is like. Children in the ninja world matured early, including in emotions, but putting it into words was a bit difficult. Sure enough, Kushina stammered for a while without being able to articulate it. Tsunade struggling to express herself, but failing to make it clear. Kushina grew anxious. It's just like how Nawaki likes Mikitoni. Nawaki sprayed meat far from his mouth. Don't listen to her. You'll understand these things when you grow up. Even your Tsunade is confused about them. Jing Yi patted Kushina's little head. You say I like to tease kids for fun, but look at yourself. You've pushed her so hard she dragged Nawaki in as a scapegoat. Why, oi? Kushina looked up blankly. Finally, seizing the opportunity, Nawaki loudly answered. Because Nason hasn't found anyone she likes, and nobody dares to like her either. Am I right, Jing Yi? Ah, well, you're really a smart one. Glancing at Tsunade, who had stopped smiling, Jing Yi decided it was better to keep his distance. He picked up Kushina and ran toward the house. As for Nawaki, he could only say, may fortune be with you, kid. Nizan, I was wrong. I really was. Ow, it hurts. From outside came Nawaki's agonizing cries. Jing Yi and Kushina sat on the sofa, Kushina cautiously peeking outside. So tragic. Jing Yi, is it true that no one likes Tsunade? Kushina asked quietly. Jing Yi blinked and lowered his voice. Of course not. It's just that even if someone likes her, they don't dare to say it. I see. Kushina looked enlightened. Then does Tsunade have someone she likes? Where do you get so many questions? Jing Yi, do you like Tsunade? If you do, would you also be afraid to say it? Inside a small tavern near the Shimura clan compound, the invited third Hokage sat opposite Shimura Danzo. He picked up the sake cup on the table, and inside a small tavern near the Shimura clan compound, the invited third Hokage sat opposite Shimura Danzo. He picked up the sake cup on the table and took a gentle sip. Do me a favor. The third Hokage frowned and refused. Sorry, I promised Lady Mito that your position. No need for that. Shimura Danzo gripped his cup, grinding his teeth. Send Hyuga Jing Yi away. As for the position of Hokage advisor, I will reclaim it sooner or later. What on earth is this man planning again? Danzo Hyuga Seiichi is favored by Lady Mito and Tsunade. The third Hokage did not know what Shimura Danzo intended, but he first wanted to warn him not to cause trouble, otherwise it would be bad for everyone. Are you sacrificing me for a boy suffering from the degeneration of the Byakugan? Shimura Danzo slammed the table angrily. I just don't want to see him in the village. If he leaves the village, I want to continue targeting him. The third Hokage did not believe a single word Shimura Danzo said. Danzo's schemes to drive Seiichi out of the village were certainly malicious. The third Hokage frowned in silence, offering no response. Shimura Danzo pressed further. Sarutobi, don't forget, he is ultimately a member of the Hyuga clan bound by the caged bird seal. As long as the Hyuga clan exists, a sword will always hang over his head. Can you guarantee that when Hyuga Seiichi becomes the second Tsunade, the Hyuga clan won't go back on their word? A half person is still half. As long as the caged bird seal remains unbroken, the branch family will forever be controlled by the main family. Having said that, Shimura Danzo stared at the third Hokage, awaiting his answer. The third Hokage drank his sake in silence, remaining speechless for a long time. Only the sounds of pouring and drinking sake filled the small tavern. After an unknown amount of time, a whole flask of sake was consumed, and the third Hokage, his face slightly flushed, stood up and walked toward the door. The new year is approaching, and the personnel at the border camps need to be rotated. This matter requires the lead of the Elder Council. The third Hokage was only willing to go along with the flow, but for Shimura Danzo, he had already achieved the desired outcome. That evening, Shimura Danzo visited Mitokado Hamura's residence. The next day, a document regarding the rotation of border camp personnel was placed on the third Hokage's desk. The subsequent step was to select a group of ninjas to head to the border camps and replace those who had completed their tour of duty. Medical ninjas were also included in the rotation roster. Thus, Seiichi's name appeared on the list. He remained unaware of this until a staff member from the Hokage's office informed him to prepare for departure. So a group of ninjas stationed at the border camp have completed their tour, and the village will select some ninjas for rotation, and I am among them. Is someone trying to set me up, or was I genuinely selected? I'm not sure either. Please prepare as soon as possible. You depart in 3 days. The staff from the Hokage's office were only responsible for notifying the individual. They knew nothing else. After seeing off the staff member, Seiichi walked toward the break room. A stove was burning in the break room, making the small space warm and cozy. In the cold weather, staying in a warm room made one drowsy. True enough, Tsunade was dozing off on the table. Stop sleeping. Take a look at this. Seiichi nudged her. Awakening from her slumber, Tsunade instinctively wiped the corner of her mouth. After confirming there was no drool, she picked up the notice on the table. Border rotation. Still groggy from waking up, Tsunade scrutinized it for a while before suddenly showing a look of irritation and tugging her hair in frustration. Why did it have to be me? This is so annoying. I thought I could enjoy a peaceful new year. Tsunade, in her morning grumpiness, was in an even worse mood and let out a curse. But when she looked further down, she realized this isn't even my damn name. You got selected. Otherwise, Seiichi said helplessly, I always thought that people with steady jobs in the village were exempt. No way. Tsunade put down the notice, stretched her arms high, and explained, any ninja in the village can be selected. After all, no one wants to be stuck at a border camp carrying out monotonous missions every day without being able to go home. The year before last, when Team Jiraiya was disbanded, that unlucky guy Jiraiya got picked. Recalling this, Tsunade let out a gloating laugh. So my selection wasn't deliberately orchestrated by someone. Go ahead and rest easy. Medical ninjas have a lot of freedom. You don't have to perform patrol duties. You only need to treat the injured when there are casualties. The rest of the time is yours, and you'll still get paid during the deployment. So being stationed at the border sounds pretty good. At the hospital, he had to see patients daily, but at the border camp, unless a battle broke out, medical ninjas would have next to nothing to do. Tsunade shrugged. As long as you don't mind being bored out of your mind, it's indeed quite nice. Getting paid for doing nothing. Do other ninjas get the same treatment? Seiichi was curious. Tsunade scoffed. Do you think that's possible? If everyone had that treatment, the village would be bankrupt. Only ninjas with specialized roles enjoy such benefits. Medical ninjas and sealing ninjas. Medical ninjas and sealing ninjas are both specialized and scarce, hence their generous perks. Ordinary ninjas don't have such good treatment. Then I'll go pack my things. I don't want to find myself without anything at the camp. I don't need to bring much, but I must bring plenty of seasonings. When I have nothing to do, I can cook myself something nice. As for ingredients, I can forage locally. As long as it's within the land of fire, there is no shortage of forests or game. That's one advantage of a resource-rich land. If this were the land of wind hunting, you'd be better off catching lizards in the desert. Seiichi didn't tell Kushina about having to leave the village for border duty, otherwise the little girl would definitely be reluctant to let him go. 3 days passed in a flash. Having made ample preparations, Seiichi gathered at the training ground. Ninjas heading to the border camps would assemble there, and then leave the village together. Border camps were not built large, their purpose was to guard against surprise enemy attacks. As soon as any disturbance occurred on the border, the camp could relay the message back to the village through various means, giving the village time to prepare. Thus the number of ninjas stationed at border camps was not large, only a few dozen per camp. Seiichi was the only medical ninja in this batch. Some familiar ninjas gathered to chat. I promised my wife I'd spend a lively new year with her, but unfortunately I have to be stationed at the border. Don't even mention it. I was about to propose to my girlfriend when the notice arrived. Haha, hope your girlfriend is still yours when you come back. Get lost. By the way, who is the camp's medical ninja? Let's get acquainted first so we can ask for help if needed later. Whether in the village or at camp, medical ninjas were treated as valuable assets to be kept happy. Far away at the border camp, an injury without treatment could be fatal. In the past, someone had offended the camp's medical ninja. When he got injured, the medical ninja deliberately delayed treatment, costing him his life. Hello everyone, I'm Hyuga Seiichi, nice to meet you all. A group of people were searching everywhere for a medical ninja, and Seiichi, feeling it inappropriate to remain at the edge of the area, stepped forward and introduced himself. Get out of here, we're looking for a medical ninja. What are you, a member of the Hyuga clan, doing here? Look at his eyes. A Hyuga without the Byakugan. Everyone noticed the anomaly, and they stared curiously at Seiichi, eager to know what had happened to his eyes. Just then 2 ninjas wearing jonin vests entered the training ground. One of them, a long-haired jonin, shouted. The training ground fell silent instantly. The long-haired jonin announced loudly, "My name is Kohoda, you can call me Captain Kohoda. I hope we can get along well during our border duty. Now let's begin the roll call." When it was Seiichi's turn, Kohoda gave him an extra glance, confirmed there was no mistake, nodded, and continued to the next person. It matched the information in the file. A member of the Hyuga clan suffering from Byakugan degradation. He studied hard to cure himself and ultimately became a medical ninja. All personnel on the rotation roster had arrived. The jonin standing beside Kohoda was named Sarutobi Mishima, serving as the camp's vice captain. Having confirmed everyone was present, Kohoda waved his hand and said, "Move out." Under the leadership of the 2 captains, dozens of people followed, leaving the village and heading toward the border. Except for the 2 captains, no one knew which camp they would be rotated to. After leaving the village, Sarutobi Mishima deliberately approached Seiichi to build a rapport. As the only medical ninja in the camp, it was essential to maintain good relations. Offend the medical ninja, and at best they might sabotage you, at worst they could cause your death without you ever knowing what happened. The saying that medical arts and poison are inseparable is no joke. As a student personally trained by Tsunade, Seiichi knew his way around poisons. Before departure, Tsunade came to see me, hoping to grant you some freedom of movement. He wondered if offering himself in marriage would be something Tsunade would accept. Since the day he met her, Tsunade had been genuinely kind to him, asking for little in return except for occasional meals. Whenever a problem arose, Tsunade would take the initiative to help even before Seiichi said a word. If only Tsunade weren't so broke, he would gladly cling to her thighs and beg to be kept. Seiichi said, "He'll need the care of both captains and all companions at the camp. After all, I'm just a medical ninja, unskilled in combat. Don't worry, as long as we're here, no one will harm you." Everyone patted their chests, promising to protect Seiichi. The impression that medical ninjas had weak combat abilities was deeply ingrained. Seiichi's request made the other ninjas rotating to the camp quite happy. Everyone wanted to get on good terms with the medical ninja, and here was the opportunity handed to them on a silver platter. It was a good thing Tsunade wasn't there, or she would have surely punched him. Captain Kohoda handed Seiichi 2 sealing scrolls containing various medical supplies. As the sole medical ninja, these supplies needed to be organized and stored by Seiichi. That way, if someone got injured, there would be no panic or scrambling for supplies. The journey to the destination took 2 days, and the rotation went smoothly without any incidents. Standing in the camp's wooden hut, hands clasped behind his back, Seiichi looked up at the gloomy sky and the pouring rain, sighing, "What a miscalculation. It seems my days here will be dreadfully boring." Seiichi had imagined many possible rotation spots, but never expected that their group would be assigned to a camp on the border of the rain country. What kind of place was the rain country? It rarely saw 3 consecutive sunny days perpetually shrouded in heavy rain. A country of nothing but rainwater. To describe the economic conditions of each village in one sentence, Sunagakure was so poor it only had sand. Iwagakure fell aggrieved with nothing but bare rocks. Hiragakure could only afford dried fish. Kumogakure had nothing but beef. Konoha had grain and nothing else. As for the rain village, its name said it all, nothing but rain. Initially, Seiichi found the weather interesting when he first arrived at the camp, enjoying watching the rain from inside the hut. But after the first, second, and third days, boredom began to creep in. Luckily, as a medical ninja, he didn't have to perform sentry or patrol duties. While others braved the rain, Seiichi could stay in the camp and rest. Seiichi, I brought you a gift. Captain Konoha cheerfully carried a wild deer into the camp. Captain, that gift seems more for yourself than for Sayaka-sama. Haha, you're right. The captain's been complaining about how bland his mouth tastes. Shut up. Konoha's dark face flushed red as he pointed at the Joker and yelled, "I'm the one with a bland mouth. My mouth tastes like nothing. Then don't eat the roasted meat later." Those bastards, he had braved the rain on patrol, hunted a deer on the way to add to the meal, and they dared to mock him. Laughing, huh? Go clean the game and fetch some firewood, dry firewood. Again, as long as they were within the land of fire's borders, game was never lacking. Firewood, however, was a challenge because the constant heavy rain kept the surrounding trees and plants soaked. Wetwood was hard to light and produced smoke that could choke a person. The firewood for the camp was chopped in advance and stacked in the huts to dry before being used. With his status as a medical ninja and a decent skill in cooking, Seiichi quickly integrated into the camp and became the center of everyone's admiration. Looking at the firewood on the ground, Seiichi joked bitterly, "I never thought the camp's medical room would become the kitchen." Ha ha ha. His remark triggered a burst of laughter. Jokes aside, the roasted meat was a must. Konoha had complained about his bland mouth, and Seiichi wasn't much better off. Eating dry rations day after day got old fast. No wonder the ninjas stationed at the camp longed to return to the village. Camp life was truly harsh. Soon the clean deer was brought to the medical room. Captain Konoha personally helped with the fire, while Seiichi took charge of roasting. Vice Captain Sarutobi Mishima rarely went out on patrol or duty, spending most of his time in the camp. After a few days of observation, Seiichi noticed that the vice captain seemed to be keeping a close eye on the medical room. Was it protection or surveillance? If Mishima had been a member of the Shimura clan instead of the Sarutobi, Seiichi would have definitely labeled him as a spy. The aroma of roasted deer soon filled the camp. Everyone eagerly awaited the meat to dip into their dry rations. Line up. No cutting. Once the meat was done, Captain Konoha took out a brand new kunai, wiped it clean, and began distributing the meat. A whole hind leg became Seiichi's portion, while the others each received a piece. No one objected to Konoha's favoritism toward Seiichi. After receiving their portions, everyone scattered back to their huts to enjoy the feast. "Captain Mishima, can we talk?" Just as Sarutobi Mishima was about to leave, Seiichi called out to him. Mishima, holding the roasted meat in his hands, paused for a moment before smiling and nodding, accepting Seiichi. "Tomorrow's weather will likely be quite cold." Face Sandow glanced at the snowflakes mingling with the rain, then entered the wooden cabin and closed the door. Jing Yi brought out 2 bottles of fruit wine from the village and invited Face Sandow to sit down. In other places it would already be vast snow-covered. Only the rain country's unique geographical environment prevents it from being blanketed by heavy snow, but the sleet will lower the temperature even further. "I didn't expect you to bring such good stuff. What a pity it's not sake." He took the open bottle and took 2 gulps. The only drawback was that the fruit wine tasted very weak. It was more like a drink than wine. Jing Yi took a sip of the fruit wine and joked self-deprecatingly, "I'm still young, not old enough to drink." Face Sandow was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter after a few seconds. "If you hadn't mentioned it, I almost forgot. You're not even 14 yet. That's impressive. When I was 14, I was still a chunin, following my teacher around on missions, getting scolded quite a lot by my teacher." Hearing that, Jing Yi also laughed, then went straight to the point. "Captain Sandow, can you tell me why you've been lingering around all this time? Are you protecting in secret, or are you spying?" His laughter abruptly stopped. Face Sandow, who was drinking fruit wine and eating roasted meat, froze with his hand, holding the bottle suspended in midair. He looked at Jing Yi with astonishment, hesitated for a moment, then gave a bitter smile. "I didn't expect you to find out. So, Captain Sandow, can you enlighten me?" Jing Yi did not reveal how he discovered it. Placing the bottle on the table, Face Sandow sighed and said with some helplessness, "Before coming, the Lord Hokage specifically found me and ordered me to protect you in secret. Originally, I wasn't on the rotation list this time. Captain Xiao Honda knows about my secret mission as well, so for the camp's patrol duties he mostly leads the teams himself, while I mainly stay at the camp to prevent any accidents." This also explained why Captain Xiao Honda, as the squad leader, had to personally lead the patrols and duties, while Vice Captain Face Sandow could stay in the camp all the time. Protection. Face Sandow didn't seem to be lying. Then why did the 3rd Hokage specifically select a Jonin from his clan and insert him into the rotation team to protect him? Did the 3rd Hokage know that he would be assassinated? Connecting the limited information, Jing Yi realized that his name being on the camp rotation list was likely intentional, not just bad luck. But the selection of personnel required the 3rd Hokage's decision. So why did the 3rd Hokage select him and also send someone to protect him? Wasn't that a superfluous action, like taking off one's pants to fart, completely unnecessary? If he truly wanted to protect him, he wouldn't have let him leave the village. So it wasn't the third Hokage who specifically put him on the rotation list, it was someone else's wish. Yet the third Hokage didn't want anything to happen to him, so he inserted someone to protect him. So who was targeting him? The Council of Elders. It shouldn't be. The Elders' stance was the same as the third Hokage's, and he hadn't offended anyone from the council. So it must be Tsunade Tenseigan. Having his position as Hokage advisor completely stripped away would make anyone resentful, let alone a narrow-minded, ambitious man like Tsunade Tenseigan. Given the previous warning, Tsunade Tenseigan couldn't make a move on him inside the village. Under such circumstances, to take revenge, he would have to first get him out of the village. Thus Jing Yi's name appeared on the rotation list. So how would Tsunade Tenseigan make his move? As the only medical ninja in the camp, Jing Yi wouldn't leave the camp easily. Moreover, there were dozens of ninjas in the camp. Killing him under such heavy protection would not be easy. Then I'll have to trouble Vice Captain from now on. That's my mission after all, as long as there's no misunderstanding. To be tasked with covertly protecting someone only to be caught red-handed in just a few days. How mortifying it was for Yuanfei Sandow. Failure, utter failure. Tasked with protecting a medical ninja in secret only to be discovered right at the start of the mission. If word got out, Yuanfei Sandow would lose face completely. After a good meal and drink with a belly full of frustration, Yuanfei Sandow slunk out of the medical room. Jing Yi walked over to the fire and gazed through the crack in the door at the pitch-black night sky outside. After a long while, Jing Yi averted his gaze, went to the table, took out a sealing scroll, and retrieved various materials along with a dead crow. This was prey Jing Yi had caught on the way to the camp. He intended to turn this crow into a messenger puppet. Jing Yi had originally planned to make the puppet during the new year to send some blessings to Gangs Ho and Jixinai, but now it seemed he needed to put it to use earlier. With the materials ready, he took out various tools and skillfully began processing the crow's corpse. After handling the crow's body, he stuffed various parts and a puppet core into the crow, then infused it with the unique chakra of the reincarnation eye. Caught. The previously stiff and motionless crow suddenly blinked, its eyes hopped up from the table, and jumped back and forth on the desk. Jing Yi took out a pen and a special intelligence transmission scroll, wrote down some events that had occurred at the camp, set a special password, then tied the small scroll to the crow's foot and commanded the crow to fly to Mai and deliver the scroll. The crow puppet carrying the intelligence scroll soared into the pitch-black night sky and flew toward Mai through the heavy rain. The direction and path of the crow's flight were all controlled by Jing Yi to avoid mistakes of flying in the wrong direction, finding the wrong place, or delivering to the wrong person. The crow puppet flew very fast, reaching Mai from the border of the rain country in just a few hours. It flapped its wings and landed at the Qianshou ancestral residence, then hopped toward Gang's house location. Having found the right spot, the crow puppet pecked at the glass twice. Gangshou, who was asleep, woke up, rolled over, and leaped to open the window, grabbing the puppet crow, standing on the windowsill. Whose summoning beast sent an intelligence scroll to me here? It was fortunate that Gangs Ho didn't squeeze hard, or otherwise with a tight grip, she would have discovered that the crow in her hand was no summoning beast, but a puppet. Taking off the hair tie from her head, she bound the puppet crow's wings together and casually tossed it aside. Gangs Ho turned on the light and began to examine the intelligence scroll in her hand. The scroll required a password to be opened. Gangs Ho felt inexplicably irritated. She didn't even know who had sent the scroll. Without the password, how could she open it? Jing. Turning the scroll around, Gangs Ho noticed a character, Jing, written on it. Could it be a scroll sent back by Jing Yi? So the password. Suddenly Gangs Ho thought of something. Her delicate face instantly darkened. Clenching the scroll in her hand, she gritted her teeth and cursed. Rexiang Jing, you'd better watch out when you come back. 250. The password was correct. Damn. Gang Shivoheim successfully cursed. Earlier she had gambled away all her money at the casino, leaving only a few coins in her pocket, the amount exactly 250, and Jing Yi had laughed at her several times for that. And now Jing Yi had used that number as the password. Wasn't that rubbing salt into the wound of Gang Shuheim? Rexiang Jing, even when sending an intelligence scroll you have to indirectly insult me, huh? You're as good as dead when you come back. Seething with anger, Gangs Ho opened the scroll. After reading a few lines, her fury dissipated. Specifically, her anger toward Jing Yi vanished. And Tsunade Tenseigan had successfully incited Gang's house wrath. Tenseigan, you're something else. After muttering a few curses, Gangs Ho took the scroll and went to see Xuanhua Shuhu. Little Gangshou, what do you plan to do? Do you need Grandma's help? Gangs Ho said, Grandma, I need a letter sent to the Daming's mansion. I want to pay a visit to the Daming. Little Gangshou, what do you plan to do? Do you need Grandma's help? Gangs Ho said, Grandma, I need a letter sent to the Daming's mansion. I want to pay a visit to the Daming. That's only proper. The new year is approaching, so a visit is indeed in order. Xuanhua Shuehu expressed, the daimyo's mansion and the Qianshou clan are relatives, with an even closer relationship to Gangshou. As the new year approaches, it is only proper for Gang Shou as a junior to visit the daimyo. No one could find fault with it, especially since it was Xuanhua Shuai's idea. The next day, Gang Shou went to the Hokage's office with a look of impatience, then left the village and headed straight for the daimyo's mansion. Xuanhua Shuai instructed Gang Shou to visit the daimyo as a junior, and the third Hokage gave his full support. He even hoped that Gang Shou would stay at the daimyo's mansion to spend the new year with the daimyo, thereby strengthening the relationship between the mansion and the village. With closer ties, it would be easier to ask for funds in the future. After leaving the village, Gang Shou did go to the daimyo's mansion, and indeed paid a visit to the daimyo. After wandering around the daimyo's mansion for a few days, and buying many things, she quietly left, and made a detour toward the border camp. The camp was guarded day and night, but an ordinary ninja would find it difficult to detect Gang Shou's infiltration. Gang Shou, having taken a detour from the daimyo's mansion, arrived at the border camp and infiltrated it. Affected by regional temperatures, the rain country and its surrounding areas began to experience sleet, occasionally mixed with hail. This extreme weather caused the entire rain country and nearby regions to be covered in a thick layer of ice. The temperature continued to drop. In the camp, aside from the ninjas on duty, everyone else took shelter in wooden huts to rest or warm themselves by the fire. The medical room was Jing Yi's exclusive area. Other ninjas would not come here unless necessary. Inside the wooden hut, Jing Yi was lying on the bed holding a book he had brought from the village. Someone had arrived, and it was an acquaintance. Jing Yi put down his book and watched as the other person skillfully pried open the medical room window and slipped in with a whoosh. "How are you so skilled at this? You must have practiced a lot before." Sliding in through the window into the medical room, Gang Shou glanced at Jing Yi lying on the bed reading and snorted, "Not bad. I got the news and used the excuse of visiting relatives to rush to the daimyo's mansion, then made a detour to come here, and you're still in the mood to read. What else?" Jing Yi replied testily. "Be worried and scared all day. If I did that, I'd be frightened to death before anyone even tries to deal with me secretly. You'd better come in quickly and warm yourself up." In the dead of winter, this freezing temperature was no joke. Fortunately, ninjas had strong resistance. If an ordinary person ran around like this, they would probably have lost their life long ago. Jing Yi gave up his spot and motioned for Gang Shou to warm herself under the covers. "You've got some conscience not making my running around in vain." Gang Shou shot Jing Yi an approving glance. Jing Yi wisely left the sleeping room to allow Gang Shou to change clothes. After Jing Yi left, Gang Shou swiftly stripped off her clothes and tossed the wet garments along with her underwear into a corner. The next second, she slipped under the covers. Wait. Curled up under the covers for a while after her body warmed up, Gang Shou instinctively reached out to grab some clothes. Her hand grabbed only air, and she realized that this wasn't home. There were no clothes piled at the head of the bed for her to change into. Her previous clothes had been thrown to the other corner of the room, and they were all wet, unwearable. Jing Yi pushed open the door and entered the room carrying a tray. As soon as he opened the door, he saw the wet clothes in the corner. Without thinking much, he walked straight to the bed and handed the tray to Gang Shou. "Here, there's only enough for two today. The conditions at the camp aren't like in the village. This meat was shared from the prey the captain caught during patrol." His hand holding the tray hung in the air for over 10 seconds before Jing Yi sensed something was wrong. This girl usually loved to snatch food. Why was she being so reserved today? Even a female bandit could be shy sometimes. Gang Shou, lying under the covers, was so embarrassed that her toes nearly tore a hole in the blanket. After all her calculations, she had overlooked a change of clothes. Even though she was usually carefree, she was still a woman, and there were times when she felt embarrassed. Seeing no movement for a long time, Jing Yi found it strange. Gang Shou was acting off today. As if a thought struck him, he glanced back at the clothes in the corner and understood. "You're going commando. What's there to laugh at?" Seeing Jing Yi's smirking gaze, Gang Shou gritted her teeth in anger, itching to jump out of the covers and slap him twice. "You're going commando. What's there to laugh at?" Seeing Jing Yi's smirking gaze, Gang Shou gritted her teeth. At this moment, even with her straightforward personality, Gang Shou couldn't take it anymore. For the first time, her face flushed red with embarrassment. Frustrated, she reached out, grabbed Jing Yi's clothes, pinned him onto the bed, covered him with the blanket, and raised her hand to hit him. Damn it, the tray. He was still holding the tray with freshly fried meat. If it overturned, the whole bed would be covered in grease. Noticing that the tray in his hand was about to fall, Jing Yi had no choice but to manipulate repulsive force to bounce away the blanket that was covering his face. Before her fist could land on Jing Yi, Gang Shou felt a powerful shockwave, and the blanket covering Jing Yi's head tore into several pieces with a ripping sound. Gang Shou's fist, still raised, froze for a moment. Jing Yi, who had rolled over to steady the tray, was also stunned. This didn't seem like something a child should see. Not for the young, not suitable for minors. Their eyes met for a few seconds. Jing Yi shoved the tray into Gang Shou's hands, dropped the sealing scroll, and fled. There are some spare clothes in the scroll. They're men's, but they've never been worn. You can make do for now. What was that? A ninjutsu? No, it seemed more like a repulsive shockwave erupting from Jing Yi as its center. Gangshou's mind was buzzing thinking about what had just happened. She confirmed that this was Jing Yi's hidden secret, which had accidentally been forced out by her. Gangshou looked down at her body, then laughed in exasperation. You little rascal, you're something. He'll deal with you. Anyone else would have been utterly humiliated in this situation. Although Gangshou was extremely embarrassed, she managed to steady her emotions. If Jing Yi had peeked deliberately or caused trouble on purpose, Gangshou would have flown into a rage. The best example was Zilai Yi, who had almost been beaten to death by her fist. Opening the sealing scroll, Gangshou picked out a set of clothes that looked decent and put them on. Then she picked up the tray and started eating. Jing Yi, standing outside the door with his ears perked up, heard the sound of eating and finally let out a sigh of relief. Gangshou's eating meant that the situation wasn't as bad as he had imagined, even though he had accidentally gotten a big advantage. Gently pushing the door open, he glanced into the room to confirm that Gangshou was dressed, then walked in. Glancing at Jing Yi out of the corner of her eye, Gangshou said, "Grandmother and I have speculated. The old man must be in the know about this, otherwise he wouldn't have sent someone to protect you. As for who is targeting you, I think you already know. It should be Ji Mu Tuansong. If the Hokage wanted to target me, he wouldn't go through all this trouble, nor would he take the extra step of secretly sending someone to protect me." Jing Yi pulled over a chair and sat down, analyzing. In the village, the only one who would make a move against me is him. Although I don't know his plans, the fact that the Hokage sent someone to follow me means that Ji Mu Tuansong can't use the village's power against me. He has to rely on outside forces. The possibility of a bounty assassination is low because in the camp, ordinary ninjas would find it difficult to complete such an assassination mission. If the bounty were too high, it might bring trouble to him personally, so outside forces are the first choice. Unless a mistake in the Rain Ninja Village is the most likely. You mean that old bastard Tuansong could convince the Rain Ninja Village to send someone to assassinate you? Gangshou's hand holding the fork paused. Shan Jiao Banzong shouldn't be that stupid. A direct attack on the camp would be equivalent to declaring war on the village. The Rain Ninja Village wouldn't take such a risk. The Rain Ninja Village wouldn't attack the camp, but what about Banzong? Jing Yi said to Tsunade. As long as there are sufficient benefits, I believe the ambitious Hanzo of the Salamander would not mind collaborating with Shimura Danzo. With his strength, infiltrating and assassinating would be something ordinary people cannot withstand. Shimura Danzo could not act personally due to the high risk of exposure. If news of assassinating a fellow ninja in the village were to leak, he would certainly face dire consequences. This is also why the third Hokage does not allow him to utilize the village's power, fearing that Danzo might inadvertently cause a disaster. If a disaster were to occur and Mito Uzumaki were to go berserk, the outcome would be hard to manage. Thus, seeking someone else's help became Danzo's only choice. Hanzo of the Salamander was the most suitable candidate, and with Jing Yi stationed at the border camp of the Land of Rain, the distance was quite close, requiring no long travels. Hanzo of the Salamander. Tsunade frowned, for this person was no ordinary individual, but one renowned as a demigod, indicating just how formidable he was. To put it bluntly, Hanzo of the Salamander's strength undoubtedly ranks among the very top in the ninja world. If he were to act, Jing Yi's situation would become quite dangerous. Resting at home. That's just an excuse to quietly leave the village. After stuffing the last piece of meat into her mouth, Tsunade put, "When I left, I specifically inquired. Danzo claimed to be suffering a relapse of an old illness and was resting at home. He could leave the village at any time to persuade external enemies to deal with you." Resting at home. That's just an excuse to quietly leave the village. After stuffing the last piece of meat into her mouth, Tsunade put down the plate and said sternly, "So what do you think? Are you thinking of finding a way to return to the village?" No. Jing Yi rejected this suggestion. Even if Mito Uzumaki intervened, the third Hokage would still reluctantly give face and facilitate his return. Why not? Tsunade was puzzled. Knowing someone was plotting against you, why wouldn't you think of returning? Jing Yi replied seriously, "What if it is possible that Danzo wants Lord Mito to intervene and have me?" Tsunade, those skilled in manipulation have dirty hearts. As long as they can achieve their goals, people like Danzo do not hesitate to use some underhanded means. Despite the third Hokage's unwavering stance with Mito Uzumaki, should a situation arise that benefits him, he would not mind being an unwitting participant. Lord Mito surely does not fear Danzo, but certain actions could lead to unsavory rumors, causing many misunderstandings. Kakashi Hitaki serves as a cautionary tale in this regard. Tsunade hesitated, but Jing Yi interrupted her, continuing, "Lord Mito holds a special status. Danzo would not dare to openly target her, but if I return to the village, he would come after me. At that time, the ninjas stationed at the border camp would certainly be unhappy, and their families would also voice their grievances. Public opinion can sometimes be more terrifying than assassination. So are we just passively waiting to be attacked?" Tsunade hated this feeling of losing control over the situation. Not quite. Jing Yi smiled. Think about it, as long as I stay at the camp he cannot manipulate public opinion against me. As for assassination, first he needs to persuade those who could assassinate me. After all, no one is a fool. Without sufficient benefits, who would take the risk to do such a thing? While Hanzo of the Salamander is incredibly strong, is he foolish? Certainly not. Without adequate benefits, no one would heed Danzo's calls. Ironically, at this point Danzo is precisely in a stage of having his position reduced, unable to grasp the village's power and interests. With insufficient benefits, persuading Hanzo to take action would be exceedingly difficult. If you were Hanzo, would you help Danzo for no reason? Without sufficient incentives, only a fool would help in such a manner. Tsunade decisively shook her head. Neither she nor Hanzo was foolish. It all depends on what benefits Danzo can offer to attract Hanzo. So in the short term, your safety is assured. Yes, Jing Yi nodded. Then should we discuss what just happened? Tsunade squinted her eyes, stepping towards the door and locking it behind her. What is this little girl planning? Is she going to settle the score later? Ahem. Jing Yi earnestly defended himself. Tsunade, you can't blame me for this. You were the one who covered my head with the blanket while I was still holding the plate. I couldn't just let the plate fall, could I? Then what do you suggest? Was it good? Good. Jing Yi thought of himself as an honest young man, unable to lie. Good was simply good. How about I take a loss and offer myself? Hinata, Jing Yi, get over here. Wait, don't act rashly, let's talk it out. Hey, are you serious? How about I take a loss and offer myself? Hinata, Jing Yi, get over here. Wait, don't act rashly, let's talk it out. Hey, are you serious? I am going to fight back. Wait, I'm still a child, you can't do this. Tsunade shouted angrily, waking everyone in the camp. Many rushed out of the wooden house towards the medical room. Wait. Others may not be familiar with Tsunade, but Sarutobi Sasuke was different. Realizing the familiar sound he just heard, Sarutobi Sasuke's face changed dramatically as he quickly called out to others. I am going to fight back. Wait, I'm still a child, you can't do this. Tsunade. Sarutobi Sasuke raised a hand to rub his face, saying helplessly, It's Tsunade, it's definitely her. Let's go back to sleep. Those on duty continue, don't disturb them. When did Lady Tsunade arrive at the camp and still be in the medical room? With Tsunade's shouts, a group of men in the camp exchanged knowing glances while a few rather lewd individuals chuckled, casting envious looks towards the medical room. Cough, aside from those on duty, everyone else get back to sleep. This is none of your business. He sent away the crowd, eager to watch the show. Kobayashi pulled Sarutobi Sasuke aside, quietly asking, Are you sure it's Lady Tsunade? What about her and Jing Yi? Don't meddle in things that don't concern you. Let's go. Sarutobi Sasuke didn't want to discuss such matters with Kobayashi. If Kobayashi couldn't hold his tongue, he would be the one to suffer. The camp, which had just become lively, quickly quieted down. Only the patrolling ninjas curiously looked towards the medical room, eager to know what was happening inside. Tsunade, enough already. A kiss is one thing, but you actually bit me. Jing Yi rubbed his lip, which seemed to have been injured. Tsunade licked her lips as if savoring the moment, and after a while shook her head, saying, It doesn't seem particularly special. Could it be because you haven't grown up yet? You dare? If it weren't for the watchful eye of the great crab deity, you'd learn what corporal punishment is. Taking out a brand new comforter, Jing Yi did not want to bother with Tsunade, pulling the blanket over himself and preparing to sleep. As for Tsunade, she could either join him or sleep on the table. Fortunately, he had the foresight to prepare several blankets, knowing that the weather in the land of rain was harsh, and during winter the blankets could become damp and moldy. In this dreadful weather, only a fool would sleep on a table. Having seen and tasted who would still sleep on the table. In the darkness, feeling a pair of hands moving unsatisfactorily slipping under his clothes, Tsunade coldly laughed. Did you not say I was rough, and not like a woman? What are you doing with your hands now? Ahem. Jing Yi coughed to change the subject. When are we going back? I can't stay too long. Tsunade had originally planned to stay at the camp for a while, but after her conversation with Jing Yi, she realized that her presence was of little use. In the short term, Jing Yi's safety was indeed assured. Even if their speculation was correct, persuading Hanzo of the Salamander to assassinate Jing Yi would not be easy. Then let's head back tomorrow. If I stay too long, I'm afraid someone in the camp will be displeased. As the new year approached, everyone missed the village and their families. With her being the only female ninja accompanying him, there might have been curiosity at first, but over time discontent would surely arise. Okay, Tsunade was not one to dither. The next morning, she left the camp early to return to the village without even having a face-to-face encounter with the camp members. In her view, it was unnecessary anyway, as she wouldn't stay if she didn't have to. It was just one night, so she could leave directly. As for the consequences of the news about her visit to the camp spreading, Tsunade did not concern herself with that. A prolonged stay would carry unfavorable implications, but just one night. Who would dare to complain? Has Lady Tsunade departed? Only after Jing Yi had left the medical room and confirmed he was alone did Xiao Benkai and Sarutobi Mishima approach. Jing Yi stretched and said, "She left early this morning." He did not explain why Tsunade had come, nor would he ever reveal what had transpired the previous night. The two captains wisely refrained from pressing further. Once certain that Tsunade had gone, they earnestly reminded Jing Yi to rest well before taking their leave. "I haven't done a damn thing. Just had a brief thrill. Why rest?" As New Year approached, the camp's atmosphere began to shift. Everyone had lost their initial enthusiasm, with many frequently gazing toward the village. Clearly, they all missed home, yearning to reunite with their families and celebrate the new year together. However, bound by their mission, they had to remain stationed at the camp until the next rotation of ninjas arrived, unable to go anywhere. The Toad Sage Jiraiya has returned. With only 2 days left until New Year, Jiraiya, who had been out on a mission, finally came back to the village. "Old man, next time you have a mission like this, don't assign it to me. Go find Orochimaru directly. I'm exhausted." After submitting his mission report, Jiraiya complained loudly. This mission had taken far too long. "Go back and rest, get ready for a good new year," the third Hokage said, skillfully changing the subject. Among his 3 disciples, his favorite was Orochimaru, who received the most care. Due to his personality, Jiraiya was actually the most obedient one. Thus, when faced with troublesome missions, the third Hokage would always assign them to Jiraiya. As for Tsunade, the medical department was too busy and she would directly refuse certain missions. Orochimaru was even more decisive. Once he had money, he busied himself with his experiments and research. As for missions, better to find Jiraiya. "Old man, I'm off. Rest. Not an option." Leaving the Hokage's office building, an itching Jiraiya headed straight for the hot spring inn. He soon returned disappointed. Due to winter and the new year, the hot spring inn was deserted, leaving Jiraiya, who had hoped for a visual treat, deeply frustrated. Unable to satisfy his eyes, he settled for satisfying his mouth. Jiraiya sought out Orochimaru, dragged him out of the research lab, and then pulled Tsunade along to gather at a small tavern. "TSK, finally alive again. This mission was utterly annoying, nearly killed me." Sipping his sake, Jiraiya grumbled endlessly. Orochimaru listened quietly, letting the words go in one ear and out the other as always. After complaining for a while, Jiraiya suddenly felt the atmosphere was off. Orochimaru was still the same Orochimaru, ignoring him completely, treating his words as meaningless chatter. And Tsunade. Jiraiya realized what was wrong. In the past, when the 3 of them gathered, Tsunade would scold him. When he complained, even throw a punch. This time, however, Tsunade neither scolded nor let alone hit him. What had happened during his absence from the village? Jiraiya blinked in confusion. "Tsunade is the food not to your liking." Tsunade had always enjoyed the dishes at this small tavern, but today she barely touched her chopsticks. "Maybe my taste has changed. It doesn't seem as good as before." Rarely did Tsunade not vent her anger at Jiraiya. Instead, she curiously asked about the interesting things he had encountered during his mission. "Unbelievable. Is this still the Tsunade I know?" Jiraiya's mouth hung wide open, nearly dropping. "Unbelievable. Is this still the Tsunade I know?" Jiraiya's mouth hung wide open, nearly dropping. Orochimaru could not figure it out. Since the team disbanded, the 3 had gathered less and less frequently. It had been quite a while since their last meeting. After dinner, they each went their separate ways. Jiraiya found his loyal little fan Nawaki. "Has your sister been acting strange lately?" "Not at all." Holding a book Jiraiya had brought, Nawaki was reading with great interest. Without looking up, he said, "Maybe she's lost her appetite." "It's not just her, Kushina too. Since Jing Yi left, we haven't had good food for a long time." "Jing Yi, Tsunade's little apprentice." Jiraiya was taken aback. Nawaki said discontentedly, "Not an apprentice. Jing Yi just studies under my sister, not a teacher-student relationship. My sister doesn't even acknowledge having apprentices." Soon Nawaki was absorbed in his book, leaving Jiraiya sitting there scratching his head. He felt like he had missed something, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Compared to Konoha, adorned with red lanterns, the border camp remained unchanged. Xiao Benkai made 2 lanterns from red paper and hung them at the camp entrance to celebrate the new year. Unfortunately, the red lanterns did little to uplift spirits. Instead, they made many ninjas miss their families even more. He really didn't know how to handle things. Noticing the somber mood in the camp, Jing Yi could only shake his head. Many were longing for home, hoping to return soon, yet the village showed no sign of acknowledgement. At other times it might be forgivable, but with the new year arriving, shouldn't they send supplies to reward the ninjas stationed at the border? Was Konoha so impoverished that it couldn't spare anything to reward the border guards? The fact that they showed no gesture at all only proved the inaction of the 4 elders. Closer and closer. In the depths of his being, Jing Yi sensed that the 3rd throes of the Tenseigan. On New Year's night, the 3rd throes arrived as expected. Having prepared in advance, Jing Yi covered his eyes with a piece of white cloth and lay steadily on his bed. With each throes, the duration lasted longer than the previous one. Perhaps because he lacked Otsutsuki chakra, the throes of the Tenseigan persisted for a longer period. The intervals were also quite long. As the only medical ninja in the entire border camp, Jing Yi had always been the most valued. When they noticed the white cloth over his eyes, everyone in the camp became anxious. Jing Yi, is your eye all right? Xiao Benkai was very worried. Jing Yi could not be allowed to get hurt. As a clansman of the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Mishima knew some inside information. Jing Yi is the after effect of the Byakugan degeneration acting up again. Yes, my eyes are uncomfortable. I feel something twitching. During this time, I must avoid bright light and cannot act freely. Everyone needs to protect themselves. This after effect has occurred twice before, each lasting for a period. I don't know how long it will last this time. After hearing Jing Yi's explanation, Xiao Benkai said angrily, the Hokage should have transferred you back. Your health has always been poor. Well, Sarutobi Mishima could sense the deep resentment in Xiao Benkai's words. As a clansman of the 3rd Hokage, his position was awkward, and he found it hard to respond. Jing Yi shook his head with a smile, calming the anxious Xiao Benkai. Captain, I've been through this twice before. I can take care of myself during this time, so there's no need for a rotation. But if someone gets injured, can you still treat them? Xiao Benkai voiced his greatest concern. As a medical ninja, his duty was to treat and rescue the wounded. If he couldn't even save lives, then he would be nothing more than a figurehead. Simple medical treatment and surgery are no problem, Captain. Rest assured, I'm just not suited for combat, but that doesn't mean I can't use ninjutsu. In fact, Jing Yi was not greatly affected. As long as he didn't look directly at bright lights, everything else was fine. He could use medical ninjutsu or fight without issue. Exaggerating the situation was merely a show of weakness. Jing Yi couldn't be certain whether there were any of Jitsuin Tuanzang's people in the camp. If there were, then showing weakness was the best way to trap them. If Jitsuin Tuanzang took the chance to strike at him, Jing Yi would surely give him a great surprise. That's good. Xiao Benshin sighed in relief. Jing Yi, just rest in the medical room without worry. Leave everything else to me and Sandow. During the recovery of your eyes, I'll tell everyone to be more careful and minimize injuries to reduce your trouble. The sooner you recover, the more at ease we'll be. After comforting Jing Yi, Xiao Benshin and Yuanfei Sandow left together. After leaving the medical room, Xiao Benshin complained, Sandow, Jing Yi's condition shouldn't have been chosen. I don't know. He was joking. How could he reveal such a thing? Let alone having only some guesses, even if he knew he couldn't say. It would cause trouble. Don't worry, he'll get better soon. His current condition has happened twice before in the village, and he recovered quickly. Don't overthink it. Tell everyone not to fret about this. It can only be that way. The recurrence of Jing Yi's Byakugan degeneration after effects was soon sent. That night, the 3rd Hokage in Konoha had already received the news. The message was delivered by Yuanfei Sandow. Tuanzang, what will you do? Jing Yi's health problem was a good opportunity for Jitsuin Tuanzang. But acting carried the risk of exposure, and the 3rd Hokage was curious about what the other would do. The 3rd Hokage believed that Jitsuin Tuanzang certainly had channels to obtain the same intelligence. Whether Jitsuin Tuanzang would act upon learning of Jing Yi's condition became the 3rd Hokage's greatest concern. Having received the same intelligence, Jitsuin Tuanzang snorted coldly and threw the scroll into the stove, burning it directly. The 3rd Hokage knew very well what kind of person Jitsuin Tuanzang was, and conversely, Jitsuin Tuanzang also knew the 3rd Hokage's character. Cooperating with him and tacitly allowing his action was the last bottom line. Once that line was crossed, the 3rd Hokage would sell him out without hesitation. As an ambitious man with the goal of becoming Hokage, Jitsuin Tuanzang would not push himself into a trap just to take revenge on Jing Yi. Jing Yi's health issue seemed to present a suitable opportunity, but from Jitsuin Tuanzang's perspective, it was not an opportunity at all. It was a trap. Why Gang Shou went to the border camp was already clear. The 3rd Hokage seemed to tacitly allow his revenge, but in reality, he forcibly patched up the loophole. Yuanfei, risen, looking up toward the Hokage building, Jitsuin Tuanzang ground his teeth in anger. To avoid being implicated himself, the only option was to let Tuanzang suffer. This was precisely the 3rd Hokage's handiwork. If Jitsuin Tuanzang could still assassinate Jing Yi after the patch, the 3rd Hokage would accept it. As long as Jitsuin Tuanzang did not use the village's forces, no blame could fall on the 3rd Hokage. All the fury would be directed at Jitsuin Tuanzang. Jing Yi, are your eyes better? Can you take care of yourself? Since the 3rd fetal movement of the reincarnation, Jing Yi had never left the medical room, even preparing his own food and drink without involving anyone else. Although his medical ninjutsu was good in this critical period, it was better to be careful. Still the same. It will last a while, probably not improving until after the new year. Captain, did you need something? His face was covered with cloth, and he couldn't see anything, but that didn't affect Jing Yi's mobility. His powerful perception and responses to attraction and repulsion were enough to replace his eyes. Don't bother. It's freezing cold, so it's better to drink less water, or you'll keep going to the bathroom. Xiao Benshin stopped Jing Yi from pouring water, then pulled out a scroll from his chest and handed it to him, A shinobi from the village just arrived at the camp ordered by Lady Gangsho to deliver this scroll to you. An ordinary sealing scroll. Inside were various things Gangsho had bought. The buyer was Gangsho, but the one who paid was Joshinai. Upon learning that Jing Yi had been drafted and sent to the border camp and would not return to the village for at least a year, Joshinai became depressed. Because her only friend had left her side, not returning for a whole year. As for the little blonde, he was only, so Joshinai and Gangsho discussed it, bought a bunch of things, put them in a sealing scroll, and sent someone to deliver it to Jing Yi. Captain, thank you for your trouble. Jing Yi put the scroll away and smiled as he thanked Xiao Binshan. Xiao Binshan quickly waved his hand. Don't mention thanks. As the camp captain, taking care of teammates and comrades is only right. I still have duty soon, so I won't disturb your rest. After sending off Xiao Binshan, Jing Yi opened the scroll. His perception swept over it, and then he froze. Did you bring the whole market here? Who bought all this? Gangsho. No, Gangsho is broke. There's only one person who has a lot of money and would buy things for him without considering the cost, the little rich girl Joshinai. It's hard to repay this favor from the little rich girl. I haven't even sorted things out with Gangsho yet. Jing Yi scratched his head, beginning to feel a headache. As a man, he certainly wouldn't mind having several girlfriends or several women, but if the targets were Joshinai and Gangsho, that would be a disaster. Both were hot-tempered, both were strong-willed, and both were off the charts in combat. For now, Gangsho was the stronger one, while Joshinai was weaker. But when Joshinai became the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails and grew up, her strength would surpass Gangsho's. Just thinking about the two sisters fighting made Jing Yi's scalp tingle. Well, let's worry about that later. At least I don't need to stress about it now. Jing Yi picked some vegetables and a piece of beef, planning to have a good meal. The camp's conditions were really mediocre. There was little hope for good food, except maybe hunting outside and eating some grilled meat. Forget about anything else. Captain Sandow, can you do me a favor? Go ahead. Yuanfei Sandow walked into the medical room. Jing Yi pointed to the empty space beside the medical room. Captain Sandow, please get some people to clear the snow and ice here, then use ice blocks to make a box, preferably a large one. Vegetables can be kept indoors. Eat the perishable ones first. The meat needs to be handled properly. Make some bacon airdried meat and freeze the rest in a natural fridge. Okay. Although he didn't understand why Jing Yi wanted an icebox, Yuanfei Sandow didn't refuse. He called over a group of people, and they started working with a Hivaho. Fortunately, Jing Yi wouldn't make them work for nothing. He directly stewed a big pot of beef with potatoes, enough for everyone. Jing Yi, it's Doug. What are you going to use this for? Freeze some meat, or it'll go bad if there's too much. When Jing Yi pulled piece after piece of meat from the sealing scroll and tossed them into the natural freezer, the surrounding shinobi were stunned. Damn, this is way too lavish. Are we never going to lack meat again? A shinobi murmured to himself. Yuanfei Sandow gave him an annoyed slap. This was bought by Lady Gangsho for Jing Yi, not for the camp to enjoy. Want some? Have your wife buy it for you. All the meat that needed freezing was thrown into the natural freezer and covered with ice blocks. Done. Phew, delicious. Are we digging ice blocks again tomorrow? He'll be the first one here. Haha, count me in. Me too. As a group of people ate the steaming beef and potatoes while already thinking about the next day's meals, Jing Yi couldn't help but laugh. Such jesting words would not be taken seriously by Jing Yi, nor would he foolishly agree. It was not that he was stingy, but preparing meals for too many people would be rather troublesome. Moreover, he could not constantly dip into Kushina's private funds to subsidize the village's shinobi, could he? As the new year arrived, the shinobi at the camp organized a modest gathering with limited resources to celebrate the occasion, or Jing Yi chose not to join the festivities. Plopped. Lying on the bed, Jing Yi silently sensed the stirrings of his Tenseigan. Leaf Village, the Senju ancestral estate. What's wrong, child? Are you unhappy? Mito Uzumaki stroked Kushina's crimson hair. Kushina forced a smile. No, I'm happy, grandmother. Ah. Mito Uzumaki let out a sigh and tightened her embrace around Kushina. Feeling aggrieved, Kushina whispered, Grandmother, I'm not happy. I thought I could spend a lively new year with Jing Yi. He's my only friend. But he went straight to the border camp. I heard from Tsunade sister that the weather there is harsh. I wonder how he is doing. I think he must miss me. What was there to say? Mito Uzumaki opened her mouth several times, but could not find words of comfort. She could only quietly stay by Kushina's side. As for Tsunade and Nawaki, Nawaki had gone to play with his classmates while Tsunade had been summoned to the meeting on New Year's Eve was not because the third Hokage enjoyed troubling people, but because an important assembly was necessary. In the meeting room on the first floor of the Hokage office building, a significant conference was underway. Apart from the third Hokage, the two representatives of the Elder Council, the representative of the Jonin Corps, and almost all eligible attendees were present. Except for those who had not returned from missions, as well as the unfortunate Shimura Danzo, virtually everyone else had gathered. The third Hokage puffed on his pipe, smoking in gloomy irritation. As the Hokage, he addressed the gathering. Today is New Year's Eve. Everyone should be at home with their families enjoying a good holiday. I would like that too, but it seems our enemies have no intention of letting us have a peaceful and lively new year. Since last year, shinobi from Tsunade have frequently entered the land of rivers, continuously provoking our village. They have violated the peace treaties signed by the 5 great shinobi villages. The first great ninja war shattered the peaceful shinobi world forged by Hashirama Senju and tore apart the peace accord that he had championed. After the first great ninja war ended, the villages sat down for negotiations and signed a new peace treaty. As time passed, each village gradually restored its strength. Some villages began to reveal their ambitions, bearing fangs at their neighbors and launching frequent provocations. The small countries sandwiched between the great shinobi villages exist solely as buffer zones between the 2 great powers, reducing friction and conflicts, and thus lowering the probability of war. Once one side conspicuously sends forces into a small buffer country, the other side regards it as a provocation. At this moment, Tsunade was provoking Konoha. It was not only Tsunade. Amigakure was also unstable. Under the leadership of Hanzo of the Salamander, the demigod Amigakure's strength was steadily rising. Like Shimura, Hanzo of the Salamander was an ambitious man. His ambition was to lead Amigakure to grow robustly, become increasingly powerful, and earn the right to stand shoulder to shoulder with the 5 great shinobi villages. To claim the honorable title of Kage. He did not want to be called the leader of Amigakure. He wanted to become the rain shadow. Taking a deep drag from his pipe and exhaling a cloud of smoke, the 3rd Hokage continued. Apart from Tsunade, Amigakure under Hanzo of the Salamander has also been frequently testing our village's limits. This demigod is an ambitious leader. Compared to Amigakure, the village should focus more on Tsunade. Homura Mitokado took over the 3rd Hokage's words. Amigakure's strength is formidable only among small nations. Even with the demigod Hanzo, it cannot threaten our village. Therefore, the village's defensive priority should be Tsunade. Hanzo of the Salamander was indeed powerful. No one would dare call themselves a demigod without sufficient strength. But the might of one individual was useless unless he became a second Hashirama Senju or a second Madara Uchiha. Otherwise, he could not intimidate others. A powerful Hanzo leading Amigakure could only threaten other small countries and villages, but could not shake the position of the 5 great shinobi villages. Because the 2 sides were not on the same scale. A single strong person was useless, not just in Amigakure, but even in a great village it would be futile. Once upon a time, Tobarama Senju was strong enough and Konoha was not weak, yet even their combination could not deter those with ambition. The Gold and Silver brothers launched a coup when they pleased and started a war when they pleased. Who cared about Tobarama Senju? If Hashirama Senju had been there, the Gold and Silver brothers would have obediently stayed low, but Tobarama Senju, he counted for nothing. By the same logic, among the leaders of the 5 great villages, the 3rd Raikage was arguably the most fearsome and troublesome. Kumogakure's overall strength was not weak either. So the question is, could Kumogakure suppress the other villages? Forget about suppressing everyone. One Inoki and a Wagakure were enough to give Kumogakure a headache. Therefore, no matter how much Amigakure jumped around, it was nothing but a clown. Only Tsunade deserved Konoha's attention. Paying attention to Tsunade was the right strategy, but the question was how. Should they respond to Tsunade's provocations by immediately sending people into the land of rivers to provoke them back? Everyone looked at the 3rd Hokage, eager to know how their Hokage-sama viewed this issue. The village cannot remain on the defensive. Since the enemy has already made a move, we should also take action. Passivity will only embolden them. The 3rd Hokage's statement essentially meant Konoha would retaliate. As for the specifics of the countermeasure, discussion was still needed. Hokage-sama rashly sending people into the land of rivers is not the best option. As the Hokage strategist and captain of the Jonin Corps, Narashikaku offered his suggestion, the enemy is provoking us, and we should strike back. But we should approach from a different angle rather than imitating Tsunade by invading the land of rivers. Narashikaku's words captured everyone's attention. The 3rd Hokage hesitated. Shikaku, do you mean the land of rain? To hold the seat of Hokage, the 3rd Hokage's capabilities needed no questioning, and his political acumen was equally sharp. Wasn't Tsunade provoking them? Amigakure was also unstable. Why not send forces into the land of rain, thereby provoking Tsunade's nerves and making them shift their focus to the land of rain? The incursions by both Konoha and Tsunade could also curb Amigakure's rise and Hanzo's ambition. I think Shikaku's idea is excellent. It responds to Tsunade's provocation while simultaneously suppressing Amigakure's development and ambition. As expected of the man with the sharpest mind, a few words connect Amigakure and Tsunade in one go. Many in the meeting room murmured in discussion. Tsunade, with her arms crossed, listened with a furrowed brow. Everyone, Shikaku Zenpai's proposal is indeed good. It should divert Tsunade's attention to the land of rain. With the entry of both the village and Tsunade, Amigakure's growth will certainly be affected. But have you considered Iwagakure's reaction? Why was Tsunade provoking Konoha in the land of rivers instead of targeting the land of rain? Was Tsunade afraid of Amigakure and Hanzo of the salamander? Not at all. It was simply that Tsunade, or rather the third Kazekage, did not want to provoke two formidable enemies at once. Provocations in the land of rivers only challenged Konoha. Provocations in the land of rain would alarm not only Konoha, but also Iwagakure, pricking their nerves. After all, the land of rain bordered the land of fire, the land of wind, and the land of earth. Once a party became active there, it would be equivalent to provoking two powerful opponents. Let us not devise a strategy targeting Tsunade and Amigakure only to end up dragging Iwagakure into the fray as well. Tsunade slammed the table and exclaimed, "The land of rain has a unique geographical location bordering the land of fire, land of wind, and land of earth simultaneously. Once we send people into the land of rain, we provoke the sand village, while also grating on the nerves of the land of earth. Will Inoki just sit idly by?" The third Hokage glanced at Nara Lushin and asked, "Lushin, do you have anything to say about this?" Nara Lushin stood up with a smile and said unhurriedly, "Lady Tsunade, sending our people into the land of rain will indeed stir up the sand village, rain village, and even the rock village's nerves, but we must also consider the rock village's enemies. In recent years, the cloud village has frequently harassed and attacked the borders of the land of earth, leading to many small-scale conflicts between the rock village and the cloud village. I believe everyone understands my point. Even if the rock village ultimately becomes involved, the enemy we need to face should be the sand village, not the rock village." Daring to propose such a plan, Nara Lushin had also taken the rock village's existence into consideration. Fortunately, the conflicts and constant friction between the rock village and the cloud village in recent years gave Konoha an opportunity. However, this plan was somewhat risky. It would be fine if the rock village did not participate in large numbers, but once they sent a large force of ninjas into battle, Konoha might find itself besieged. Let's hope so. Since Nara Lushin had already considered all this, Tsunade, who originally disliked meddling in such matters, simply fell silent. This was just a targeted meeting, not a war council, because Konoha had no intention of going to war with the Sand Village. At least not for now. After the meeting, its contents were directly delivered to Shimura Danzo. Shimura Danzo, who had been pondering how to persuade Hanzo the Salamander, knew that his opportunity had arrived. Days passed one after another, and the camp remained unchanged as before. The new year brought no difference to the camp. Jing Yi, still waiting for the reincarnation eye to finish its gestation, was unaware that the fuse of the Second Shinobi World War was about to ignite. In the Naruto anime and manga, there was not much information about the Second Shinobi World War. Only a brief explanation that it was caused by the uneven economic development among the nations and villages. And then a chaotic war like a free-for-all erupted. The land of rain directly became a battlefield. Konoha fought the Sand Village, the Rock Village fought Konoha, and the Sand Village fought the Rock Village. Then the exasperated Hanzo led the Rain Village to declare war on Konoha, the Sand Village, and the Rock Village, exacerbating the chaotic war situation. The three great ninja villages battered each other while also fighting the Rain Village. The entire land of Rain was in complete chaos. Several guests of special status arrived at the Rain Village and were received by Hanzo. In the spacious office, only Shimura Danzo and Hanzo sat together. "I wonder, Hokage advisor, what business brings you to my Rain Village?" Shimura Danzo had been stripped of all his positions due to offending Uzumaki Mito. Such matters were not glorious and were known only to a few insiders in Konoha. They were not publicized. Therefore, Hanzo did not know that the Shimura Danzo sitting before him was no longer the Hokage advisor. "I have come for a deal beneficial to both the Rain Village and Konoha," Shimura Danzo said calmly. "What deal?" Hanzo frowned. He was not someone to be manipulated, even if Danzo represented Konoha. Under his leadership, the Rain Village had become considerably more active, overtly or covertly taking away some of Konoha's interests. However, it could not be said to have incurred Konoha's enmity, as such trivial gains were not worth the two villages going to war. Shimura Danzo said indifferently, "The Sand Village has frequently sent people into the land of rivers to provoke Konoha, and the village held a meeting on the matter. During the meeting, someone mentioned the Rain Village, considering its strength a threat, and sought to persuade the Hokage to send people into the land of rain to divert the attention of the sand and rock villages." "What a..." Hanzo's expression changed drastically, and he stood up in anger. Who proposed this suggestion? Wasn't this trying to put the Rain Village on the fire? If Konoha sent people into the land of rain, the Sand Village would surely follow. Once the Sand Village entered, the Rock Village would not pretend not to see it. The friction among the three villages could spark a war at any time. Then the land of rain would become the battlefield of Konoha, the Sand Village, and the Rock Village. Who proposed it is not important. What matters is that the Rain Village is now seen as a threat by the 5 great ninja villages. What exactly does this guy mean? After the initial panic, Hanzo quickly calmed down. He did not believe that Danzo would come to see him without reason and share such crucial intelligence. There had to be a purpose and perhaps even a considerable demand. Then the question arose, what was there in the Rain Village, or even the Land of Rain, that was worth this Hokage advisor's coveting? Danzo, state your purpose. Having calmed down, Hanzo sat back in his chair and poured himself a glass of water. Kill someone for me, and I will do my best in the village to oppose the proposal to send people into the Land of Rain. Shimura Danzo had no intention of playing guessing games with Hanzo and directly stated his goal. Kills. Hanzo immediately became alert, staring at Danzo with suspicion. Danzo, you have come from afar bringing intelligence that the village needs, and I am grateful. However, I and the Rain Village will not get involved in Konoha's internal conflicts. Was the intelligence Danzo brought important? Yes, otherwise Hanzo would not have said he was grateful. But Hanzo would not accept the other's proposal. If Danzo was willing to dangle such bait to attract him, then the person Danzo wanted to kill was certainly not simple. Perhaps a high-ranking figure in Konoha. Once he did it, it would be declaring war on Konoha, and the Rain Village could not withstand Konoha's wrath. Hyuga Jing Yi is your target. He is merely a medical ninja with no great strength, but he is highly valued by Lady Mito, so I cannot act myself. Not a Konoha high-ranking official, just a small medical ninja, but one valued by the great Uzumaki. Hanzo was momentarily baffled about what Danzo was up to. A medical ninja, not strong. With Danzo's strength and methods, he should be able to easily kill the target. Why come to me? Was this a trap? Wait, Hyuga. The person Danzo wanted to kill was a member of the Hyuga clan. Here are the documents. I will leave a person here to await news. After it is done, I will do my utmost to persuade others to prevent the village from sending people into the Land of Rain. Furthermore, this matter has always been your own act, Hanzo, and has nothing to do with me. I will not acknowledge today's deal. Leaving behind the documents on Jing Yi, Shimura Danzo stood up and left. Had the village not convened a meeting targeting the Sand Village, it would have been difficult for him to persuade Hanzo. But now it was different. The initiative was in his hands. For the sake of the Rain Village and the Land of Rain, Hanzo had no choice but to agree. Danzo, I have not yet agreed to your proposal. Shimizu Danzo dropped the documents and left, leaving himself unscathed, while Hanzo of the Salamander's nose turned crooked with anger. What do you take me for? Am I your subordinate, Hanzo of the Salamander? But Shimizu Danzo showed no intention of looking back, continuing to walk outside at a leisurely pace. You have no right to refuse unless you are willing to watch the Land of Rain turn into a battlefield and its people suffer the ravages of war. Moreover, you do not have much time. I hope to receive good news from you soon. Damn it. Hanzo of the Salamander wished he could kill Shimizu Danzo or poison him, but he dared not act. Shimizu Danzo had the confidence to come to the Rain Ninja Village and meet him, and it was clear from what he said that he had no choice. Unless Hanzo of the Salamander could watch his country turn into a battlefield and see the people of the Land of Rain suffer from war. Leader, should we take him down? Get lost. A furious Hanzo of the Salamander shouted at his subordinates. This was a conspiracy and also an open plot. Just as Shimizu Danzo said, he had no right to refuse. Because he would be facing enemies like Tsunade, Iwagakure, and Konoha. Caught between the three great ninja villages, the Rain Ninja Village had no room for choice. Danzo. Limited intelligence coupled with a verbal promise forced Hanzo of the Salamander into a corner. Huff. After a moment, he finally calmed down and picked up the documents on the table to examine them closely. Bloodline disease. In the ninja world, bloodline diseases are not rare. Ninja clans with bloodline limits, be it the Uchiha or Hyuga, including those from outside Konoha, all have such conditions to some extent. A mere medical ninja, is he worth Shimizu Danzo making such a big fuss? Hanzo of the Salamander did not believe things would be that simple. If it were that simple, Shimizu Danzo would have acted himself. As for the reasons he cannot act easily, that is all nonsense. This old man is cautious and unwilling to act, which is why he sought him out. It is too difficult to pry into the intelligence. Shimizu Danzo had no intention of explaining. If he were to be demoted for warning Tsunade, only to be scolded afterward, Hanzo of the Salamander might laugh himself to death. To kill or to merely watch the village and the country turn into a battlefield, becoming a sacrifice for... What angered Hanzo of the Salamander the most was that Shimizu Danzo only offered him a verbal promise. Whether the assassination succeeded or not would be his own responsibility, with no relation to Shimizu Danzo. Others would not admit to having seen him, nor would they acknowledge such matters. It is not a pleasant feeling to be manipulated. Before his dream of standing on equal footing with the five Kage was realized, the Land of Rain would become a battlefield first. Hanzo of the Salamander could not accept this outcome. Danzo, you better keep your word, or else. At night, a puppet crow flew into the camp and landed on the window of the medical room. Tsunade opened the window, allowing the puppet to enter, untying the intelligence scroll from the puppet's foot. After opening the scroll, he controlled the puppet to view its contents. Indeed, blindfolded Tsunade could see through the puppet's vision. The intelligence scroll was sent by Tsunade, and the puppet crow had become a tool for her to convey messages and information. Emergency meeting. Why is Tsunade provoking Konoha at this time? Could the second Great Ninja War be about to begin? No, the timing is off. According to the original timeline, there are still at least 3 to 4 years before the outbreak of the second Great Ninja War. After all, war cannot just break out at will. It involves too much. So how did Tsunade's provocation come about? Do they eagerly want to take a big bite out of the land of fire? The land of wind is too poor. The land of fire is rich in resources and overly wealthy. This has led to Konohagakure's development speed far outpacing Tsunade's, even leaving them unable to see the taillights. Since the establishment of the ninja village, Tsunade has always wanted to take a piece of meat from the land of fire. The gradually strengthening military power has made certain individuals in Tsunade, such as the third Kazekage and the Chiyo siblings, consider their options. These are both hardliners and warhawks in Tsunade. Tisk, sure enough, those who play with their minds can't have clean hearts. Seeing Narashikaku suggest moving the fire to the land of rain, Janae couldn't help but grin. This is a wicked scheme responding to Tsunade's provocation, while simultaneously suppressing the development of the Rain Ninja Village, crushing Hanzo of the Salamander's dream of becoming the Rain Shadow, making him reconsider the power of the Rain Ninja Village. As for Iwagakure, if the 3 great ninja villages truly engage in fierce conflict in the land of rain, Konohagakure would not particularly suffer losses. Tsunade and Iwagakure cannot quickly reach a cooperation to besiege Konohagakure. Moreover, with the Rain Ninja Village, which holds an ambiguous strength, it would only muddy the waters further. Wait, is the village planning to send someone into the land of rain to attract Tsunade's attention and respond to their provocation? Konohagakure's maneuver is timely and crucial both for the village and for Shimizu Danzo. Given Shimizu Danzo's character, he might use this event to manipulate Hanzo of the Salamander. And this demigod Hanzo of the Salamander. It seems he has been tricked by Shimizu Danzo more than once. Shimizu Danzo understands how to manipulate a demigod. Janae does not believe that Shimizu Danzo would let such a good opportunity pass unless he does not want to act against himself. Otherwise, without relying on the village's power and without showing himself, Hanzo of the Salamander is a sharp knife. The key is that he is useful. After using him, he can just wipe his hands clean and leave without needing to acknowledge responsibility. Don't ask. Asking is slander, and this has nothing to do with me. He really knows how to pick his timing. Destroying the scroll sent by Tsunade, Janae felt he needed to prepare, as he was unsure whether Shimizu Danzo had convinced Hanzo of the Salamander. If Hanzo of the Salamander is swayed, it would be unpredictable when he would act. The camp is very close to the land of rain. With Hanzo of the Salamander's strength, he could easily come to the camp at any time. This demigod's body flicker technique and physical skills are terrifying. Even more frightening is the poison he himself needs to guard against. To be blunt, if Hanzo of the Salamander were to stroll around the camp, he could easily kill a group of people with poison. Tsunade's provocation and the village's plans indirectly helped Shimizu Danzo a great deal, providing him with an opportunity to easily manipulate Hanzo of the Salamander. Shimura Danzo was certainly not a man of his word, but Hanzo of the Salamander had no other choice. Just as Danzo had said he had no right to choose, he could only trust and believe that Danzo would help lobby on his behalf. Danzo, you enjoy manipulating others, don't you? Seiichi pulled out a scroll, tied it to the leg of a puppet crow, and sent the puppet flying toward the rain village. He wanted to use Hanzo's hand to eliminate me, keeping his own hands clean. Not a chance. Seiichi was certain that Hanzo had no idea about Danzo's dismissal from his post. Only Danzo, serving as the Hokage's advisor, could lobby and aid the hidden rain village. If Danzo lost that position and became nothing more than a schemer resting at home, would Hanzo still listen to him? The puppet crow reached the rain village, located the building where the village leader worked, aimed at a guard on duty, dropped the scroll, then turned and flew away. What was that? Noticing something falling from the sky, the guard instinctively caught the scroll. He looked around in confusion, but the pitch-black rainy night revealed nothing. A scroll? Who sent it? Startled, the rain village shinobi checked the area repeatedly. Only after confirming no one was there did he step under shelter, open the scroll, and begin reading. After reading just a few lines, his expression changed abruptly. He quickly rolled up the scroll and dashed toward Hanzo's office. Knock, knock, knock. Enter. Hanzo's tone was irritable, for he was still torn over whether to agree to dance. Lord, someone delivered an intelligence scroll. The guard presented the scroll. Hanzo took it and asked, who delivered it? Was someone infiltrating the village so blatantly? Was he overestimating himself, showing such disregard? I don't know. The guard shrank back, fearing blame or punishment. Fine, you may go. Hanzo couldn't help feeling disappointed. Compared to the 5 great shinobi villages, the shinobi of the rain village were still unreliable. Apart from himself, he could barely count a handful who could stand on their own. After all, the Land of Rain was only so large, and the number of those who could become shinobi was limited. There was no room for selection, and anyone who could refine chakra was trained. Though the number of shinobi had increased, their quality was lacking. They were top tier among small nations and villages, but when compared to the 5 great villages, they could not hold their own. Waving for the guard to withdraw, Hanzo opened the scroll and began to read. HM. After scanning it, his eyes behind the respirator flew wide open. Danzo had been stripped of his position as Hokage's advisor, and that man had come to him trying to manipulate him. Bastard. He had been played. Danzo was trying to get something for nothing, using a bit of information to control him. All that talk about lobbying and deals was nonsense, because Danzo no longer had the authority. Danzo, how dare you toy with me? Thinking back on his 2 days of torment, fearing war would break out in the Land of Rain, worrying that Konoha would drag the Rain village into it, only to realize it was all pointless anxiety. Then who sent this scroll? It couldn't be Hyuga Seiichi, the one Danzo wanted dead. Guards, arrest the shinobi Danzo left behind, interrogate them, and bring me the intelligence. Regardless of who delivered the intelligence scroll, Hanzo's suspicions were aroused. He would no longer trust Danzo easily. Whether the information was true or false, he would find out by interrogating the shinobi left by Danzo. Even if those shinobi were loyal unto death, Hanzo had ways to extract information. In the shinobi world, there were countless methods to dig intelligence from corpses. Every village had its own means, some powerful, others average. 2 hours later, a document was delivered to Hanzo. Shimura Danzo. After reading it, Hanzo flew into a rage. The information from the mysterious scroll was true. Danzo had been removed from his post as Hokage's advisor and was currently resting within his clan compound, holding no authority. Hanzo's face, hidden behind his breathing mask, gradually reddened. Danzo, I wondered why you couldn't even kill a simple medical ninja. Turns out you were scheming to use me for your own benefit, trying to get something for nothing. Fine. Very well. Deliver this intelligence and the corpse to the Konoha camp. Hand it over to the Leaf Shinobi. Let's see how Hiruzen Sarutobi deals with Danzo. Plotting to assassinate one's own village, shinobi hiring outside forces, leaking village secrets. If those charges were proven, Danzo would have plenty to answer for. Yes, Lord. Wait, I'll deliver it myself. Danzo, if you show no mercy, don't blame me for being ruthless. You were the one who treated me like a fool. Furious at having been toyed with like a monkey, Hanzo wished nothing less than Danzo's death. The next morning, a guard at the Konoha camp raised the alarm. The entire camp grew tense. The leader of the Rain village, Hanzo the Salamander, known as the demigod, had arrived uninvited, and he brought a corpse with him. The demigod's reputation was fearsome across the shinobi world. As camp commander, Honda Koji reluctantly stepped forward to negotiate. Fortunately, Hanzo had come openly, not in a way that suggested an attack, or else it would have been battle, not negotiation. Seiichi Hanzo of the Salamander has arrived, bringing a corpse. The commander is negotiating. There might be a major battle. As Seiichi's protector, Sarutobi Sanshima, came directly to the medical room. Hanzo of the Salamander is here. For a village leader to enter another country without notice could cause misunderstandings. Even if he meant no harm. Could yesterday's intelligence have worked? Seiichi pondered the purpose of Hanzo's visit. May I ask why the demigod has entered the Land of Fire? Honda Koji showed respect to Hanzo, as befitting a village leader and a renowned powerhouse. Hanzo dropped the corpse at the camp entrance. A few days ago, Shimura Danzo came to the Rain village. He traded a great deal of Konoha intelligence for a deal. He wanted me to kill a medical ninja named Hyuga Seiichi. I refused him. This is the man he left behind. I hope you can relay this to the Hokage as soon as possible. Tell him I have no intention of opposing Konoha. What a... Honda jumped high in alarm. The corpse was a Konoha shinobi. Wait, that's not the point. The point is that Shimura Danzo leaked village intelligence and made a deal with Hanzo of the Salamander, hoping he would kill Jing Yi. A sharp intake of breath. This was a serious matter indeed. Is everything you say true? Hanzo of the Salamander stared coldly at Honda Minoru. I have no need to lie. This man offended me in the village, so I captured him. Here is the interrogation information. Send it all to the Hokage. Tell him that if he wants to respond to the Tsunade provocation, he should not drag the Amigake Cure into it. I have no desire to be an enemy of Konoha, but I am not made of clay either. Trying to make a fool of me, were you? Then don't blame me for splashing you with mud. After all, Shimura Danzo did leak plenty of Konoha's secrets. He'll add a bit of water to it. You'll have to carry this black pot too. Something huge was happening. Leaving the corpse and saying what needed to be said, Hanzo of the Salamander withdrew decisively. Honda Minoru was running around in panic. Why did Lord Danzo want to assassinate Jing Yi? I don't know. Did Jing Yi offend him? Regardless of whether there was a conflict, such an act should not have been done. Worse still, he leaked village intelligence to enlist outside help. No matter what conflict or bad blood existed between Jing Yi and Shimura Danzo, using assassination as a method was wrong. Leaking village intelligence as a bargaining chip to hire outsiders was even more heinous. Honda Minoru rushed to the medical unit and recounted the situation frantically. What do we do? What do we do now? The answer was simple: handle it coolly. Sarutobi Misato covered his face in pain. Danzo, how could you? It would be bad enough hiring an assassin, but to handle it so clumsily. Now the other party has directly sold you out. You're finished. Sarutobi Misato was certain that once the news reached the village, Shimura Danzo would be done for. Humph. The demigod Hanzo also had a personality. Danzo, you never saw that coming, did you? Ha ha ha. If not for Honda Minoru and Sarutobi Misato still being there, Jing Yi would have laughed first. They'll go myself. This was too big for Honda Minoru and Sarutobi Misato to handle. They could only return to the village as soon as possible and ask the third Hokage to decide. Hopefully the Hokage wouldn't be too furious to function. Ha ha ha. After Honda Minoru and Sarutobi Misato left, a loud laughter erupted in the The shinobi at the camp looked at each other in bewilderment. Though they understood Jing Yi's feelings, laughing so blatantly might that be inappropriate. Shimura Danzo had shot himself in the foot this time. Even if his past contributions spared him from severe punishment, the third Hokage would not let him off easily. In the short term, Shimura Danzo had completely lost the capital to strut about. By the time he could start strutting again, Jing Yi would crush him as easily as squashing a small stink bug. Given the gravity of the matter, Sarutobi Misato first used the camp's dedicated intelligence hawk to send the message ahead, giving the third Hokage a heads-up, while he himself carried the corpse and headed toward the village. Running from the border camp back to the village with the heavy winter snow slowing travel, it would take Sarutobi Misato at least 2 days to reach Konoha. In contrast, the intelligence hawk flying directly could reach Konoha in just 3 or 4 hours. Lord Hokage, this is a scroll from the intelligence division sent from the camp in the land of rain. Hanzo of the Salamander had arrived at the camp early in the morning, and Sarutobi Misato had sent the message soon after. So when the intelligence scroll reached Konoha, the third Hokage had only just finished his lunch. Put it on the table. The third Hokage, who was reviewing documents, said without lifting his head, continuing to read the file before him. The scroll would have to wait. After carefully reading the document, thinking for a moment, approving and stamping it with the Hokage seal, the third Hokage finally put the file aside and picked up the scroll. Using the special decryption method to open the scroll, the third Hokage's eyes scanned the surface while his hands habitually picked up his pipe, placed it in his mouth, and lit it. Cough. Cough. The moment he inhaled, his eyes shot wide open. He sprang to his feet in shock, knocked over his chair, and choked violently on the smoke he had just drawn into his lungs. How can this be? Impossible. At that moment, the third Hokage forgot all about smoking. He hastily tossed his pipe aside, snatched up the scroll, and pressed it so close to his face it nearly touched his nose. Was this scroll serious? Danzo had leaked village intelligence to trade with Hanzo of the Salamander, hiring him to assassinate Jing Yi. And in the end, Danzo himself was betrayed. Reading it once, the third Hokage thought his eyes were deceiving him. A second time, he found it hard to believe. By the third read, fury had painted his face. Danzo. The third Hokage trembled in rage. He slammed the scroll onto the desk. The Umbu ninja standing guard outside the door jumped in surprise. He could tacitly allow Shimura Danzo to dirty his hands against Jing Yi as long as Danzo didn't use the village's power or drag him into it. He would turn a blind eye. After all, Shimura Danzo had taken many burdens off him and rendered many services. For the sake of old ties and future utility, he had to extend some favors. But the third Hokage had never dreamed that Shimura Danzo would be so audacious as to trade village intelligence. Was that any different from betrayal? The village had just held an important meeting, and then you, Shimura Danzo, go and trade its secrets. Go fetch Danzo at once. And get Koharu and the others, and that fatso Akimichi Torafu. Call them all here. Hurry. Hanzo of the Salamander had personally come to the camp to negotiate bringing the matter into the open. There was no way to suppress it now. Once the news began to spread, the effect would be explosive. A mishandling of this could affect the entire high command. The Hokage was furious. The Umbu had no idea what had happened, but sensing the third Hokage's rage, they obediently went to summon the people. Monkey, why did you call me over again? I said I don't. Called over in confusion, Akimichi Torafu was about to crack a joke, but before he could finish, he saw the third Hokage's face as dark as thunder. He wisely shut up and sat silently on the floor waiting for the others. Akimichi Torafu, wearing a serious expression on the surface, secretly pondered what could have angered the third Hokage so much. This was no simple matter. Soon Yuditane Kahaku and Mitokado Hamura arrived. As they entered the Hokage's office and noticed his expression, they glanced at Akimichi Torafu. Akimichi Torafu gave them an "I don't know" either look, then sat back calmly. He decided to stay out of today's affairs as much as possible. He should meddle less in village affairs, give more opportunities to Lushin, strive to push forward the Inoshikacho, and just stay home to retire. Risen. Zhuanxin Xiaochun called tentatively, but the third Hokage remained silent. Oh no, it seemed the situation was quite serious. The third Hokage only behaved like this when he was extremely angry, ignoring everyone and wouldn't speak until everyone was present and he was ready. Wait. The three exchanged glances and sat down. Lord Hokage. Just then the Yanbiyu ninja who had been sent to notify Jitsuin Tuanzang returned. Where is Tuanzang? Asked the third Hokage. The Yanbiyu ninja said awkwardly. Lord Tuanzang said he was feeling unwell so. Bang! Hearing that Tuanzang was feeling unwell, the third Hokage found it extremely grating. Enraged, he slammed the table hard, stunning everyone in the office. Is this still the Yuanfei risen we know? Are you sure it's not Gangzhou in disguise? You may leave now. Zhuanxin Xiaochun stood up and dismissed the Yanbiyu ninja. After he left, she said to the third Hokage, Risen, what has Tuanzang done to make you so angry? What? The third Hokage actually laughed in anger. He's practically turning everything upside down, do you know that? Assassinating a fellow village ninja, trading village intelligence with Shanjia Banzang, hiring Shanjia Banzang to kill Jing Yi only to be betrayed by Shanjia Banzang instead. The other party went to the border camp and exposed everything in front of dozens of ninja. What did he do? Assassinating a fellow ninja and leaking village intelligence. These charges could be serious or minor depending on interpretation. If downplayed, a vague explanation could gloss over them. Once magnified, it would be impossible to bear the consequences. If these matters had been exposed through other channels, the third Hokage could have accepted it. We leave behind our families and miss the new year, braving heavy snow and freezing rain to guard the border camp. The border rotation ninja, who were already somewhat reluctant and resentful due to long-term garrison duty, would feel their hearts grow cold when the matter of Jitsuin Tuanzang broke out. We leave behind our families and miss the new year, braving heavy snow and freezing rain to guard the border camp, diligently patrolling and standing watch every day, yet we have to guard against our own people because we might be assassinated by them. Who the hell can endure this? Although the victim of assassination was not them, everyone stationed in the same camp could empathize and feel the chill. Numb, completely numb. Xiao Dao Qifeng helplessly covered his forehead, while Zhuanxin Xiaochun and Shuehu Minyan stared blankly, unable to believe what they had heard. Has Jitsuin Tuanzang gone mad? Assassinating a fellow ninja and moreover hiring an outsider to do it. If this gets out, it will cause widespread distrust. If it were an ordinary person maybe, but Jing Yi, is he ordinary? It's terrifying to imagine how Gangzhou and Xuanhua Shuehu will react when they hear this news. Risen, we must restrain Tuanzang. If possible, we need to impose a gag order at the border camp. Zhuanxin Xiaochun was extremely anxious. The third Hokage said with a headache, Do you think a gag order is possible? Do you take Xuanhua Shuehu for a mere decoration? Gangzhou would tear down the Hokage office building. I never expected Tuanzang to do something so insane. We must give the villagers an explanation for this. At the critical moment, the third Hokage unhesitatingly abandoned Jitsuin Tuanzang. This kind of blame he Yuanfei Risen could not bear at all, not even a bit. He had to shift it all onto Jitsuin Tuanzang. Shuehu Minyan nodded solemnly. I think Risen is right. This whole thing was entirely Tuanzang's doing. We must restrain him and give the villagers an explanation. Before the news spreads, we should apprehend Jitsuin Tuanzang as quickly as possible, lock him up, rapidly issue an announcement, and arrange the situation in advance. Such matters cannot wait. Once the news spreads and ignites the villagers' fury, it will be difficult to control. So we must strike first, apprehend Jitsuin Tuanzang, and set the correct stance of the Hokage office. Leave Tuanzang to you. I will have someone issue the announcement. The third Hokage had no desire to see Jitsuin Tuanzang and Tuanzang's punishment. Such matters could be handled lightly or severely, but since Jitsuin Tuanzang had been sold out so thoroughly by Shanjia Banzang, the Hokage office had to publicly punish him severely. Otherwise it would chill many hearts. As for Jitsuin Tuanzang's punishment, Zhuanxin Xiaochun, Shuehu Minyan, and Xiao Dao Qifeng could not decide the extent. Lock him up for now. In any case, Tuanzang has rendered many services to the village in the past. Although he made mistakes, he shouldn't be punished too harshly. Not punishing Jitsuin Tuanzang would make it difficult to explain to the villagers, but the severity of punishment also needed control. After all, Jitsuin Tuanzang still had great uses. The third Hokage could not simply crush him. After a brief discussion, Zhuanxin Xiaochun, Shuehu Minyan, and Xiao Dao Qifeng led the Yanbiyu to find Jitsuin Tuanzang. Seeing his own small courtyard surrounded by Yanbiyu, Jitsuin Tuanzang realized something was wrong. Was it Xuanhua Shuehu making a move? Or had Shanjia Banzang failed? Could that idiot demigod not even kill a medical ninja? Tuanzang, your deeds have been exposed. By order of the Hokage, we are to arrest and imprison you. We hope you will cooperate. Zhuanxin Xiaochun and Shuehu Minyan had no intention of speaking, so Xiao Dao Qifeng reluctantly stepped forward to play the villain. Why, oi? Jitsuin Tuanzang asked calmly. Dao Chiefing rubbed his chubby face and scolded with disappointment. You still ask me why, eh? Monkey is almost furious to death by you. Just because of a minor conflict you want to assassinate Jing Yi. Don't forget you were the one who first caused trouble. If you had done it yourself it would be one thing, but you actually leaked village intelligence to make a deal with Shanjie Banzang. If Jitsuan Tuanzang had done it himself, Dao Chiefing could at least call it admirable. But this guy was unwilling to act himself or show his face, so he traded village intelligence. And the result? He was sold out by Shanjie Banzang instead. Failed. No, although there were many ninja at the border camp, they could never stop Shanjie Banzang. Although Jitsuan Tuanzang deeply despised Shanjie Banzang, he had to admit that Shanjie Banzang was truly powerful, at least far stronger than himself. So the question is, how did it blow up? It couldn't be that the cripple Jing Yi displayed great prowess and captured Shanjie Banzang, could it? Jitsuan Tuanzang was certain that Shanjie Banzang would definitely be under his control. What he hadn't anticipated was that Sanshuo Hanzo, who he thought he had under control, would turn against him because of a seemingly insignificant piece of intelligence. How was the information leaked? Shimura Danzu did not care whether he would be arrested or imprisoned. He believed that the third Hokage would not kill him, at worst he would be confined. He figured that being imprisoned was no different from his current confinement, so he might as well lay low for a few years. The third Hokage needed him as a black glove, a scapegoat, a shadow lurking in the darkness. His return to power was merely a matter of time. How dare you ask? Akimichi Torafu felt an overwhelming urge to slap Shimura Danzu across the face. Udatane Koharu could no longer contain herself. She stepped forward and scolded. Danzu, we might have overlooked your shady dealings, but why did you betray the village by leaking intelligence and trading information with Sanshuo Hanzo? The village held a critical meeting, and before we knew it the intelligence was sold off. You certainly spared no expense, but unfortunately you were blind. What do you mean? Did he misjudge someone? Sanshuo Hanzo captured the men you left behind, tortured them, and they died. Then that old poison master personally carried the bodies to the border camps in trance and exposed everything you did, in front of dozens of shinobi. Sanshuo Hanzo captured the men you left behind, tortured them, and they died. Then that old poison master personally carried the bodies to the border camps in trance and exposed everything you did, in front of dozens of shinobi. Had he truly been blind? Was this something Sanshuo Hanzo would do? No. Why? Did he not care about the Rain Shinobi village and the Land of Rain? Was he not afraid of plunging the Land of Rain into war? Shimura Danzu could not fathom why a man he had firmly under his thumb would suddenly turn against him and sell him out so completely. This question haunted Shimura Danzu. Even as the Umbu took him away and locked him in the Umbu prison, he still could not understand. Not only Shimura Danzu, but even the third Hokage was bewildered. Yet this was exactly what had happened. Sanshuo Hanzo claimed he had no intention of opposing Konoha, but could words alone resolve such matters? Dragging the Rain Shinobi village into the conflict was a consensus within the village. A calm day was shattered by the latest announcement from the Hokage's office. The moment the bulletin was released, the entire village erupted. Why did Lord Danzu assassinate village shinobi? No idea. The bulletin says he not only assassinated our comrades, but also leaked village intelligence and betrayed the village's interests. How could he do such a thing? With the announcement, Shimura Danzu instantly became a pariah, his reputation third. The people of Konoha relished the scandal, and while gossiping they showered the third Hokage with praise. As soon as the incident occurred, Shimura Danzu was apprehended and imprisoned, all thanks to the Hokage's efforts. Few cared about Shimura Danzu's fate. He had been captured and detained, and everyone trusted that the Hokage would mete out severe punishment. The announcement from the Hokage's office and the subsequent arrest managed to disperse the villagers and shinobi's rising fury and resentment. The situation did not escalate. In time, most people would forget about Shimura Danzu's deeds. So no one knows why Sanshuo Hanzo turned against us. Sarutobi Mishima nodded. Yes, Lord Hokage. He offered no explanation. He merely exposed Shimura Danzu's actions, left the bodies behind, and departed. The bodies were identified as shinobi of the Shimura clan. Sarutobi Mishima had arrived in the village and met the third Hokage, immediately reporting the incident. And you have worked hard, Mishima. Rest a while, then return to the camp and announce the village's disciplinary measures. I cannot allow Danzu's actions to dishearten our comrades. If no further incidents occurred, this matter would be put to rest. In the short term, the third Hokage would not permit Shimura Danzu to reappear or cause any trouble. As for when Shimura Danzu could emerge from the shadows, it would depend on when Sarutobi Hiruzen needed his scapegoat and black glove. Of course, it also depended on the situation at the Senju ancestral home. With Uzumaki Mito still alive, releasing Shimura Danzu would be inadvisable. Understood, Lord Hokage. Having completed his task, Sarutobi Mishima rested in the village for a night before setting out on his return to the camp. The moment he returned to the camp, Sarutobi Mishima announced the disciplinary decision from the Hokage's office. Many disgruntled shinobi cheered with excitement. For a time the camp was filled with praises and adulations for the third Hokage. Arriving at the medical division, Sarutobi Mishima relayed the announcement to Jing Yi and added, "The Hokage places great importance on this matter. You may rest and recuperate peacefully from now on. The captain and I will handle the camp's affairs. Then I leave it to the vice-captain." Jing Yi replied politely. He had to admit the third Hokage had played this hand skillfully, earning goodwill while successfully protecting Shimura Danzu. Covering up the incident, the villagers' attention was fixated on the punishment announcement. How many truly cared whether the penalty for Shimura Danzu was severe enough or properly enforced? The camp demonstrated the effectiveness of this approach. When the news broke, many shinobi were filled with resentment. Now they were all smiles, joyfully singing the third Hokage's praises. They were practically ready to erect a shrine for the third Hokage. It seemed somewhat theatrical, but with the matter settled, Jing Yi could rest at ease waiting for the third pulse of the Tenseigan to conclude. The duration of the Tenseigan's third pulse exceeded Jing Yi's expectations. He had thought it would end in half a month, but it dragged on for over a month. Jing Yi suspected that the protracted pulse was due to his lack of Otsutsuki chakra compounded by the dilution of his bloodline. When the Tenseigan's pulse finally ceased, Jing Yi removed the white cloth covering his eyes and retrieved a spare mirror from the ceiling scroll to examine himself. He noticed that aside from his skin being slightly paler, there was little difference from before. Outwardly unchanged, but internally a seismic transformation had occurred. Jing Yi's body had recovered. For the shinobi in the camp, this was welcome news, and the collective anxiety even if Jing Yi claimed that his inability to see would not hinder treatment, many remained skeptical of this assertion. Jing Yi understood their concern, or it was only natural for anyone to worry when the physician they sought was blind. This was a normal psychological reaction unless Jing Yi had actually treated someone while sightless. Unfortunately, he had never been given such an opportunity. During peacetime, conflicts and skirmishes at the border camp were exceedingly rare, let alone large-scale battles. Without battles, there were no casualties. If someone managed to injure themselves without a fight or a trap, they would be laughed to scorn by others. Hanzo of the Salamander was ambitious, but not foolish. He would not provoke Konoha without cause. Thus the border camp remained tranquil. Konoha shinobi never crossed into the land of rain uninvited. Likewise, rain shinobi rarely entered the land of fire. Tsunade periodically sent news and intelligence via puppet crow to the camp. This allowed Jing Yi to keep abreast of the shifting ninja world landscape. Tsunade's provocations and probes against Konoha continued unabated like a persistent fly circling one's head, annoying but harmless. Aside from Tsunade's constant provocations, the most significant news concerned Kushina. Mito Uzumaki's health had deteriorated considerably compared to the previous year. Mito's failing health was an absolute disaster for Konoha. It meant that the matter of transferring the Nine Tails had to be brought to the forefront. Transferring the Nine Tails did not mean waiting until Mito died, and then stuffing the beast into Kushina. Rather, the transfer had to occur before Mito's death. This method allowed Mito to help suppress the Nine Tails' power during the transition. Without Mito's suppression, even if Kushina could endure the Nine Tails' power, once the Jinchuriki died, the tailed beast would regain its freedom. And whether Konoha could recapture the Nine Tails at that point remained uncertain. Without formidable figures like Hashirama Senju or Madara Uchiha, even Tobarama Senju would have been hard-pressed against the Nine Tails, let alone the third Hokage and his generation. If the Nine Tails broke free from its seal, the Night of the Nine Tails would likely occur prematurely. At that time, Konoha had no shinobi capable of using the Flying Thunder God technique to redirect a tailed beast ball. If the tailed beast ball exploded within the village, the result would be catastrophic. After all, by many netizens' comparisons, a fully charged tailed beast ball, aside from lacking harmful radiation, was no less devastating than a nuclear bomb. Imagine how terrifying an explosion equivalent to a nuclear bomb would be if it occurred within a village. The Night of the Nine Tails claimed many lives, and that was only because the yellow-haired boy managed to redirect both the tailed beast ball and the Nine Tails itself. If the battle had taken place inside the village, the death toll in Konoha would have been unimaginable. Though the third Hokage had his flaws, he possessed one virtue: self-awareness. He never dared to compare himself to Hashirama Senju or Madara Uchiha. He understood clearly that once the tailed beast broke free, no one in the village could stop that terrifying Mito Uzumaki was far too old. She could barely suppress the Nine Tails while it was sealed, but if it escaped, even if she survived, she would be no match for it. Thus, the successful transfer of the tailed beast became the village's top priority. Even Tsunade's provocations and jabs could be set aside. Transferring the tailed beast meant Mito would die. Tsunade had already prepared herself mentally, but Nawaki and Kushina would likely grieve for a long time. May everything go smoothly. Jing Yi sighed and destroyed the scroll Tsunade had sent. Far away at the border camp, he could do nothing but pray that the tailed beast transfer would conclude without incident. Not only was he unable to help from the border camp, but even if he could, the F4 Council would never allow his involvement. To them, Jing Yi was still half an outsider, trustworthy, but not entirely. Thus they gave him no chance to interfere. Kushina, what's wrong? Are you feeling down? In recent days, the atmosphere at home had grown oppressive. Tsunade had stopped going to work and spent every day with her grandmother. Kushina's smile had vanished. Both she and Tsunade knew what the tailed beast transfer meant. Only Nawaki, that naive boy, remained in the dark. Stop blathering. Tsunade smacked Nawaki on the head and said with earnest gravity, Nawaki, during this visit to the daimyo's residence, you must behave. Do you understand? Don't cause any mischief in the daimyo's mansion. To prevent Nawaki from reacting rashly, the best course was to send him away. This was Mito's wish. She hoped to have him brought back only after everything was over, then tell him the truth. Got it. Why are you so Nawaki pouted discontentedly. He didn't want to go to the daimyo's residence, but his grandmother was too old to leave the village, and his sister Tsunade was too busy to go. So he had to go as the family representative. You're asking for a beating, aren't you? Tsunade's face darkened. Give this boy an inch, and he'll take a mile. Danger. Noticing his sister's expression, Nawaki quickly shut his mouth, stopped complaining, and obediently ate his meal. As for why Kushina was unhappy, he'd find out after returning from the daimyo's residence. Jiraiya will accompany you to the daimyo's residence. Having given her brother a mild warning, Tsunade threw him a sweetener. She assigned Jiraiya to go with Nawaki. Though Jiraiya was unreliable in trivial matters, he had never faltered in serious ones. Entrusting Nawaki to him, Tsunade felt at ease. The only annoyance was that the scoundrel would drag Nawaki into peeping on women bathing. Jiraiya's incorrigible vice seemed unbreakable. What infuriated Tsunade most was that not only did Jiraiya refuse to change himself, but he was also corrupting her brother. Recalling her brother's once naive, clear-eyed gaze, and comparing it to the boy now, sigh. She just hoped that when he grew up he wouldn't follow Jiraiya's foolish ways. Really, Nawaki was so excited he dropped his chopsticks on the table. Tsunade's forehead darkened. Really? But if you go along with his antics, you're dead. I promise to behave. I won't cause any trouble. Nawaki made all sorts of vows. His promises only made Tsunade more worried. Nawaki was just mischievous, but if he obediently followed Jiraiya's lead, heaven knew what trouble they'd stir up. Both were lawless at heart. Together they meant nothing but disaster. Yet Nawaki's special status meant that in the daimyo's residence no one except the daimyo himself could lay a finger on him. This would inevitably inflate Nawaki's arrogance. Finally, he could go out with Jiraiya to have fun. Shinshu was so happy that snot bubbles formed from his nose. Though he admired Orochimaru, he enjoyed playing with Jiraiya the most. Because Jiraiya never took his childishness as a flaw and always included him in all activities, except when he went to assist pitiful young ladies, which was the only time he left Shinshu behind. Other than that, he brought him along for everything. As time passed, Shinshu grew very attached to Jiraiya. The village acted swiftly, and soon Shinshu, together with Jiraiya, led a group of people carrying gifts and headed to the daimyo's mansion. Meanwhile, the village began preparations for the transfer of the Nine Tails. The site for the Nine Tails transfer was the Senju ancestral home. Mito Uzumaki, her elderly body weary, embraced Kushina and spoke softly to comfort her. Child, don't be afraid. Grandma will always watch over you from the heavens, my good child. What will Grandma Mito? I don't want to leave you. Kushina wept until her eyes and nose were red, her usually beautiful large eyes filled with sorrow and bloodshot. Silly child, Grandma doesn't want to leave you either, but this is our destiny. Don't be sad. Grandma has long wished to go down below and find your grandpa Senju. Without me by his side, that old man will surely misbehave. Under Mito Uzumaki's continuous soothing, Kushina gradually calmed down. Tsunade, pacing outside the ancestral home, felt extremely irritable, but she could not barge in, for she needed to take part in the sealing array. Like medical ninjas, sealing ninjas were treasured assets in every village. On the surface, Tsunade was a medical ninja, but in reality, she also possessed considerable talent in sealing techniques. Secretly, she also performed the duties of a sealing ninja. Monkey, let's begin. Outside the door, the new F4 group was waiting. With Danzo Shimura imprisoned, Akimichi Torafu replaced his position. Although Torafu was reluctant to step into the spotlight, Mito Uzumaki would not allow him to continue hiding at home. Indeed, after Danzo Shimura's crimes of assassinating fellow villagers and leaking village intelligence were exposed, Mito Uzumaki did not trouble the third Hokage. She merely made a suggestion that Akimichi Torafu replace Danzo Shimura and become the village's Hokage advisor. Akimichi Torafu personally was unwilling, for stepping forward meant the Ino Shikacho clans had to remain restrained and low profile. Moreover, there were many village matters he wished to avoid involvement, and he feared trouble and did not want the third Hokage and others to commit various heinous acts against their conscience. Yet Mito Uzumaki gave him no choice, forcibly dragging him out and thrusting him into the position of Hokage advisor. By controlling the medical department in Konoha's medical system, this Hokage advisor wielded considerable power, subtly diminishing the authority of the third Hokage Kohyudatane and Hamura Mitokado. Before the tailed beast transfer, Mito Uzumaki pulled Torufu out, forced him into the Hokage advisor role, and assigned the medical system to his control, compelling the Ino Shikacho trio to lean closer to Tsunade. Whether you wanted it or not, old woman Mito would elevate you. After the chaos caused by Danzo Shimura, persuaded by Tsunade, Mito Uzumaki gritted her teeth and made a series of targeted arrangements. Tsunade's reasoning to persuade Mito Uzumaki was simple: Grandma, even if you don't consider me and Shungshu, at least think about Kushina. Once Kushina becomes the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, given the old man's nature, he will surely release Danzo Shimura. Then what will become of Kushina? The third Hokage and his circle had grown up under Mito Uzumaki's watch. She was well aware of Danzo Shimura's narrow-mindedness and ambition. Having originally had no such intention, she was eventually swayed. Tsunade and Shungshu held special status. Even if Danzo Shimura emerged again, he could not harm them. But what about Kushina? For it was known that Danzo Shimura had always held a very tough stance toward Kushina. Subsequently, a certain fat man, who only wanted to hide at home researching food, fell into trouble. He was forcibly placed in the position of Hokage advisor, had the medical system forcibly split into his hands, and had the Ino Shikacho clans forcibly aligned with Tsunade. When Akimichi Torufu learned of Mito Uzumaki's arrangements, he was utterly stunned. He pleaded and begged her to decline, even nearly kneeling, but Mito Uzumaki gave him no chance to refuse. Now, with the Ino Shikacho leaning towards Tsunade and Akimichi Torufu placed as a powerful Hokage advisor, even if he wanted to give up, the three clans behind him would never allow it. The Akimichi Torufu and the Ino Shikacho clans were indelibly marked with Tsunade's seal. As for why Tsunade made such a suggestion, a certain someone idling at the border camp declared that everything had nothing to do with him. He merely offered a small suggestion, never expecting Mito Uzumaki to possess such boldness. That night, the Senju ancestral home was guarded with extreme strictness, densely packed with people. The villagers knew nothing of all this. According to some villagers' recollections, in the dead of night, they heard a roar resembling that of a wild beast. The tailed beast transfer went smoothly. Kushina's talent was excellent. After mastering the unique sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, with the aid of Mito Uzumaki's sealing array, she successfully suppressed the Nine Tails. Poor Nine Tails, sealed for many years, only had time to catch a breath and let out a furious roar before being sealed again within Kushina's body. Mito Uzumaki. Damn it, damn it. In the sealed space, a large fox bound in chains roared in a fury of frustration. As the great fox struggled, the chains clashed with metallic sounds. But the suppression of the chains was too strong. No matter how the Nine Tails fought, it was futile. Like wood release and the Sharingan, the unique sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan were innately capable of restraining tailed beasts. Even though Kushina was still a child, after successfully sealing the Nine Tails, she could firmly suppress it. Unlike the seal in Naruto's time, where the young Nine Tails inside Naruto's sealed space could still lie down and rest leisurely. Here with Mito Uzumaki and Kushina, even the thought of peaceful rest was a luxury for the Nine Tails. Highly targeted chains bound the Nine Tails tightly from head to its nine tails, leaving no part free. Because Kushina was too young, there was a fear the Nine Tails might cause trouble, so she deliberately tied it extra tightly, subjecting the Nine Tails to a hanging upside-down posture in the sealed space. Its rump pointed upward, nine tails and hind legs firmly bound together by chains immobile. Its two forelegs tied against its torso, head bent at a 90-degree angle, pressing against the ground. This position was not only maximally humiliating, but also extremely uncomfortable. The Nine Tails cursed furiously, but no matter how it raged, Kushina, heartbroken over losing Grandma Mito, ignored it. Even if the Nine Tails' struggles caused her discomfort, Kushina had no intention of easing the Nine Tails' suffering in the slightest. Because Xuanwashu told her that the big fox has a nature that needs a firm hand. If you treat it kindly, it will take advantage and overstep boundaries, so she needed to be tough. Obedient and sensible Jixinai heeded Granny Shuiha's advice and directly hung the Nine Tails upside down. Xuanhua Shuiha's burial was conducted discreetly on the third day after the tailed beast's transfer. Except for the ANBU and a few others, almost no one knew that the Nine Tails had been successfully transferred, and that Jixinai had become the village's new Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Compared to the village facing a generational reshuffle, the border camp remained the same as ever. Endless rain, no sun in sight. Fortunately, Jing Yi didn't need to go out on patrol or duty. Even though staying in the medical room was a bit boring, it was better than running around in the pouring rain. Halt. Noticing a person in a black raincoat covering head and face walking toward the camp, the ninja on duty immediately stopped him. The stopped ninja halted, raised his hand, and lifted the hood covering his head. Lord Dash. After confirming his identity, the ninja on duty relaxed his guard. My lord, you came to the camp. I came to see Jing Yi. I have some private matters to discuss with him. Dash 1 smiled slightly at the ninja on duty and stated his purpose. Although Dash 1 usually shows no kindness to Yi, when facing outsiders, this guy always wears a smile, giving a relatively approachable impression. Only those who knew Dash 1's true nature understood that this guy was a venomous snake, the kind that might spring up and bite you at any moment. Please, my lord. Since Dash 1 explicitly asked to see Jing Yi for some private matters, the ninja on duty certainly dared not block him. After confirming his identity, he let him through. Dash 1 arrived at the camp without any hindrance. Jing Yi, long time no see. Long time no see. Jing Yi hadn't expected Dash 1 to come directly to the camp. This is the shipment this time. Taking off his raincoat, Dash 1 produced a scroll and a list. Jing Yi picked up the list and glanced at it. Good heavens, the debt he owed would increase again. At this rate, Dash 1 would become his biggest creditor, the kind he owed a lot of money to. After confirming the amount was correct, Jing Yi placed the list on the table and said frankly, Dash 1, I'm very satisfied with the goods you brought. Unfortunately, I don't have that much money right now. I'm afraid the debt I owe you will keep growing. It's fine, I believe you can pay it back. Even though the debt kept growing, Dash 1 still felt confident being Jing Yi's, mainly because Jing Yi had a high income and good credit. Since they started cooperating even when in debt, he would always pay back a portion as soon as he had money. If it were gang show, Dash 1 would decisively terminate the cooperation to avoid getting deeper, ending up with a bad debt. He'll find a way to pay you back as soon as possible. Jing Yi didn't want to become a deadbeat. He was the kind of person who wanted to pay off debts quickly, but Dash 1 had delivered too many goods, and the debt grew too fast. Moreover, stationed at the border camp, he had fewer opportunities for side income and could only rely on his salary to repay the debt. No rush, Dash 1 shook his head with a smile. Can I take a look at the puppets you've made? Suddenly, Dash 1 made a rather rude request. Jing Yi had taken away too many materials, and the quantity of other materials and parts he purchased was also considerable, but he had hardly ever shown the puppets. Therefore, Dash 1 was very curious about what kind of puppets Jing Yi was making. If you think it's too rude, then forget it, Dash 1 added with a smile. Well played, Dash 1, using a retreat to advance, targeting me. Jing. It is indeed quite rude, and I'm afraid you might not be able to handle it. Usually, even if dissatisfied people wouldn't say it to one's face, but Jing Yi bluntly threw out those words. And he added a remark that made Dash 1's heart itch. Oh. Dash 1 automatically ignored Jing Yi's words of exclusion and asked with great interest, what kind of puppet could make me unable to handle it? To be honest, I'm very interested. Good that you're interested. Jing Yi also smiled. Glad you're interested, but I won't show you anyway. What does that mean? Jing Yi completely went off script, and the smile on Dash 1's face froze slightly. This is the Dash 1's aura changed, turning cold. Jing Yi nodded with satisfaction, stood up, poured 2 cups of water, and slid one over to Dash 1. Clear the debt, give me 5 million Rio, and it'll satisfy your curiosity. Puppets were just Jing Yi's overt transitional power. Although the Tenseigan's attack methods were not as numerous as the Renegades, they were still considerable. Puppets were merely Jing Yi's temporary strength. At the right time, he could reveal them to let everyone know that he, Jing Yi, could control some rather special. As for whether he would be targeted, Jing Yi didn't care. Before the Tenseigan's 3 throws ended, he needed to lay low and play the fool. Now that the 3 throws of the Tenseigan had ended and his control over it was continuously improving, why should he still lay low? If he kept laying low, he'd really become a damn fool. Revealing some cards at the right time would only benefit him. Clear the debt, and give you 5 million Rio just to see the puppets you made. Jing Yi, are you sure you're not joking? As long as you pay, I guarantee you won't be disappointed. How interesting. Dash 1 didn't know where Jing Yi's confidence came from, but his curiosity had indeed been piqued. At this point, he didn't care about the debt or the 5 million Rio, he only wanted to know the secret of the puppets. Clear the debt, and I can give you 3 batches of materials for free. For things he was interested in, Dash 1 was willing to spend money, but he really had no money now, so he modified the term. Debt cleared, 3 free shipments of materials. As for the 5 million Rio, sorry, I can't come up with that, I'm short on money myself. The materials need to be top grade. Deal. Hunting some powerful creatures was a piece of cake for Dash 1. Then happy cooperation. Setting down his cup, Jing Yi raised his hand and beckoned. Under Dash 1's puzzled gaze, a crow descended from the sky, flew into the medical room, and landed on Jing Yi's arm. Look, only don't dismantle. Grabbing the puppet crow, Jing Yi tossed it to Dash 1 and gave him a warning look, all you want, but don't get an itch to take it apart. Grabbing the puppet crow, Dash 1's first reaction was that Jing Yi was messing with him. But soon he dismissed that thought because he had already noticed something special about this crow. No heartbeat. That's right, the puppet crow has no heartbeat. No matter how much it resembled a living creature, a puppet remained a puppet. Jing Yi would never invest all his thoughts into such a transitional thing, not worth his efforts. Orochimaru's smile vanished entirely. This is a puppet. Yes. Jing Yi deliberately picked up the cup and showed it to Orochimaru, clearly proving he was not controlling the puppet. It looked alive, yet it was a puppet, and there were no chakra threads controlling it. Orochimaru's eyes lit up instantly. This puppet was worthy of his in-depth study. He wanted it. Though eager to take the puppet away, Orochimaru restrained himself. After all, the puppet belonged to Jing Yi, who had only let him see it, not asked him to take it. Taking this crow puppet would likely require some price. Haha, as I thought, I didn't misjudge you, Jing Yi. You are an interesting person. I think I'm quite interesting too. Jing Yi raised his hand, and the puppet crow freed itself from Orochimaru's grip, hopping onto his palm, tilting its head to study Orochimaru. He had to study it in depth. Being scrutinized by the curious puppet crow made Orochimaru's breath quick. A puppet with life. How miraculous. Orochimaru, who had always longed for immortality, felt as if a new world had opened before him. Such a puppet must be acquired, at least one. After a moment of thought, just as Orochimaru was about to speak, Jing Yi spoke first. I need money. This was no joke. Jing Yi was genuinely short of funds. Even after settling his debts with Orochimaru, he was still desperately in need of money. Apart from repaying Orochimaru, most of his money had been spent on purchasing various materials and parts which were far from cheap. In fact, Jing Yi had invested nearly all his savings into puppets. Since he started making puppets, he had almost lost count of how many he had created. Suffice it to say, the number was enormous, at least several hundred. Jing Yi planned to work hard and gather another batch of puppets to build his own puppet army. When the chance came, he would show the puppet masters of Tsunade what a real puppet army looked like. Tsunade's so-called puppet army was merely a team of puppet ninjas. Jing Yi's puppet route was one man forming an army. He pursued both quantity and quality. As for how Orochimaru might study the puppet, Jing Yi couldn't be bothered to think about it. Without Tenseigan chakra, no matter how much you researched, you would never uncover its secrets. Of course, if Orochimaru managed to develop something remarkable from it, Jing Yi could only admit his brilliance. Short on money. Now Orochimaru was troubled because he too was broke. This was no joke. Orochimaru's income was almost entirely invested in base construction and equipment purchases. Building a research base cost a fortune, not to mention daily expenses and various experimental outlays. It had completely drained Orochimaru. He really couldn't come up with much money. He'll find a way. Since that was the condition, there was no point in discussing anything else. Just figure out how to get money. How Orochimaru would obtain the money had little to do with Jing Yi. Leaving the border camp, Orochimaru rushed to Konoha at top speed. The journey that would take others about 2 days he completed in a single day. To save time, Orochimaru didn't care if he exhausted himself. Upon returning to Konoha, he went straight to the Hokage's office. Sensei. Breathing slightly heavily, the uninvited Orochimaru closed the door. The third Hokage looked up in confusion. Orochimaru, do you need something? As the third Hokage's favorite disciple, he knew Orochimaru's nature best. Without an important matter, the man almost never came to see him voluntarily. Sensei, regarding the research project you mentioned last time, I think I can give it a try, but it'll need the village's financial support. I need money. It wasn't without reason that the third Hokage favored Orochimaru the most. In everyone's eyes, Orochimaru was an all-around genius, knowledgeable in various fields and outstanding in all aspects, a ninja developing in all directions. Research project. The third Hokage paused. He had once suggested to Orochimaru that he shift his research toward the village's development, with livelihood improvement being the best path. But his suggestion had been rejected by Orochimaru. Developing some civilian products wasn't too difficult for Orochimaru. He simply had no interest in it. Who would have thought that Orochimaru, who had refused without hesitation in the past, would change his mind today and bring up this very project? Though curious about why his disciple wanted to take on this project, the third Hokage was happy to see Orochimaru willing to do so. He knew his disciple's capabilities well. Since you're willing to take on this project, your teacher is delighted. This project has been ongoing, though, with little progress. It's best that you can accept it. Don't worry about funding. No one knew what the third Hokage and Orochimaru discussed. Shortly after Orochimaru entered the village's research base. In less than a month, a household appliance bearing the mark of a white serpent, a refrigerator, was born. With the village's promotion, it quickly gained acceptance among the villagers. Good heavens! That Orochimaru isn't going to develop electrical appliances just to make quick money, is he? Upon hearing the news, Jing Yi was a little taken aback. Haha. The image of Orochimaru racking his brains for ways to earn money, even taking on a project he had once looked down upon, and lowering himself. It made Jing Yi burst into laughter. What was this inexplicable sense of comedy? Orochimaru in a lab coat developing electrical appliances was like Tsunade becoming an anti-gambling ambassador, or Jiraiya writing youth romance novels. A huge contrast. Though a bit absurd, Jing Yi thought Orochimaru had done a great job. Since refrigerators were already produced, other appliances were not far behind. Once these basic household appliances were available, daily life would certainly become more convenient. With a bit more effort, perhaps the shinobi world could enter a development phase ahead of time. As it turned out, the shinobi world's tech tree wasn't impossible to climb. It was just that the researchers had taken the wrong path. As long as they settled down, these people could definitely surprise you. There was a not-so-funny joke in the shinobi world. In the eyes of other countries, the people of the Land of Lightning were hillbilly brutes, unreasonable savages with nothing but muscles in their heads. Yet technologically, the Land of Lightning had far surpassed the others. Jing Yi couldn't understand where these people got the courage to mock those from the Land of Lightning as muscle-brained barbarians. I hope Orochimaru won't go down the livelihood research path and never return. After all, research could be addictive, and developing such things brought in quick money, unlike his previous biological studies, which were almost entirely money-draining. What Jing Yi didn't know was that at this moment Orochimaru was full of drive, bursting with energy, and utterly immersed in electrical appliance development. He had never touched such things before and had looked down on such projects. But now, perpetually short on funds, he had tasted the sweetness. Tsunade came to the border camp again, this time on a mission. Is Kushina feeling better? Jing Yi poured Tsunade a glass of water. Jing Yi poured a glass of water for Tsunade. Much better. She wasn't like the time right after Grandma passed, when there was hardly a smile on her face. If the old man hadn't forbidden it, I would have brought her to the camp to let you keep her company. Speaking of Kushina, Tsunade felt utterly perplexed. Ever since the Nine Tails was extracted, Kushina's emotions had been unstable. Coupled with the Nine Tails' unwillingness to be sealed, and its constant agitation, it kept Kushina in a state of physical discomfort, leaving Tsunade's heart perpetually in her throat. She worried both that Kushina couldn't move past her grief, and that the Nine Tails would stir up trouble. The Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques possessed a formidable ability to suppress tailed beasts, but Kushina was still too young. Moreover, the Nine Tails was the most powerful among all tailed beasts. More than once Kushina had been burned by its chakra, forcing her to hide under her blanket and cry. It's good that she's moving on. She's a resilient and determined child. As for the Nine Tails problem, once Kushina grows a bit older, she'll be able to fully suppress it. This was something no one could help with. It all depended on Kushina herself. By the way, how are things in the village? Don't even ask. Tsunade shook her head in frustration. That old woman Konoha has been hopping around constantly, trying to get the old man to transfer control of the medical system to her. After he refused, she started trying to absolve Danzo of his crimes. Shimura Danzo was no good, and neither was Konoha. Every single one of the F4 squad was rotten through and through. The only reliable one was Torafu Akimichi, who kept his distance. Shimura Danzo had grand ambitions, a black heart, and dirty hands. The third Hokage needed no elaboration. Outwardly a hero of the shinobi world, but in truth he had done his fair share of vile deeds. The same went for Konoha and Hamura Midokado. They clung to power with a death grip, constantly colluding with Shimura Danzo. Not just now. Even in the original timeline, when Konoha was thrown into chaos and the third Hokage died, these two old fossils still opposed Tsunade at every turn for the sake of their own authority. They constantly constrained Tsunade, the fifth Hokage. Jing Yi curled his lips. No surprise. Every single one of them values power above all else. The medical system was once firmly in that old woman's grasp. Now that it's in Torafu Akimiki's hands, she's definitely unhappy. As for trying to absolve Shimura Danzo, it's just a way to pressure the Hokage and pull in an ally. You're right. Tsunade agreed with Jing Yi's analysis. As they spoke, Tsunade suddenly let out a laugh. Now that Fatso Torafu Akimichi has been shoved into the position of Hokage assistant, he wants to step down, but finds he can't. Even though he's being targeted, he has to cling tightly to the medical system. If he knew it was your idea to get Grandma to push him up their head, probably curse you out. Anyone else placed in that position would have been overjoyed. But Torafu Akimichi was different. He absolutely didn't want it. Unfortunately, reluctance didn't matter. Mito Uzumaki directly hoisted him up, aligning him and the Ino Shikacho clan with Tsunade. In present-day Konoha, with Torafu Akimichi seated as the Hokage assistant and wielding the medical system's authority, the F4 squad had begun to tear apart. That was Lady Mito's order, nothing to do with me. Jing Yi chuckled ungraciously. There was no way he'd take the blame for this. By the way, Tsunade's expression suddenly turned serious. The village is planning to send people into the Land of Rain to respond to the Sand Village's provocations. A new war may break out in the shinobi world. To ensure a smooth transition between the old and new Jinchuriki, Konoha had tolerated the Sand Village's provocations in the Land of Rivers, prioritizing the Jinchuriki succession. However, Konoha's forbearance led the Sand Village to believe it was a sign of weakness, and their provocations now that Kushina, the new Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, had stabilized, Konoha would no longer allow the Sand Village to get away with such insolence. Provocations. respond, and in the process, also suppress the development of the Rain Village. The third Hokage wouldn't let a few words from Hanzo the Salamander stop him from oppressing the Rain Village. Between villages, there is no room for sympathy or tolerance. Only interests matter. Responding to the Sand Village to defend Konoha and suppressing the Rain Village's development served Konoha's interests. As for whether the Rain Village and the Land of Rain were wronged, no one cared. It probably won't escalate into a full-scale war that quickly. For now it was still just mutual provocations, with the occasional small skirmish. A real war was still far off. Provocations are just provocations. Neither side has crossed any red lines or fully prepared themselves. A full-scale war between two villages isn't that easy to trigger. At most it'll be minor conflicts. Jing Yi had no reason to worry about the war. Not only was war not something that could start on a whim, but even if it did, given his identity and on-paper strength, his assignment would certainly be to stay behind at the camp's medical unit, treating and caring for the wounded, not charging onto the battlefield to fight enemies. Besides, with the meager salary he earned each month, why would he risk his life on a battlefield? He couldn't care less about what others did. He wasn't about to die for people like the third Hokage. Don't talk about me. You're the one who needs to take it easy. You call yourself a medical ninja, but you're fiercer than anyone on the battlefield. In the entire shinobi world, only Tsunade bore the title of medical ninja, while being more aggressive than anyone else in combat. Other medical ninjas dared not act that way. Even when accompanying a team into battle, they only played a supporting role. Tsunade, on the other hand, did the opposite. She made herself the main force and turned her teammates into supports. Ahem. I know. What's that look? Do you really think I'm that impulsive? Seeing Jing Yi staring at her with distrust, Tsunade gritted her teeth in anger. She walked over to him, bent down until their foreheads touched, and said through clenched teeth, I could have been like that before, but not now, and I won't be. Grandma is gone, and I need to shoulder many responsibilities. Most importantly, you. What about me? Jing Yi raised his hand to test something. What had Tsunade been eating lately? She felt quite a bit bigger. Was this development coming a little late? Stop it. Tsunade pressed down hard on his mischievous hands, bumping her forehead against his, and said irritably, Nawaki and I have special statuses. No one can do much to us. Kushina is similar. She's the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Once she matures in a few years, the village will have to think twice before trying to control her. But you're different. Damn Hyuga main house. The mere thought of the caged bird seal on Jing Yi's forehead made Tsunade want to curse. In the past, without anyone telling her, she'd charged to the front lines whenever there was a war. But now Tsunade dared not do that anymore. Because behind her were still Nawaki, Kushina, the Ino Shikacho clans, and most importantly, Jing Yi. The others were fine, but Jing Yi could be targeted at any time. The caged bird seal was too deadly. Only if Tsunade became strong and the forces behind her grew increasingly powerful would the Hyuga clan dare not make trouble, and they'd remain neutral even if the third Hokage wanted their cooperation. Exactly. Damn Hyuga main house. Jing Yi burst out laughing. What are you laughing at? You still have the nerve to laugh. He teased Tsunade until she was about to lose her temper, then stopped, and said, How about we play a game? Not interested. Tsunade stood up and slapped his hand away from her chest. Stop messing around. Cooperate, and take this thing off. Jing Yi gestured for Tsunade to remove her forehead protector. Other main house members would rather wrap their foreheads tightly, but you actually want to show it off. After being hinted at several times by Jing Yi's gaze, Tsunade finally gave in. She could only raise her hand and yank the forehead protector off a little too forcefully. Because she didn't want to see the caged bird seal, it looked far too glaring. There, I took it off. Satisfied. Tsunade was about to throw the forehead protector away, but the moment she lifted her hand, she froze. Were her eyes playing tricks on her? She rubbed her eyes and looked closely. It didn't seem like an illusion. There was nothing there. Your forehead's caged bird seal. Where had that huge caged bird seal gone? Where did it disappear to? Jing Yi reached out, wrapped his arms around Tsunade's waist, lifted her onto the table, and leaned in to give her a hint. Remember, when we were studying at the hospital, you asked me why I smelled so strongly of paint. Was there? With her mind a bit scattered, Tsunade recalled. It seemed there had been such a thing. She had asked him herself, but Jing Yi had replied that had gotten paint on him while painting at home, and he even lifted his clothes to show her the stains. Indeed, there were paint smudges. Tsunade hadn't thought much of it, and believed him. So the caged bird seal on your forehead was painted on. Tsunade felt her brain struggling. Wasn't the Hyuga clan's caged bird seal supposed to be extremely tyrannical? How could it just disappear like that? Yes, it was painted on. Impossible. My grandfather and granduncle tried to break the caged bird seal when the village was founded, and they all failed. The old man tried too. How could it just disappear like that? Yes, it was painted on. Impossible. My grandfather and granduncle. Staring into Jing Yi's azure star-like eyes, Tsunade fell silent. If it wasn't degeneration, then it was an evolution. Like the Uchiha Sharingan. Don't tell me that the Hyuga clan's Byakugan can evolve just like the Sharingan. Why not? Jing Yi said. I've acquired many strange abilities and the caged bird seal that bound me has thus disappeared. Regarding this, all I can say is that my eyes have undergone evolution. Damn it. Upon hearing this, Tsunade wanted to hit someone. I don't care if your eyes have degenerated or evolved, but your caged bird seal disappeared. Why didn't you say so earlier? You made me worry all along that the old man might collude with the Hyuga main branch against you. If I'd known your caged bird seal was gone, I wouldn't have been so cautious. Bastard, stop rubbing. Konoha still hadn't abandoned the idea of sending people into the land of rain to provoke the Sand Village and the Rock Village. The third Hokage and others unanimously considered this a plan that would yield multiple benefits. Even if some small accidents occur along the way, the Sand and Rock Villages will still take the bait. The village's response to the Sand Village's intelligence, if leaked by Shimura Danzo, might affect the plan. Nara Lushin was worried about this. Even if there is an impact, it doesn't matter much to us. The current Ino Shikacho are not on the same side as them. Akimichi Torafu suddenly felt the grilled meat in his hand lose its flavor. What was Maida-sama thinking, putting a fat guy like me in the position of Hokage's assistant? And on top of that, she placed the medical system under my charge, clearly not intending to let me step down. Can you even step down? Nara Lushin said sullenly. Now the three Ino Shikacho families along with some other clans have sided with Tsunade. Do you think you can get down? Why am I so unlucky as a fat guy? I just want to stay at home researching good food and quietly support my clan from behind. Is that too much to ask? Has the new Jonin squad leader been decided? Since the village's founding, the position of Jonin squad leader had always been held by a member of the Nara clan, but now the position was gone. The Hokage assistant position and the authority over the medical system rested in Akimichi Torafu's hands. The F4 group would try to weaken the influence of Ino Shikacho. The most obvious move was stripping Nara Lushin of his Jonin squad leader post. That position was no small power. The selection is done. It's Sarutobi Matsuda. Akimichi Torafu sighed. Nara Lushin frowned. Matsuda? That guy becoming Jonin squad leader? It's unlikely to be good news. Who knows? Akimichi Torafu continued eating barbecue. The person was nominated by that guy Kaduin, probably on the monkey's orders. No, I just can't understand why Maida-sama is fixated on me. Where's your brain? Nara Lushin gave him a disgusted look. If nothing else, it's because that bastard Danzo's actions provoked Maida-sama. Maida-sama doesn't want Tsunade and others to be in an awkward position after she's gone. Only if you go up will Tsunade have greater say. Then just directly. Forget it, let's not talk about this. The more Akimichi Torafu thought about it, the more depressed he became. He almost wanted to say, why not just let Tsunade sit in his position? But then he realized that doing so would be too obvious a move. They needed someone who could stand openly and contend with the third Hokage and his group. So Akimichi Torafu was pushed forward. The Ino Shikacho clans wielded considerable influence, and many other families in the village had ties with them. Akimichi Torafu, along with the third Hokage and the others, were former classmates, teammates, and also disciples of the second Hokage Senju Tobarama. His standing in the open gave him a stronger deterrent effect. At the border of the land of rain, Senshuo Hanzo, the leader of the rain village, stood in a cave carved into the peak, gazing at the overcast sky. A tiny black spot appeared on the horizon, gradually enlarging. Kazekage, you're late. Senshuo Hanzo's tone was displeased as the other had not arrived at the agreed time, making him wait an extra 2 hours. Waiting 2 hours was nothing. What angered Senshuo Hanzo was that the third Kazekage did not treat him. Sorry, there's been a lot of village affairs. Flying to the cave, the third Kazekage stepped down from the iron sand under his feet and explained casually. Do you think he'll believe that? The third Kazekage didn't care if the other was angry. Hanzo, don't forget it was you who approached me wanting to cooperate with the Sand Village. I've already shared intelligence with you. Isn't that enough to show the Rain Village's sincerity? Senshuo Hanzo clenched his fist, his hand gripping the handle of his scythe tightly. If he hadn't humbled himself to cooperate with the Sand Village first, he would have loved to give the third Kazekage a taste of his salamander poison. Konoha intended to respond to the Sand Village's provocation, but wanted to drag the Rain Village into the conflict. Senshuo Hanzo had no choice but to take the initiative and seek cooperation. The Sand Village was his chosen target. It could be said that Shimura Danzo's transaction of village intelligence with Senshuo Hanzo had already affected the direction of Konoha's plan. If the Rain and Sand Villages were unaware of this intelligence, Konoha would send people into the land of Rain, and then the Sand and Rock Villages would proactively respond to Konoha's provocation, while the Rain Village would suffer an undeserved calamity. As a result, with the intelligence leaked, and Konoha seemingly determined to drag the Rain Village into the water, Senshuo Hanzo had to seek a new way out. The third Kazekage seemed oblivious to Senshuo Hanzo's anger, his hands clasped behind his back as he gazed into the distance. I have naturally seen the sincerity of the demigod. So how does the Rain Village intend to cooperate? If you intend to use this intelligence to keep the Sand Village out of the Land of Rain, then the demigod would do better to keep his mouth shut. Even if your Rain Village has risen, are you on the same scale as the 5 great shinobi villages? How the Sand Village and Konoha play their game is a matter between us. It doesn't allow you Sanshuo Hanzo to interfere. Damn it. Sanshuo Hanzo really wanted to swing his scythe and teach the 3rd Kazekage a lesson. The other party hadn't taken him, the demigod, seriously at all. He bluntly told Hanzo, either become a dog for the Sand Village and gang up on Konoha, or sit back and watch the game between Konoha and the Sand Village. As for whether the Rain Village would be affected, who cared? Clatter. The chains on the scythe rattled from friction. Sanshuo Hanzo said angrily, Kazekage, don't go too far. I can find you, and naturally, I can also find others to cooperate with, such as Konoha. Suit yourself. The 3rd Kazekage glanced at Sanshuo Hanzo. I hope the demigod can still say that when the Rock Village enters the fray. Defect to Konoha. You can try. You scoundrel, do you truly think I, Hanzo of the Salamander, am fashioned from mud? Black iron sand drifted upwards, swirling around the 3rd Kazekage. Yet the 3rd Kazekage still refused to turn around. He would not deign to place Hanzo of the Salamander on the same level as himself. The Rain Village has no right to choose, and neither do you. The decision is entirely yours. Cooperation. Why should the Sand Village cooperate with you? As for siding with Konoha, that is even more impossible. It would only push the Stone Village to go all in. In the end, there is only one outcome. The Rain Village and the Land of Rain have no choice and no escape. Don't say I didn't warn you. With a final harsh remark, Hanzo of the Salamander charged into the curtain of rain and soon vanished among the mountains. Faced with the 3rd Kazekage's threats and mockery, he showed no intention of yielding. He did not wish his village and nation to suffer undeserved catastrophe, but he would never bow his head to the 5 Kages. After all, once you lower your head, you can never lift it again. For someone like Hanzo of the Salamander, who aspired to stand as an equal among the 5 Kages, such an outcome was more unbearable than death itself. Ignorant fool. What standing did he have to dream of becoming the Rain Shadow and sitting alongside the 5 Kages? Did the Rain Village have a choice? No. In the game between Konoha, the Sand Village, and the Stone Village, the Rain Village was but a pawn. Hanzo of the Salamander had no room for choice either, unless he could ascend from a demigod to a true god. Without such power, even obtaining partial intelligence from Konoha would be futile. At best, it would only stir the pot further. Tsunade stayed at the camp for a few days before returning to the village. As she had said, the village dispatched a squad of ninjas who marched ostentatiously into the Land of Rain. Konoha's entry into the Land of Rain was a response to the Sand Village's provocation. The Sand Village, eager for confrontation, refused to back down and transferred the ninjas who had been prancing in the Land of Rivers into the Land of Rain. In an instant, the situation in the Land of Rain shifted and the atmosphere grew tense. The Land of Rain bordered the lands of Fire, Wind, and Earth. As Konoha and the Sand Village sent forces into the Land of Rain, the Stone Village, initially mere bystanders, could no longer remain calm. What did Konoha and the Sand Village intend by entering the Land of Rain? Provocation wasn't supposed to be this reckless. If they truly wanted to fight, why not go to the Land of Rivers instead of stirring up trouble here? Indeed, in the eyes of the Stone Village, the actions of the Sand Village and Konoha were nothing short of provocation. If Konoha merely wanted to oppose the Sand Village, they could have acted from the direction of the Land of Rivers. There was no need to go out of their way to meddle in the Land of Rain. Konoha's plan was aimed at the Rain Village, but the Stone Village would not see it that way. Is a small Rain Village worth such effort from Konoha? Their real target must be elsewhere. A crucial meeting convened in the Tsuchikage's office, and soon a contingent of Stone Village ninjas also entered the Land of Rain. Instantly, the atmosphere in the Land of Rain became explosive with tension unquenchable even by the relentless downpour. The chaotic situation, brimming with gunpowder, led to friction, and friction inevitably bred conflict. The medical ward, beds idle for over half a year, finally saw use. If not for the wounded being sent from the Land of Rain, Jing Yi might have forgotten that he was a medical ninja stationed at the camp. The turmoil in the Land of Rain did not affect the border camp. After all, the camp's primary role was reconnaissance and buffer, not to send its personnel charging onto the battlefield. Its duty was simply to ensure no enemy invaded the Land of Fire from the direction of the Rain Village. When the conflict escalated, or even erupted into war, the village would dispatch reinforcements. Only then would the camp become a logistics hub for war resources. But Konoha had no intention of waging an aggressive war. If possible, the 3rd Hokage would gladly convene multiple Kage summits to maintain peace across the ninja world. After all, no other village possessed Konoha's inherent advantages in development. Only the Cloud Village could rival it to some extent. Konoha boasted a superior foundation, a vast population, a large ninja base, and the greatest number of ninjas among the 5 great villages. The Cloud Village struggled to catch up, but overtaking Konoha would require a very long time, even with the stone village remained as it always was, stuck in its mass production mode. Without innate advantages or economic strength, it resorted to churning out soldiers and deploying Earth-style armies. The Mist Village was still embroiled in internal strife. At least until the fourth Mizukage took over, it would be difficult for them to launch an external war. They could at most stir up some trouble. The Sand Village, guarding the most barren land in the ninja world, harbored the grandest ambitions. Perhaps due to the extreme poverty of their land and small population, the Sand Village constantly salivated over the Land of Fire, forever yearning to pounce and take a full bite. Their provocations in the Land of Rivers and the Land of Rain were the best proof. Beyond ambition, the greatest reason was that the Sand Village had exhausted its development potential and stalled. To climb further, they needed more resources, population, and funds. Without enough people, resources, or money, development ground to a halt and stagnated for years. Meanwhile, their neighbor Konoha grew stronger each year. How could the Sand Village remain idle? Konoha had no objections to peaceful development among the 5 great villages, but the Sand Village did. They absolutely refused to accept such a situation. Minor skirmishes continued without major battles, and the situation stabilized. Though the air was still thick with gunpowder, no side dared to break the deadlock. They feared being ganged up on. The situation in the Land of Rain remained relatively stable, and Jing Yi was more than happy to let it continue. At least until his rotation back to the village, he hoped the conflict wouldn't escalate. If a war or local outbreak occurred, the rotation would become a fantasy, and all ninjas at the camp would be forced to stay. As the year drew to a close, Jing Yi and the batch of rotating ninjas set out on the road back to the village. Joyful smiles lit up everyone's faces. They would soon be reunited with their families for a lively new year. "I'm back." Gazing at the somewhat rustic gate of Konoha, Jing Yi felt a strange sense of warmth. A year stationed at the border camp had been truly grueling. First head to a hot spring inn for a relaxing bath, then grab some food, and finally go home to rest. Jing Yi didn't seek out Tsunade. With the year's end and the shifting ninja world situation, she was extremely busy, likely still in a meeting at the Hokage's office. He found a hot spring and selected a private pool and got a ticket to change in the locker room. Submerging his body in the scathing water, he let out a long breath. Indeed, it's far more comfortable back in the village. At the border camp, even a hot bath was troublesome and food options were severely limited. Lying in the hot spring, Jing Yi closed his eyes in contentment and began to feel drowsy. After the soothing bath, every muscle and joint felt relaxed. He rubbed his stomach and decided to treat himself to grilled meat to appease his insides. He had been rushing all the way, surviving on dry rations for days. He arrived at the barbecue restaurant run by the Akimichi clan, found an empty seat, and promptly ordered a generous amount of meat. He intended to have a hearty meal, then return home and sleep. When it came to eating, the Chiu Dao clan truly knew their stuff. Relying solely on their specialty grilled meat, they could easily rake in piles of cash. A high-income business that made many other clans drool with envy. Unfortunately, they lacked the Chiu Dao clan's knack for it. All they could do was watch from the sidelines. "Not bad, Jing," he remarked, picking up a piece of grilled meat, dipping it in a bit of seasoning, and placing it in his mouth, offering a rather fair evaluation. Fresh ingredients, premium dipping sauces, and crisp, refreshing side dishes. With such a combination, it was almost impossible for the Chiu Dao clan not to make money. Muyi was not short of barbecue restaurants, but only those run by the Chiu Dao clan were perpetually packed, and their prices were the highest to boot. He picked up a piece of cooked meat and was about to put it into his mouth when a petite figure suddenly lunged toward him. What audacity! Trying to steal the food midway. Jing Yi raised his hand to block the intruder, but the first thing he noticed was a head of red hair. "Jio Xian na." Jing Yi moved his blocking hand aside and embraced the little one who had thrown herself into his arms. "Boo-hoo, Jing Yi, Grandma Shui, who is gone." So Jio Xian na sobbed in Jing Yi's arms. "How could you?" Before Jing Yi could finish his sentence, the meat on his chopsticks was snatched away by Gang Shou, who popped it into her mouth and raised an eyebrow at him. "Not bad. A long time no see." Sheng Shu grinned, pulled over a small stool, and sat down. There, don't cry." Holding Jio Xian na in his arms, Jing Yi helplessly began to soothe the child. "Just keep comforting her. Jio Xian na has been missing you all year long." Shooting Jing Yi, "You're on your own." Look, Gang Shou sat down beside Sheng Shu, picked up chopsticks, and placed meat on the grill. Having not seen Jing Yi for an entire year, Jio Xian na's tightly wound emotions finally erupted. The little girl cried bitterly, soaking a large patch of Jing Yi's freshly changed clothes. Yet all he could do was keep comforting her, hoping she would soon calm down. "Jio Xian na, how did you know I was back?" Seeing that his soothing had little effect, Jing Yi had no choice but to resort to distraction. Gang Shou said you would arrive in the village today?" Jio Xian na replied between sobs, her speech jerky from crying so much. Taking a bite of grilled meat, Gang Shou snorted. "You didn't even think to find us when you got back. Just went off to soak in a hot spring, and then came here to eat barbecue. Don't even mention it." Jing Yi looked up at the sky in resignation. Life at the camp was really rough. Even taking a bath was a hassle, not to mention the food. Uncle Hokage is the worst. He's the one who sent you to the border camp. As her attention shifted, Na's emotions gradually stabilized. Still hiccuping, she blamed the third Hokage. Fortunately, the barbecue restaurant was crowded, and people were sitting relatively far away, so no one overheard Na's words, otherwise someone might have jumped up to reproach them. They might even run to the police department to report it. During this period, the third Hokage, known as the hero of shinobi, enjoyed exceptionally high prestige in the village. Look how thin you've become. You haven't been eating well lately, have you? This grilled meat smells great. Hey, Shingshu, don't eat so fast, ITLL, all be gone. Jing Yi decisively pulled Shingshu out as a target to divert Na's attention. Brother, sure enough, Na, who had been sobbing just moments ago, instantly flared up in anger upon hearing this. How could you eat all the meat by yourself? Gangsho, who had been wolfing down food, immediately set down her chopsticks, while Shingshu, holding a piece of meat, looked utterly bewildered. No. This is only my second piece. The rest were all eaten by my sister. It has nothing to do with me. Na's fiery little pepper temperament had already shown signs early on, and as she grew older it became increasingly similar to Gangsho's, which made Shingshu somewhat afraid of her. It wasn't me, didn't I? Shingshu explained, frantically raising his hand to point at Gangsho, only to notice her shooting him a warning glare. At that moment he wished he could just die. You are all a bunch of bullies, each one of you picking on me. Alright, Shingshu is just hungry. Let's order more meat. I'm hungry too, so let's have a good meal. After calming Na down a bit, Jing Yi winked at Shingshu, raised his hand, and called the waiter over to order more dishes. With Jing Yi around, Gangsho's interruptions, and Shingshu drawing the fire, Na's mood soon stabilized. Jing Yi also shared some amusing anecdotes from the camp. By the way, Shingshu is about to graduate, isn't he? As the conversation meandered, the topic shifted to this matter. Right? After my graduation exam, I'll no longer be a student. I'll be a real ninja. Even after graduation, you'll still be a rookie. Gangsho mercilessly deflated him. Your big sister graduated from the ninja academy when she was 6. How can I compare with you? Shingshu cried out loudly. Jing Yi also graduated at 10. Why don't you? Shingshu was actually not weak. He was only weak compared to Gangsho. Among the children about to graduate, Shingshu excelled in all subjects except academics. Jing Yi watched the sibling squabble with amusement. A smile also appeared on Na's face, though it carried a hint of schadenfreude. Jing Yi. While Gangsho was scolding Shingshu, Na leaned close to him and whispered, can I invite some friends to your place tomorrow to play? I want to treat them to barbecue. Of course I'll make sure our little princess won't be disappointed. You're so nice. By the way, who do you want to invite? Na counted on her fingers. Sister Mei-chin and little blondie O and Mei-hui. Jing Yi, who was sipping tea at that moment, sprayed the drink from his mouth. This little blondie. Is little blondie Bo Feng Shui Min? Yeah. Na squinted her eyes and said happily in class, he's the only one willing to be friends with me. Oh, and Mei-hui too, but Mei-hui is too quiet. You once said little blondie always attracts girls' attention, so I think calling him little blondie is just right. When he was young, Bo Feng Shui Min was a sunny boy who loved to smile, good-looking with a bright grin, and excellent in all subjects. Thus he attracted the attention of many girls in class. What a sin. I was just describing him. I didn't mean for you to call him little blondie. However, the Hokage world had no such meme about little blondie, and since Bo Feng Shui Min had blonde hair anyway, after being called that for a while, he reluctantly accepted the name. Jing. When Mei-hui comes, please don't be angry with her, okay? She's a very timid girl. Na looked up at Jing Yi with pleading eyes. Jing Yi chuckled, of course not. Your friends are my friends. How could I be angry at your friend? By the way, why are you worried that I might be angry at this Mei-hui? Jing Yi was puzzled because he didn't know the child named Mei-hui, who was just a little girl. You'll find out tomorrow, Na replied, trying to cover up. With a smile, Jing Yi ruffled her full head of red hair and offered her some pieces of meat. Eat up, it's the time for growing. The more meat you eat, the taller you'll grow. After finishing their meal, Jing Yi settled the bill and the four of them left together. As they reached the doorstep, Jing Yi was taken aback. Where's my home? The location is correct. Did I walk to the wrong place? Na perched on Jing Yi's back, turned her head, and giggled. Jing Yi, I'm really impressive, right? After you left for the border camp, I asked someone to demolish the house and rebuild it, making it 3 stories tall with many rooms. I want to live here from now on. Why didn't you tell me about this? Jing Yi turned around, looking at Tsunade in confusion. Tsunade pushed the door open and walked into the yard, saying sourly, the little girl wouldn't let me say anything as she wanted to give you a surprise. I've been taking care of her, yet she wouldn't even lend me 200,000 Rio, and instead turned around to fix your house. I, Tsunade, feel like an outsider. Shoja hesitated, wanting to speak, but holding back. However, Nai was different. Even if she said something heart-wrenching, Tsunade wouldn't hit her. Of course I can't lend it to you. Nai wrinkled her little nose and said seriously, Mito Granny said not to lend you money or give it to you, otherwise it would be a one-way trip. Tsunade, ungrateful little girl. Ha ha ha, Jing Yi burst out laughing. Tsunade was so angry she wanted to kick him twice, and yet he was laughing. To be honest, clinging to a little wealthy girl's leg feels really nice. The question is, am I Hyuga Jing Yi relying on soft rice? It seems like it's being force-fed to me. When Jing Yi opened the door and took a look at the interior decoration, there was no doubt about it, it was definitely top-notch. This house must have cost a lot of money, no wonder Tsunade was jealous. Who could stand that? Looking around the environment and arrangement of the house, Jing Yi asked, have you all been living here recently? Tsunade, collapsing directly onto the sofa with a look of despair, waved her hand. Nike doesn't want to go back, and Shoju said, he keeps thinking about Granny at home. Plus the ancestral home hasn't been repaired for a long time, so after this house was built we simply moved in together. After Mito left, the Senju ancestral home became devoid of any liveliness. Not just Nai and Shoju, even Tsunade didn't want to go back and live there. To avoid being sentimental about the past, dealing with two little ones who cried and whined was already enough. She needed to appear stronger, but no matter how strong she pretended to be, she would still feel sad. Thus Tsunade brought the two little ones over. It's quite nice here. Thank you, Nai, I really like it. Jing Yi pinched Nai's little face and said to her, if you're tired, go take a nap first, it'll make you something delicious later. Since leaving the barbecue restaurant, Nai had been yawning while lying on Jing Yi's back. Now she was already incredibly sleepy. Shoju rolled his eyes, wanting to go out to play, but before he could reach the door, he found his sister standing with her arms crossed, staring at him expressionlessly. With a sad face, he trudged upstairs. Why must he sleep just because Nai was tired? It's unfair. Unfortunately, facing the domineering Tsunade, Shoju didn't dare to complain and could only obediently return to his room. Did this child make a mistake? Tsunade wasn't as strict with her brother Shoju as most siblings, as she usually indulged him. Not allowing him to go out to play must mean he had done something good and made Tsunade angry. It's all that bastard Jiraiya. Tsunade gritted her teeth and scolded. That bastard brought Shoju around everywhere after he returned, and over 10 days ago, he even went to the women's bathhouse. Those two perverts fell from the roof and nearly scared the life out of several girls in the bathhouse. This incident even reached the Hokage's office. Do you think I'm not angry? Wow, that's intense. It seems that after Jiraiya returned to the village, Shoju learned quite a bit. No wonder Tsunade strictly forbade him from going out. Who would dare to let him out after such antics? You're only 9 years old. Don't act like a pervert. As an older sister, Tsunade was both angry and helpless about her little brother's mischief. A few days ago, the old man asked me about Shoju's arrangements, but I haven't replied to him yet. Not all children graduate from the Ninja Academy and are assigned to ninja squads to carry out missions and grow. It's a selective process, and Shoju doesn't need that, as Tsunade could completely find him a teacher for unknown training. Originally, Tsunade considered Orochimaru. As long as she asked, Orochimaru would surely not refuse. But after discussing it with Jing Yi, adding Jiraiya into the mix, things got out of hand. Before they even became master and disciple, they were already causing trouble everywhere. Tsunade's blood pressure soared in anger, wishing she could crush those two brats. Do you really have faith in Jiraiya? If it were up to Tsunade, she would definitely choose Orochimaru, not Jiraiya. How should I put it? Thinking about Jiraiya's actions, Jing Yi couldn't help but chuckle. Although Jiraiya is lecherous and has done many annoying things, I do trust his ability as a teacher in guiding his disciples, mainly because his personality is quite similar to Shoju's. Being with Jiraiya might just give Shoju a chance to earn the favor of Mount Myaboku. Naruto is just a low-tier version of Shoju. If Naruto could gain the attention of Mount Myaboku, there's no reason Shoju couldn't either. If he could learn a bit of sage art, his strength would definitely soar. Let me think about it first. The more Tsunade thought, the more conflicted she became. Though she was reluctant to admit it, she had to face reality. Jiraiya truly belonged to the type of person who grew step by step, constantly raising his upper limits. Damn it, couldn't that guy be a bit serious? Just because you're a pervert doesn't mean you should take a child along to sneak around and mess things up. The more she thought about it, the more annoyed she became. Tsunade slapped her forehead hard and exhaled a deep breath. What about you? Do you need to sign a summoning contract with the toads? I've brought the scroll with me. The help from summoning beasts is not significant for me. I don't want to become a pure medical ninja. Jing Yi shook his head. He had never considered signing a summoning beast contract. If he could get it for free, he might give it a try, but he wasn't sure how difficult it would be to learn the sage art of the wetbone forest, and how dangerous it was. Haven't you sought out the great toad for learning sage art? Well, cough cough. Tsunade suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. The toad sage said I lacked talent. I could learn if I wanted to, but it's very dangerous, so I gave up. Lacking talent. Are you sure? Why do I feel like you're a bit self-conscious? Wishing you happiness not just today. Under Jing Yi's doubtful gaze, Gang Shou began to blush, stopped staring. The slug sage said, I have no talent. Well, the truth came out. Given Gang Shou's personality, she shouldn't give up even if her talent was poor, but it turned out she had absolutely no talent in this area. No wonder she seemed guilty when talking about it. It wasn't that she didn't want to learn, but that she truly couldn't. Because this thing heavily relied on talent and was very dangerous, one misstep and you'd kick the bucket. Jing Yi wondered how different the mode of learning sage art in Shirgu Forest was from that in Miaomu Mountain. Bang! Gang Shou quickly formed hand seals and slammed her palm on the floor, and a palm-sized slug appeared on the ground. Lady Gang Shou, is there something you need? A crisp female voice sounded in the living room. The slugs of Shirgu Forest were different from the toads of Miaomu Mountain and the snakes of Longdi Cave. In Shirgu Forest there was only one slug, the slug sage. The small slug summoned was a split body of the slug sage equivalent to an individual differentiated from its main body. The size of the summoned slug was related to the amount of chakra used. The more chakra used, the larger the summoned slug. If one ignored its appearance and only listened to its voice, the slug sage's voice would surely make one mistake it for an unparalleled beauty. What a pity, it was a slug, an enormous slug. Gang Shou glared angrily at Jing Yi. I want him to sign a summoning contract with the slug sage. I hope the slug sage can help me check whether this guy can learn the sage art of Shirgu Forest. She continued, didn't you say you didn't want to sign a summoning contract? I'm insisting you sign. And by the way, check whether you have talent for learning Shirgu Forest sage art. After the check, if you have no talent, I'll laugh at you for a whole year. Can I not sign? With the reincarnation, Jing Yi wasn't very eager to learn sage art. After all, learning this was extremely dangerous. One miscalculation, and you wouldn't even know how you died. Why take the risk? But no, they had to sign and be tested. Gang Shou's temper flared. She would never allow Jing Yi to mock her over this. I really have no way with you. Jing Yi shook his head helplessly, raised his hand, bit his finger, and pressed his handprint onto the summoning scroll. By the way, this summoning scroll was left by Qianshou Zhujian. Unfortunately, Zhujian's would release was so overpowering that the big slug never had a chance to appear. Even the slug sage's healing ability couldn't match the recovery speed of Zhujian's sage body. Please wait a moment, Lord Jing Yi. After the contract was signed, the summoned slug returned to Shirgu Forest, and then a reverse summoning brought Jing Yi and Gang Shou to Shirgu Forest. Shirgu Forest was no sacred land, at least not in appearance. Everywhere were bare rocks and trees whose branches were all that remained. Slugs covered the mountains and fields in vast numbers. Anyone with trypophobia would be terrified by the sight. At the center of Shirgu Forest was an extremely huge slug, the slug sage. All the slugs in Shirgu Forest were its split individuals. So huge. Jing Yi stood on the mucus-covered ground, looked up at the slug sage, which was larger than a mountain, and gestured with his hands. He felt the slug sage's main body was definitely bigger than the nine tails. Hello, little Gang Shou. The slug sage shifted its massive body and lowered its head to greet Gang Shou. Hello, slug sage. Gang Shou replied with a smile, but Jing Yi felt that this old woman seemed a bit. Had she done something shameful to the slug sage? Hello, I am the slug sage. The slug sage lowered its head to examine Jing. If the chakra aura on you is a bit strange. I remember it appeared many years ago. How long ago was it? When Daitongmu Hyuga planted the divine tree, the three sages of the three sacred lands, the slug sage, the white snake sage, and the toad sage, already existed. The toad sage even helped the six-path sage cultivate sage art, encouraged him, and urged him to resist his mother. It could be said that the three sacred lands were inseparable from the mother-like kindness-on filiality drama between the Six Paths brothers and Daitongmu Hyuga. However, only the toad sage stepped forward at that time. Slug sage, we are not here to chat about stories. I ask you to help test whether he can learn the sage art of Shirgu. The slug sage fell into recollection and didn't snap out of it for a while. Gang Shou had no choice but to Sorry, little Gang Shou, I was thinking of other matters. Since he has signed the summoning contract with Shirgu Forest, I will Child, are you ready? The slug sage lowered its mountain-sized head. Gang Shou quickly retreated far away, then crossed her arms under her chest with an expression that said she was ready to watch the show. You laughed at me for having no talent, huh? You'll see how fierce it is soon. Slug sage, what should I? Damn. The moment Jing Yi spoke, the slug sage's huge face pressed close and opened its mouth wide to swallow him in one gulp. Feeling himself wrapped in viscous liquid, Jing Yi was directly dumbfounded. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Ha ha ha. Jing Yi was scared half to death and then swallowed by the slug sage. Gang Shou, who was watching the commotion, burst into laughter. Finally, someone had tasted the despair she had felt back then. She would never forget the taste of being swallowed by the slug sage in one gulp. The whole body wrapped in thick, slimy mucus, a feeling unforgettable for a lifetime. Having experienced it once, Gang Shou felt goosebumps just thinking about that scene. Now it was Jing Yi's turn. But wait, was this how one learned sage art in Shirgu Forest? Jing Yi, his whole body wrapped in mucus and unable to move, even a finger, felt devastated. This feeling was absolutely awful. Soon a force came from beneath his feet, and Jing Yi shot up like a rocket, flew out of the slug sage's mouth into the air and crashed heavily onto the ground. Fortunately, a group of small slugs caught him on the ground. Otherwise, falling from such a height would have been really... At this moment, Jing Yi was covered in mucus as if he had just been pulled out of thick noodle soup. What he could not stand the most was that the mucus carried a strange odor. Ugh! Jing Yi started heaving on the spot. Ha ha ha! Gang Shou, regardless of whether she would dirty her clothes, sat on the ground hugging her stomach and laughing while slapping the ground. Jing Yi's appearance was absolutely priceless, making her laugh uncontrollably. It was just a test. Was it necessary to go this far? What the hell are you laughing at? Ha ha ha! The gleeful laughter grew louder. Little Gang Shou, his talent is quite good. The slug sage did not understand what Gang Shou was laughing about. There seemed to be nothing funny. After all, slugs were large, slimy creatures, and a slug could not appreciate human humor. Ha ha ha! Burp, his talent is good. The very moment Tsunade, who had been laughing wildly, suddenly her eyes widened as she pressed, Lady Katsuyu, are you certain his talent is exceptional? Yes, his talent is quite remarkable, no less than that of young Hashirama. If he applies himself diligently, he will surely master the sage art of Shikatsu Forest. Lady Katsuyu nodded in affirmation, even holding up Hashirama Senju as a comparison. Jing Yi's aptitude for learning the Shikatsu Forest sage art was on par with that of her grandfather. Did that mean the clown was none other than herself? Realizing she was the clown, Tsunade could no longer laugh. She knew all too well what kind of person her grandfather Hashirama Senju was. The title of God of Shinobi was not merely empty praise, but recognized throughout the ninja world. If Jing Yi's talent for learning sage art could compare to Hashirama Senju's, then it was highly likely Jing Yi would master the Shikatsu Forest sage art. I regret this now, what do I do? At this moment, Tsunade's state of mind was caught between fearing the man was incapable and fearing his talent was too great for it would make her seem foolish. After all, this talent was certified by Lady Katsuyu. Wait, I want to know how the sage art of Shikatsu Forest. Had anyone else heard Lady Katsuyu's words, they would surely have been overjoyed to the skies. But Jing Yi remained calm. He wanted to understand the steps and process of learning. If learning sage art meant being swallowed into Lady Katsuyu's stomach, he would rather not learn it. He did not wish to experience that dreadful sensation again. Lady Katsuyu was merely a slug, not human, and had no concept of what humans found amusing or disgusting. For a slug, being covered in slime was the best state. Once dry, it meant they would be injured. Unfortunately, while slugs reveled in being slimy, humans could not tolerate it, let alone being swallowed and constantly enveloped by a gigantic snot-like creature. A truly exquisite agony. Lady Katsuyu was clearly unaware of Jing Yi's concerns and answered seriously. It's simple. You sit cross-legged on the ground while small slugs crawl over you, helping you absorb natural energy. These small slugs not only aid in absorbing natural energy, but also prevent its violent surges. Learning sage art requires first absorbing natural energy and then blending it with physical energy and mental energy to achieve a balance that is notoriously difficult to find. Many who died while training in sage art fell at this step of balancing energy. Simply absorbing natural energy, however, had a lower threshold. A multitude of small slugs covering the body not only helped one get started and absorb natural energy, but also siphoned off any unbalanced natural energy, preventing it from running rampant. The consequence of rampant natural energy was only one turning into a stone statue. Whether at Shikatsu Forest, Mount Myaboku, or Ryuchi Cave, the sage arts of the three sacred lands shared the same risk. If something went wrong during training, one would become a stone statue. Like the toad oil from Mount Myaboku. Yes, but toad oil damages the body, whereas small slugs do not. They carefully assist you and absorb the natural energy away. Lady Katsuyu continued. Hearing this, Jing Yi breathed a sigh of relief. If it was just a bunch of small slugs crawling over him, he could accept it. But if learning sage art required being swallowed into Lady Katsuyu's stomach, he would rather not learn. As always, that dreadful taste was enough to experience once. Jing Yi would never touch it a second time. After setting a time with Lady Katsuyu, Jing Yi and Tsunade were sent back to Konoha. Damn! The moment he stood on the floor, Jing Yi's foot slipped, and he nearly fell flat, his whole body drenched in sticky slime. Truly unbearable. Slugs might love such things, but humans could not tolerate them unless they were some kind of pervert. Without even changing clothes, Jing Yi dashed into the bathroom, needing to scrub himself vigorously, desperate to wash off that disgusting slime. Could it be that my talent is truly a mess? Tsunade sat on the sofa like a lost soul, still doubting her own existence. After a year stationed at the border, Jing Yi needed some rest upon returning to the village. His hospital duties were put on hold, and his training in sage art was scheduled for after the new year. Jing Yi, wake up. Early in the morning, Kushina ran into Jing Yi's room, standing gracefully by his bed and calling him softly. Luckily, he hadn't slept with Tsunade last night, or it would have been quite the scene when Kushina burst in. The deeply discouraged Tsunade intended to be alone and quiet for a while. Kushina, you're up so early. Jing Yi reached out and ruffled her hair. It's not early anymore. Kushina glanced toward the window, then grabbed Jing Yi's wrist with both small hands and tugged hard. Jing Yi, hurry up, we need to go to the market and buy things. When we get back, we have to marinate the meat. It takes a lot of time. Putting on a thick coat and taking Kushina's little hand, Jing Yi stepped out the door and yawned in the cold wind. Indeed, on a winter day, one should not rise early. Curling up under the covers, sealing oneself in a cocoon for a lazy sleep, is the most comfortable. Unfortunately, he had promised Kushina yesterday to treat her friends to barbecue, so he had to get up early to prepare. Kushina buying groceries again today. Kushina. Funny enough, because she frequented the market so often, Kushina had gotten chummy with the vegetable-selling aunties there. When they saw her coming, the eyes of these vendors practically gleamed. For Kushina was a little rich girl who always bought plenty, the kind of customer market sellers loved. She was cute, polite, sweet-tongued, and most importantly wealthy. And she never haggled. Stop. Why don't you just move the whole market home? Even with a fridge, you can't go overboard like this. Kushina's shopping spree made Jing Yi break out in a sweat on his forehead. This girl was too trusting, with a few words of coaxing, and she actually wanted to buy a mountain of stuff. Everyone was just so enthusiastic. Kushina smiled sheepishly. Jing Yi flicked her forehead and scolded, enthusiastic. They'd love it if you bought out the whole market. Follow me, I'll do the buying. You keep quiet. Oh. With a flick to her forehead, Kushina pouted so high it could hang an oil bottle, her face full of. Luckily, the little girl was obedient, following Jing Yi quietly, not speaking out of turn, acting as a good little sidekick. After shopping, the two went to a ramen shop for breakfast. As for Nawaki and Tsunade, unless something important came up, those siblings would probably sleep for ages. Ah, so fragrant. As long as she was with Jing Yi, the smile on Kushina's face never seemed to fade. The little girl ate happily, and after finishing, she took Jing Yi's hand and skipped all the way home. Watching Kushina hop about like a little rabbit, Jing Yi suddenly felt as if he were raising a daughter, needing all kinds of education, coaxing, and companionship. Back home, Jing Yi gave Kushina a task to wake Tsunade and Nawaki and make them help with the work. A wail erupted from Shang Shu's room. Ah, why can't I sleep a little longer? Jing Yi, who was washing and slicing meat, chuckled. Having a sister like Jioxinai, Shang Shu's frustration was futile. He couldn't bear to hit or scold her, and more importantly, he might not even win a fight. Though Shang Shu was a few years older than Jioxinai, the outcome of a real fight was uncertain. One should not underestimate Jioxinai, just because of her young age. Under the tutelage of Jing Yi and Gang Shou, the strength of this crimson little pepper was incomparable to her counterpart in the original timeline. Why doesn't my sister have to work? Shang Shu sat on a small stool, his face downcast, as he slowly threaded meat onto bamboo skewers. A truly soul-stirring question. Jing Yi smiled and asked, "Are you sure you want to know why your sister doesn't have to work? What's wrong with that?" Shang Shu was taken aback and instinctively nodded. Then Jing Yi shouted upstairs, "Gang Shou, Shang Shu says get down here and work." "Are you serious? Are you not satisfied with how hard my sister hit me?" Shang Shu was bewildered, holding meat in his left hand and a skewer in his right, his mind in turmoil. "No, please. Big brother, I beg you don't call her. My sister will kill me. She was scowling all last night. She's in a bad mood. Let her sleep more, it'll do all her work." With survival instinct maxed out, Shang Shu leaped up in panic and pleaded with Jing Yi to stop. If Gang Shou was really woken up, he would be the one to suffer. "You're such a dog. Why did you drag my name into calling my sister to work? You said it yourself, I didn't force you." No, I volunteered. It has nothing to do with you." Shang Shu forced a miserable smile. Jing Yi was laughing inside. Little rascal trying to slack off. Watch me deal with you. Fearing his sister's beating, Shang Shu could only grit his teeth and finish the remaining work. When everything was almost ready, Jioxinai returned with her friends. Jing Yi back. Pushing open the door, she happily ran into the living room, followed by three people. The first was Yuzhibo Meichin, the moonlight in Shang Shu's heart. The second was the little blonde Buofeng Shuomin, a shy, sunny, handsome boy. The third, Wo, who brought Rixiang Chutian to my house. Seeing her face, Jing Yi was startled. He also realized why Jioxinai had said not to be angry with this friend. Because this girl, who belonged to the same Rixiang clan as him and bore a ninefold resemblance to Chutian, was actually a member of the main family. Resembling Chutian so much and being from the main family. Could she be the future clan leader's wife, or even Kyushin's mother? "Hello, senior. I am Yuzhibo Meichin." Among the three, the little blonde smiled sheepishly and kept scratching his head, while Rixiang Meihui looked at Jing Yi with a complicated expression. Instead, the talented young lady of the Yuzhibo clan introduced herself gracefully. "Nice to meet you all. I am Jing Yi, a friend of Tsunade, and also like a brother to her. Welcome. Jing Yi smiled and invited them to sit down. Tsunade happily went to pour water. After the three sat down, Jing Yi observed Mehui, who bore no cage-bird seal on her forehead. So alike, damn it. But what was the Rishiang clan thinking allowing a main family member to befriend Tsunade? Even if it were just at school, let alone private contact and house visits. The third Hokage and his group wouldn't be so easygoing. Hello there. Gangsho, who had just woken up, greeted the three guests while yawning, and meeting Jing Yi's puzzled gaze made a circle gesture with her hand. Jing Yi suddenly understood. The four elders were not easy to deal with, especially regarding Jiao Zinai's private interactions with sensitive individuals like those from the Yuzhibo and Rishiang clans. However, as the Hawk faction's mainstay Jitsuan Tuanzang was still in the Anbu prison, while Chodao Tsufeng was forced to ascend to the position of Hokage's assistant wielding power and representing the Ino Shikacho, and some neutral ninja clans on Gangsho's side. With Chodao Tsufeng acting as a buffer and without Jitsuan Tuanzang as the main force, the third Hokage Bokata Koharu and Mitokado Hamura couldn't target Tsunade effectively. Without Jitsuan Tuanzang to take the lead and bear the blame, the third Hokage and his group wouldn't bring such matters to the table. Thus, Tsunade enjoyed maximum freedom. As long as she didn't leave the village, she faced no restrictions, including making friends. Having no objection from the Hokage's office, the Rishiang clan naturally didn't obstruct. They eagerly hoped Rishiang Mehui would interact more with Tsunade, given that Tsunade had Gangsho's backing. The Rishiang clan truly needed a powerful figure to support them. You're from the main family's elder branch, right? Yuzhibo Meichin was poised and not at all restrained. The little blonde was not an introvert either, quickly striking up a conversation with Xingshu. Only Rishiang Mehui sat quietly on the sofa looking very shy. So Jing Yi took the initiative to talk to her. Yes, senior. Rishiang Mehui quickly stood up, showing none of the arrogance or prejudice typical of the main family. Of course, in Gangsho's presence, even a Rishiang main family member couldn't afford to be arrogant. Don't be nervous. I told Tsunade that her friends are my friends. Besides, we're both from the same clan. Just treat it as visiting a friend's house. Rishiang Mehui nodded shyly, a blush gradually spreading across her fair skin. Perhaps due to their bloodline, Rishiang clan members tended to have paler skin than average, and they were prone to blushing when emotional or shy. Tisk, not only did she look so much like Chu Tian, but even her personality was similar, blushing at the slightest attention. Xingshu, come work. Jing Yi called out after greeting them. Senior'll help too. Compared to the reluctant Xingshu, the little blonde was savvy in social affairs, volunteering without being asked. With Wolfing Shuimin volunteering, the name Xingshu had no choice but to follow. Watching the pair, one tall, one short, one smiling, the other grimacing, Jing Yi couldn't help but wonder how the little blonde became the fourth Hokage. No wonder they say a smiling face brings good luck. But Xingshu, you'd better be careful. A tiny explosive tag took your life. With the help of Xingshu and Basui Shumin, the grill was quickly set up. Jing Yi lit the firewood, then added plenty of charcoal. Once the charcoal was burning, she placed the marinated meat on the grill. As the charcoal fire roasted, the marinated meat soon emitted an enticing aroma. Xingshu and Basui Shumin, who were helping in the yard, had already started swallowing their saliva. It smells so good, the little yellow-haired boy praised earnestly. He looked up at Jing Yi and gave her a big smile. Jing Yi smiled and nodded, then tapped Xingshu on the head. Ouch, what are you doing? Confused, Xingshu clutched his head and demanded loudly why Jing Yi had hit him. Look at him, and then look at yourself. No wonder your sister is always disciplining you. If you keep this up, your head will be filled with nothing but lewd thoughts. Lewd thoughts? What does that mean? Basui Shuimin didn't catch on. Shengshu's face instantly flushed red, and he leaped up on the spot. Don't say that. They'll call you big brother, okay? Stop it. Kushina's friends were visiting today. If word got out that Xingshu was into lewd things, how embarrassing. It was one thing for Basui Shuimin and Hinata Mehui. They didn't matter to Xingshu. But Uchiha Makoto was different. She was the pure light of his heart, and his classmate at that. Good that you feel embarrassed. If you feel embarrassed, then stop doing these things in the future. When you grow up, you can do whatever you want and no one will stop you. Jing Yi understood now. Xingshu was the shameless type. He'd get scolded or beaten, apologize on the spot, and then repeat the same behavior next time. To deal with a brat like him, special measures were needed. Jing Yi bent down and whispered, "You don't want Uchiha Makoto to find out about your lewd activities, do you? Are you a demon?" Xingshu's eyes widened. What are you all talking about? It sounded profound, but he couldn't quite understand. The bewildered little yellow-haired boy habitually scratched his head, his big eyes darting between Jing Yi and Xingshu. He wanted to join in, but he didn't know what they were talking about. It all sounded like gibberish. I get it. They'll stop doing these things, okay? Xingshu blushed and gritted his teeth as he made the promise. Got you, didn't I? Don't stand there dumbfounded. Go bring out the vegetables and the pickles from the cabinet. Xiangshu blushed and gritted his teeth as he made the promise. Got you, didn't I? Don't stand there dumbfounded. He feared social death more than lewdness. If the things he did with Jiraiya ever got out in class, Xingshu would never be able to show his face again. It smells so good, Jing Yi. Can we eat now? Drawn by the irresistible scent of barbecue, Kushina pulled Uchiha Mikoto and Hinata Mehui out of the house. Jing Yi smiled gently and instructed, almost ready. But first you need to bring out the chairs and tables. We can start eating soon. Right away. As the spices were sprinkled over the skewers, Kushina couldn't hold back any longer. She turned and ran into the house. So fragrant, so delicious. Mehui, try this too. It's delicious. Sister Mikoto, have some of this. Jing Yi said it makes your skin fair. Little yellow hair, you should eat more too. Could you not call me little yellow hair? Boss Wee Shuman, holding a skewer in one hand and a glass of juice in the other, gave a strained smile. He actually didn't like the nickname little yellow hair, but Kushina enjoyed calling him that, and over time Boss Wee Shuman just let her have her way. In addition to skewers, there were large chunks of grilled meat and grilled fish. Jing Yi sat beside Boss Wee Shuman and asked with a smile, Kushina doesn't lose her temper much at school, does she? Not really. Boss Wee Shuman's smile was a little stiff because the image of the crimson little chili pepper beating up classmates had already appeared in his mind. You little rascal, you're lying through your teeth. Jing Yi laughed heartily and patted Boss Wee Shuman on the shoulder. Treating her friends with delicious barbecue, Kushina was like a joyful little butterfly running back and forth, chattering nonstop with her three companions. This kid is finally quiet for a day. Kushina was happy, and as her sister Tsunade was in a good mood too. Carrying a bottle of wine, she sat down beside Jing Yi, glanced at Xingshu, who was quietly eating barbecue, and found it quite surprising. From her understanding of her brother, Xingshu shouldn't have been this quiet during such a lively moment. Jing Yi held back a laugh, leaned close to Tsunade's ear, and whispered, I told him that if he keeps messing around with Jiraiya, he'll tell Uchiha Mikoto about his affairs. That's all. Turning to glance at Uchiha Mikoto, who was chatting with Kushina, Tsunade suddenly felt a headache coming on. She was happy that her brother had a crush on a girl, but that girl was from the Uchiha clan, which was a bit problematic. After all, there was too much blood debt between the Senju and the Uchiha. Do you think he has a chance? Not much. It's just a simple crush. Jing Yi shook his head. Then this kid is pretty pitiful. Tsunade began to gloat. It felt like someone was talking behind his back. Xingshu, who was devouring barbecue, suddenly looked up. His ears were burning inexplicably. Could it be my sister? Xingshu instinctively glanced towards Tsunade, but saw Tsunade and Jing Yi whispering softly, not appearing to be talking about him. Was it my imagination? Xingshu shook his head, thinking he must be mistaken. Tsunade was his biological sister, and she wouldn't badmouth him behind his back. After the chunks of meat were grilled, Jing Yi carried the barbecue and Tsunade back to the living room, leaving the yard. There was meat, vegetables, fruit, and drinks. Plenty of everything. Just eat your fill and have fun. As Jing Yi and Tsunade left, the atmosphere in the yard did indeed become livelier. Have you decided on the teacher? Let it be Jiraiya. Reluctant as she was, Tsunade still chose Jiraiya. Relax. Apart from being a lecher, Jiraiya has no other shortcomings. Besides, Xingshu has almost become Jiraiya's shape now. The two of them together might not be a bad thing. Can you talk? What do you mean Xingshu has become Jiraiya's shape? The more I hear that, the more off it sounds. Tsunade gave Jing Yi a big exasperated eye roll, took a couple of swigs from the bottle, then stretched luxuriously. No need to work lying around at home with wine and meat. Life is so comfortable. Is there any hope for you? Jing Yi had given up on Tsunade. Expecting her to correct some habits was probably harder than killing her. Forget it, let her be. Jing Yi's insistence on Jiraiya becoming Xingshu's teacher was not aimed at Orochimaru. Actually, Orochimaru was quite good to Xingshu and could be considered a very decent teacher. But Jing Yi still hoped Xingshu could avoid the misfortune of being bombarded by explosive tags. Leaving Xingshu to Jiraiya might even allow him to become fellow disciples with little yellow hair in the future. After eating and drinking their fill, Tsunade went back to her room for a nap. Kushina went shopping with her two friends, leaving the idle Nawaki to team up with Minato Namikaze. The two lads huddled together, murmured for a while, and then sneaked off hand in hand. Watching the boys' furtive silhouettes, Jing only hoped that Nawaki wouldn't take the little blonde to any dubious places or buy any questionable books. Nawaki had no money. Oh well, never mind. After all, the little blonde was broke too, and unlike Nawaki, he wouldn't spend his allowance on risque reading materials. So let them do as they pleased. No sooner had the group of brats dispersed than a special visitor arrived at the house. Jinkuin, long time no see. Glancing at Orochimaru, who wore a smile, Jing stepped aside and invited him in. I haven't seen you for so long, I thought you changed your mind. Do you think I would? Oi. The very thought of dissecting puppets for research filled Orochimaru with excitement. Such an intriguing study was not to be missed. His prolonged absence was merely due to his diligent pursuit of funds. Now that his wallet was full, Orochimaru naturally came knocking. Placing a scroll on the table, Orochimaru wiped the smile off his face and said seriously, Jing, 10 million Ryo. I need 3 puppets. It had to be Orochimaru. Hearing that price, Jing almost gave him a thumbs up. What a generous boss. Yet he shook his head. No can do. Only 2. 3. Money wasn't easy to come by, and Orochimaru had no intention of being shortchanged. He had already waived a substantial debt for Jing. Spending 10 million on 2 puppets was a sheer loss. If it weren't for the irresistible allure of Jing's puppets, Orochimaru wouldn't have bothered with this extravagant expense. 2. 3. 2. After a back and forth, Orochimaru showed no sign of yielding, so Jing had to concede, fine 3. But let me be clear, whether you use them for research or play, if they break, don't come crying to me. No returns, no refunds. Hyuga Jing shop offers no such service. If I wreck them, all ill by more. Orochimaru was unfazed. He had realized that Jing was all about money now. Since cash could solve the problem, why fret? He could just purchase replacements if they broke. Over the past half year, he had earned a tidy sum, and with a steady stream of dividends, mission rewards, and income from developing new projects, he would never be short of funds. In the future, any of the 3 Sannin, if diligent, would never lack money. On the surface, Jiraiya was the richest thanks to his wildly popular novels, which brought in the highest earnings. Additionally, he undertook more missions than Tsunade and Orochimaru. But that didn't mean they couldn't earn as much. If Orochimaru refrained from bizarre experiments and frivolous costly research, and instead worked steadily as a developer and took on missions, his income would surely surpass Jiraiya's. As for Tsunade, she need only raise her voice, and not just in Konoha, across the land of fire and even other nations. Many would wave wads of cash begging for her medical expertise. Never underestimate a medical ninja's capacity to earn with top-notch skills, and a slightly ruthless heart of fortune was guaranteed. Then pick 3 yourself. Jing tossed out a scroll, signaling Orochimaru to choose. Jing's puppets fell into 3 categories: reconnaissance puppets, disposable puppets, and combat puppets. Combat puppets were the most powerful and numerous, crafted from premium materials. Reconnaissance and disposable puppets were rarer. Disposable puppets were made from leftover materials with lesser value. Unfurling the scroll and scanning its contents, Orochimaru's smile gradually twisted into something peculiar. How intriguing. Jing-kun is indeed a fascinating fellow. You're pleased, then pick. Only 3. Jing gestured with 3 fingers, urging Orochimaru to make his choice, promptly, no dawdling. A wolf, a modest-sized wild boar, and a crow. Apart from the crow, the materials for the wolf and boar seemed to have been hunted by Orochimaru himself. Now transformed into puppets, they returned to his hands at an exorbitant price. The 3 puppets emerged from the scroll and immediately stood by Jing's side. Orochimaru asked curiously, can I control them? Sorry, no. Only I can operate these puppets. But rest assured, they won't attack you. They'll even cooperate with your research. If you dismantle them, they won't resist. Since he was selling, quality had to be assured. Jing frankly told Orochimaru that only he could control these puppets, so don't get any funny ideas. Of course, if you manage to unlock the method of control, I'll tip my hat to you. Orochimaru smiled with confidence, took his items, and left, eager to begin his research. As for Jing's claim that only he could control the puppets, Orochimaru wasn't entirely convinced. He had faith in his ability to crack the secret. Puppets imbued with life. Researching such entities would surely be exhilarating. Orochimaru hurried away, brimming with confidence, leaving Jing to hope he wouldn't become obsessive and ultimately drive himself mad. Madness would be one thing. The real worry was Orochimaru veering into darkness. That would be However, Shimura Danzo was still locked up in the ANBU cells and would remain there for a while. Without Danzo's money and resources to entice him, the likelihood of Orochimaru descending into darkness would probably decrease significantly. Without that old villain Danzo providing cover, performing human experiments in the village wouldn't be so easy for Orochimaru. Senior. Seeing Jing rise, the little blonde immediately stood to greet him. After the previous dinner, Minato, Namikaze, and Nawaki had grown much closer, chattering endlessly, training together, and striving side by side. Jing wasn't sure if Nawaki had turned over a new leaf or was just afraid of being mortified, which led him to hang out with the little blonde. No need for such formalities. Drop by whenever you have time. Nawaki is fine, but Kushina doesn't have many friends and often feels lonely. Understood. Minato Namikaze scratched his head sheepishly. This habit was just like Jiraiya. When embarrassed or awkward, he too would scratch his head. And also when lying. After Jing finished washing up and emerged from the restroom, he heard Nawaki's excited shouts echoing from him. Wiping his face with a towel draped over his shoulder, Jing Yi stood at the door, leaning against the frame, watching the 2 youngsters practicing throwing shuriken in the yard. Sometimes a gap of 2 or 3 years in age doesn't hinder the formation of a deep friendship. It's merely a matter of opportunity. Compared to the age difference between Nawaki and Minato Namikaze, it was already quite favorable. The future Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi had a larger gap, yet they became both teacher and friend. Unfortunately, Uchiha Shursui led Uchiha Itachi astray. A child as perceptive as Itachi should never have been fed so many distorted ideals. Once such ideas took root in his mind, as he grew, he would stray from the right path. Seeing Nawaki and Minato playing together, Jing Yi had no particular thoughts, but Tsunade felt relieved. She cared not for how many friends her brother made, but rather that he wouldn't spend his days causing mischief and indulging in frivolous matters. Minato. After they had trained for a while, and took a break, Jing Yi beckoned to the blonde-haired boy. Minato Namikaze hesitated, then ran over. Senior, you called for me. Don't be nervous, sit down and talk. Jing Yi gestured for him to sit. Nawaki followed boisterously, slinging an arm around Minato's shoulder, and sitting down, curious about what Jing Yi wanted with his friend. Though Kushina was the one who introduced them as they got to know each other, Nawaki and Minato's bond grew even stronger than hers. Minato obediently sat down. After he settled, Jing Yi asked, do you have any plans for the new year? If not, why not come celebrate with us? It'll be more lively with more people. Well, The sudden invitation threw Minato off balance. The blonde boy felt nervous, unsure. Nawaki clapped his hands and stood up excitedly. Minato lives alone, so the new year must be lonely for him. It's perfect for him to join us. More people, more fun. Well, The sudden invitation threw Minato off balance. The blonde boy felt nervous, unsure whether to accept or decline. It was the first time someone had invited him to spend the new year together. All right, no more hesitation. It's settled. Go get some rest. Seeing that Minato was tempted but too shy to agree, Jing Yi made the decision for him. Haha, that's great. Nawaki let out a loud laugh, grabbed Minato's hand, and pulled him away. After the two kids left, Tsunade descended the stairs, wrapped her arms around Jing Yi's waist, and rested her chin on his shoulder. Do you have high hopes for that boy? Tsunade believed Jing Yi's invitation wasn't just for the sake of liveliness, but had another intention. That kid is promising. As long as he doesn't go down the wrong path, he'll definitely become a powerhouse. I have great faith in him. A civilian genius. Like Orochimaru. Not exactly. Jing Yi recalled the blonde boy's growth journey, and said he's more like a combination of Orochimaru and Jiraiya. Not as dazzling as Orochimaru, but steadily improving his strength. The blonde boy was indeed a genius, but his early growth wasn't as stunning as Orochimaru's. In fact, the only ones in Konoha who could match Orochimaru's childhood brilliance were likely Kakashi and Uchiha Itachi. Unfortunately, Kakashi's potential had its limits, and Uchiha Itachi's life could be summarized in one word: tragedy. The blonde boy might not have been as extraordinary at the start, but his steady progress raised his ceiling step by step, though he died too young. Not as dazzling as Orochimaru, yet steadily climbing upward. Tsunade frowned. As Orochimaru's classmate and comrade, she knew well how terrifying his talent was. Isn't that an exaggeration? Exaggeration. When the blonde boy grew up, he could effortlessly defeat Orochimaru. His true terror lay in the fact that as he matured, his talent became increasingly formidable. It was as if he had no upper limit. What's with that look? Am I wrong? Fine, since you have such faith in him, I'd like to see just how high his ceiling is. Jing Yi opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately chose to drop the matter. Seeing this, Tsunade said no more. Even if he wanted to, the third Hokage likely wouldn't agree. Though the third Hokage's character left much to be desired, his eye for talent was indeed sharp. Jing Yi opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately chose to drop the matter. Seeing this, Tsunade said no more and headed toward the bathroom. Kushina still not up. Not yet. The little girl is sleeping in. She said she wants ramen. Specifically the ramen you make yourself. Ordering food while still in bed. Nawaki, why do you think the senior invited me to spend the new year together? By the training stream. Minato scratched his head. How should I know? Nawaki threw a few sticks of wood into the fire and flipped the fish head caught from the river. Maybe. Well, my sister says he's full of tricks, but he has a good eye for people. So he probably sees potential in you. Nawaki hated using his brain for such thoughts, but for his friend Sake he tried. Oh. Suddenly his eyes lit up. Minato, why don't you become Jing Yi's student? My sister says he's a medical ninja on the surface, but he's actually very strong. Having a teacher as a backer means no one will bully you at school. That's not what I was talking about. The mention of a backer brought to Minato's mind Kushina's first day at school after beating up a classmate. She yelled, my sister is Tsunade. The teacher was so terrified he froze. Still, having a backer seemed pretty good, not just to avoid bullying, but also to learn things not taught at the Ninja Academy. His bond with Nawaki had grown close. The main reason was that Minato discovered Nawaki knew many things the teachers hadn't covered. When he asked to learn, Nawaki felt a sense of accomplishment and taught earnestly. Thus their friendship deepened. A teacher, but the senior is a medical ninja. Nawaki wouldn't lie to me, would he? Is the senior really that strong? But becoming his disciple mustn't be easy. Oh no, the fish is burning. Soon the smell of burning sent the two boys scrambling. They were relieved the grilled fish was still salvageable. But when they finally saved the fish and tried to eat, their faces contorted after one bite. Blurred. Disgust. Looks like we forgot the seasoning, so it's pretty fishy. Minato, you did that on purpose. Nawaki, I swear it was an accident. I just forgot. I don't believe you. And don't call me Nawakipu, it sounds awful. Then don't call me Blondie either. That's awful too. After finishing their meal, Tsunade leisurely walked toward the Hokage's office building. As the new year approached, the third Hokage remained busy. Even on New Year's Eve, he would work late in his office before returning home. Tsunade, do you need something? Nothing much, I just wanted to ask you, old man, for someone. Someone. The third Hokage didn't understand what kind of person Tsunade wanted. Sitting on the sofa, Tsunade leaned back, crossing her legs. Well, Nawaki is about to graduate. I plan to have Jiraiya be his teacher and take him on missions. Coincidentally, Kushina's friend came to visit, and Jing Yi thinks that kid named Minato Namikaze is pretty good, so he wants to try being a teacher. I'm here to ask for him. The third Hokage? Are you people taking this so lightly? You get an itch to be a teacher, and just ask to take away the promising seedling I've been eyeing. Although those trained would all belong to the Hokage faction, there were now divisions within it. The F4 faction led by Tsunade with Chodao Tsufeng as her deputy, along with some clans backing them. A somewhat talented child. The third Hokage was torn. After some consideration, he said helplessly, "All right, let Jing Yi be his teacher. But weren't you planning to entrust Nawaki to Orochimaru? How did it become Jiraiya?" Ahem. Tsunade coughed. Orochimaru is busy. That guy locks himself in the lab for a month or two without showing up. With Nawaki's temperament, he wouldn't stand it. Plus he likes to hang out with Jiraiya, so I had to ask Jiraiya. Tsunade couldn't tell the third Hokage that Jing Yi actually favored Jiraiya, so after several persuasions, she changed her mind. She would leave Nawaki to Jiraiya and let Orochimaru continue his research. Picking up the pipe from the table, he lit it and took a few puffs. Only then did the third Hokage speak. Nawaki and Jiraiya should get along well. How could they not? They're almost cut from the same cloth as you. Tsunade was at a loss for words. Back then, the third Hokage had taken Jiraiya to peep at women bathing. Now it was Jiraiya's turn to take Nawaki. Was this the true legacy of the Hokage faction? You're all so improper. Glaring at the third Hokage, Tsunade got up and left. The third Hokage felt inexplicably embarrassed because he knew why Tsunade was angry. Phew. Exhaling a cloud of smoke, the third Hokage thought to himself, it took me so much effort to become Hokage and to secure this position. What's wrong with having a small hobby? Can a Hokage relax a little? Speaking of which, it seems it's time to relax. The third Hokage took out a crystal ball and placed it on the table, staring at it with wide eyes, as if watching something. Back home, Tsunade sat down on the sofa and said to Jing Yi, "It's done. I got the person from the old man. You go for it, I believe in you." Saying that, Tsunade hugged Kushina and rubbed her a few times. Kushina asked curiously, "Sister Tsunade, what's settled? You really are something. I just said it casually, and you actually went to ask for him." Jing Yi was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Jing Yi said he sees great talent in Minato, so I helped him out and got Minato to be his disciple. As she spoke, Tsunade pinched Kushina's cheeks and pulled them apart, while Kushina protested incessantly. When Minato Namikaze heard the news, he was utterly stunned. Am I really the senior's disciple? It suddenly felt like a pie had fallen from the sky and hit him on the head. Teacher. It was his first time addressing someone, and the little blonde was nervous and flustered. Jing Yi smiled and patted his head. Don't be nervous. Train hard. I believe you will achieve great things in the future. Yes, teacher. This is your New Year's gift. If you ever have any problems or difficulties, come to me. Don't keep them bottled up inside. Jing Yi took out a pre-prepared ninja tool pouch and handed it to Minato Namikaze. When the little guy trained with Nawaki, he would cast envious glances at Nawaki's ninja tool pouch. Even though he hid it well, Jing Yi noticed, so he prepared a new one for him for the new year. The pouch itself wasn't valuable. What mattered were the various ninja tools inside. In the anime, the main characters might throw kunai shuriken and explosive tags, as if they cost nothing, tossing them and forgetting about retrieval. When the little guy trained with Nawaki, he would cast envious glances at Nawaki's ninja tool pouch. Even though he hid it well, Jing Yi noticed, so he prepared a new one. Not every ninja was that well off. Minato Namikaze belonged to the category of those with empty pockets. Take it. Minato felt a bit embarrassed, but Jing Yi shoved the pouch into his arms. What about me? Me? Nawaki jumped high, demanding a New Year's gift. Me too. Kushina ran over, leaped up, and clung to Jing Yi's back. Be careful not to fall. Jing Yi had no choice but to take out all the New Year gifts. Kushina's New Year gift was a set of jewelry moderately priced. The little rich girl wasn't short on money and didn't need expensive gifts. What she valued was the sentiment. Jing Yi, you're so kind. I really like the gift. After receiving it, Kushina was grinning from ear to ear and happily ran off to show off to Tsunade. Watching the little girl flaunt her gift, Tsunade rolled her eyes repeatedly. Nawaki, this is yours. What gift had Jing Yi prepared for Nawaki? Why did Nawaki react like this? Curious, Tsunade and Kushina leaned in, and even Minato Namikaze craned his neck. What gift had Jing Yi prepared for Nawaki? Why did Nawaki react like this? Curious, Tsunade and Kushina leaned in, and even Minato Namikaze craned his neck to sneak a peek. A thick stack of exam papers. Are you a demon? Tsunade looked at her brother sympathetically. Kushina's mouth formed an O. The little blonde scratched his head wanting to laugh, but not daring to so, he held it back painfully. Nawaki's hand gripping the papers began to tighten, his fingers turning pale, and his hands trembled slightly. Why me? Nawaki, who was always laughing and cheerful now, completely broke down. Ignoring any embarrassment, he howled. Why is Minato's gift a ninja tool pouch, and Kushina's a set of accessories, while my New Year gift is this? You're inhuman. Don't you know my academic performance is terrible? Buying me this, are you trying to kill me? Haha. Tsunade doubled over with laughter. Kushina joined in laughing as well. Minato Namikaze, seeing them both laugh, chimed in belatedly. You guys bullying me? Nawaki cried even harder. He didn't like the gifts, and worst of all, he didn't dare throw them away, because he knew Tsunade would force him to do them. The very thought of finishing all those exam papers made him wish he were dead. Ahem. Jinjichi was also laughing uncontrollably. Seeing Nawaki crying more and more sorrowfully, she finally stopped her laughter, took out a brand new ninja tool pouch, and said, Alright, stop crying. Your gift is the same as Minato's. Those exam papers were just to tease you. Jinjichi was no devil, nor did she intend to torment Nawaki. Buying those exam papers was merely a prank. The critical hit from the papers was indeed massive, highly effective, directly reducing Nawaki to tears. That's more like it. Seeing the ninja tool pouch, the sobbing Nawaki broke into a grin, quickly discarded the scrolls, snatched the pouch, and hugged it tightly to his chest. Ignoring the tears and snot on his face, he raised his chin at the little blonde. I have one too. Aren't you acting childish? Showing off your New Year gift to a younger kid. Annoyed, Jinjichi patted Nawaki on the head, took out the last box, and tossed it to Tsunade. I thought about buying you a gift, but I figured you'd need this more. Need what? After laughing for a long time, a slightly sore-bellied Tsunade hadn't expected to receive a gift. Curiously, she opened the box. She didn't need to worry about a stack of exam papers popping out, because Tsunadeheim didn't need such things. The moment the box opened, Tsunade swore. Jinjichi had originally thought of buying Tsunade a gift, but then she realized the girl had gambled away all her wages. Instead of buying her a present, it would be better to just give her money. So she used a gift box and put some money inside as the present. Sure enough, upon seeing the gift, Tsunade became even more excited than Nawaki. If it weren't for the three little children present, Tsunade would have pounced on Jinjichi and rewarded her with a couple of kisses. She understood her so well. She was just short of money. And the money was delivered as a gift right away. Alright, everyone's got their gifts. Let's prepare for the meal. After handing out the presents, Jinjichi clapped her hands. They all gathered around the table ready to dig in. No, wait. Just as they were about to start, Nawaki suddenly said, Big sis, among us you're the oldest. Shouldn't you be the one giving us gifts? Why are you the one receiving gifts too? Crack. Tsunade's expression changed, and the chopsticks in her hand turned into wood dust. You little brat, why bring up what shouldn't be mentioned? Gulp. Nawaki swallowed, nervously realizing he might have said something he shouldn't have. You little rascal, asking for a spanking. Once you've got the gift, keep your mouth shut, and stop poking your sister. You've never been beaten, have you? Your sister's so broke, she's got only a few coins left in her pocket. What gift do you expect her to give? 1 coin per person. Ow. Big sis, I'm sorry, stop hitting me. It hurts. Across the ninja world, various countries and villages were festively celebrating the new year with lights and decorations, except for the Land of Rain. For the people of the Land of Rain, the ninjas from Konoha, Tsunade and Iwagakure entering their country was nothing short of a disaster. At first, everyone could still restrain themselves, but as time passed, some of the ninjas began to behave dishonest. Sir, according to gathered intelligence, some ninjas have appeared in the western villages and looted a number of items. This is already the 6th incident this month. Bang! Hearing his subordinates report, Hanzo the salamander slammed the table in anger. The invasion of the 3 great ninja villages had already thrown the Land of Rain into chaos, and now ninjas from some villages had begun to turn their predatory eyes toward the common people of the Land of Rain. According to investigative intelligence, most of the perpetrators were from Tsunade, followed by Iwagakure. Konoha's ninjas were relatively disciplined. All of you leave. I will handle this matter personally. Hanzo was furious. He had humbled himself to seek cooperation with the 3rd Kazekage, only to be told he would have to be a dog. Not only was he insulted, but they also allowed their village's ninjas to run amok, looting civilian property and food before the war even began. If the ninjas of Tsunade and Iwagakure were truly so impoverished that they had to resort to this, why were they hanging around in the Land of Rain? Were they certain that Hanzo of the Salamander dared not act? This was simply too oppressive. Having dismissed his subordinates, Hanzo paced restlessly in his office, growing angrier with each step. Since you don't give a damn about the people of the Land of Rain, I'll give you a helping hand. Insulted and now openly provoked, Hanzo could no longer contain himself. For now, the ninjas from Konoha, Tsunade and Iwagakure were still relatively restrained though tensions were high. There were no plans for a large-scale conflict. Small skirmishes and minor clashes continued incessantly. Hanzo decided to fan the flames. Since war was inevitable sooner or later, he would muddy the waters. If he couldn't have peace, neither would they. Hanzo gathered a group of capable subordinates and secretly departed from the Hidden Rain village. That very night, several patrol squads from both Konoha and Tsunade disappeared without a trace. The disappearance of the patrol squads drew the attention of both sides. Konoha and Tsunade each sent personnel to investigate the areas where the squads had vanished, and the two forces collided directly. Neither side would yield, directly escalating into a more severe conflict. After triggering this clash, Hanzo turned his sights on the Tsunade ninjas. Without a strong leader present, Tsunade's ninja squads were almost powerless against Hanzo's hunts. Gradually, Tsunade's losses mounted. The squad leader stationed in the Land of Rain sensed something amiss and immediately sent word back to their village. Konoha also encountered considerable trouble. Several Tsunade ninjas launched an encirclement within the Land of Rain, causing multiple Konoha squads to disappear inexplicably. Thus, Konoha also relayed the news back to their village. Tsunade reluctantly crawled out from under her covers, left her warm futon with great reluctance, and made her way to the Hokage office building, yawning all the way. It was the same meeting room as last time, though the seating had been adjusted considerably. Akimichi Torufu, the Hokage's assistant, sat not beside the third Hokage, but next to Tsunade. Some clan ninjas from the Ino Shikacho trio and others were seated on that side as well. The Jonin squad leader had also been replaced from Narashikashin to Sarutobi Matsuda. Like the young Uchiha clan leader who had not yet come into his own, this Sarutobi Matsuda was also a poker face, maintaining a perpetually stern expression that rarely changed. All the relevant parties had arrived. The third Hokage gestured for Sarutobi Matsuda to distribute the printed intelligence. Everyone, the situation in the Land of Rain has shifted. Tsunade has been frequently encroaching upon our occupied areas. Many patrol and mission squads have already fallen. They opened the intelligence documents in their hands and quickly realized the situation seemed to be growing more complex. Is Tsunade finally losing patience? Last night, he went out carousing all night, and before he could catch up on sleep, he was summoned to a meeting. Zilai appeared listless, his white hair disheveled. His body was tainted with many strange odors, causing Dashawan, seated beside him, to cast a disdainful glance his way. The Shirinuan village has gone too far. Before Zilai could finish his words, they were abruptly cut off. Gazing at the enraged Zhuanqin Xiaochun, he hesitated, then swallowed the rest of his sentence. Before becoming the three legendary ninjas, Zilai and Dashuan had little influence in the village. Were it not for their formidable strength and status as disciples of the third Hokage, they would not have been entitled to attend such a meeting. Thus, when his words were interrupted, Zilai hesitated for a moment, then chose to remain silent. He thought, fine, I'll just watch Elder Zhuanqin Xiaochun's performance. Why interrupt? Zilai consoled himself inwardly, then looked up to see Dashuan, shooting him a sidelong glance before turning away with disdain. What do you mean by that, Dashuan? First they provoked us in the Chuan country. After the village responded, they dared to ambush our people. Are they trying to spark a war between the two villages? In her youth, Zhuanqin Xiaochun was quick-tempered and irritable. She immediately pinned the blame on the Shirinuan village. Could there be some misunderstanding in all this? Gangzhou was not one to indulge Zhuanqin Xiaochun. After reviewing the intelligence reports, she pondered a moment and interjected, I sense something amiss. Even if the Shirinuan village is eager to act, escalating the provocation serves no purpose. Once or twice is provocation, but every time. Is that still provocation? Gangzhou's words displeased Zhuanqin Xiaochun. She believed her analysis was correct. The Shirinuan village was deliberately stirring trouble to incite war between the two villages. Did this old woman swallow gunpowder today? Or is she on her period that she's so fiery? Gangzhou frowned, ready to retort. Sensing the tense atmosphere, Chiodao Tsufeng, who was caught in the middle, quickly interjected. I think Gangzhou's point has some merit. But regardless, the Shirinuan village is in the wrong. They have instigated all the conflicts. We must prepare for the possibility of war. You're right. Gangzhou nodded, thoughtfully, falling silent. No matter if there were hidden schemes, the situation had reached a point where the village could only brace itself for every eventuality, including war. The Shirinuan village had gone too far, and Mai could not tolerate it. Mai would not start a war, but that doesn't mean it would turn the other cheek after being slapped. In this era, Mai did not show weakness. It would not make the humiliating concession seen after the Third Great Ninja War. Cough, cough. Seated at the head, the third Hokage set down his pipe after a coughing fit. Gangzhou and Xiaochun's analyses both have merit, but the fat man's words are correct. The village must be prepared for anything. War could break out at any moment. All departments should prepare for the worst. Whether it is a misunderstanding or an escalation, everything depends on the actions of the Shirinuan village. If it were a misunderstanding, the Shirinuan village would stay their hand, and with my exercising restraint the situation would stabilize. If the Shirinuan village continued to dispatch reinforcements to the U country, then right or wrong would no longer matter. It would mean they intended to clash with my. The Jonin class will select a group of ninjas, including a sufficient number of Medicalinans ready to leave the village at any time to support the U country. The medical department and logistics department must coordinate accordingly. War cannot be waged on a whim. Personnel adjustments, conscription, and logistical supplies, including medical materials, must be prepared in advance, not scrambled for after the conflict erupts. It's inadvisable to build a bathroom only when your stomach aches. The logistics department will make all preparations, replied Shuhominyen. The third Hokage glanced at Shodao Tsufing, who lowered his head, as if to say, "Don't look at me, don't ask me." The medical department will also prepare the necessary war supplies, and can dispatch a team of Medicalinans to the U country at any time. Gangsho stood to speak on behalf of the medical department. Though Shodao Tsufing held nominal authority over the medical system, he was merely a figurehead. The true power rested with Gangsho. One held the title, the other the substance. Can Lady Gangsho personally go to the front? Asked Yuanfei Songtian, leader of the Jonin class. In the event of war with the Shirinuan village, the front line would require a medical nin of considerable stature to oversee operations, and Gangsho was the ideal candidate. Those familiar with the Shirinuan village knew that most of their puppet ninjas were masters of poison. Without a skilled medical nin adept at compounding antidotes, Mui's casualties would be devastating. Gangsho hesitated as the words left her lips. I cannot answer that now. I will inform you before the village's reinforcements depart for the front. Was Lady Gangsho unwilling to go to the front? Yuanfei Songtian glanced at the third Hokage, who took over the conversation. Gangsho, if war breaks out, I hope you will go to the front and take charge of the forward camp. He'll consider it. Gangsho did not give the third Hokage a definite answer, for she needed to return and discuss it with Jing Yi. Had Jing Yi not reminded her earlier, she would have readily agreed to head for the front. The meeting soon concluded, and Gangsho left the task of coordinating medical supplies to Shodao Tsufing before returning home. Once home, Gangsho recounted the meeting to Jing Yi. After listening, Jing Yi pondered for a moment and said, "It feels as though the escalation of conflict is oddly timed. Could it be that someone is deliberately trying to inflame tensions between the two villages?" I find it strange too, but the fat man made a valid point. Regardless of how the conflict escalated, we must be ready for war. The question Jing Yi raised had also crossed Gangsho's mind, and indeed most in the meeting had considered it. Yet only Gangsho voiced it openly. Ozilai avoided arguing with Xuanqin Xiaochun, and the others following Gangsho's lead kept their thoughts to themselves. Gangsho asked in confusion, if someone is indeed pulling the strings, who could it be? The Yin village or the U village? Both are suspicious, but without evidence, I'd say the U village seems more likely. Between the Yin village and the U village, Jing Yi deemed the U village the more probable culprit. After all, Shanji Abandon was not known for being reasonable. Otherwise, he wouldn't have declared war on the Shirinuan village and the Yin village immediately after the conflict erupted. If it was Sanshuo Hanzo's doing, then why would he steer the conflict? After all, once a conflict escalates, war can break out at any moment. When war breaks out, the first to suffer will be the Rain country, which becomes a battlefield for the great nations. Could it be that Sanshuo Hanzo intends to abandon all restraint? Somewhat puzzled, Jing Yi shook his head and said, Akimichi Torafu is right. Whether Tsunade deliberately escalates provocations, or someone else guides the conflict upward, the eventual outcome is likely war. The village indeed needs to prepare. However, you should not go to the front lines. Why? Tsunade asked, puzzled. Jing Yi said seriously, from the village's perspective, you should go to the front lines to take command. But from our perspective, you cannot go to the front lines because you need to command the village. As long as the situation continues to escalate, Shimura Danzo will likely be reinstated. Keeping you in the village is precisely to guard against that move. As for Shimura Danzo, it's better to keep him locked up in prison. With tensions rising and war breaking out, given the third Hokage's character, he will surely reinstate Shimura Danzo and drag him out of prison. A sinister schemer like Shimura Danzo is better off staying in prison to spare us from him jumping around. Though his damage is minimal, he is purely annoying. Because of Kushina, Shimura Danzo warned Jing Yi, which incurred Uzumaki Mito's displeasure, causing him to lose the position of Hokage's assistant. Even though it was a powerless post, it was still a high-ranking one. It was evident from his attempt to ally with Sanshuo Hanzo to assassinate him that Shimura Danzo's hatred for him was bone deep. Not to mention that Uzumaki Mito pushed Akimichi Torafu forward, splitting the Hokage faction into two. Once Shimura Danzo is out, he will definitely find ways to target them. What about the front lines then? Tsunade understood Jing Yi's concerns and knew that Shimura Danzo was a troublesome opponent. In the past, her grandmother had held him in check, But now that her grandmother was gone, as long as the third Hokage did not deal with him, Shimura Danzo would remain a constant source of trouble. By commanding the village, she could prevent the third Hokage from reinstating Shimura Danzo. Once she went to the front lines, she would certainly be unable to attend to these matters, and the unfortunate figurehead Akimichi Torafu would be utterly incapable of stopping the third Hokage. He'll go. After careful consideration, Jing Yi chose to go himself, with Tsunade commanding the village. Substituting for Tsunade at the front lines would at most affect her chance to gain some prestige, but did Tsunade need that? Not at all. As for the glory of the three ninja, it was pure nonsense. The title of Three Ninja was not an honor for Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya, it was a disgrace. If the three of them had defeated Senshuo Hanzo, and he had acknowledged their strength with sincere respect, then calling them the Three Ninja would have been acceptable. But instead the outcome was that Amigakure lost, yet Senshuo Hanzo defeated the trio's combined efforts, and casually bestowed upon them the title of the Three Ninja. Wasn't that utterly infuriating? Jing Yi smiled, and said, perhaps the war is an opportunity for me. If I work hard, make more contributions, and earn more military merits, then people will take me seriously, so that no one will think I Hyuga Jing Yi am nothing, but a kept man, someone anyone can bully. Kept man. What does that mean? It means becoming famous by relying on women. Tsunade was taken aback, then her expression began to change. Puffed. Haha, sorry, I couldn't help it. It's just too true. Ha ha ha, I'm laughing to death. When laughter is irresistible, just let it out. I'll laugh first. This couldn't be blamed on Tsunade. Actually, that was exactly how Jing Yi's growth story went. First he met Tsunade, who valued him, and then personally taught him step by step, enabling him to grow. Then Kushina liked to be close to him, and finally Uzumaki Mido took a favorable view of him. Tsunade, Kushina, Uzumaki Mido. 3 women, all with special identities. It was no wonder others regarded Jing Yi as a kept man. Jing Yi didn't mind eating soft rice hard, but that didn't mean he liked being looked at as a kept man. Moreover, having Tsunade commanding the village was more advantageous for him, so he had to go to the battlefield in her place. Although he was substituting for Tsunade on the battlefield, Jing Yi would not charge into the fray with the title of a medical ninja like Tsunade did. Since he was a medical ninja, he should just do his duty as a medical ninja. Why risk his life? Unless it reached a point where even medical ninjas had to fight, it was better to stay in the camp, heal the wounded, and treat the sick. In Sunagakure, a meeting was also being held regarding the escalating conflict in Amigakure. Compared to Konoha, the atmosphere of the meeting in Sunagakure was much more intense. The third Kazekage, known as the strongest Kazekage, was an ambitious man. He wanted to lead his village to become stronger step by step and surpass the other villages. Unfortunately, the Wind Country was too poor, restricted in population and resources. Sunagakure's development had fallen into a vicious cycle. Without sufficient resources or population, progress had stagnated. The only way to break this vicious cycle was to wage war, plunder resources from other countries and villages to fuel Sunagakure's development, and even better, seize vast tracts of resource-rich land. The Fire Country had always been a fat piece of meat in Sunagakure's eyes. The so-called demigod. The third Kazekage laughed disdainfully and tossed the intelligence onto the table. Unlike Konoha's suspicion, Sunagakure had directly identified the suspect as Senshuo Hanzo. He was given the chance to be a dog, but he didn't cherish it and played such petty tricks in secret. Still, Senshuo Hanzo's little game had helped Sunagakure in a way. The third Kazekage had always wanted to break the deadlock, but he had to consider the opinion of the daimyo's palace. Now things were perfect. The conflict had escalated, and it wasn't Sunagakure's doing. Whether Senshuo Hanzo caused the trouble or Konoha initiated it, sending this news to the daimyo's palace would shut the daimyo up. After silencing the daimyo and gaining his support, then, staring at the map of the Fire Country, the third Kazekage's gaze grew fiery. The Fire Country possessed far too many resources that Sunagakure needed. With those resources, Sunagakure's development would advance, continuously breaking through its limits and growing stronger step by step. Chiyo sent a message to the daimyo's palace. The third Kazekage gave Chiyo a look. Chiyo said, "I won't disappoint you, Kazekage-sama." She understood the third Kazekage's intention. To exaggerate the situation, such as claiming that Konoha had gone too far, initiated the conflict, and wanted war, and send all these statements to the daimyo's palace to stir up the daimyo's sense of crisis and anger. Once they gained the daimyo's support, Sunagakure would be able to seize the initiative. By then they could legitimately send forces into the Rain Country. Konoha would have no choice but to fight. They would have no alternative. Sunagakure had been preparing for this war for a long time. Everything was ready. They only awaited the daimyo's decree. And how to provoke the daimyo's wrath and make him feel the crisis. It was simple. Someone else had already created the chaos, saving the third Kazekage much effort. There was no need to fabricate evidence. It was enough to attribute the escalating conflict to Konoha. If one were to cause chaos and escalate the conflict themselves, there would be the risk of exposure. When the daimyo learned of the deception, he would be furious. With someone else doing the work, the third Kazekage was free from such concerns. In Konoha, Tsunade once again arrived at the Hokage's office building. This was the third time the third Hokage had summoned her since the meeting. The first time in the meeting room, Tsunade gave no clear answer. The second time, when pressed, she said she needed more time to consider. Now it was the third time. Tsunade needed to give the third Hokage a satisfactory answer. After all, one could not repeatedly decline. Old man. Entering the Hokage's office, Tsunade first greeted him, then closed the door, and casually sat down on the sofa in the office. Tsunade, according to our intelligence, Tsunade has dispatched reinforcements and is preparing to enter the rain. The third Hokage did not explicitly tell Tsunade to go to the rain country, but hinted that once war broke out, the front lines would need her. Tsunade pretended not to catch the hint, waving her fist and saying, "Since war is inevitable, then let Tsunade. Old man, I won't go to the front lines. I need to stay in the village and oversee the medical department." Tsunade cut off the third Hokage's persuasion. Grandmother is gone, Nawaki and Kushina are still young. They need me, and the medical department cannot do without me. But the front lines need you. The third Hokage raised his voice, but it did not intimidate Tsunade. Don't try to scare me, old man, or I might hide in the daimyo's residence, and many things could happen. The third Hokage's momentum was immediately extinguished, as if someone had choked him. I know the front lines need me, but I cannot leave with peace of mind. Tsunade stated her stance to the third Hokage. The third Hokage asked in confusion, "Tsunade, what are you worried about? Do you think I would target Nawaki and Kushina, or even Hinata Shizun?" The only ones in Konoha that Tsunade could not let go were Nawaki, Kushina, and Shizun. "I don't trust that person locked in the Anbu prison. Once I leave, if you reinstate him at Kimichi, Torafu won't be able to stop him. You and I both know what he would do. That's why I cannot go." Tsunade laid her cards on the table. She couldn't leave unless the third Hokage disposed of Shimura Danzo. The third Hokage was about to promise not to reinstate Shimura Danzo, but before he could speak, he realized such a promise was impossible to keep. Because the third Hokage needed someone to handle matters he could not personally deal with. Shimura Danzo was the best choice. Moreover, Danzo's combat command abilities were commendable. He had proven them during the first Shinobi World War. If war breaks out, Shizun will go to the front lines in my stead. I can do what he can. Iyo and Nara Roshin is an excellent commander. Tsunade had come to confront the third Hokage, making it clear why she refused to leave. Now, since he wouldn't even give her a promise, she couldn't possibly go. She feared that the moment she left, he would release Shimura Danzo and cause all sorts of trouble. While making her position clear, Tsunade also recommended Shizun and Nara Roshin. Is Shizun up to the task? The third Hokage was highly skeptical. As for Nara Roshin, there was no doubt about his abilities. The third Hokage knew them well. Had the Hokage faction not been split into two and the Ino Shikacho team been branded with Tsunade's mark, the third Hokage would not have removed Nara Roshin from his position as Jonin squad leader. Tsunade stood up from the sofa, straightened her clothes, and said irritably, "Old man, don't underestimate people. Shizun is someone I trained. I dare say in all of Konoha apart from me there is no one more suitable. Since you can't give me a promise, I'll have to send Shizun to the front lines." Tsunade stood up from the sofa, straightened her clothes, and said irritably, "Old man, don't underestimate people. Shizun is someone I trained. I dare." Tsunade Danzo's abilities. Impossible. Tsunade cut him off sharply. Release Shimura Danzo. She would not allow it. As long as she was in Konoha, Danzo would stay locked in the Anbu prison. Tsunade frequently checked the Anbu prison to prevent the third Hokage from playing tricks and secretly releasing Danzo to operate under a hidden identity. Sigh. The third Hokage let out a long sigh. What a mess. Danzo, you truly disappointed me. Is there no room for negotiation? His voice became low. Tsunade replied firmly, "No room for negotiation. Unless you hand him over to me for disposal. Then I, Tsunade, will head to the border camp immediately." Never mind. The third Hokage shut up decisively. Keeping Danzo imprisoned in the Yanbu prison meant he was at least alive, though not usable. If he handed him over to Tsunade, given her decisiveness, Danzo might not survive 3 days. Let alone 3 days. Surviving 3 hours would be fortunate. In any case, I'm not leaving and Danzo cannot be released. Old man, I respect you, and I hope you respect me. Don't make things difficult for all of us. When Shizun raised this issue, Tsunade still had some hope in the third Hokage. But now there was none. She was sure that the moment she left, Danzo would be released. Since she had no hope left, it was best to be straightforward. She respected him and hoped he respected her. Though he was the Hokage, if it came to a confrontation, he wouldn't have an easy time either. Tsunade stormed off. Shortly after she left, Yuditane Koharu and Midokado Hamura entered the Hokage's office. Seeing the third Hokage's grim expression, they knew the negotiation had failed. Hiruzen Tsunade refused. Koharu asked tentatively. Refused. The third Hokage sighed. She made it clear that she wouldn't leave because she was afraid I would release Danzo and reinstate him. However, she recommended Hinata Shizune and Nara Roshin. Hinata Shizune. Is he capable? Koharu and Hamura couldn't help but question. They acknowledged that Jing Yi's medical skills were commendable, but what about other aspects? Their urgent desire to send Tsunade to the front lines. What was the true motive behind it? Beyond Tsunade's proficiency in medicine and potion-making wasn't the real purpose to bring Shimura Danzo. Whether it was the third Hokage Zhuan Qin Xiaochun or Shuei, Hu Min, Yin, none of them wished for the Hokage faction to be split into two. Yet they dared not personally intervene to dismantle Tsunade's faction. But unwilling to let it be, they had no choice but to use Shimura Danzo as their blade. As long as Tsunade left the village, they could free Danzo and begin their machinations. Afterward, when Tsunade erupted, they could shift all blame onto Danzo. Shimura Danzo was well accustomed to being the scapegoat. However, their plan failed before it even began. Tsunade refused to take the bait, and instead made her position blatantly clear. The third Hokage frowned and said, since Tsunade is so confident, it means Riseong Jing Yi is fully capable of holding the camp. Nara Luoxin's command skills are also well known. It's just that Danzo. A moment of silence fell over the three. Finally, Shuei, Hu Min, Yin muttered gloomily, well, wait for the right opportunity. They could scheme against others in the shadows, but they dared not use such tactics on Tsunade. Her status was too special. If they played tricks, she would simply go to the daimyo's residence and appeal to the daimyo directly. The daimyo would openly side with Tsunade. This feeling of being a dog trying to bite a hedgehog with nowhere to sink its teeth was unbearable. Not biting left them suffering, their interests eroded. But biting would surely fill their mouths with thorns, and they might not even reclaim their interests. It was agonizing. Returning home, Tsunade immediately sought out Jing Yi. Jing Yi had firmly established himself as the chief strategist of the household. Just stabilize the situation. As long as you stay in the village and ensure Danzo remains imprisoned, you need not worry about anything else. Even if the war goes poorly, the blame won't fall on you. Jing Yi comforted Tsunade, urging her not to overthink. Tsunade said worriedly, I'm not afraid of the old men stirring trouble. I'm afraid of losing the war. The situation in the Rain Country was incredibly chaotic. With Konoha, the Sand Shinobi Village, the Rock Shinobi Village, and the Rain Shinobi Village all involved, once conflict erupted, it would be a chaotic free-for-all, everyone fighting everyone. There may be heavy losses, but Konoha will not be defeated. Trust me. In the original story, though Konoha appeared victorious in the Rain Country War, they had actually lost. That was why Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya despised the title of the Three Ninja. Because Konoha hadn't won the war, Hanzo of the Salamander had chosen to surrender. And they, as the defeated, became the village's heroes, elevated to the lofty status of the Three Ninja. Jing Yi raised his clenched fist. I will not accept defeat either. Sensing Jing Yi's strong confidence, Tsunade had to say, fine then. The Rain Country is in your hands. He'll hold the village. As long as I'm here, no one can release Shimura Danzo. If you dare release him, he'll dare to tear off the mask. Let's see who suffers more. The third Hokage cherished his reputation, which was why he repeatedly relied on Danzo. Cherishing his reputation and unwilling to face the daimyo's reprimand, Tsunade had the confidence to speak thus. Good, keep that domineering spirit. I like a woman who exudes power. Cherishing his reputation and unwilling to face the daimyo's reprimand, Tsunade had the confidence to speak. Konoha hoped the Sand Shinobi Village would exercise restraint, but the Sand Shinobi seemed unwilling to hold back. Instead, they directly sent reinforcements to the Rain Country. Though the numbers were modest, it clearly signaled their stance. The message was unmistakable: the Sand Shinobi would not back down. Konoha had no choice but to follow suit. At this point, it was clear that war was inevitable. While Konoha cursed the Sand Shinobi, they mobilized reinforcements and continued their village-wide conscription. Honestly, I just spent a year stationed at the border camp. I really don't want to go to the Rain Country right now. In a small tavern, Jing Yi had joined a gathering of Tsunade and her comrades. After a few drinks, he began to... Tsunade would remain in the village, but Orochimaru and Jiraiya couldn't escape. They had to accompany Jing Yi and the reinforcements into the Rain Country. So they had a farewell dinner, and Tsunade brought Jing Yi along. Though Jing Yi and Orochimaru weren't particularly close, they could at least hold a conversation. Jiraiya was a natural extrovert, and everyone quickly grew familiar. But when Tsunade linked her arm with Jing Yi's, Jiraiya fell silent. Hearing Jing Yi's complaints, Orochimaru said with a faint smile, I have many experiments waiting, but unfortunately, they'll have to be postponed. He had just obtained puppets from Jing Yi, and the related experiments hadn't even begun when the war mobilization arrived. Jing Yi didn't want to leave the village, and neither did Orochimaru. I'm better off than you two, Jing Yi said with a grin. I'm a medical ninja. They'll just stay in the camp treating patients and tending to the wounded, or at worst mixing potions. Unlike you two, who'll be fighting on the front lines. Perhaps we can collaborate on some things. Orochimaru and Jing Yi chatted animatedly. Jiraiya sat nearby, a bitter taste in his heart. You're so quiet today. Tsunade pushed a glass of sake toward Jiraiya, finding it strange. The one who usually talked the most was oddly subdued today, unlike his usual style. Not at all. Though his heart ached, he wouldn't admit it. Jiraiya raised his glass and downed the sake in one gulp, lying through his teeth. I just didn't want to interrupt their conversation. All right then. Seeing that Jiraiya didn't want to join in, Tsunade didn't insist. After the gathering, Jing Yi and Tsunade left first. Jiraiya continued drinking alone in melancholy. Orochimaru looked at him with disdain and clicked his tongue. Some things need to be said. If you don't speak up, you'll never have a chance. Orochimaru knew full well that Jiraiya loved Tsunade. It had always been that way since they were children. But unfortunately, the way Jiraiya expressed his feelings was rather unbearable. And having grown up together, Tsunade could never see him as anything more than a friend. What's the use of saying it? I finally understand. Tsunade only likes handsome men. The smile vanished from Orochimaru's face. Idiot. He had almost forgotten how long it had been since he last called Jiraiya that. He had hoped adulthood would improve things, but apparently not. Get lost. With your pathetic behavior, it would be a miracle if Tsunade ever liked you. Suppressing the urge to kick Jiraiya, Orochimaru walked away with a dark expression, leaving Jiraiya alone in the small tavern, drowning his sorrows. After leaving the tavern, Jing Yi bought a lot of spare parts and materials. He had a feeling they would come in handy soon. As for Jiraiya's matter, Jing Yi didn't ask, and Tsunade didn't elaborate. She knew Jiraiya had always liked her since childhood, but she felt no spark for him, let alone romantic affection. As for the reason, Tsunade thought it might be because they were too familiar, growing up together, classmates, companions, teammates. After more than a decade, she had gotten used to their dynamic and couldn't turn it into a romantic relationship. Knowing this, Tsunade wouldn't bring it up as it would only make everyone uncomfortable. Jing Yi prepared for his journey to the Rain Country. Kushina Nawaki and his little apprentice, the yellow-haired boy, also learned of this. Jing Yi, didn't you just return from the border camp? Why do you have to go to the battlefield again? Kushina's reluctance was evident as she pouted and clung tightly to Jing Yi's arm. Shang Shu and Bluffing Shuemin also couldn't understand why Jing Yi would be summoned to the front lines so soon given his circumstances. Silly girl, it's because the village needs me. If war hadn't broken out, I would surely stay in the village. As a ninja of the village, isn't it only right to head to the battlefield when the village is threatened? Jing Yi chuckled softly and gently pinched Tsunade's nose. He and Gang Shou preferred to shoulder the dark schemes and calculations themselves without dragging Tsunade and the others into it. At least before they grew strong enough, they didn't need to know. So Jing Yi had to find other excuses for himself. But I don't want you to leave. Tears welled up in Tsunade's large eyes. I don't want to leave you either, but this is my duty. Do you remember what I once told you? Tsunade sniffled and nodded vigorously. Gang Shou handed her a tissue speechlessly. This girl's dependence on Jing Yi had reached a point that made Gang Shou a bit jealous. Jing Yi comforted Tsunade, then glanced at Shang Shu. Shang Shu, when war comes, your batch of ninja will graduate early and the transition period will be very short. Zilai Yi will definitely head to the battlefield, so you won't be able to learn from him then. Off. Shang Shu immediately grew anxious. Then what should I do? I can't just stay in the village forever. My dream is to become the Huaying so I can protect everyone. How wonderful. My dream is also to become the Huaying and protect the village and everyone. The little blonde boy glanced at Shang Shu. Their dreams were the same. You'd be lucky just to protect yourself. Gang Shou gave her younger brother a hard slap on the head. Shang Shu winced in pain, wanting to curse, but not daring to. However, Shang Shu's imminent graduation was indeed a problem. He had become Zilai Yi's disciple, yet Zilai Yi was about to enter the battlefield. It wasn't as if they could just thrust Shang Shu into the war right after graduation, was it? My hadn't sunk so low as to need a newly minted junior ninja on the battlefield. Jing Yi understood Gang Shou's inner worries. If it were him, he wouldn't want Shang Shu to enter the war too early either. The curse of the exploding tags was truly terrifying. The village hasn't reached the point of needing these new junior ninja on the front lines. If it really comes to that, just send him to the camp and let him assist me. In theory, newly graduated junior ninja had a very low chance of being sent to the battlefield. But no one could predict the course of war. If the conflict grew too intense and the village suffered heavy casualties, it wouldn't matter whether you were a fresh junior ninja. Every ninja of the village had the duty to fight for it. Should that happen, it would be best for Shang Shu to follow him and assist in the camp's medical department. He'll make the Gang Shou agreed with Jing Yi's suggestion. Compared to letting Shang Shu follow Zilai Yi to the front, it was better to keep him in the camp as an assistant. There he could experience the atmosphere of war and grow. As for risking his life in actual combat, that was unnecessary. With Jing Yi around, Shang Shu's safety was assured. Shuemin, focus on your studies at the academy. When you graduate, your teacher will guide you personally. While I'm away from the village, if you have any questions, you can seek Gang Shou. She'll help you. Yes, master. Wolfing Shuemin was an obedient child who would heed his teacher's instructions. He lacked Shang Shu's rebellious genes. As for Shang Shu's rebellion, Gang Shou simply silenced it with 2 slaps. If words didn't work and complaints persisted, then a beating was in order. After a thrashing, see if he still dared to clamor about charging into battle. Gangsho had always been skilled at conquering through virtue. Her virtue was imprinted on her fists, a truth Shingshu knew all too well. His elder sister's power of virtue was always abundant, especially when she hit him. Shanjiao Hanzang's plan succeeded. He had effectively escalated the conflict between Mai and the Sharon village, prompting both villages to send more troops to the Yu country. However, his success came at the cost of the Yu country's suffering. Logically, the plan's success should have pleased Shanjiao Hanzang, but at this moment, he couldn't be happy because the Yu country had become even more chaotic. The Sharon village sent reinforcements, and Mai followed suit. Seeing both sides reinforcing, the Yenrin village naturally couldn't stand idly by, so it too dispatched additional forces to the Yu country. When Mai and the Sharon village began constructing war camps in the Yu country, the Yenrin village did the same. The Yenrin village would never allow itself to fall behind, whether compared to the Sharon village or Mai. The result of matching your opponent's moves was that you inevitably got drawn in yourself. What began as an escalation between the Sharon village and Mai pulled the Yenrin village deeper as it raised the stakes. The ninja of the three great villages clashed on sight in the Yu country, caring little which village you hailed from. Even the Yurin village was no exception. If you encountered a ninja from the Yurin village, you'd better leave promptly, or otherwise you'd be attacked too. As the situation in the Yu country grew ever more turbulent, Jing Yi-1 Zilai Yi and others also traveled with the second wave of reinforcements to the Yu. You must listen to Sister Gangsho, eat well, never starve yourself, and don't lock yourself in your room, understand? Juxinai clung to Jing Yi's hand, unwilling to let go. Jing Yi crouched down to soothe the heartbroken little girl. Boohoo will be good, I promise, I'll obey. But you must ensure your own safety. Juxinai cried until her nose turned red, her voice choked with sobs, yet she couldn't stop Jing Yi from leaving. Yes, I promise I'll take no risks and return to the village safely. Jing Yi smiled and made a promise to Juxinai. Juxinai wiped her tears and snot, not caring if she dirted her clothes. Let's pinky swear. All right. He raised his hand and extended his little finger to make the pinky promise with Juxinai, then picked her up and handed her to Gangsho. The girl was too clingy. Her dependence on him was a bit excessive. If Gangsho didn't hold her, Juxinai probably wouldn't let go. After waving goodbye, Jing Yi resolutely turned and left, merging into the marching troops. The more they lingered, the sadder Juxinai became. Wah, Sister Gangsho, I don't want Jing Yi to leave. Juxinai sobbed in Gangsho's arms. Gangsho was at a loss. She was never good at comforting people, especially little girls. If it were Shingshu, it would be simpler, 2 slaps, and he'd be docile. But with Juxinai, she couldn't bring herself to do it. Then grow up quickly. In the future, when Jing Yi leaves the village, you'll be able to accompany him. Really? Of course. Have I ever lied to you? 2 months ago you said you had no money for food. But I comfort you, and you stab me in the heart, huh? Forget it, this girl is too soft-hearted to be punished. Let her be, I will deal with her when she grows up. Entering the crowd, Jing Yi followed the team out of the village, greeting Narashika. Hello. Narashika's attitude was quite good, though his gaze seemed somewhat strange. Jing Yi had long been accustomed to such looks. Look, think what you want to, after all you are not the first person to think like that. I, Hyuga Jing Yi, am just enjoying the benefits of others' hard work. Ooh, what's wrong with that? I hope we can have a good collaboration. Narashika is the combat commander assigned by the village, while Jing Yi is the medical ninja stationed at the camp. There will definitely be cooperation between the two, one ensuring healing at the camp, and the other responsible for combat command. Being from the same faction, it is natural to be a bit closer. I can't say we're collaborating, or we are all doing this for the village, it's only right. Jing Yi replied with a smile. Narashika nodded, slightly agreeing with this sentiment, saying that collaboration sounds a bit presumptuous. Overall, during their first meeting, Narashika felt that Jing Yi was not the kind of person who is difficult to get along with. He was worried that Jing Yi might act aloof due to Tsunade's influence, which would lead to trouble for him as the combat commander. He could manage others, but he couldn't control Jing Yi, nor should he. We are all assigned by the village. Combat command is your duty, and I oversee medical matters at the camp. What gives you the right to dictate to me? Narashika's concerns were not unfounded, because if he and Jing Yi did not get along well, it could easily lead to conflicts. Despite the fact that the boar, deer, and butterfly stand with Tsunade in terms of relationships, Jing Yi is closer to Tsunade than they are. Never underestimate the power of a whisper in the ear. This power is significant for both men and women. Jing Yi's willingness to interact amicably and both parties putting in effort is good news for Narashika. After exchanging pleasantries with Narashika, Jing Yi immediately sought out Orochimaru and Jiraiya. Compared to Orochimaru and Jiraiya, Jing Yi preferred not to deal with someone like Narashika, who played mind games. It was too exhausting. When speaking, the other party would think it over first, which might be a common issue among the Nara clan. People who are too smart tend to weigh gains and losses, thinking about what to say and what not to. After a few days of transition, Jiraiya had already recovered. Although he liked Tsunade, he would not let his feelings for her affect himself or the village. Seeing Jing Yi approach, Jiraiya took the initiative to say, "I've heard this kid talk about your arrangements for Shinosuke. If war breaks out, it's dangerous for him to follow me into battle. Staying at the camp is the best option. Speaking of which, I owe you thanks for helping me speak well for Shinosuke." Good job, Jiraiya, offending two people with one sentence, huh? Orochimaru squinted, staring at Jiraiya. Jiraiya coughed and explained, "Orochimaru, I didn't mean it that way. Oh, I was just happy, yes, happy." Regarding the choice of teacher, Tsunade had mentioned it to Orochimaru, who did not refuse, yet in the end the teacher became Jiraiya. Orochimaru wouldn't overthink such matters, it wasn't worth it. The critical point is that I can be indifferent, but you, Jiraiya, should not say anything. Now you know the consequences of your loose tongue. Jing Yi wanted to laugh heartily. What do you mean I spoke well? The one making the decision is Tsunade, not me. You better be careful, or I might. Giving Jiraiya a knowing look, Orochimaru ignored him and turned to chat with Jing Yi. Jing Yi also decided to overlook Jiraiya since this guy was too talkative. Knowing full well that what he said would offend someone, he still said it. I believe the puppets you create will become a surprise force on the battlefield. There are plenty of resources available to utilize. What is the main thing needed to create a puppet? Materials. And what is most abundant on the battlefield? Materials such as enemy corpses. As long as Jing Yi sets aside his reservations, utilizing enemy corpses to create puppets and sending them to the battlefield will certainly surprise the enemy. It depends on the situation. I don't really want to touch corpses even if they are enemy corpses. If necessary, I will act. Jing Yi wasn't a pedantic person. He might not want to, but if needed, he would take action as long as it wasn't the corpses of his own people. As for enemy corpses, why worry about it? Using enemy corpses to create puppets to deal with enemies, isn't that perfect? Orochimaru smiled slightly. If you are willing, I can provide you with plenty of materials and parts. It seems Orochimaru came prepared. Since he wants to study puppets, he must put in some effort. Orochimaru is someone who takes things seriously. You might as well help me make the puppets. I can handle the final steps. Suddenly Jing Yi had an idea. Since he didn't want to handle corpses, why not let others do the heavy lifting? He would just complete the final step. After all, Orochimaru wouldn't mind playing with enemy corpses. He would definitely not refuse to create puppets. Sure, but I need a part of the puppets you create. Don't worry, I won't ask for too much. Orochimaru immediately put forward his conditions. Alright, how could such a good deal be refused? Jing Yi quickly agreed to Orochimaru's suggestion, and the two reached a cooperation. Seeing Jing Yi and Orochimaru smiling as they reached an agreement, Jiraiya, who was left aside, was completely bewildered. Jing Yi, aren't you a medical ninja? How did you get involved in puppet making? And Orochimaru, when did you become interested in puppets? Even if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Jiraiya believed that as long as Orochimaru wanted, he could master it at any time. After all, Orochimaru was too capable. Jing Yi looked up and down at Jiraiya, who was dressed sloppily, not having changed clothes for who knows how long, with a strange smell. The corners of his mouth slightly curled up. Orochimaru followed suit, giving Jiraiya a meaningful smile. Jiraiya, what do you two mean by that? Do you have to be so stingy? I just misspoke. Why target me like this? So annoying you, I want to know. Jiraiya scratched his head anxiously as Jing Yi and Orochimaru let him overhear part of the conversation, but did not reveal the truth, leaving him itching with discomfort. Just say it to satisfy my curiosity. Jiraiya kept fawning and asking. Orochimaru, who was already used to all of this, remained unmoved, only looking at him with a half-smile. Orochimaru, who had long been accustomed to all of this, remained unmoved, merely watching him with a half-smile. Yet Jinji could hardly bear it. Naruto's shamelessness was truly annoying. Not only did he pester you, but he also kept inching closer. This rascal had probably been using his money to support some girls for several days, without even bathing or changing clothes. Feeling a bit overwhelmed, Jinji had no choice but to surrender. Don't bother me, I can only make some special puppets. Orochimaru wants to study these puppets, so I reached a cooperation with him. On the battlefield, the enemy's corpses can also be turned into puppets. It's free material, you understand. Special puppets. Naruto scratched his head, pondering what kind of puppets could be considered special. Curious, right? But I won't tell you of it. Won't help to pester me. Also keep your distance. Get lost. Naruto wanted to apply his strategy against Jinji on Orochimaru, but as soon as he approached, he was met with Orochimaru's cold face and an equally cold command to leave. Alright then. Naruto wisely moved away. He knew that if he didn't leave, Orochimaru would definitely take. The second batch of reinforcements was not too numerous, totaling only about 500 to 600 people. The situation in the Land of Rain had not yet reached the point where the village needed to send thousands of ninjas to battle. With more people, the speed of travel would decrease. Additionally, transporting various supplies made it impossible to. Medical supplies could be directly carried using sealing scrolls, but ordinary supplies could not. The cost of using sealing scrolls was too high, and the Konoha clan could not afford such excesses, so these supplies had to rely on carts and ninjas to carry them. As for the medical supplies needed at the frontline camp, they were all concentrated in a few sealing scrolls, which Jing Yi carried on his person. In addition to him, the village also dispatched a batch of medical ninjas totaling 15 people. These individuals were all under his command. If the situation became tense, more personnel would be sent. After being scolded by Orochimaru a few times on the road, Naruto finally took the opportunity to wash himself in the river while the team was resting, and then changed into clean clothes. Without the strange odor, and no longer facing expulsion, he approached Jing Yi. Compared to Orochimaru, who often scolded people and wore a grim face, Naruto preferred to hang out with Jing Yi because he could boast and joke around. Jing Yi, aren't you going to greet your clansmen? Among the reinforcements heading to the Land of Rain, there were members of the Hyuga clan. Naruto found it puzzling that neither they nor Jing Yi showed any intention of greeting each other, let alone initiating a conversation. Jing Yi glanced at his clansmen and smiled lightly. Do you know the hierarchy within the Hyuga clan? The main family and the branch family. Correct, but not entirely. The main family comes first, followed by the branch family elders, then the branch family members, and finally those with bloodline degradation. There are 4 tiers. I see, Naruto realized, but he quickly posed a new question. Wait, even if there are this many divisions, there are still only 3 tiers, right? Aren't the branch family elders also part of the branch family? Since they are part of the branch family, why aren't they categorized within that tier? Because of the clan system, to become a branch family elder, you must achieve enough merit. Otherwise, regular branch family members cannot hold such positions. These elders are main family members who have been stripped of their inheritance rights and are forced to bear the caged bird curse mark. They look down on branch family members. On the surface, they are branch family elders, but in reality, their hearts align with the main family, which is why they form a separate tier. Now do you understand? Well, Naruto was dumbfounded. Was it really this realistic? Whenever the branch family interests or issues arise, most branch family elders do not side with the branch family, because as branch family elders, their hearts are not with the branch family. Isn't it said that once you become a member of the branch family, you remain one forever? If that's the case, why do they need to align with the main family? Naruto's confusion grew. Jing Yi smiled and looked at the sky, causing Naruto to follow suit, thinking there was something up there. But because they have become branch family members, but they only did so due to the inheritance system. Their Byakugan purity is still quite high, and if given the chance, their descendants can still align with those from the main family. Naruto looked bewildered. Orochimaru was also listening with great interest. No matter how prestigious the main family is, their numbers are limited. Not every generation has suitable pairing options, which is why these branch members with high Byakugan purity become choices. Besides the limited numbers, there is also the need to consider blood relations. Consequently, the difficulty of achieving reasonable pairings for the main family members increases. My mind is all jumbled. Are big families this complicated? Naruto suddenly felt relieved that he was a commoner ninja and not born into a large clan. Don't make that face. Jing Yi, realizing that Naruto had clearly misunderstood something, explained. Not all ninja clans are like this. In Konoha no, across the entire ninja world, only the Hyuga clan has such a legacy. Other clans do not have such strange rules. Take the Uchiha clan for example, they don't have so many peculiar customs. In fact, many ninja clans do not reject intermarriage, for example the Senju clan. Remembering the Senju clan's antics, Jing Yi couldn't help but laugh. The Senju clan used to enjoy marrying their distant relatives from the Uzumaki clan, which led many members of the Uzumaki clan to harbor resentment, because the Senju clan always took the prettiest and most talented girls from their clan. This kind of behavior is indeed a bit cheeky. It's not an exaggeration to call it cheeky behavior. So why don't the Senju clan also marry their girls off? Intermarriage is just a normal operation, right? Idiot, do you think that the Uzumaki clan members are full of resentment for no reason? Orochimaru couldn't hold back. Naruto was still the same, always a bit slow on the uptake. If the situation were reversed, why would the Uzumaki clan be resentful at all? It was clear that the Senju clan was being cunning, always taking advantage, while the Uzumaki clan was the one at a disadvantage. That was why others were filled with resentment. Even Naruto, who was thick-skinned, couldn't help but complain, that's too cunning. Otherwise, why would others feel? Naruto always brought joy to others, but also often made foolish mistakes. Occasionally, when scolded by Orochimaru, he would choose to ignore it, but if it got too harsh, he would immediately retaliate. Interestingly, whenever Naruto snapped back, Orochimaru would always walk away with a cold expression, as if he didn't want to deal with a fool, which would infuriate Naruto. 3 days later, the contingent arrived at the border camp, where reinforcements would rest for the night, before heading directly to the camp under construction in the Rain Country. The border camp was too small to accommodate the entire force. It could only serve as a supply relay station. The incessant downpour continuing day and night grated on the nerves. With the camp's wooden cabins too cramped for such a large crowd, most were forced to squeeze into tents. Even Jing Yi could not rest in the medical room, as it was already overflowing with wounded soldiers sent back from the rain country. Unfortunately, Orochimaru and Jiraiya were assigned to the same tent, while Jing Yi had a tent to himself. Casting a sympathetic glance at Orochimaru, Jing Yi ducked into his tent. Over the past few days he had realized that anyone forced to share quarters with Jiraiya would be driven mad by his incessant chatter. At this stage Jiraiya was nothing short of a chatterbox, always having an endless stream of words babbling on. And if that wasn't bad enough, he often acted like a fool. That night Jing Yi couldn't sleep well. The tent was sweltering, and the rain hammered down relentlessly, its drumming on the canvas, making it impossible for anyone unaccustomed to the noise to rest. The lack of sleep left Jing Yi yawning profusely the next day. After replenishing their depleted supplies, the reinforcement unit assembled at dawn and set off straight for the rain country camp. The camp in the rain country was still under construction. A perimeter wall of timber had been erected, but the buildings were far from finished, so most ninja had to make do with tents. Several people were crammed into each tent, making sleeping conditions even worse than at the border camp. Fortunately, Jing Yi did not have to share a tent. As the senior medical officer stationed there, he had a private rest area, so he neither had to crowd with others nor sleep. The only drawback was that he had to start working immediately upon arrival, because the medical unit had far too many wounded. Clean the wounds, stitch them up. Bring 2 vials of type 2 antidote over here. Prepare the herbs on this list. I need to formulate some As soon as he took over, Jing Yi was swamped with work. On one hand, he had to treat patients, on the other, he had to research antidotes. He didn't even have a moment to catch his breath. A large number of the wounded had been poisoned. To save them, corresponding antidotes had to be prepared to neutralize the toxins before further treatment could proceed. Many ninja from the Tsunade village were adept at using poisons, and their toxins were constantly being upgraded. When Jing Yi had come from the village, he had brought a fair supply of antidotes, but unfortunately few proved effective. Most antidotes needed to be developed from scratch. Clear out the rest area, and do not disturb me. To crack the poison and formulate a targeted antidote, Jing Yi needed a quiet space. Thus his work shifted from treating the wounded to researching antidotes. The medical staff quickly cleared the largest restroom and moved in all the necessary herbs and equipment. By the way, go fetch Orochimaru. I need his help here. Yes, sir. Upon receiving the order, a medical ninja hurried off to summon Orochimaru. Orochimaru soon arrived. Do you need my help? Entering the restroom, he watched Jing Yi formulating antidotes and curiously examined the poison samples that had been collected. After a moment, he couldn't help but shake his head with a smile. The Tsunade village is still the same. Their poison repertoire hasn't changed. Without looking up, Jing Yi said, Orochimaru, please analyze the poison samples. Many contain a blend of desert viper toxins, which should be well within your expertise. Don't think that no animals survive in the desert. In fact, most creatures living there are highly venomous. Snakes, lizards, scorpions, and so on. These creatures can be harvested for venom, and the ninja of Tsunade village have certainly done their share of exploiting them. No problem, leave it to me. If I may, I'd like to serve as your assistant. Orochimaru stated his request. He was adept at such tasks, but he also had his own ulterior motives. Rather than going to the battlefield, he preferred to remain in camp doing what he truly wanted, like crafting puppets. In the medical unit's morgue there were numerous enemy corpses which Orochimaru considered highly valuable resources. After all, they were enemy bodies. Using them was acceptable. However, before doing so, he needed a legitimate reason to stay in camp, otherwise he would soon be sent to the front lines. Swirling the vial of antidote in his hand, Jing Yi shot Orochimaru a glance. Good grief, I can slack off, but you, Orochimaru, are also a slacker. As you wish. If he wanted to stay, let him stay. After all, the war's tide wouldn't be changed by Orochimaru alone. Having him as an assistant would save Jing Yi a lot of trouble. After all, the man was incredibly versatile. He could do just about anything. If driven properly, he would certainly deliver satisfactory results. Having achieved his objective, Orochimaru smirked and pulled on rubber gloves, then began identifying the toxin samples: desert viper, venomous lizard O, and water lizard, and sea viper. The plant-based toxins are also numerous. Orochimaru settled into work mode. He was responsible for analyzing the toxin samples, while Jing Yi focused on preparing the antidotes. The Tsunade village had gone to great lengths to manufacture poisons, scouring everywhere for highly toxic substances, from animals to plants and various compound toxins. Without sufficient and corresponding antidotes, encountering the ninja of Tsunade village would lead to a sharp increase in Konoha's losses. Killing an enemy outright was often too difficult for many ninja, but wounding them was far simpler. A wound meant poisoning, and poisoning meant death was not far off. A single toxin was relatively manageable, but compound poisons were the trickiest. Without antidotes relying solely on medical ninja, using medical jutsu to extract the toxins would exhaust them all and still not be enough. After analyzing all the toxin samples, Orochimaru said with a grin, "Well then, Jing Yi, my task is done." This guy couldn't wait to get his hands on the enemy corpses. Jing Yi didn't know what to say, but he felt compelled to remind Orochimaru, "Orochimaru, I don't object to you using corpses to make puppets provided you supply the materials and parts yourself. But I hope you remember one thing: never ever use the bodies of our own comrades. They are the village's heroes. Any ninja who died fighting for the village, even a genin, deserve due respect. They should not have their corpses dissected and experimented on after death. I will strictly abide by our agreement." Having given his word, Orochimaru hurried eagerly toward the morgue. Hope he doesn't do anything crazy. Better play it safe. After a moment's thought, Jing Yi packed the prepared antidotes and had them taken away, then instructed a subordinate go find Nara Rokushin Senpai immediately and ask him to send some extra personnel to the morgue. Our comrades' bodies must be secured first, stored inside sealing scrolls. Oh. The ninja who was about to deliver the antidote paused. "My lord, we have handled the corpses of our comrades in strict accordance with the requirements. We will only use the sealing scrolls to transport them once the number reaches a certain level. If we do it quickly, we will waste quite a few sealing scrolls. Do as I say. Go report it." Jing Yi would rather waste some sealing scrolls than let Orochimaru lay hands on the corpses of his own people. After all, Orochimaru's bottom line. Well, this guy has no bottom line when he goes crazy. Instead of worrying, it's better to make arrangements early. If it were Jiraiya's guarantee, Jing Yi could trust it a bit, but as for Orochimaru, forget it. This guy leaves a deep impression. One must remain vigilant. No matter how the enemy's corpses are handled, no one would say anything as long as they aren't all taken at once. But if our own people's corpses are touched and discovered, it would ruin one's reputation. At that time, not only would Orochimaru's reputation be tarnished, but it might also implicate him. Jing Yi did not want to be blamed for using his comrades' corpses as materials for research. Yes. The ninja delivering the antidote could only obediently go report. Quickly arrange our comrades' corpses. Narashika, who was originally studying the topography of the Land of Rain, was informed of the matter by the ninja sent by Jing Yi. Why was there a need to quickly arrange the corpses of their own people? Was it because of concern that someone would tamper with the corpses? Has any strange person visited the medical department? Aside from the duty ninjas and medical ninjas. Lord Orochimaru went there today to assist Lord Jing Yi in developing the antidote. Upon hearing this, Narashika understood Jing Yi's concerns. He was afraid that Orochimaru would make a joke out of the corpses of their comrades. Is Orochimaru really that kind of person? Indeed he is. People who love research and experiments are often quite mad. Jing Yi was unwilling to take risks, and so was Narashika. Because once the matter was exposed, Jing Yi would be implicated and Narashika would not escape either. After thinking for a moment, Narashika pondered, "Let's do as he arranged. I will personally report to Lord Hokage about things in the village." Narashika believed that the third Hokage would not oppose it, as he knew very well what kind of person his disciple was. There are some jokes that cannot be made and some matters that cannot be touched. Once touched, it would be a path of no return. One must be cautious. After tossing and turning until late at night, he finally had a moment to breathe. With the increase in medical ninjas and medical staff, the injured in the medical room were treated and settled. Only then did Jing Yi get the time and opportunity to breathe before the puppet troops of Tsunade engaged in battle, and before Chio, that old hag, entered the Land of Rain. The newly developed antidotes were already sufficient. Next, they only needed to send people to quickly produce them. Chio likes to use new types of poisons, and the poisons she develops are terrifying. Another even more terrifying figure is Hanzo of the Salamander. Under full firepower, even Hanzo would be poisoned by the salamander's venom, which shows how dreadful this poison is. If one were to be hit by the salamander's venom, there is no need for treatment, because you won't live long enough for that. One can see this from the final battle between Konoha and the Rain Village. When Hanzo appeared, only Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru survived from Konoha's ninjas. Hanzo is purely a poison user who, once the poisonous gas is released, it becomes indiscriminate. You might defeat me, but you definitely won't benefit from it. Fortunately, the spread of the salamander's poison is not fast, otherwise Hanzo's threat would be as terrifying as that of the poison Dolaw. Even if I can't defeat you, I can still poison those weaklings on your side. Regarding Orochimaru's matter, Narashika reported it to the third Hokage and Tsunade without missing a detail. The third Hokage is the leader while Tsunade is the face they rely on, so he reported it together. As for how the village would handle it, Narashika did not need to worry about that. He had too many things to manage and no energy to deal with these trivial matters. Fortunately, the medical department did not require his attention, saving him a lot of energy. Two specially trained communication ninja eagles swiftly flew into the sky, braving the heavy rain towards Konoha. By nightfall, they successfully delivered the scroll to Konoha's intelligence department. Immediately, the intelligence department's personnel separated the scroll and sent it to Tsunade stationed at the medical department and to the third Hokage, who was in the Hokage office. After Tsunade received the scroll and glanced at it, she tossed it aside. This was not her concern. Let the third Hokage worry about it. The third Hokage did not have Tsunade's nonchalance. Upon looking at the scroll, Naruto mentioned that while Jing Yi's arrangements were appropriate, the village's expenses would increase significantly. He couldn't help but frown. War is fought with both manpower and finances. If the finances cannot keep up, it is all in vain. Having ample finances without people is equally unfeasible. Konoha certainly does not lack manpower. Among the 5 great shinobi villages, Konoha has the largest number of ninjas. The financial situation is also relatively stable. After all, the foundation left by Senju Tobarama is quite rich, and after over a decade of development, it can be said to be thriving. One cannot say it compares to the newly rich Rain Village, but it is certainly not comparable to the other 3 major ninja villages. The problem is having money does not mean it should be wasted. Sealing scrolls are not only expensive, but also difficult to produce with a pitifully low output. Using a large number of sealing scrolls to arrange corpses would probably incur quite an expense. Upon seeing this scroll, the third Hokage instinctively wanted to refuse, but the thought of refusal was quickly suppressed by reason. Because this involves his most valued and beloved disciple Orochimaru. It was not surprising to the third Hokage that Orochimaru became Jing Yi's assistant. He was well aware of his disciple's abilities. Being an assistant was entirely feasible and would aid Jing Yi considerably. But the matter of Orochimaru studying corpses displeased the third Hokage. As mentioned before, those who engage in research and experiments are often mad. No one can be certain what shocking actions Orochimaru might take. Just dealing with enemy corpses is one thing. If he were to tamper with the corpses of his own people, it would likely cause significant trouble. Forget it. After serious consideration, the third Hokage ultimately decided to agree. If the expenses are higher, then so be it. It merely increases the costs at the mortuary, while other areas remain unchanged. This way it can curb the possibility of Orochimaru laying hands on his own people. For the sake of his disciple, he could accept higher expenses. If it were anyone else, the third Hokage would definitely have told them to scram. Doesn't he know that wars require a lot of money? Doesn't he know that saving is important and not to waste? The third Hokage's response quickly reached the camp, and with the third Hokage's permission, Naruto no longer focused on the matter. As long as the third Hokage is informed and permits it, even if Orochimaru can't help but lay hands on his own people's corpses, it will be the third Hokage's responsibility. After 2 days of rest at the camp, the reinforcement units began receiving missions. One by one, ninja squads swiftly departed from the camp and entered the battlefield. On the battlefield of Shinobi, large-scale frontal assaults were rare. Most engagements were conducted in small squad formations. When conflicts escalated, a single company of dozens or even 100 ninjas would constitute a considerable battle. After all, the occupational limitations and the sheer number of shinobi prevented their warfare from mirroring the massive charges of ordinary armies. More and more shinobi entered the battlefield, and even Jiraiya received a corresponding mission. Yet just as he was about to leave the camp, he suddenly noticed that Orochimaru's name was absent from the squad roster. Had Orochimaru departed with another squad? Perplexed, Jiraiya sought out Naruto, who told him to go to the morgue in the medical room to find the man himself. Arriving at the morgue, he pushed open the door and saw rows of neatly arranged corpses. Calmly walking inside, Jiraiya found Orochimaru busily occupied in the small cubicle at the far end. As he stepped into the cubicle, Jiraiya saw Orochimaru attaching parts to a corpse. He paused, his eyes twitching at the sight of the blood-covered hands and the pile of entrails beside him. Orochimaru, even if these are enemy corpses, we should not defile them. The interrogation and intelligence divisions have already used these bodies. They are already mutilated, Orochimaru replied without looking up. I'm merely making use of waste. Konoha, of course, was not so kind as to collect enemy corpses out of goodwill. They gathered their own dead for burial in the village, while enemy bodies were exploited for intelligence and secrets. The corpses sent to the morgue had all been utilized. Calling it waste utilization was accurate. If Orochimaru had no use for them, they would be incinerated and buried somewhere. Even so, you should not be conducting research on corpses. Jiraiya could not accept this. Orochimaru remained unruffled. It's merely puppet-making, a traditional practice of Tsunade. Who in the shinobi world has ever condemned Tsunade as inhumane? Jiraiya was momentarily speechless. Indeed, it was Tsunade that delighted in meddling with corpses, turning them into puppets. Why should it be permissible for them, but not for Orochimaru? Besides, I have obtained Jing Yi's permission. These corpses are mine. I am acting legitimately, and without fault. Alright, Jiraiya was stumped. Don't you have a mission to execute? Many of the reinforcements have already entered the battlefield, and I am also leading a squad out. Not needed. I am Jinji-sama's assistant allowed to remain at camp. When there are no tasks, I can pursue my own interests. What is this? How is that fair? Jiraiya protested indignantly. Tsunade staying in the village is one thing, but why should you Orochimaru also be spared from the battlefield? Am I the only one who can't escape? Jiraiya did not shirk from fighting for the village, but any person would feel a sense of imbalance. Such was the case with Jiraiya now. If Orochimaru were also fighting on the front lines, he would have no complaint. Yet Orochimaru could stay behind while he had to lead a squad miserably charging onto the battlefield to clash with enemies. Jiraiya might be foolish at times, but he was no simpleton. Click. Having fixed the last part, Orochimaru cleaned the blood off the corpse and stored his finished creation. He looked up at Jiraiya with a gloating smile. Because I am an assistant, I can help Jing Yi analyze poison varieties, concoct potions, and even serve as a temporary medical ninja. And you? What can you do? Rivaling me? I don't accept this. Jiraiya's face gradually reddened. Orochimaru's reasoning was sound, leaving him unable to refute. After all, Orochimaru was versatile and capable of these tasks. Inability to refute did not equate to acceptance. Aya, so infuriating. If you have nothing to do, please leave. Do not disturb my work. Orochimaru directly issued a dismissal. I'm going to see Jing Yi. Have him revoke your assistant status. Gritting his teeth, Jiraiya strode out of the morgue and headed straight for the medical room. Revoke Orochimaru's assistant status. Jing Yi, who was brewing medicine, straightened up, stretched his stiff body, and yawned. Why? He has been doing quite well, whether it's identifying poison types or preparing potions. When we're short-handed, he can even act as a medic or medical ninja. Such an assistant is hard to come by. To be honest, aside from worrying about Orochimaru's questionable experiments, Jing Yi genuinely grew fonder of his assistant. With Orochimaru's help, he saved a lot of trouble. He was not run ragged either. Orochimaru could cover many tasks. But Jiraiya could not articulate a valid reason. He could hardly say, because I feel envious, I want you, Hyuga Jing Yi, to dismiss Orochimaru as your assistant. That would be utterly ridiculous. Damn it. If only he had not been so lazy in the past, and had studied more, he could have become a multifaceted ninja like Orochimaru. Now he was filled with regret. Oh well, being alone was fine. Their team had long been dissolved. Typically a ninja team disbanded after all members passed the Chunin exam. What to do next, how to develop, it was up to each individual. The village-appointed instructor could not be a babysitter forever. After the team dissolved, whether you formed a new squad or remained idle was your own business. For Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru, their instructor was the third Hokage. The third could not accompany them on missions like other teachers, so he had to ask others to guide them. Their team only fully disbanded after all three passed the Jonin exam. After that, each developed independently. Tsunade joined the medical department, while Orochimaru and Jiraiya became free agents, either undertaking missions or pursuing their own interests. This was precisely why in the original story Jiraiya and Orochimaru had completed far more missions than. Not only did Tsunade enter the medical department right after the team disbanded, but she also left the village heartbroken after the Second Shinobi World War, resulting in over a decade of inactivity from missions. Orochimaru was constantly occupied with research and experiments and later defected, so his mission count was lower than Jiraiya's. Only Jiraiya, like a plodding ox, dutifully carried out mission after mission. Kakashi and Obito's team is quite special. If it were an ordinary team, they would have long since gone their separate ways. If this team had disbanded earlier, perhaps the fates of these three individuals would not have been so tragic. The young blonde was constantly rushing around the battlefield, burdened by three companions. After glancing at the mission scroll in Jiraiya's hand, Shizen asked, "Did you receive a mission?" Huh. Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback, but once he regained his composure, he smiled broadly. Ahaha, yes, I'm leading a team of ninjas to the front lines. The enemies from Tsunade have been continuously invading the village's territory. The situation is quite critical. Then good luck. I hope I don't see your face in the medical room one day. If possible, choose the medical room. The morgue isn't a very auspicious place. Heh. Are you a devil? I haven't even left the camp yet, and you, Hyuga Shizen, say such things. That's not how blessings are supposed to be expressed. By the way, how's your writing going? Shizen asked curiously. Jiraiya's spirit lifted immediately. I'm still gathering materials. I want to let it settle for a bit before continuing to write. Then good luck. Aim to write works like those of Byakugan and Abin. Pure and alluring Byakugan, the valiant young Abin. Tisk, just thinking about it is thrilling. What Byakugan would have been? Jiraiya asked, puzzled. You don't know? Should I know? Alright, let me explain. I hope you can absorb and integrate it. Shizen began telling Jiraiya a story, but as she went on, Jiraiya's expression started to shift. His dark face began to flush, and his upright posture bent like a cooked shrimp, as if he were enduring something. This guy isn't turning into a stone, is he? Seeing Jiraiya's condition, Shizen instinctively took a few steps back, putting some distance between them. Wow. This story is fantastic. I've decided the heroine of my next book will be her. By Jia, what a great name. Abin is also good, but no, that's too ordinary. I need a different one. Imagining the scenes from the story, she just heard Jiraiya turned red, his eyes sparkling with excitement, and his smile gradually became lewd. Writing it out will definitely be thrilling. Did I lead Jiraiya astray? Compared to the emperors I saw in my past life, the emperors of the ninja world are far too restrained. They can only be considered suggestive at best. Yet even this can ignite a fiery passion in countless readers. If I were to adapt those classics from my past life, it would surely open the eyes of many. This story combined with my materials is simply fantastic. Jiraiya couldn't help but put his hands on his hips and leaned back in a humorous pose, looking both lewd and amusing. Shizen, we need this here. At that moment, a beautiful medical staff member rushed in and happened to see Jiraiya in his pose with hands on his hips leaning back. She froze in place, her face rapidly turning red. Pervert. Jiraiya could no longer smile. No, I'm not a pervert, really, it's not me. Let me explain. It's over. If this gets out, my reputation as Jiraiya will be ruined. Unfortunately, the startled young nurse turned and ran, completely ignoring Jiraiya's explanations, decisively labeling him as a pervert. Shizen, you'll help me explain, right? Jiraiya, on the verge of tears, could only seek help. Shizen glanced back at the pot on the stove. Oh, my medicine is ready, just in time for the patient. Shizen decisively carried the pot away, leaving Jiraiya standing in the lounge, doubting his life. Explain. How do I explain? Should I tell everyone that I caused this because I was telling you about the emperor? If I say that, then Hyuga Shizen will also become a pervert. Before long, Jiraiya's pervert incident spread throughout the medical room. The medical staff, medical ninjas, patrolling ninjas, and injured patients all knew that there was a pervert in the lounge. This pervert, in broad daylight, shamelessly ran around with a tent pitched. Listening to the various versions circulating in the medical room, Shizen could only silently mourn for Jiraiya for 3 seconds in her heart. But one can't really blame him. Who told Jiraiya to have such a big reaction? He's been into risque stuff since childhood, yet his willpower is so weak that he can't even listen to a story without pitching a tent. No wonder he's labeled a pervert. Fortunately, Jiraiya has experienced many such socially mortifying moments. Although he felt embarrassed, he at least didn't have an exaggerated reaction. After the initial embarrassment passed, he returned to his usual cheerful self. It's fortunate for him that he has such a personality, otherwise if it were someone more obsessive they might have been driven to anger. Unable to stay in the camp any longer, Jiraiya took the assigned ninja team into battle. Brother, please bear with it. The broken kunai is stuck in the bone, or it will take some time to remove it. Skillfully using a chakra scalpel to sever the patient's pain, nerves, Jiraiya cut through flesh, removed the broken kunai lodged in the bone and tendons, then proceeded to stitch and bandage the wounds securely, finally performing a healing technique to reconnect the severed nerves, concluding the operation. Having a kunai stuck in the thoracic cavity is already considered fortunate. When Shizen arrived at the camp, one of the brothers she took over was truly unfortunate. He had been hit in the buttocks by a shuriken, and the position of the shuriken was quite awkward. If it had moved even 2 centimeters toward the center, this brother's backside would likely have been irreparably damaged. When the injured man was brought into the medical room and his pants were cut open, it shocked quite a few people. Fortunately, this brother had already passed out by the time he was brought in. If he had known that a group of people was standing around watching his backside, he would probably have been furious to the point of bleeding out. Lord Shizen, the poison in this patient is starting to spread. Lord Shizen, the injuries here are serious. Please begin treatment as soon as possible. Lord Shizen. Late at night, after a long day of work, Shizen sat lazily in a chair, not wanting to move. Orochimaru walked into the lounge with a smile, unable to hide the grin on his face. It was evident that he was in a good mood and had a successful day. Unfortunately, after a busy day, Shizen had little interest in discussing puppet techniques with Orochimaru. It was not noticeable at the Konoha hospital, but upon arriving at the camp, the exhaustion was almost unbearable. Though medical ninjas were not required to engage in direct combat, and merely stayed within the camp, few truly understood the ceaseless toil they endured. Especially during times when the injured were plentiful, one could scarcely find time, even for meals. Being the one stationed in the medical room, Hyuga Seiichi was inevitably summoned whenever a difficult case arose. It seems you've had a fruitful harvest. Decent enough, but the next step depends on you, Seiichikan. Orochimaru placed the sealing scroll on the table, his curiosity piqued about how Seiichi could breathe life into puppets. How many? Seiichi, dragging his weary body, lifted the scroll and weighed it in his hand. Orochimaru flashed a row of pearly white teeth. Perhaps due to prolonged contact with corpses, his entire demeanor exuded an eerie, sinister aura. He'll give you 20. The rest are mine. Seiichi was not overly greedy, granting Orochimaru 1/10 of the total. No problem. Orochimaru agreed without hesitation. The quantity of puppets mattered little to him. What he truly cared about was how Seiichi infused them with life. Seiichi gestured with the scroll, silently indicating that Orochimaru should leave. The final step was not for prying eyes. Yet Orochimaru showed no intention of departing. Seeing that Seiichi wished him to go, Orochimaru proposed. "Let me observe, and all future puppets shall be yours. The materials I brought are sufficient to craft approximately 500 more. Damn, did you rob someone, Orochimaru? How did you amass so many materials? Research is truly this lucrative." In just over half a year, Orochimaru had become fabulously wealthy. Was it worth letting Orochimaru observe in exchange for 500 puppets? On balance, yes, because even if he saw the process, he could not replicate it. Even if he could eventually recreate it through his own research, it would take him considerable effort with no impact on Seiichi. No, 500 is too few. After a moment's consideration, Seiichi refused Orochimaru. Observing was fine, but the price must increase. 1,000. Orochimaru understood Seiichi well. Money. He was not wanting now, not exactly overnight riches, but he had a steady stream of income. As long as problems could be solved with money, they were not problems at all. If necessary, he could simply return to his old trade, continuing research and development to earn more. During wartime, aside from various ninja tools, military ration pills were also hot commodities. Orochimaru had no objection to researching those items. As long as he could make money, he would. Well, not that. Deal. Snapping his fingers, Seiichi reminded him, "I hope you'll deliver the puppets soon. Don't delay. My life The subsequent materials will arrive at the camp shortly. I will only watch, not ask, and I will never divulge anything. Rest assured, Seiichi-kun," Orochimaru promised. Good. With the terms settled, Seiichi no longer concealed the process from Orochimaru. He retrieved the processed puppets from the scroll, placed his hand upon one, and under Orochimaru's intensely curious gaze, infused chakra into the core component of the puppet. The puppet, which had been inert, suddenly twitched, then rose like a living being. Its closed eyes snapped open, revealing blue irises. This. Despite having mentally prepared himself, Orochimaru sprang to his feet in astonishment, staring incredulously at Seiichi's hand. Could infusing chakra truly grant a puppet life? Was that possible? How could it be? Orochimaru felt his entire worldview shaken. Ha ha ha, fascinating, truly fascinating. Suddenly, Orochimaru clapped his hands and burst into laughter, his entire body trembling, as if seized by an epileptic fit. The act of bestowing life upon a puppet would shatter anyone's worldview, especially those who specialized in puppetry. They would begin to question their own existence. If Seiichi's puppets were to clash with the puppet core of Tsunade, the Suna puppeteers would surely doubt whether they had been on the wrong path all along. Unfortunately, granting life to puppets was not something that could be replicated, unless they too possessed the Glancing at the trembling, laughing Orochimaru, Seiichi retrieved a large number of puppets, rapidly infused them with chakra, and stored them away. In no time, all the puppets were under his control. 20 poorly crafted puppets remained in the break room, reserved for Orochimaru. Seiichi-kun, a pleasure doing. Orochimaru did not care about the puppets' quality. They would not be used for battle anyway. Most would be dismantled for research, or used in experiments. A shoddy appearance was of no consequence. A pleasure. I hope you keep your promise and do not speak carelessly. Naturally. Gathering his share of puppets, Orochimaru departed happily. Had the camp conditions permitted, he would have begun dissecting them immediately. Time to rest. After seeing Orochimaru off, Seiichi began to wash up. But no sooner had he lain down than the room blurred before his eyes, and he vanished from the break room, appearing in the Shikatsu forest. Little Seiichi, the training for sage art is about to begin. The slug sage, having summoned Seiichi from the ninja world to the Shikatsu forest, rotated its enormous head to remind him that the sage training was starting. Could I skip it? I want to sleep. Before Seiichi could speak, a swarm of small slugs crawled onto his. Fine, let's train. If it doesn't kill me, I'll push through. Who can sleep at this age? Let's all strive and see who falls first. Seiichi sat cross-legged on the ground, and following the slug sage's instructions, began absorbing the dense natural energy of the Shikatsu forest. As one of the three great sacred lands, Shikatsu Forest, Mount Myaboku, and Ryuchi Cave, the natural energy here was far richer than in the outside world. Training sage art here doubled the effectiveness, though the risk of petrification was also greater. With abundant natural energy, exceptional talent, guidance from the slug sage, and help from the small slugs, Seiichi soon felt natural energy beginning to enter his body. Crack. On his first attempt, unable to find the balance, Seiichi's arm began to petrify. The small slugs on him swiftly crawled over and wrapped their bodies around his hand. When the petrified arm was coated in slime, the petrification gradually receded. This was far more convenient than Mount Myoboku's toad oil. Whenever the natural energy became imbalanced and petrification occurred, the small slugs absorbed the excess energy, preventing Seiichi from turning to stone. Were it not for being drenched in sticky slime, Seiichi would have given the slugs a thumbs up and a 5-star review. Come again. There were slug sages and countless small slugs present, or as long as he did not absorb too much natural energy at once, the possibility of being completely petrified would not arise. Jing Yi gritted his teeth and continued to try. Petrification. Come again. Petrification. Come again. Damn it. Who said I had good talent? How many times did I get petrified this night? Jing Yi cursed softly, unaware that the slug sage was already dumbfounded. Is little Jing Yi this brave? Why does it feel just like the past with Senju Hashirama? No, the progress is much faster than with Hashirama. Perhaps Jing Yi got petrified more times than Senju Hashirama, but Jing Yi's speed of absorbing natural energy is far more exaggerated. However, these slug sages did not say anything as they quietly watched the increasingly anxious Jing Yi. They did not understand, truly did not understand. Clearly the progress is so fast, why is little Jing Yi still becoming anxious? Is it the essence? Looking at the dimly lit sky, Jing Yi lay soft on the bed. I'm so exhausted. Indeed, sage arts are not something humans can practice. Reflecting on the experiences of the night, Jing Yi drowsily closed his eyes. Though it was a mess and quite tiring, it was still much better than Naruto. At least I don't have to risk having my rear blown up like Naruto sitting on a sharp mountain peak, nor do I need to eat disgusting bug feasts. It's just a layer of slime, but it's not toxic. Though it is uncomfortable, it also has the effect of moisturizing the skin. Many people seek it, but cannot get it. Fortunately, there aren't many patients sent over today. The already treated patients do not require Jing Yi to keep an eye on them. The medical staff and other medical ninjas will watch over them. Jing Yi's main responsibility is to develop antidotes and treat severely injured patients. Otherwise, with this daily workload, he would eventually collapse. Is the workload in the medical room this heavy? When he saw Jing Yi looking listless, even with dark circles under his eyes, Nara Shikamaru was a bit surprised. Kid, are you okay? You're so young, yet you look more exhausted than this old man. If it weren't for the calmness of the medical room with no idle gossip circulating, plus the obvious relationship between Jing Yi and Tsunade, Nara Shikamaru would have suspected that Jing Yi was sneaking around with the female medical ninjas at night. Don't mention it, it's all Tsunade's fault. Jing Yi yawned, still lacking energy. Having to work during the day and being dragged by the slug sage to learn sage arts at night, his sleep time had shrunk to less than 4 hours. Anyone would struggle to cope with that. It has become unmanageable. Tsunade. Nara Shikamaru was taken aback. Jing Yi waved his hand, saying, there are some things I can't say. Just know that I have to work during the day and stay up late practicing at night. Alright then. Nara Shikamaru was not the type to pry too deeply. Since Jing Yi did not want to elaborate, he would not pursue the matter. I called you here today to inform you that the Elder Council from Sand Ninja Village led by Chiyo has entered the Land of Rain with reinforcements. The situation ahead will become even more severe. Has that old hag Chiyo already arrived? It seems the medical room will be busy. For a while, Jing Yi's focus will likely be on cracking poisons and developing antidotes. Chiyo's methods are excessively cruel, and her speed in developing new poisons is top-notch. If he cannot keep up with her pace, he will easily suffer great losses. Nara Shikamaru approached Jing Yi to remind him to prepare mentally. He must not let things fall apart, otherwise everyone would be in trouble, especially Tsunade. Yawning, Jing Yi said, don't worry, with Orochimaru helping me, there should be no problem. Even if Orochimaru and I can't manage, I can contact Tsunade immediately to send the samples over. In the ninja world, there are countless methods to transmit messages and items. Even if Jing Yi cannot handle it, he can send Chiyo's newly developed poison back to the village via slugs, allowing Tsunade to crack it and develop antidotes, then send them back. The speed is astonishing. It just requires the slugs to run. Then I can rest assured. On other fronts, Nara Shikamaru is confident he can stabilize the situation, but Chiyo's poisons are always a significant threat to the village's ninjas. As long as the poison is cracked, Chiyo's threat will be reduced significantly. This is not an exaggerated description, it is the truth. For those ninjas skilled in poison, as long as you have the ability to crack their poisons and produce antidotes, their capability is halved. Take Hanzo of the Salamander as an example. Although his taijutsu, swordsmanship, and body flicker technique are top tier, what makes him truly feared is undoubtedly his terrifying salamander venom and his summoned beast, the salamander. If he loses all his poison and the salamander as a summoned beast, Hanzo will instantly go from a demigod to an average shadow-level powerhouse. Even among shadow-level powerhouses, the gap is astonishing. Unfortunately, the salamander's poison is too potent, and currently no one in the ninja world can develop an antidote. Even the main body is too toxic for an ordinary person to dare touch. Having received the answer he wanted, Nara Shikamaru stood up, preparing to leave. By the way, the village will dispatch another batch of medical ninjas and healthcare workers. The corresponding medical supplies and equipment, as well as medicinal materials, will also be sent over. When that time comes, your pressure will be somewhat alleviated. What a joke. The patients I handle are basically those with serious injuries. Ordinary medical ninjas wouldn't dare take them on. It has to be me. Unless the medical ninjas sent from the village are exceptionally skilled, it will be hard for them to share the burden with him. Let's hope so. Jing Yi did not hold out too much hope. There are not many medical ninjas in the village, and most of them Jing Yi knows. The medical ninjas who can relieve his are few and far between. So he no longer expects to reduce his pressure, he just hopes for an additional batch of medical ninjas. He is responsible for treating severely injured patients and preparing potions. There's no need to worry about other matters. Given the current situation in the Land of Rain, the war is bound to continue. It's almost laughable the Land of Rain has descended into chaos. The three major ninja villages of Konoha, Sand, and Rock have clashed in the Land of Rain, dragging the affected Rain Ninja Village along, yet the three major ninja villages have conspicuously chosen not to declare war. Without declaring war, the strategy is to be quiet and just fight. Declaring war is simply out of the question. Although Sand Ninja Village actively instigated the war, they do not want to bear the reputation of provoking the conflict, and Konoha is already in the position of passive retaliation, making it even less likely to actively declare war on Sand Ninja Village. Yinrin Village was even more aggrieved. Having no intention of participating in the war, they were completely dragged into the quagmire of the Rain Country by Sha Rin Village and Mu Yi. Moreover, with constant friction between Yinrin Village and Yunrin Village and the formidable enemy Yunrin Village eyeing them covetously, Yinrin Village could not jump out to declare war and fire the first shot. War can be fought, but declaring war is impossible. After all, the nail that sticks out gets hammered, the first side to announce war would inevitably be in the wrong. If they won, it would be fine, but if they lost, not only would they bear heavy war reparations, but they would also lose face. Therefore, even if the three great ninja villages fought tooth and nail, they would not voluntarily declare war. As for Yunrin Village, they were merely a sacrifice in the game among the three great villages. Who would care about them? Speaking of which, for the Rain Country to reach its current situation, Mu Yi has to thank Yunrin Village and the Third Raikage. The Fire Country was a piece of fat meat. Sha Rin Village wanted to pounce and take a few bites, feasting until their mouths dripped with oil. Yinrin Village also wanted to, after all, it was not much richer than Sha Rin Village. Sha Rin Village dared to act, but Yinrin Village did not because the Third Raikage deterrence was too great. Over the years, conflicts often erupted between the Third Raikage and Yemu, causing the friction between the two villages to escalate. It became the norm that today you strike me, tomorrow I strike you. This is also why in the original story of the Second Shinobi World War, Yinrin Village only entered passively and eventually withdrew from the Rain Country as the fighting continued. Because the Third Raikage was stabbing Yemu in the back. Compared to Mu Yi and Sha Rin Village, Yunrin Village was the archenemy of Yinrin Village. Mu Yi would not easily launch an external war. Although Sha Rin Village and Yinrin Village despised each other, they would not initiate a large-scale war against each other. The fundamental reason was that both sides were broke. Only the Fire Country was a delicious piece of fat meat sizzling with oil. Therefore, during the Third Shinobi World War, Yemu, seizing the opportunity, launched an attack on the Fire Country without hesitation. Yinrin Village and Wurin Village only made tentative attacks. Coupled with the death of the Third Raikage and the rapid rise of the young blonde, their probing had to come to a hasty end. Here we can see how great a contribution the young blonde made during the Third Shinobi World War. Yet such a hero ran into a group of immortal old farts like the Third Hokage, unable to even grasp the basic rights of the Hokage, and with Yuzebo Daitu stabbing his own teacher in the back. The young blonde's luck after becoming Hokage was simply terrible. Betrayed by the Third Hokage, betrayed by the Council of Elders, betrayed by his own disciple. Even Shimu Kakashi had handed a divine assist. If he hadn't been unable to keep his mouth shut, Yuzebo Daidu would not have been able to confirm Tsunade's delivery time. Without confirmation, Daidu would not have dared to come to Mu Yi to cause trouble. Because he couldn't be sure whether he would be facing the young blonde alone or the couple. If the young blonde and Tsunade had not met with disaster, the Yuzebo clan's annihilation would most likely not have happened, because the couple had no prejudice against the Yuzebo. With their combined strength, even the F4 clique would have to think twice before stirring trouble. In summary, one would find that the root cause of the drastic change in Mu Yi's situation was that Shimu Kakashi could not keep his mouth shut. Lord Jing Yi, a rather special wounded soldier, has been sent from the front line. You need to come and see him yourself. Oh, what kind of special wounded soldier? On the battlefield, who cares about your status? Well, that's complete nonsense. Some people, even on the battlefield, have special status. Walking out of the restroom and into the operating theater, Jing Yi glanced at the person lying on the operating table. Tisk, speak of the devil, and his father arrives. Cough, cough. Chimu Shomao on the operating table was pale, constantly coughing, looking in bad shape. Did you encounter a tough enemy, senior? Jing Yi stepped forward to examine Chimu Shomao. Chimu Shomao coughed and said, cough, I encountered the salamander ban. Banzang, cough, he is indeed very strong. As a senior slightly older than Gangs Ho and the others, Chimu Shuomo's strength was obvious to all. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him the leading figure of Mu Ye's new generation. Moreover, he was the clan leader of the Chimu clan. No wonder the young female medic said a specially identified wounded had arrived. A clan leader of the Chimu clan. How could his status not be special? Jing Yi cut open Chimu Shuomo's clothes and examined the wounds. Chimu Shuomo's pale face began to redden because the operating room was full of female medics, all staring at him wide-eyed. But to be thorough, Jing Yi didn't leave him any clothes, not even his undergarments. Cough, cough. Can you cover? Chimu Shuomao was extremely embarrassed. If he were standing on the ground, he could probably have dug out a 3-bedroom apartment with his toes. Sorry, I cannot. Jing Yi turned around and shouted at the group of female medics who enjoyed watching the fun, who weren't afraid of making him shy. What's going on? Just watch, but why are you discussing comparisons? Haven't you seen a man? Or his clan leader Kaimus bigger? What is wrong with you? When Zilai Yi pitched a tent, you called him a pervert, but when Chimu Shuomao is stark naked, you watch with relish. Can't you be less shallow? Chimu Shuomao. Tired, let's just end it. If he had known that such an embarrassing thing would happen upon returning to the camp, Chimu Shuomao would rather have died on the battlefield. It was too damn shameful. Chasing away the onlookers, Jing Yi continued the examination. 4 deep sword wounds, and you've been poisoned. Senior, you're lucky. Not many can escape from this demigod. Don't underestimate the scythe as a weapon. Wounds left by a scythe are more terrifying than those from ordinary ninja tools. Plus Shanjiao Banzang's deadly poison. TCH, Jing Yi was not joking. Being able to escape from Shanjiao Banzang and return all the way to camp for treatment showed how powerful Chimu Shuomao was. At this period, he and the future Sannin were merely in their rising phase, far from their peak strength. Senior's speed was fast, and you didn't inhale much poison gas. Please bear with it a little longer. The treatment process was standard detoxification, wound cleaning, suturing. For large wounds, medical ninjutsu alone could not heal them directly. After treatment, Chimu Shuomao fell into a deep sleep. Jing Yi handed him over to the medical staff and returned to the restroom. As for whether the young, wealthy, handsome clan leader Chimu Shuomao might be taken advantage of by the nurses, that was not something Jing Yi could know. During the battle between the 3 ninjas and Hanzo of the Salamander, it wasn't this dire, but let's not forget they were 3 individuals, while Konoha's Shikaku is just 1. Achieving such results is already quite commendable. Oh, it seems I should congratulate him. Orochimaru chuckled with interest when he saw Jing Yi hand over a glass tube, and couldn't help but ask, a new type of poison. Jing Yi sat in the chair rubbing his aching temples, working during the day, finishing at night, and being dragged to learn immortal techniques at midnight made life unbearable, and his severely lacking sleep left him in poor spirits. Not exactly new, it was extracted from Shikaka-senpai, and is related to Hanzo. You should study this thing. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Jing Yi fell into a state of slumber within 20 seconds. Orochimaru raised his head in confusion. Has the medical room's workload become this overwhelming? It doesn't seem like it. So are the village's casualties far greater than Konoha's? Upon arriving at the camp, Chiyo needed to grasp everything within the camp, as well as all battlefield intelligence. Listening to the reports from his subordinates, Kiyo's brows knitted together. Thus far, Tsunade, Konoha, and Iwagakure had each sent nearly 1,000 ninjas into the land of rain. Amidst the chaos, the casualty rate for Tsunade was significantly higher than that of Konoha, which Chiyo found unacceptable. What does it signify when ambushes lead to higher casualty rates in direct combat than in other villages? It indicates that the ninjas trained in Tsunade are inferior to those from Konoha. Chiyo would hardly be pleased. Picking up the recording scroll to examine it closely, Chiyo suddenly sneered. Konoha's preparations were indeed thorough, with various antidotes arranged. Damn, just because they are financially well off do they believe they are superior? If Tsunade were as affluent, would they have instigated this war? At this moment, Chiyo felt both envy and jealousy. Among the grassroots combat ninjas of the 5 great ninja villages, none can be said to be superior, but in terms of basic combat, Konoha's ninjas hold a greater advantage in unknown situations, while Tsunade excels in small-scale battles. When numbers are slightly larger, the ninjas of Iwagakure are fiercer than anyone else. The infamy of the Earth Release Corps is no laughing matter. Many ninjas from Tsunade are adept at using poisons, and unfortunately for them, Konoha has put in sufficient effort in this regard. With various antidotes arranged, Tsunade's advantage in this area was significantly diminished. In the fierce battle, it would be difficult for Tsunade not to suffer losses. What does it mean that the village's small teams are frequently going missing? Kiyo's frown deepened. There was hardly any good news to be seen. No one would be pleased under such circumstances. It's the Rain Village. The reporting ninja gritted his teeth and cursed. Ever since the conflicts escalated into war, the people from the Rain Village have been targeting us, particularly Hanzo of the Salamander. The three great ninja villages were in a chaotic free-for-all while the Rain Village fought everyone. Among them, Tsunade faced the brunt of the assault as the third Kazekage intended for Hanzo to act as a pawn, a humiliation that Hanzo has long remembered. The three great ninja villages were in a chaotic free-for-all while the Rain Village fought everyone. Among them, Tsunade faced the brunt of the assault as the third Kazekage intended for Hanzo. It's an obvious humiliation. Hanzo didn't explode on the spot, and merely fighting the third Kazekage was already a sign of restraint. It wouldn't be surprising if he sought revenge later. On the surface, it appears that the Rain Village fights everyone, but in reality, they are specifically targeting Tsunade especially, with Hanzo personally participating. Since he wants to target our village, then let's give him a response. If they are beaten and do not retaliate, where would Tsunade's face be? Others may fear Hanzo of the Salamander, but Chiyo does not. As the saying goes, one must reciprocate, and Chiyo is prepared to send Hanzo a grand gift. If you are unwilling to be treated like a dog, yet still seek revenge, then do not blame Tsunade for being ungracious. Konoha's camp. Jing Yi, who had not yet had enough sleep, was called up to attend a meeting. Sitting in the main seat was Narashikaku, holding a stick and pointing at the map hanging up. According to the intelligence gathered by the village, the conflicts between Tsunade and the Rain Village have intensified in recent days. The map was marked with circles representing various villages and towns within the Land of Rain. In just a few days, the villages and towns within the Land of Rain have been attacked and plundered by Tsunade. Apart from the daimyo's mansion and the Rain Village, other areas have suffered greatly. Tsunade's retaliation was quite fierce, so Chiyo was not a merciful person and directly led his people to attack the villages and towns within the Land of Rain. Except for the two places of the Rain Village and the daimyo's mansion, other areas have been devastated. Had the Rain Village not been so difficult to break into, and the daimyo's mansion not been indiscriminately attacked, Chiyo probably would not have spared those two places. The Rain Village has now completely turned into a hell on earth. After this wave of retaliation, the people of the Land of Rain have suffered countless casualties. Even if they haven't died, it's hard to continue surviving on the battlefield. In light of these events, one could say that the Land of Rain has been utterly ruined. It has descended into chaos, truly chaotic. The war that was originally expected to erupt in a few years has been advanced by several years, not to mention Hanzo is still fixated on Tsunade, which is not easily provoked and retaliates fiercely. Danzo, you deserve to die. All of this is your fault. The changes in the situation that caused all this can be greatly attributed to Shimura Danzo. Had he not recklessly attempted to eliminate Jing Yi and sought to win over Hanzo with intelligence, the war between Konoha and Tsunade would not have escalated so quickly despite various provocations. Without intelligence, Hanzo would not have sought cooperation with Tsunade. As a result, the cooperation fell through, and he was instead humiliated by the third Kazekage. The half-god who suffered humiliation would certainly not let this matter go. Targeting Tsunade is the best proof. On the surface, he fights everyone. If Konoha wants to fight, if a Wagakure wants to fight, Tsunade wants to fight even more. Behind the scenes, he specifically targets Tsunade. Clearly nothing has been done, yet unknowingly it has led to the ninja world being violently shaken by the wings of a butterfly. What Tsunade is doing is somewhat excessive. War should not target civilians. Indeed, if Tsunade had any humanity, they wouldn't have instigated this war. Everyone chimed in, cursing Tsunade for being inhuman. Don't you have any conscience? Jing Yi found it somewhat amusing. If Tsunade is inhuman, how much better can Konoha be? What about everyone present? Jing Yi is not a saint, he just finds the scene quite humorous. It is important to understand that the Rain country has become like this due to the contributions of Konoha. If Konoha had not tried to drag the Rain shinobi village into the fray, the Rain country would not have suffered this fate. Sitting beside Jinji, Orochimaru wore a faint smile, though it seemed to carry a heavier hint of mockery. Noticing someone looking at him, Orochimaru turned to exchange a glance with Jinji, and they shared a smile. Very well, everyone shares the same mindset. Since they have committed to this, there is no need to seek excuses or strive for a good reputation. What's the matter with you two? While others are attacking the Sand Shinobi village, you two are just grinning. If it were anyone else, Narashikaku would be the first to remind him to be mindful of the occasion. But Jinji and Orochimaru are beyond his concern. Everyone. Narashikaku raised his voice, interrupting the arguments of the crowd. The retaliation from the Sand Shinobi village is not only aimed at the Rain Shinobi village, but is also largely for the purpose of plunder. Do not forget their intention in provoking the war. From now on, the village's strategy will shift from offense to defense. I hope the Rain Shinobi village and the Sand Shinobi village can engage in a prolonged conflict. Since the Sand Shinobi village seeks to retaliate against the Rain Shinobi village, let them retaliate fiercely. Konoha can simply change its strategies. For now, let them wear each other down. Retreat is certainly out of the question. If Konoha were to do so, the Sand Shinobi Village and the Rain Shinobi Village would undoubtedly cease their hostilities and stop fixating on each other. After all, this war is characterized by a chaotic brawl. Anyone who wishes to step back and play the role of the fisherman will be targeted. The change in combat strategy is of little concern to Jing Yi. As a medical ninja, his duty is to remain at the camp, not to go to the battlefield to kill enemies. Unless the enemy invades the camp or Konoha is unable to continue fighting facing defeat in the war, Jing Yi does not need to worry about matters on the battlefield. As for the innocent civilians of the Rain Country, it is not Jing Yi's place to feel sympathy for them. It's still the same story. If the Sand Shinobi Village is the great villain, then Konoha is also an accomplice. As an accomplice to sympathize with the victims, this is something he cannot bring himself to do. At this stage, it is most important for him to do his own job while stockpile a bit more puppets and diligently learn sage arts. Faced with the frenzied retaliation and plundering actions of the Sand Shinobi Village, Hanzo of the Salamander was so enraged that his poisonous sac nearly exploded. He slammed the table and shouted angrily, "Damn old hag." Hanzo of the Salamander and Chio have known each other for quite some time, and they have never seen eye to eye. You call me an old toxic creature, I call you an old hag. The revenge actions of the Sand Shinobi Village undoubtedly infuriated this demigod. The cost of angering a demigod is... What did you say? Jing Yi nearly thought he misheard, raised his hand to dig at his ear, and asked, "The Rain Shinobi Village declared war on us." Yes, not only against us, but also declaring war on the Rock Shinobi Village and the Sand Shinobi Village. Just back from the battlefield, Jiraiya scratched his hair that hadn't been washed for a long time and sighed. I don't know what kind of stimulus this demigod received to declare war on 3 major ninja villages at once. Doesn't he fear being besieged by them? Jiraiya could never understand. My goodness, Hanzo of the Salamander has indeed followed the old plot of the original work. Knowing that the situation is untenable, it would be better to preserve strength, yet out of anger, he declared war on the 3 major ninja villages. Even more exaggerated is that the ninjas of the Rain Shinobi Village under his leadership madly attacked the territories occupied by Konoha, the Sand Shinobi Village, and the Rock Shinobi Village. Faced with the crazed Hanzo of the Salamander, the people of the 3 major ninja villages were somewhat bewildered. Wait, how dare he? In the eyes of the 3 major ninja villages, the Rain Shinobi Village is merely a sacrificial pawn in their game. Otherwise, Konoha would not have deliberately dragged them down, clearly looking down on the Rain Shinobi Village. With their meager strength, they are not on the same level as us. Even Hanzo of the Salamander, who is known as a demigod, is not taken seriously. The 3rd Kazekage humiliating him and treating him like a dog shows that much. From the beginning to the end, the 3 major ninja villages never cared about the feelings and reactions of the Rain Shinobi Village. The result is that this individual, regarded as a sacrifice by the 3 major ninja villages, has declared war on them. Not only declaring war on 1 village, but on 3 villages simultaneously, and also leading ninja forces to attack them. Where does Hanzo of the Salamander get the courage to do this? He can't truly believe he is a god, can he? In the original work, although Hanzo of the Salamander declared war on the 3 major ninja villages, the effect was nowhere near as explosive as it is now, because in the original work the declaration was made when the Rain Shinobi Village had reached a point of no return. At that time, the chaotic battle among the 3 major ninja villages had almost reached its peak. Now, the war has just begun. Hanzo of the Salamander has jumped out. To be honest, Hanzo of the Salamander leading the Rain Shinobi Village to declare war on the 3 major ninja villages and then attacking them has indeed caught the 3 major ninja villages off guard, especially the Sand Shinobi Village. Although Chio retaliated against the Rain Shinobi Village, she never expected that Hanzo of the Salamander would react so violently, and before she could prepare, the other side struck back. Our demigod is quite brave. Jing Yi remained silent for a moment and gave Hanzo of the Salamander a commendation for his courage. Aside from praising him for being brave, Jing Yi truly did not know what else to say. If it were him, he would definitely prioritize preserving strength, waiting until the 3 major ninja villages had fought it out before delivering a fatal blow. After all, the Rain Country has already been devastated. At this moment, jumping out would only make him a target. It would be better to wait until the 3 major ninja villages have fought it out before taking action. The 3 major ninja villages, in order not to become the target, are all working quietly, fighting without declaring war. Now the Rain Shinobi Village has shattered the tacit understanding reached by the 3 major ninja villages and brought the matter to light. Once the news spreads, the entire ninja world will surely be shocked. Next, it will be interesting to see how the 3 major ninja villages respond. In the face of the Rain Shinobi Village's declaration of war, if the 3 major ninja villages do not take action, it will be a disgrace to their villages. Moreover, with the target already identified, the 3 major ninja villages can completely let loose and fight. Enough of this, help me check my manuscript. Jiraiya had no thoughts about the situation. He was more concerned about whether his manuscript was acceptable. So the moment he returned to the camp, he rushed to find Jing Yi. Instead of reporting back or resting looking at the manuscript handed to him, Jing Yi was filled with questions. Did you write all of this? Of course, Jiraiya nodded. I thought the story you told before was very good, so I added some content. Don't worry, when the book is published there will be a share for you in the royalties. Know what I mean is when did you write this? Jing Yi was not very concerned about the royalties, having them is good enough, and not having them is fine too. He was curious about when Jiraiya had time to write a book. You must know he was on the battlefield, not sitting in the camp writing. Just a while ago. What's the matter? Jiraiya asked. You're amazing. Others go to the battlefield to fight for their lives and engage in combat with enemies. Yet you, Jiraiya, have the leisure to write while on the battlefield, and even write about the imperial uncle. This is not even the most impressive part. You must understand that in the land of rain it rains all year round, and on the battlefield there are no tents for you to rest. You basically find any spot to take a break. Where's the time to write? Where's the place to create? The manuscript is still clean, not soaked by the rain. Jing Yi truly admires Jiraiya a bit. For the sake of creation, for the sake of writing about this guy, the royal uncle, I have really gone all out. Coming back drenched, he immediately pulled out a stack of finished manuscripts. How did he manage that? Looking at Jing Yi giving him a thumbs up, Jiraiya shyly smiled. When it comes to being impressive, it still has to be you, Jiraiya. Well, let me take a look at this manuscript. No, I will judge it. After glancing at it a few times, he raised his head to look at Jiraiya, and then lowered his gaze back to the manuscript. Jiraiya suddenly became nervous. Is it that my writing is not good? Or is the plot not coherent enough? The story of the pure young woman by Jie in the ninja world that I set up is quite good. After flipping through a few pages, Jing Yi decisively handed the manuscript back to Jiraiya, saying, It's well written. Keep it up. Once completed, you can send it to a publisher. I believe it will definitely be a hit in the ninja world. Jiraiya, being an expert in writing about the royal uncle, indeed wrote with great skill, though the first male lead character feels a bit familiar. Really? Jiraiya, whose heart was racing, stood up in excitement. Yes, really. You must believe in yourself, trust my judgment. If you don't, just show it to Orochimaru. Alright, I'll go find that arrogant Orochimaru. After I finish writing, you'll ask someone to send it back to the village. No, asking someone isn't reliable. I will ask a toad to help me send it back to the village, and find someone to print and publish it. With the manuscript in hand, Jiraiya happily dashed off. Jing Yi raised his hand to rub his face, trying to wake himself up. I hope this guy doesn't get himself killed. Rushing into the morgue, he saw Orochimaru resting. Jiraiya deliberately put on a proud expression and handed over the manuscript, saying, This is my new book that Jing Yi said you could help take a look at. A new book? Didn't you just enter the battlefield? Where did you find the time to write a new book? Like Jing Yi, Orochimaru had the same question. If it were Jiraiya asking for help, he would have directly refused and wouldn't even want to bother with him. However, since Jing Yi asked Jiraiya to come, Orochimaru felt it wasn't appropriate to refuse, so he decided to take a glance. After taking the manuscript, Orochimaru glanced at it a few times, and the calm expression on his face suddenly changed. Smack! He slammed the manuscript heavily on the table, emanating a terrifying aura. You need to explain to me what is going on with this male lead called Orochi. Jiraiya explained, he's a genius, just like you, a versatile talent. To put it in Jing Yi's words, he's a hexagonal warrior. Only such a strong character can attract by Jie's interest. Don't you think that's great? It's practically just like you. Get lost. Orochimaru kicked Jiraiya out. You wrote the royal uncle using me as a reference, huh? Orochimaru felt he hadn't been this angry in a long time. This bastard Jiraiya not only used him as a male lead, but also wrote it in such an unflattering manner. Don't be angry, give me back my manuscript. Stinky Orochimaru, my manuscript. Get lost. Take this thing and roll out. Don't be angry, give me back my manuscript. Stinky Orochimaru. In a fit of rage, Orochimaru chased Jiraiya and beat him up. Thankfully, the manuscript wasn't destroyed. Although Jiraiya was beaten up and had a bruised face, he was still very happy. He believed that Orochimaru's anger proved that what he wrote was too successful. The character portrayal was so classic that it struck a chord with Orochimaru's heart. Hurrying to the command center, Jiraiya eagerly asked, Senior Liu Xian, do I have any missions in the near future? There are indeed missions, but I think it would be better for you to rest for a while. Looking at Jiraiya's battered face, Liu Xian suppressed the thought of issuing a mission. This kid is really unfortunate getting beaten up like this and still thinking about missions. That's great. Just in time, I need some time to finish my creation. Senior, I will head back now. With some time to rest, Jiraiya planned to finish all the remaining manuscripts in one go, and then send them to the village for printing and publication. Liu Xian. The brain of the Hokage's disciple seems to have some problems. Should I report this to Hokage? Finding a deserted tent, Jiraiya dove inside, without even changing his clothes, pulling out paper and pen, writing quickly. He felt that his inspiration was overflowing at that moment. The land of rain is not peaceful, and neither is Konoha. With the Rain Ninja Village declaring war, the ball is now in the hands of the three major ninja villages. This is a situation that the Sand Ninja Village is pleased to see, while Konoha is not too happy about it. Konoha was already in a passive counterattack. Initially, they had a bad reputation for provoking a war, pinning the blame on the Sand Ninja Village. Now with the Rain Ninja Village tearing through it all, the Sand Ninja Village no longer needs to worry about the bad reputation falling on them. Everyone, the Rain Ninja Village has declared war on us. How should our village respond? The third Hokage has been so worried that he has lost a lot of hair recently. What kind of stimulus has Hanzo the Salamander received to actively jump out and help the Sand Ninja Village take the blame? Is it really necessary? With the outbreak of war, the Land of Rain has become a victim soon to be ravaged. Did you not lose control after the Sand Ninja Village plundered it all? In response, the third Hokage was very displeased because Hanzo the Salamander's actions forced Konoha into a passive position. Since the Rain Ninja Village has the courage to declare war on us as one of the 5 major ninja villages, we must respond strongly. Still in a furious mood, Tenshin Koharu could not tolerate this anger. The Land of Rain was plundered. Why drag Konoha into this? Do they really think Konoha is a soft persimmon? They even directly declared war. I believe the Sand Ninja Village and the Rock Ninja Village share the same thoughts. The dignity and bottom line of the 5 major ninja villages cannot be provoked. I agree with Koharu's words. Mito Kazumi, who rarely spoke in meetings, expressed his support. The ball is in their court now. If they don't fight back, it will only make people think Konoha is afraid of the Rain Ninja Village. Fatty, what's your opinion? The third Hokage glanced at Akimichi Torafu, who patted his round belly, and said with a smile, Koharu's words make a lot of sense. Regardless of the reasons, since the Rain Ninja Village has declared war on us, our village must respond. However, I suggest we hold on for a while. What do you mean? Are you trying to sing a different tune right now? Tenshin Koharu was a bit displeased. The update is here. The third Reikage was not written well by Chanshian and has been revised. Thank you for your reminders, and have a happy Dragon Boat Festival. After Chodao Tsufeng was pushed forward and the Ino Shikacho trio were stamped with Tsunade's seal, he engaged in a constant battle of wits with them, opposing this one today and that one tomorrow. The erosion of her authority had already stirred resentment in Zhuanqin Xiaochun. Now that an interfering rival had emerged, could she possibly tolerate it? Of course not. Still the same old temper, as foul as ever. Chodao Tsufeng sighed. What I mean is the village must respond, but we should take it slow and observe the movements of Tsunade and Iwagakure first. Tsunade initiated the war without a declaration, which shows they wish to avoid the stigma of aggression. Now an opportunity has arrived. They will undoubtedly seize it. Iwagakure, on the other hand, has no reason to rush forward, but Anoki is not a man of easy temper. Chodao Tsufeng had made it clear Tsunade simply did not want to bear the infamy of being the first to strike. That does not mean they were not in need of an opportunity. Tsunade initiated the war without a declaration, which shows they wish to avoid the stigma of aggression. Now an opportunity has arrived. They will undoubtedly seize it. Iwagakure, on the contrary, Amagakure's audacious declaration of war against the 3 great shinobi villages had sent shockwaves across the shinobi world. With someone else acting as the spearhead, the long-awaited opportunity had fallen into Tsunade's lap. They simply could not resist. Compared to Tsunade's eagerness, Konoha had no need to rush to the forefront. Wait and see. Having spoken, Chodao Tsufeng cast a discreet glance at Zhuanqin Xiaochun and sighed inwardly. Ever since he was elevated to the position of Hokage's aide, Zhuanqin Xiaochun's temper had grown increasing, but upon reflection, it was understandable. She had once held the village's medical system in her grasp, yet after his ascension, he had snatched it away. How could she not seethe with rage? Mizudamon, who still managed the logistics department without much disturbance, remained his usual self. Though he also wished to oust Chodao Tsufeng, he did not harbor the same open hostility as Zhuanqin Xiaochun. But upon reflection, it was understandable. She had once held the village's medical system in her grasp, yet, if Chodao Tsufeng had seized the logistics department instead of the medical system, then the one storming with fury would not have been Zhuanqin Xiaochun but him, Mizudamon. You've grown too soft, fatty, Zhuanqin Xiaochun scoffed. Even though she acknowledged the logic in his words, her mouth refused to concede. Mizudamon chuckled, but remained silent. Xiaochun, the third Hokage, could only remind her to keep her personal pique from interfering with work. I think Fatty's suggestion is sound. Since Tsunade is so eager, let us adopt a wait-and-see approach. Moreover, Anoki is indeed not a man known for his even temper. As long as Tsunade declared war openly, it would surely provoke Anoki. The meeting adjourned, and Chodao Tsufeng left first. Zhuanqin Xiaochun complained, Hiruzen, can Shimura Danzo really not be released? That fatty is now on Tsunade's side. With him in the higher ranks, he's created many obstacles. No. The third Hokage shook his head and sighed deeply. Tsunade has made it clear, she will not permit Danzo's release, not even under a different identity. His scheme to use intelligence to bribe Hanzo of the Salamander to assassinate Shizuka gave her a great shock. But Zhuangqin Xiaochun was still unwilling to give up. She did not care whether Danzo could be freed. What she cared about was reclaiming the various departments under the medical system. Leave it for now. I will personally speak with Tsunade and while the third Hokage said. Konoha had many system departments, but few could compare in importance to the medical department. Even if the third Hokage wanted to compensate Zhuangqin Xiaochun, he had little of equal value to offer. It was impossible to make Tsunade give up the medical department unless he transferred another department of comparable weight under her control. The only ones matching the medical department's significance were the logistics department, the finance department, and the ANBU. The logistics department was managed by Mizutama In. Would exchanging it for the medical department be meaningful? No. As for the finance department and ANBU, they were untouchable. The ANBU could perhaps be handed to Tsunade, but the finance department absolutely could not. Once Tsunade took control of it, many shady dealings within the department would be exposed. If that happened, his reputation as Sarutobi Hiruzen would truly be ruined. Perhaps he could negotiate an exchange with Tsunade. The medical system encompassed numerous subdepartments. He could ask Tsunade to cede some of them to Zhuangqin Xiaochun as compensation, and then have Zhuangqin Xiaochun also oversee the logistics department. This way the high-level situation would stabilize. The finance department could not be touched, but he could transfer half of the ANBU's authority to Tsunade. The ANBU was the Hokage's direct command unit. Even with Tsunade holding half his own influence would not be greatly diminished. 5 days after Amigakure declared war on the 3 great shinobi villages, Tsunagakure seized the opportunity to rise, simultaneously declaring war on Amigakure, Konoha, and Iwagakure. Provoked, Iwagakure also jumped in, declaring war on Tsunagakure, Konoha, and Amigakure. Konoha, the last to remain steady, likewise chose to declare war on all sides. Tsunagakure, Iwagakure, and Amigakure. None escaped. With all 3 great shinobi villages and Amigakure declaring war against multiple parties, the curtain of the Second Shinobi World War was drawn. Konoha, Tsunagakure, and Iwagakure continuously sent reinforcements to the Land of Rain, and the chaotic battle grew increasingly fierce. The village entered a state of war. The shadow of conflict loomed over the entire shinobi world, affecting countries and villages both directly and indirectly. A massive wave of reinforcements rushed to the front lines. The 3 great shinobi villages each deployed over 2,000 shinobi to the Rain Country battlefield. Do not underestimate the number of 2,000 shinobi. When concentrated, they were enough to wage a sizable ninja war. After a day's work, Tsunade arrived at the small tavern where she usually dined with Orochimaru and Jiraiya. The third Hokage had been waiting there for some time. The table was laden with dishes, including Tsunade's favorite side. Tsunade sat down carelessly across from the third Hokage, picked up a bottle, poured herself a cup, and downed it in one gulp. Only then did she allow her tense nerves to relax slightly, and said, "Did that old hag come to pester you again?" Zhuangqin Xiaochun had always wanted to take back the departments under the medical system. Tsunade was well aware of this, but had simply ignored her. The third Hokage smiled faintly, and took a small sip of sake. Tsunade, the village's medical system covers many departments. I think it might be possible to yield some of them. Oh, Tsunade asked curiously. Then what compensation do you intend to offer me, old man? The logistics department or the finance department? Cough, cough. The third Hokage choked directly. Although the medical system had many departments, their importance was on par with the logistics and finance departments. If he offered those 2, what compensation would there be to discuss? Wouldn't that be redundant? I can let you take control of half of the ENBU, he said, after calming down, stating his exchange condition. Old man, are you running a fever? You're willing to hand over the ANBU. Even half of it means I can meddle in many things, and who knows, I might turn it into my own private force. Yes, the a department under the medical system. You can keep some, and the rest will be managed by Zhuangqi. This is my final concession. Zhuangqi is not someone who will behave quietly. Losing power for a long time might lead her to stir up some unpleasant events. The third Hokage does not wish to see such a situation. I knew it. Tsunade furrowed her brow, remaining silent as she ate. The third Hokage did not rush them, and the master and disciple continued to eat in silence. After they were full and satisfied, Tsunade stood up and left a sentence as she walked to the third Hokage's side. Give me a few days to think about it. The third Hokage nodded in agreement. Tsunade's lack of outright rejection signifies that this matter can be discussed. As long as Zhuangqi is kept stable, the high-ranking powers of the village remain united. Even if the Hokage faction has split into 2, at least in terms of major matters, the goals of both factions are consistent. Back home, after glancing at Kushina doing her homework, Tsunade returned to her room and recorded what the third Hokage had mentioned on a scroll. Help me deliver this scroll to the frontline camp and give it to Jing Yi so that he can reply to me as soon as possible. Since Jing Yi secured his position as the family strategist, Tsunade had become too lazy to ponder these matters, simply leaving them for Jing Yi to handle. She understood very well that in such matters Jing Yi's thinking was sharper than hers. He could grasp the key points better. Yes, Lady Tsunade. The summoned slug wrapped around the scroll and disappeared from the room. That night, while practicing sage techniques in the wet-bone forest, Jing Yi received the scroll as he prepared to return to the ninja world. The third Hokage knows how to do business. Trading half of the Umbu's power for more departments in the medical system can stabilize Zhuangqi, who has recently been quite unsettled. Both openly and secretly, there is a desire for the third Hokage to release Shimura Danzo, this troublemaker. This shows how anxious she is. After holding power for over a decade, suddenly losing it is unacceptable to anyone. It is understandable that Zhuangqi would be anxious. However, half of the Umbu's power. Even a dog wouldn't want that. Jing Yi took out a new scroll, wrote down his thoughts, and instructed his puppet to deliver the scroll back to the village overnight. No, if we give it, we give everything. Aside from a few small teams dedicated to protecting the Hokage, everything else must be under our control. Only then does it have exchange value, and the pharmaceutical department under the medical system must also be in our hands. This department is too important to let go. As for the other departments, they can be handed over to Zhuangqi. As long as we control the pharmaceutical department, the other departments of the medical system will be like younger siblings needing to look to the pharmaceutical department. Furthermore, Tsunade can also throw away the burden of training medical ninjas. Zhuangqi, don't you enjoy stirring things up? Fine, then he'll give you these departments. Let's see how you manage them. In any case, I will keep the most important pharmaceutical department in my hands, and you will have to act according to the third Hokage's decision to divide the Umbu makes sense. He is the Hokage. As long as he stays in the village, his safety is almost guaranteed. Even if the Umbu is divided, he still has the right to mobilize them to work for him. It's just that some unspeakable matters cannot be left to the Umbu to handle. Thus Jing Yi made a bold demand: give up the Umbu. Then let it all go, don't talk about half the power. I want it all. Moreover, we will not hand over the departments of the medical system entirely, but we must keep the most important pharmaceutical department for ourselves. If successful, it would be a win-win situation. If not, everything remains the same. After all, it is not them who, with Tsunade controlling all departments of the medical system, it would make Shimura Danzo very uncomfortable. However, with Tsunade holding both the pharmaceutical department and the Umbu, Danzo would have no capital to turn things around. Departments like the Umbu must either be fully controlled or not at all, otherwise holding on to half the power is not much different from having none. Only by holding the entire Umbu can you have the right to select personnel for the Umbu and the ability to cultivate your own Umbu ninjas. Once you reach this point, the Umbu will obey you and express their loyalty. Otherwise, no matter how well you perform, it would only be to benefit the third Hokage. After sending out the crow puppet, Jing Yi quickly fell asleep. He had already grasped the balance of natural energy, and as long as he maintained it, it wouldn't be long before he could smoothly enter the Sage Chakra mode. By then he would have graduated. If not with all this day and night turmoil, Jing Yi feared he might die. When dawn broke, the crow puppet delivered the scroll into Tsunade's hands. There were not one, but two. One was an intelligence scroll, and the other was a sealing scroll. The sealing scroll contained several flying puppets specifically used for conveying messages, including crow puppets and eagle puppets. Sometimes using puppets to convey messages is more convenient than summoning beasts. Upon receiving the scroll, Tsunade understood Jing Yi's intentions. She felt that the third Hokage would have to make significant concessions this time. To hand over all the power of the Umbu is not something an ordinary person can do. Luckily, it was handed to Tsunade. If it were someone else, the third Hokage would never agree. With their master-disciple relationship and Tsunade's special status, the third Hokage could trust her to take over the Umbu. He wouldn't dare do the same with anyone else. Even the other members of the F4 group could at most mobilize the Umbu, but they could not control it. Only Shimura Danzo managed to establish the root by leveraging the power to mobilize the Umbu, continually infiltrating its members. Moreover, with the third Hokage turning a blind eye, this led to the ambitious Shimura Danzo holding significant power. One could say that Danzo's expansion was built on the foundation of the Umbu. Without the Umbu's assistance, Danzo wouldn't even be able to stay contained. Even if released, establishing the root would still make him a subordinate. Tsunade controlling the Umbu would certainly not allow the members of the root to use the Umbu's reputation to cause trouble, let alone use the same appearances and equipment. That would be tarnishing the Umbu's name. After learning about Jing Yi's arrangement, Tsunade became even less anxious. After dragging it out for several days, when the third Hokage could no longer wait and sought her out again, Tsunade finally proposed her conditions. Within the medical system aside from the pharmaceutical department, the other departments can be arranged by you, but I want to control the umbu, not half you, I want it all. Upon hearing Tsunade say that she could let go of most departments in the medical system, the third Hokage was initially very pleased, but upon hearing the last part, the smile on his face gradually froze. Tsunade's appetite seems a bit large. She wants to hold on to the production department within the medical system, while also demanding the entire umbu. It's important to understand that in departments like the umbu, giving half and giving all are two completely different matters. Giving half means that the third Hokage could reclaim it at any time, even if Tsunade appointed many people. When he makes up his mind, he can take it all back. All is different. If everything, including selecting personnel, training, and task execution, is under Tsunade's control, then this Hokage would only have the authority to mobilize. It can be said that the umbu will become Tsunade's personal domain. The third Hokage exclaimed excitedly, Tsunade, the umbu is a direct department under the Hokage. What you're suggesting is equivalent to removing the umbu and placing it entirely under your control. So what? Tsunade replied, snapping her fingers. If I cannot have complete control over the umbu, why should I exchange benefits with you, old man? Everything could just remain the same. After all, you were the one who sought me out. The third Hokage said. I was the one who approached you, but I didn't expect your appetite to be so large. No, it should be Hinata Shizen. This kid has almost become Tsunade's chief strategist. No way, it can only be as long as you are happy. This is the bottom line. We cannot give an inch. Once we do, someone will take advantage, and the next step will be to target the pharmaceutical department. Shizen has clearly written these interests in the scroll. The bottom line is absolutely non-negotiable. We cannot give an inch. The third Hokage was a bit agitated, clearly unwilling to relinquish the umbu. Tsunade, however, seemed indifferent, as she preferred the entire medical system over the umbu. Wait. Seeing Tsunade about to leave with no intention of continuing the discussion, the third Hokage gritted his teeth and said, the umbu can be yours, but the pharmaceutical department must be handed over. Impossible. Tsunade slammed her hand on the table angrily, saying, old man, don't treat me like an idiot. I developed many of the medications in the pharmaceutical department, and during that old woman's management, the entire department had financial issues. I haven't mentioned these, which is already enough face for you. The pharmaceutical department cannot be handed over. There's no room for negotiation. If you are unwilling, let's pretend we never talked about this. The third Hokage wasn't foolish and suddenly realized. Turning Tsunade, Shizen managed the various departments of the medical system, and Mito's control over logistics would surely benefit him to some extent. It should be for the family behind them, because he also engaged in similar practices while managing the financial department. Is there really no room for negotiation? The issue of bad accounts had emerged, and the third Hokage calmed down, even his tone becoming much softer. Tsunade sneered, fine, in the past I developed various medications without taking a share from the village. The pharmaceutical department can be handed over to you, but please return the shares to me. In the future, when I develop new medications, I will also need compensation. Come on, you want the pharmaceutical department, right? Pay up. In the past, I let you benefit for free because I was considered part of the village, but now you all take advantage, don't you? Let's calculate this account properly. Orochimaru developed some devices and earned a lot of money. Tsunade developed various medications and only received a small bonus. How do you explain that? Cough, cough. The third Hokage instantly lost his composure. For him to calculate this account with Tsunade turning the production and development of various medications into a profit-sharing model could cost him his life. Compared to the small amount Orochimaru received, Tsunade's earnings would be substantial. If this money were to be paid, it could absolutely empty the financial department, more terrifying than directly giving Kushina a whole street. Don't underestimate the few years Tsunade has spent in the medical department. Her talent for developing medications and potions is as terrifying as Tobirama's unjust development of ninjutsu. Both grandparent and grandchild belong to the high-yield category. During this period, a large number of medications and potions were produced, bringing countless wealth to the village. Once the profit-sharing model is adopted, Tsunade could definitely become a millionaire. Cough, cough. Tsunade, the financial department, is not well off. How about this? You continue to manage the pharmaceutical department and let the other departments be handled by Shizen. As for the umbu, you can take control as long as you can ensure the old man's safety. To prevent Tsunade from demanding money, the third Hokage decisively made a quick decision settling this matter. He didn't even mention the Hokage guard. What guard team? Discussing such matters hurts feelings. They are also part of the umbu, and everything is handed over to you for management. Looking at the third Hokage's hasty departure, appearing somewhat flustered, Tsunade snorted disdainfully. Hizashi, what was the outcome? The third Hokage hurriedly returned to the Hokage office, and both Shizen and Mito were eagerly looking over. Sitting in the Hokage's exclusive chair, the third Hokage finally exhaled heavily. He didn't immediately respond to his two companions. Instead, he picked up his pipe and smoked for a while. The The thought of Tsunade wanting money genuinely scared him. Mainly if Tsunade got serious and decided to push this matter to the end, the village would have to cough up a large sum. It's settled, but the pharmaceutical department will still be managed by Tsunade. That won't do. The pharmaceutical department is Shizen. The third Hokage said with a stern face, Tsunade knows everything about the dealings you've been involved in. She nearly brought these matters to light. Are you still fixated on the pharmaceutical department? Don't talk nonsense, so I didn't. Shizen defiantly retorted, though her tone lacked conviction. Mito looked up at the ceiling, pretending not to have heard this, as his management of the logistics department wasn't much better either. He could only say that compared to the third Hokage, he wasn't as egregious. Taking a few benefits, but not too much. Have you ever thought about how many medications and potions Tsunade has developed over the years? If she insists on profit sharing and dividends, how much do you think the village needs to share with her? That is all my money. Mine. You want the umbu, right? Here you go. Want money? No way, not a single. For the sake of money, the third Hokage could let go of the umbu. Then let's do it this way. The pharmaceutical department has too much profit, and not being able to reclaim it left Shizen somewhat reluctant. The lack of profit was one issue, but the key problem was that not having control over the pharmaceutical department meant the entire medical system would have to operate according to Tsunade's wishes. Although it was grudging, this was already the best outcome. Otherwise, if Tsunade caused a scene, the three of them would be in trouble. The third Hokage picked up his pipe and continued smoking, trying hard to calm his emotions. From now on, the umbu will be handed over to Tsunade, and she will have complete control. As for Danzo, I will move him to the Konoha prison. With the umbu handed over to Tsunade, the third Hokage dared not keep Shimura Danzo in the umbu's prison. He feared that one day Danzo might die unexpectedly in there. It is better to place him in prison. In the future, unless there is an exceptional opportunity, do not mention releasing Danzo again. Every time you do, it will provoke Tsunade. By the way, if you want to discuss something, there's no need to find the fat guy or Tsunade. In the end, the third Hokage reminded the two of them. Do not act foolishly again, or it will be difficult for everyone. Why? Tsunade holds great power, and Shikako Nara is sitting in the position of Hokage's advisor. Who else could they find? The third Hokage's expression was complicated. Official business as usual for personal matters. Find Shizen. Soon a simple meeting was held in the Hokage office building. Given Tsunade's abilities, the third Hokage proposed to entrust the umbu's management to her. With control over the umbu, Tsunade also handed over all departments of the medical system except for the pharmacy department to Shizen. When the third Hokage announced this news, everyone in the meeting room was stunned. The importance of the pharmacy department is self-evident. Even if other departments develop, well, as long as the pharmacy department falters, it could cost you your life. As for the umbu, there is even less to say. This is a department directly under the Hokage, solely controlled by the Hokage, and now it was entirely handed over to Tsunade. Hiss. Tsunade's power and influence in the village are growing increasingly. Among the crowd, only Shikako Nara remained unfazed. He was not only unshocked, but somewhat relieved. Relieved that the umbu was handed to Tsunade rather than being publicly given to him, while secretly controlled by Tsunade. If that were the case, Shikako Nara would still be on the grill. Now it is good the umbu is directly controlled by Tsunade, and Shikako Nara can continue to be his empty shell Hokage advisor, essentially sitting in a leisurely position, which is quite enjoyable. The village's situation changed rapidly, and Shizen quickly received the news. Upon learning that the third Hokage had even given up management of the guard team, Shizen burst into laughter. Money is indeed a good thing. Even the dignified Hokage has to worry about it, fearing that Tsunade will come asking him for money. Otherwise, he wouldn't have so readily handed over the umbu, even abandoning the Hokage guard team, leaving everything to Tsunade. What interesting things have happened. Orochimaru came once again to deliver puppets, placing 2 sealing scrolls on the table before pouring himself a glass of water. Some interesting things have happened in the village. Shizen smiled and handed the information scroll to Orochimaru for him to read himself, while she put away the 2 sealing scrolls Orochimaru had brought. Not bad, not bad. With this batch, he had already surpassed 1,500 puppets. Once these puppets were unleashed, the scene would undoubtedly be awe-inspiring. Orochimaru was indeed a good partner. Oh, after looking at the scrolls, Orochimaru exclaimed in surprise, the old man actually let Tsunade control the entire umbu. Saying this, Orochimaru continued to read on. When he saw that Tsunade had insisted that the third Hokage was afraid she would ask for money, and thus decisively handed over the umbu, the expression on Orochimaru's face became fascinating, and after holding back for a while, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha, this is quite interesting. Indeed, it is interesting. Shizen raised an eyebrow. With the outbreak of war, expenses will be needed everywhere. The village's finances are surely not optimistic. Tsunade wants money, and our Hokage will definitely be anxious. If it were anyone else, the third Hokage would dare to tell him to scram, but Tsunade is different. Her request for money is reasonable and legal. The village has earned a lot from the medicines and potions I developed, you all know this. I used to not care, but now that I want money you need to give it to me. No matter who handles this matter they would not think Tsunade is being unreasonable. The one at fault is rather the third Hokage. After laughing for a while, Orochimaru put down the scroll and said to Shizen, our collaboration is likely to come to an end. The situation on the battlefield in the Land of Rain is unstable, and the old man hopes I can enter the battlefield and lead the village's people in battle. In terms of commanding battles, Orochimaru is also quite skilled, but at this stage he hasn't gained the recognition of the higher-ups, so he can only be allowed to enter the battlefield to lead small-scale operations. The overall direction still requires the veteran Nara Shikaku to control. Shizen did not press the issue as the village's appointment had come, and Orochimaru could no longer stay in the medical room as a small assistant spending all day in the morgue making puppets. With over 1,000 puppets already in hand, he had enough. At most he could slowly make more later. This matter was not urgent. After all, he did not need to rush to the battlefield unless the war reached a point of imminent defeat, otherwise Shizen would not enter the battlefield. Ensuring victory on the battlefield in the Land of Rain was Shizen's promise to Tsunade. As reinforcements arrived, the camp became much more lively than before, though chaos was relative. To manage the camp, while Nara Shikaku lost quite a bit of hair. Are you all here to take advantage? Shizen glared at the three who were eating like wolves, feeling an urge to kick them out. In order to build a relationship with him, Nara Shikaku had specifically granted him the privilege of a special meal, a bit more care, but just as the meal was ready, 3 bandits had arrived. Orochimaru smiled faintly, leisurely eating, while Jiraiya sheepishly apologized a couple of times, eating more voraciously than anyone else. Only Kakashi felt a bit awkward. He was not very familiar with Shizen. To cope with the fierce confrontations of war, Nara Shikaku made a series of arrangements. The most obvious was the formation of an elite vanguard unit. This unit is formed by 3 rising powerhouses, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Kakashi, along with a batch of elite ninjas, and will become the absolute main force on the battlefield, responsible for countering the formidable enemies from various factions. In the original work, Konoha also formed such a unit, but the 3 leaders were Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru. Tsunade remained in the village and did not go to the battlefield. Her vacancy was replaced by Kakashi. Moreover, Kakashi was the captain. He was older than Orochimaru and Jiraiya and equally strong, so there were no objections from either Orochimaru or Jiraiya about his becoming captain. Both could keep their positions straight. They would not conflict with Kakashi over such matters. Glancing at Jiraiya with disdain, Orochimaru unhesitatingly threw him under the bus. The team will enter the battlefield tomorrow, so Jiraiya suggested coming to your place for a gathering just in time while you're cooking. Cough cough. Jiraiya, who was eating meat heartily, nearly choked. Jiraiya patted his chest vigorously a few times, swallowing the meat in his mouth, and roared at Orochimaru. It was my suggestion, but didn't you agree? Why am I the only one being blamed now? Because your eating style is the most unappealing. He complained with distaste. Jing Yi said to Kakashi, you don't need to feel constrained, my way of interacting with them is just like this. No, I just. Kakashi chuckled awkwardly, wanting to explain, yet the words just wouldn't come out. This was because he held some resentment towards Jing Yi. He had almost faced social death before. Although Jing Yi saved him, anyone would feel frustrated after such an incident. Except for someone like Jiraiya, who was shameless. After being treated as a pervert, he turned his back and forgot in a few days. Jing Yi smiled and raised his cup. Senior, may you achieve great success. Thank you. Kakashi felt much more relaxed. With Jiraiya's humor, the atmosphere became lively, and Kakashi's small dissatisfaction had long since vanished without a trace. However, he was not good with words. Most of the time, he sat quietly like Orochimaru, wearing a smile and listening to Jing Yi and Jiraiya bicker. Orochimaru disliked talking because he didn't want to say too much to Jiraiya. If he truly chatted with Jing Yi, he would probably talk even more than Jiraiya. As for Kakashi, he had an honest personality. If it weren't for his honest nature influenced by the so-called samurai spirit, this guy wouldn't have chosen to take his own life due to a minor scheme by Shimura Danzo, leaving his lonely son to bear the darkness and live a solitary life. After the meal, Kakashi and Orochimaru left first while Jiraiya lingered, unwilling to go. It was obvious what he wanted to say. Once Kakashi and Orochimaru departed, Jiraiya slyly smiled and handed over a stack of manuscripts. Jing Yi couldn't help but roll his eyes. No thanks, I trust your ability. There's no need to look at this manuscript, just send it back to the village. Once printed, it will surely become a hit. Ha, I believe I can do it too. Jiraiya began to feel a bit high and cheerfully walked away with the manuscript. To prevent the manuscript from getting wet in the rain, he even bent over like a hunchback, shielding it. After sending off the 3, Jing Yi took out a blank scroll and began to write about some changes and plans regarding the Umbu. This was requested by Tsunade. She didn't want to rack her brains over it, so she directly tossed it to Jing Yi. Regarding the changes to the Umbu, Jing Yi didn't propose any effective suggestions, as the Umbu were very busy during the war. In addition to strictly guarding the village against espionage, they also needed to infiltrate the battlefield to collect intelligence. The Umbu should maintain their original order until the war ends. As for changes, they would have to wait until after the war. Meanwhile, in the Sand Village's camp, Chiyo was increasingly dissatisfied with the village's war outcomes. Is it that Hyuga Jing Yi again? Chiyo, who initially didn't regard Jing Yi as a threat, began to pay attention to him. Before the war broke out among all the medical ninjas, in Konoha, only Tsunade caught her eye. Tsunade, known as the killer of Chiyo, was not a joke. Whenever Chiyo encountered Tsunade, she would be restrained in every aspect. However, when the war started, Tsunade was absent, and instead it was Jing Yi who caused Shimura Danzo to take a big fall, who stepped into the limelight. Could he become the second Tsunade? Thinking of how various poisons used by the village had been cracked and corresponding antidotes were continuously being developed, Chiyo felt agitated. Without the threat of poison, the lethality of the puppet troops from the Sand Village would be greatly reduced. Among all the puppets, aside from a few special ones, the strongest attacks of the puppets were through poison. Various poison needles, poison thorns, and poison blades. As long as one was injured in battle, they would be poisoned, and once poisoned, the balance of victory would begin to tilt. With the antidote released, these advantages of the puppet ninjas would vanish. The area covered by poison needles and thorns, no matter how large, would not kill the enemy, and the wounds caused would mostly be non-fatal. If possible, this kid must be eliminated. Medical ninjas like Tsunade and Jing Yi posed a significant threat to the Sand Village. If the puppet forces could not exert their original deterrent and lethality, it would mean a substantial decline in the Sand Village's power. Apart from puppet ninjas, the environment of the Land of Rain would further restrict many ninjas from the Sand Village. Ninjas from the Cloud Village are mostly proficient in lightning release ninjutsu, while those from the Rock Village excel in earth release ninjutsu. The Sand Village has many ninjas skilled in wind release, but in the Land of Rain such techniques would be suppressed by the weather and environment. Chiyo marked an X on Jing Yi's data and asked, "What was the response from the Rock Village?" The reporting ninja looked troubled. "Lady Chiyo, the Rock Village has not given us any reply." "A bunch of fools. As stubborn and foolish." Hearing this, Chiyo began to curse loudly. The war on the battlefield of the Land of Rain was a chaotic free-for-all. Although various parties declared war on each other, the overt declarations of war did not mean they couldn't secretly unite. Chiyo wanted to find an alliance with the Rock Village to deal a heavy blow to Konoha. However, the Rock Village completely ignored her. "They declared war on us, and after beating us senseless, now they want to unite with us to attack Konoha. Where's the face in that? What about your dignity, old lady Chiyo? If you don't care about it, shove it down your pants. You might not care, but we the Rock Village still need ours." Chiyo, who was cursing non-stop, had her face turn red with anger. Truly the offspring of Anoki, with a temper just as foul, just as stubborn. If the commander sent to the Land of Rain from the Rock Village was someone else, perhaps Chiyo's secret entreaties would have worked, but it just had to be Kuratsuchi, Anoki's son. Don't be fooled by Kuratsuchi's obedient demeanor in front of Anoki, who aside from appearing steady, he shared the same prejudices and stubbornness as Anoki. Thus, Chiyo's plan for an alliance was shattered from the start. Kuratsuchi completely ignored her. What about the Rain Village? Chiyo took a deep breath, casting aside thoughts of the Rock Village, and decided to treat them as enemies. The reporting ninja cautiously replied, "The focus of Hanzo the Salamander is still on us, which likely has a lot to do with previous reprisals. Alright, you can go now." The more she listened, the more distressed she became. Chiyo impatiently waved her hand, signaling everyone in the tent to leave as she needed some quiet time. Anoki is a stubborn old man, Kuratsuchi is a stubborn young man, and Hanzo the Salamander is like a dog relentlessly chasing after the Sand Village and biting. Hanzo the Salamander chased after Tsunade like a mad dog, which Chiyo had mentally prepared for. After all, it was only natural for Tsunade to retaliate against Amigakure, and for Amigakure to pursue them relentlessly in return. But even demigods care about their reputation, although his reputation holds little value to the 5 great ninja villages. Yet with the villages and towns of the Land of Rain plundered by Tsunade as the leader of Amigakure, how could Hanzo the Salamander not make some show of force? How else would he survive in the ninja world? Regardless of his face, the feudal lord of the Land of Rain would not let him off easily. With the feudal lord investing so much money each year, and supporting Hanzo the Salamander in various aspects, I can understand if he can't defeat the 5 great ninja villages. After all, they are not on the same level. But with Tsunade plundering in the Land of Rain, Hanzo the Salamander didn't even dare to make a sound. "What use is my feudal lord's investment in you?" Whether for his own reputation, the people of the Land of Rain, or the feudal lord of the Land of Rain, Hanzo the Salamander had to confront Tsunade. If he couldn't defeat them, he would at least bite off a piece of flesh from Tsunade. Otherwise, he would be the sinner. Tsunade was being pursued and bitten by Amigakure led by Hanzo, but their plea for an alliance with a Wagakure was met with a firm refusal from the stubborn Tsuchi. Chiyo wasn't too angry just yet. In this chaotic war, Konoha's main forces adhered to a principle: engage any enemies they could fight and retreat when they couldn't, as long as they didn't lose the battlefield areas occupied by their village. But Tsunade couldn't afford to give ground. They had to go all out and confront them head-on. If you want to instigate war causing all sorts of trouble, then I will oblige you. A bunch of useless fools. After a bout of scolding, Chiyo gradually calmed down, realizing that if things continued like this, Tsunade's situation on the battlefield of the Land of Rain would only become more passive. With 3 enemy factions, although a Wagakure wasn't aggressively pursuing them, they definitely wouldn't go easy if they crossed paths, while Amigakure was chasing them like rabid dogs. Konoha was also keeping an eye on them. With this back and forth, Tsunade's situation would only grow more awkward. As long as they maintained their current pace, they could gradually fight Amigakure and Konoha. But the situation of war could change at any moment. Who could assure that a Wagakure wouldn't seize the opportunity to join in? Once a Wagakure does. If Konoha and Amigakure both pursued Tsunade, that would truly spell doom for Tsunade. In the wet bone forest, Jing Yi sat cross-legged on the ground, absorbing natural energy continuously, and with the fusion of physical and spiritual energy, he formed Senjutsu Chakra. Oh! The bored sage of the slugs suddenly looked down, observing the still Jing Yi. He saw Jing Yi sitting cross-legged and absorbing natural energy with a fine line appearing under his eyes. If one didn't look closely, they might mistake it for eyeliner. Little Jing Yi, I wasn't wrong. Your talent is exceptional. Your control over Senjutsu Chakra surpasses that of the average person, even surpassing that of Hashirama. Jing Yi seemed not to hear this, as the first thing he did upon opening his eyes was to pull out a mirror. For those learning Senjutsu, special lines might appear on their faces, and they could develop some strange characteristics. For instance, the serpent tail symbol of the Ryuchi cave, the toad face of Byakugan, but Jing Yi wasn't sure what the characteristic feature of the wet bone forest Senjutsu was. He just didn't want 2 antennae growing out of his head, or for his body to become damp. Sigh. Looking at himself in the mirror, Jing Yi thought he was seeing things. Why had he not changed? Could it be that I was practicing a fake Senjutsu? No, I have already entered Senjutsu Chakra mode. It can't be that I've grown some strange things on me. Jing Yi panicked and quickly checked his body. The big bird was still there. He could finally breathe a sigh of relief. The sage of the slugs didn't understand what Jing Yi was doing and could only watch in puzzlement. When Jing Yi finished checking his body and confirmed everything was fine, he slowly spoke. Little Jing Yi, while practicing Senjutsu, those with good talent can perfectly master Senjutsu Chakra, hence their bodies won't show any special characteristics. Hey, you should have said so earlier, you scared me. Jing Yi picked up the mirror he had dropped on the ground and examined it closely, eventually realizing that the line under his eyes was a bit heavy. If not paying attention, one wouldn't notice it, but it looked like he had just lightly applied some. Unlike others whose faces developed numerous lines. Sage of the slugs, is my control over Senjutsu Chakra really that perfect? Jing Yi raised his head and asked. The sage of the slugs nodded his large head happily and said, of course. The absence of special characteristics and the fewer lines on your face indicate perfect control over Senjutsu Chakra. When Hashirama first entered Sage mode, he became a big flower face. Jing Yi. The notable features of Hashirama's Sage mode are the lines around his eyes and the circular mark on his forehead, none of which Jing Yi had. For example, Jiraiya and Naruto. Jiraiya's talent in Senjutsu doesn't compare to Naruto's. He needed the help of the toads from Byakugan to enter Senjutsu Chakra mode and would develop many strange features like a toad face. In contrast, when Naruto entered Senjutsu Chakra mode, he only had a ring of red lines around his eyes. Not to mention the lines his and Jiraiya's pupil shapes also changed when they entered Sage mode, including Minato. After all, the 3 of them practiced the Senjutsu of Byakugan. Jing Yi, however, chose the wet bone forest. It's just that the lines on his face were vastly different from those of Hashirama. Fewer lines are better, they can be deceptive, and are also more aesthetically pleasing. Little Jing Yi, your eyes are quite special. I noticed they are slowly absorbing the natural energy of the wet bone forest. Can you feel the consumption of your Senjutsu Chakra within you? The Rinnegan is absorbing natural energy. Jing Yi was slightly surprised. After feeling the changes in his body, he replied, it seems the consumption is very low. What is the biggest drawback of Sage mode? That would be natural energy. Once the natural energy absorbed into the body is depleted, one will exit Senjutsu Chakra mode, as one cannot absorb natural energy while in motion or during battle. If the natural energy in the body is low, it means that Senjutsu Chakra is consumed bit by bit, and once it's used up, one must continue to absorb natural energy to convert it into Senjutsu Chakra. But Jing Yi's Rinnegan can autonomously absorb natural energy, allowing his absorption and consumption to remain balanced. In other words, after he enters the Sage Chakra mode, as long as the combat consumption is not too great, he can maintain this state for a long time. Unlike others who can only activate it at critical moments, and once the energy is depleted. The large head leaned close to Jing Yi, observing carefully, and the slug sage finally reached a conclusion. Little Jing Yi, your eyes are very special, and are also very compatible with the sage arts of Shirgu Forest. Perhaps your future achievements can surpass those of Xiao Zhujian. My ceiling is just Qinsho Zhujian. Don't joke with me. Unfortunately, the slug sage only knows that the Tenseigan is special and miraculous, but doesn't realize how terrifying these eyes truly are. Without dwelling too much on this issue, Jing Yi looked up and asked, Slug Sage, has my sage art training come to an end? That's right. The slug sage sighed and said, you mastered the Shirgu Forest sage arts faster than Xiao Zhujian. Your training ends here. As for the rest, you'll need to gradually adapt. The slug sage is not human. It is a straightforward being speaking directly whatever it has to say, unlike humans who choose euphemism or other roundabout ways. Good is good, bad is bad. That's good. I can finally take a good rest for a while. Busy during the day and having to rush to Shirgu Forest at night to practice sage arts after work overtime, Jing Yi felt a bit dazed, clearly lacking sufficient rest. Now he was finally free, no longer needing to come to Shirgu Forest every day. He could just slowly explore and adapt at the camp. Right then, I'll send you back, little Jing Yi. Compared to the slug sage's long lifespan, Jing Yi was indeed. Then I'll trouble you, slug sage. Jing Yi canceled the sage chakra mode. He needed to go back and have a good sleep, then rest for a while to shake off the accumulated fatigue. Senior scaring people can be fatal. Just as he returned to the break room, he saw someone sitting there. Jing Yi was startled, and after recognizing the person, he complained a few words in a displeased tone. Nara Lushin smiled faintly and said, is Hyuga Jing Yi so timid? I'm not timid. I'm afraid I'll be startled and then kill you. Me timid. I'm afraid I might lose control and slap you to death. Nara Lushin said. This kid really speaks to seniors without any courtesy. Senior, is there something you need? He picked up the kettle, poured himself a glass of water, took off his wet slimy coat, and threw it into the nearby trash can. From today he was free. No more going to Shirgu Forest to practice sage arts. Looking at the clothes covered in slime and dirt, Nara Lushin curiously glanced at them, but fortunately, he could restrain his curiosity and didn't ask Jing Yi where he had been or why he suddenly appeared. It was undoubtedly related to the reverse summoning of the summoning beast. After changing into clean clothes, Jing Yi finally felt comfortable all over. He took out a cup, poured 2 cups of hot water, and handed one to Nara Lushin. Thank you. Taking the cup and taking a sip of hot water, Nara Lushin said, Jing Yi, some words may sound unpleasant, but I believe you understand. Now you and I are in the same boat. Indeed, they were in the same boat, though neither had explicitly said so. Jing Yi nodded, acknowledging Nara Luxin's statement. Tsunade said that your guarantee to her was that the village would achieve victory on the Rain Country battlefield. Yes. Tsunade was not the 3rd Hokage. Since she considered the Ino Shikacho as her own people, she would certainly tell them some things. Jing Yi wasn't surprised that Nara Lushin knew about it. Then our goals are aligned. Nara Lushin revealed a satisfied smile. I don't know what trump cards you have, and I want pry. I came to ask for your suggestions on the development of the battlefield situation. Talking to you smart people is really tiring. Every sentence requires half a day of thought. Jing Yi put down his cup and said helplessly, Senior, just say what you want to say directly. No need to beat around the bush, it's too tiring. I want to seek an alliance, but I cannot persuade the Hokage and the Council of Elders, so I need Tsunade's full support to lobby them and gain their backing. Having spoken this far, Nara Lushin no longer concealed his purpose in seeking Jing Yi. He wanted to bring an ally to Konoha, but he couldn't sway the 3rd Hokage and the others. He needed support. Nara Lushin knew that many of Tsunade's actions were proposed by Jing Yi. In other words, it was better to go directly to Jing Yi than to Tsunade. Seek an alliance. Jing Yi paused, thought for a moment, and said in surprise, Senior wants to ally with the Yurin village. As the saying goes, there are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. As long as the benefits are sufficient, even the Yurin village, an enemy, can become an ally. Talking with intelligent people is refreshing. Nara Lushin said, yes, exactly, the Yurin village. The Sharon village initiated the war. Before it ends, there's no chance for a truce with the village. The Yinrin village also doesn't focus on this war. The Yima's attention is on the Yinrin village. Only the Yurin village is a potential ally for us. How interesting. First they drag others into the mud, causing the war to erupt in the Yurin village, and then they want to seek an alliance. If Salamander Hanzong heard this, he would probably be furious. That was before. Now the Sharon village is the common enemy of both sides. Nara Lushin was confident that as long as the village agreed and was willing to offer compensation and benefits, he could convince Salamander Hanzong. So can Konoha and the Yurin village really form an alliance? The answer is yes. Despite Konoha deliberately dragging the Yurin village into the water earlier, causing the war to erupt in the Yuji country, Salamander Hanzong must hate Konoha to the core. However, if Konoha shows enough sincerity to win him over, the two sides can sit down and talk. As long as the benefits are sufficient, past grievances count for nothing. Senior, that's really unfair of you. Jing Yi said speechlessly. You have this idea yourself. You don't contact the Hokage, nor do you go to Tsunade, but you want me to persuade Tsunade. That would be one thing, but to move Salamander Hanzong you also need the daimyo's office to contribute. You just move your mouth, but I have to run my legs off. More work for the capable. After all, you are the most. If Konoha offers sufficient compensation and benefits and Salamander Hanzong still doesn't agree, then they will work through the daimyo's office, having the Fire Country daimyo contact the Yuji Country daimyo. By then, even if Salamander Hanzong feels displeased, the daimyo will have approached him. Let's see if he dares to. He'll give it a try. Convincing Hanzo of the Salamander may not require the support of the daimyo's mansion, but the village certainly needs to provide sufficient benefits. Given the character of the third Hokage, the likelihood of agreeing to this suggestion is quite high. At this time, the third Hokage still possesses some authority, but the troublesome part lies with the Elder Council. Especially the old hag Tsunade, who is the most difficult to deal with. Senior, prepare yourself for rejection. Many things, even if Tsunade herself intervenes, might not work out. Jing Yi released dozens of puppets. Although the puppets fought recklessly the number of ninjas from the Rock Ninja Village, Narashika smiled as he stood up. Since I had this idea, I have been mentally prepared for rejection. Let's give it a shot. If it succeeds, that's great. If it doesn't, we can take our time. You should rest well. I've noticed you've been quite fatigued lately. Training is important, but so is rest. As the head of the Nara clan, Shika is aware of some secrets in the village, so he is not curious about what Jinji is doing or where she is going. Safe travels, Senior. After seeing Narashika off, Jinji took out a scroll and wrote down this matter using a puppet to send the scroll to the village, leaving everything else to Tsunade. Tsunade will definitely not reject Narashika's suggestion. The challenge lies in the Hokage's office and the Elder Council. The scroll was sent out at midnight and arrived in Konoha by dawn. It was successfully delivered to Tsunade. After reading the scroll, Tsunade began to feel a headache. Senior, you really know how to give me work. The suggestion is good, but gaining the support of the third Hokage won't be easy. Tsunade could only choose to try. Fortunately, both Narashika and Jinji were already prepared for rejection. It would be best if the proposal was accepted. If rejected, it wouldn't matter. They could take their time. Ending the war is not so easy. In the days to come, there will still be a lot to deal with. Arriving at the Hokage office, Tsunade mentioned Narashika's suggestion. The third Hokage frowned directly. Tsunade, the village, intentionally dragged Rain Ninja Village down to suppress its development, causing the Land of Rain to become a battlefield among the three great powers. The relationship between Rain Ninja Village and the village has already reached a freezing point. Convincing Hanzo of the Salamander is very difficult. I understand. Tsunade stated, just because it's difficult doesn't mean it's impossible. As long as we can persuade Hanzo, the situation on the battlefield of the Land of Rain will change if Rain Ninja Village and Konoha unite. I will have Koharu and the others come over, and we can sit down to discuss this. After some consideration, the third Hokage decided to hold a simple meeting. As for the solutions, they can be discussed after the meeting. Upon receiving the notice, Koharu and Mito Gate arrived along with the Kimichi Choza. With Tsunade, the five of them sat in the Hokage office and began to discuss. No way, I refuse. As expected, upon learning Tsunade's intentions, Koharu immediately began to oppose. I'm not targeting anyone. Everything I say is from the village's perspective for the good of the village. Forming an alliance with Rain Ninja Village seems beneficial to us, but you must not forget that the battlefield in the Land of Rain is not just a confrontation among the three. We would pay a huge price to bring Rain Ninja Village into our camp, but what about IWA Ninja Village? Once the village and Rain Ninja Village unite, will IWA Ninja Village, feeling provoked, join forces with Suna Ninja Village? This statement is reasonable. The third Hokage and Mito Gate nodded slightly. Akimichi Choza remained silent for a moment and said, IWA Ninja Village's focus is on Cloud Ninja Village, so. Fatty, can you guarantee that IWA Ninja Village and Suna Ninja Village won't unite? Koharu did not want to hear this and directly questioned. If you can guarantee that IWA Ninja Village and Suna Ninja Village won't come together, then I will represent the Elder Council in agreeing to negotiate with Rain Ninja Village. I can't guarantee that. Akimichi Choza was so frustrated he wanted to curse. The relationships between villages change rapidly, especially during wartime. Konoha is even thinking about negotiating with Rain Ninja Village, while Suna and IWA Ninja Villages might also have similar ideas. Suna Ninja Village has actually already taken action, they just got rejected. Of course, Konoha is unaware of this information. Konoha wants to cooperate with Rain Ninja Village. In addition to persuading Hanzo of the Salamander, they also need to worry about IWA Ninja Village's reaction. Once IWA Ninja Village feels provoked and joins forces with Suna Ninja Village, Konoha will be the one to suffer. After all, Rain Ninja Village can't be compared to IWA Ninja Village. Even if Konoha ultimately unites with Rain Ninja Village, they will still suffer from the joint attack of Tsunade Ninja Village and IWA Ninja Village. Not to mention that they are unaware of Kyo's contact with IWA Ninja Village. Even if they knew the third Hokage and others wouldn't dare to take the gamble. There is even a possibility that they might blame Tsunade for proposing this suggestion, which led to the alliance between IWA Ninja Village and Tsunade Ninja Village against Konoha. I knew it would turn out this way. Tsunade sighed, crossing her arms in front of her chest, no longer wanting to speak. In war, contacting one of the enemies to form an alliance is inherently a risky business. As long as the higher-ups agree and provide sufficient benefits, I believe Hanzo of the Salamander will agree, and the success rate is very high. If all else fails, they can directly ask the daimyo for help. But Koharu is fixated on IWA Ninja Village. Today's meeting was a complete waste of time. Fortunately, Tsunade was mentally prepared and thus was not too disappointed. After the meeting, Tsunade and Akimichi chose a left first. Hizashi, what do you think Tsunade is trying to? Koharu complained. She is getting more and more involved in village matters. The current war situation is already chaotic and they still want to unite with Rain Ninja Village. If this provokes IWA Ninja Village, the village will be in danger. Holding the position of the pharmaceutical department and the Umbu, what's wrong with Tsunade getting involved in village matters? It's perfectly reasonable. But when a woman is being unreasonable, she won't listen to anything, so the third Hokage directly skipped over that statement. You have a point, so I also believe that negotiating with Rain Ninja Village is not appropriate. The war situation can change at any time. The current situation is most advantageous for the village. In the eyes of many, the situation in the land of Rain is most favorable for Konoha. IWA Ninja Village is not very enthusiastic about this war. They have a strong enemy behind them that could strike at any moment, so IWA Ninja Village's focus has always been on Cloud Ninja Village. While Tsunade Ninja Village and Konoha are at each other's throats, Rain Ninja Village is relentlessly pursuing Tsunade Ninja Village. Compared to the difficulties faced by Tsunade Ninja Village, Konoha's situation isn't too bad. At least for now that's the case, so the F4 group is unwilling to take risks. Even if they could persuade Rain Ninja Village, they would still worry about IWA Ninja Village's reaction. After leaving the Hokage office, Akimichi chose a side. I don't know if it's because of age, but the monkey no longer has the previous authority. The Elder Council's interference in village matters is too severe. The old man laid the mines himself. Who can he blame? Tsunade curled her lip. Under normal circumstances, the Elder Council would not have such great authority. During the First Shinobi World War, the third Hokage, in order to solidify his position, formed alliances with the other members of the F4 group, granting them numerous benefits and privileges. It would be difficult to reclaim that now. I will have Jing Yi notify Lord Deerheart about this. Since the suggestion was not approved, he shouldn't worry about it anymore. However, with the Elder Council opposed, Tsunade could still persuade them somewhat, but the key was that the third Hokage was also unwilling to take risks. With both the Elder Council and the third Hokage against her, it was hard for Tsunade to intervene. The news from the village reached the frontline camp that same day. Jing Yi had intended to go to the command center, but after some thought he decided to send someone to inform Nara Deerheart and ask him to come over. It seems Tsunade was right. Your culinary skills are excellent. What a coincidence, just in time. Jing Yi poured the vegetables into the simmering meat soup and invited Nara Deerheart to take a seat at the table. Then I won't hold back today. Nara Deerheart was quite busy and was not someone particularly greedy for food. He had always held the attitude that being full was sufficient. Given the limited conditions in the camp, just being able to fill his stomach was already good enough, and there was no need to fuss over the details. Only Jing Yi could offer a little extra hospitality in the camp. Although no one would object to Nara Deerheart receiving special treatment, he would not do so. Is this preserved meat? It's well cured and tastes great. After tasting a piece of meat, Nara Deerheart savored it for a moment, feeling that something was missing. Jing Yi took out a bottle of sake and handed it over. I knew something was missing, or it turns out it was the sake. With both sake and meat, the flavor just came alive. The two sat together and enjoyed their meal for a while. As they were finishing up, Nara Deerheart finally asked, so the village rejected the proposal. Having eaten and drunk enough, Jing Yi wiped his mouth and said the Hokage's stance is indecisive and the Elder Council believes this course of action is too risky. They worry that a Wagakure might feel provoked and ally with Tsunagakure, hence they strongly rejected it. Although he was mentally prepared upon hearing this, Nara Deerheart still felt a hint of disappointment. Then we'll have to take it slow. Without the support of the village, even if Nara Deerheart personally met with Hanzo of the Salamander and persuaded him, it would be futile. If it took great effort to persuade the other party only for the promised benefits and resources to be delayed, it would only provoke anger, and then the target would not be Tsunagakure, but Konohagakure. After sending Nara Deerheart off, Jing Yi changed his clothes and as usual went to patrol the hospital wards. Lord Jing Yi, The medical ninjas and staff greeted him with smiles upon his arrival. Thank you all for your hard work, Jing Yi responded with a smile to each of them. After a round of inspection to ensure everything was fine, he returned to the break room. Once back, Jing Yi immediately lay down to sleep, intending to make up for the lost sleep during this time. In the battlefield of the camp amidst the mountains, Jiraiya lay on the ground in a rather disheveled state, looking somewhat pathetic. Cough cough. We can't possibly die here, can we? After coughing a few times and spilling quite a bit of blood from the corner of his mouth, Jiraiya laughed bitterly. As expected, what Jing Yi said makes a lot of sense. We're still too young. Could you say fewer words? We're too young. Jing Yi is the real young one. Shikamaru wanted to roll his eyes, but he was too exhausted to even move a finger, so he could only lean against the rock to rest and regain his strength. Among the three, only Orochimaru was in relatively better condition, not because his strength was significantly greater than the other two, but because his reaction time was quick. Cough cough. How are we supposed to contact the camp? Shikamaru remained silent with his eyes closed while Orochimaru calmly took out a scroll and retrieved a crow puppet from it. The crow puppet emerged from the scroll, looked around at the situation outside, and then perched on Orochimaru's arm. Damn it, Orochimaru, what time is it, and you're still thinking about playing with a summoning beast? Shikamaru, resting with his eyes closed, opened them curiously to look at Orochimaru. Currently the situation for the three of them was quite dire. While they were chasing after the ninjas from Tsunade, they had fallen into an ambush by a Wagakure. No one had expected that a Wagakure which had not been targeting Konoha would deliver such a big surprise to them. Thanks to their strong abilities, the three managed to break out of the encirclement of a Wagakure. Shikamaru was seriously injured and had lost his combat capabilities, while Jiraiya fared even worse, covered in wounds that continued to bleed. Ignoring the ramblings of Jiraiya, Orochimaru looked at the crow puppet in his hand and asked, "Can you contact your master?" Jiraiya replied. Shikamaru sighed. Was Orochimaru going crazy? Or had Tsunade's head been injured when she broke out of the encirclement? The crow puppet cawed twice, still curiously looking around. Who is looking for me? Just as Orochimaru was about to continue, the crow puppet's eyes lit up, and then Jing Yi's groggy voice came from the puppet's mouth. It sounded like he was still sleeping and hadn't fully woken up. Jing Yi was indeed asleep. To be precise, he was catching up on sleep, but suddenly he heard someone speaking to him. The puppets endowed with life by the reincarnation could serve as monitors and communication devices. They could be manipulated freely within a certain distance. What the hell? Jing Yi's voice came from the crow's beak. Were we caught in an illusion? Shikamaru and Jiraiya exchanged ghostly expressions while Orochimaru couldn't help but smile, his grin even surpassing that of an AK. Jing Yi, this is Orochimaru. Our team has been ambushed by a Wagakure and the rest of the team has perished. Only Jiraiya, Shikamaru, and I remain. Orochimaru quickly summarized the current situation, which could be boiled down to two words: help. In the camp's break room, Jing Yi suddenly woke up from his daze. Are you saying you were ambushed and are now surrounded by Wagakure's Earth-style forces, and your condition is— Yes. Understood. After finishing, the crow puppet returned to its original state. Lying on the ground, Jiraiya stammered, "Damn it, cough cough, what the hell is this thing?" Shikamaru didn't speak, but he felt itchy in his heart. After all, this thing was simply outrageous. The fact that they could communicate with Jing Yi in the camp through a crow was a nightmare for the enemy, if there were more of such, because Konoha could monitor the enemy's movements at any time, enabling direct long-distance command. This is a puppet made by Jing Yi, not a summoning beast. After saying that, Orochimaru sat down against the rock. He appeared to be in relatively good condition, but that was just on the surface. If it weren't for his quick reflexes, he would likely be in the same state as Jiraiya and Shikamaru by now. Puppet. Jiraiya and Shikamaru felt their worldview had been shaken. There were actually such puppets in the camp. Jing Yi quickly got dressed and put on his raincoat before leaving the medical room and heading to the command center. Who? Nara Lushin, who was sleeping at the moment, immediately awakened upon noticing someone intruding. Senior, it's me. Orochimaru and the others were ambushed by the rock shinobi village and suffered heavy losses. Currently, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsukumo Hatake are being pursued and are in a bad state. I need to go and rescue them. Wait. His raised hand still hung in midair, but Jing Yi had already vanished from the command post. Nara Lushin, still somewhat dazed, desperately wanted to ask, how did you know they were ambushed and being pursued? How did you know? Just say it. Why did you run off after saying only half? After successfully contacting the camp and securing rescue, Jiraiya, who had finally come to his senses, said cheerfully, "So we're not going to die." No, Jing Yi is just a medical ninja. How can he rescue us? Idiot. Orochimaru couldn't be bothered to explain. He didn't even want to acknowledge Jiraiya. Seeing this, Tsukumo Hatake could only smile wryly and say, Orochimaru, am actually curious too. Care to share? Since they had nothing better to do, they might as well chat. Jing Yi is not just a simple medical ninja. He is very strong. My instincts are never wrong. Jing Yi is not just a simple medical ninja. He is very strong. My instincts are never wrong. Moreover, he has crafted a massive number of puppets, at least 500 of Jonin-level strength with over 1,000 puppets in total. For the sake of the mission, Orochimaru had hunted down numerous creatures comparable to Jonin level for Jing Yi as materials. He believed Jing Yi could turn those corpses into formidable puppets. This, holding over 1,000 puppets, at least 500 of which were Jonin level, Tsukumo Hatake couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. A sudden sense of powerlessness washed over him. Was this war even worth fighting? If Jing Yi were to take the field with hundreds of puppets charging in a swarm, it would be utterly invincible. Yet possessing such overwhelming combat power, Jing Yi chose to stay in the camp as a medical ninja. It was utterly baffling. Tsukumo Hatake asked himself if he had such tremendous strength, he would have been flying high long ago. Over 1,000 puppets with at least 500 at Jonin level. With his mind a blank, Jiraiya counted on his fingers for a long while. We should have sent him to the battlefield earlier. If Jing Yi had directly entered the battlefield, would they have been in such a miserable state? Once the puppet army was unleashed, it would probably beat the enemy until they didn't even recognize their own parents. Although this was just Orochimaru's one-sided account, those familiar with Orochimaru knew he never joked, especially not about serious matters. They were still being hunted down. If Jing Yi couldn't rescue them, the three of them would likely die here. Encircle. Continue the search. Around the cave where Orochimaru and the others were hiding, a large number of rock shinobi ninjas were scouring the area, trying to flush out the three escapees. Huang Tu, the commanding officer, was among them. The rock shinobi village had silently delivered a heavy blow to Konoha with a clear objective to eliminate Konoha's rising generation of elites. Tsukumo Hatake, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya were all prominent representatives of Konoha's new generation. Eliminating them would nip Konoha's future in the bud. Such tactics of besieging geniuses from other villages were common among the 5 great shinobi villages. Konoha was busy clashing with the Sand Shinobi village, which gave the Rock Shinobi village an opportunity. Given the pace of the Rock Shinobi village's search, they would soon find the hiding spot of Orochimaru and the others. The three holed up in the cave had no strength left to fight. Perhaps Orochimaru still had a bit of resistance left. As for Tsukumo Hatake and Jiraiya, they had already given up. Tsukumo Hatake had been unlucky. Earlier, he had run into Hanzo the Salamander and fled back to camp with severe injuries. No sooner had he recovered and re-entered the battlefield than he inexplicably fell into the Rock Shinobi village's ambush. In the rainy night, a massive eagle swiftly descended from the sky. Jing Yi pinpointed the hiding location of Orochimaru and the others through the positions of his puppets. Gazing at the dense figures on the ground, Jing Yi couldn't help but smile. The Rock Shinobi village really doesn't hold back. Either they don't make a move or they go for the kill. It was clearly an attempt to wipe out Konoha's rising generation of elites in one fell swoop. It seemed that in the original story, Tsunade and the others had also encountered a similar ambush. If Konoha's rescue force hadn't arrived in time, the so-called legendary Sannin might never have existed. Unexpectedly, with Tsunade stationed in the village, Tsukumo Hatake had taken her place, yet Orochimaru and the others still fell into the trap. Sometimes having too much fame isn't a good thing. After pinpointing the location, Jing Yi controlled the puppet to descend rapidly. Lord Huang Tu, there's something in the sky. The rapid descent of the giant eagle caught the enemy's attention. The Rock Shinobi ninjas abandoned their search and turned their gazes toward the sky. I'm here. Come out. Inside the cave, the puppet crow's eyes lit up again. Orochimaru let out a relieved smile. The rescue had arrived with astonishing speed. Helping Tsukumo Hatake up and hoisting the limp, immobile Jiraiya over his shoulder like a dead pig, Orochimaru quickly moved toward the blocked cave entrance. Prepare for battle. Huang Tu frowned at the sky. Without a doubt, the approaching figure was an enemy, likely targeting the three they were pursuing. The rain was heavy. Jing Yi was too lazy to tangle with the enemy. He simply threw out a scroll and directed the giant eagle to descend toward where Orochimaru and the others were. Watch out. With their keen ninja eyesight, the Rock Shinobi ninjas on the ground cautiously guarded against the scroll plummeting from the sky. As the wobbling scroll neared the ground, it suddenly burst apart. In an instant, dozens of figures materialized on the battlefield, their dozens of glowing blue eyes blazing conspicuously in the darkness. What in the world were these things? Konoha ninjas. No, they had emerged from a ceiling scroll. Which ninja could come out of a ceiling scroll? Puppets. Wait, aren't those our Rock Shinobi village uniforms? Bastards. Huang Tu stared intently and recognized that several of the figures wore Rock Shinobi village attire. He immediately understood. These were not people but puppets. Rock Shinobi ninjas had fallen on the battlefield, their bodies collected by Konoha and turned into puppets. Huang Tu wouldn't have found it strange if such a scene had occurred in the Sand Shinobi village, for they were adept at turning ninja corpses into puppets. But Konoha had so few puppet users that they were rarer than national treasures. What Huang Tu saw others saw too. Several rock shinobi ninjas on the scene stared in shock. Is that you? Isn't he dead? I see Jiro. Shut up. Huang Tu shouted, his face dark. These people are no longer our comrades. The enemy has turned their corpses into puppets. At these words the rock shinobi side erupted in uproar. Huang Tu could see it, and so could the others. Several rock shinobi ninjas present were stunned. Is that you? Wasn't he dead? I see Jiro. Shut up. Huang Tu barked with a dark face. These people are no longer our comrades. The enemy has turned their corpses into puppets. At these words the rock shinobi side erupted in chaos. However, before they could react, dozens of puppets charged towards them like phantoms. Huang Tu shouted, everyone be careful. The enemy's puppets are coming. The weapons of the humanoid puppets are kunai, which are standard equipment due to their low cost, making them suitable for humanoid puppets. As for other weapons, Jing Yi was reluctant to equip these puppets. They were just a bunch of consumables, why waste extra money on them? Die! One of the rock hidden ninjas gripped the kunai tightly and engaged in combat with the foremost puppet. As the kunai clashed, a powerful shockwave surged through the weapon. The rock hidden ninja did not expect the puppet to possess such strength. He staggered backward a few steps, but the puppet remained unfazed, swiftly lunging forward and piercing through his heart. With a successful strike, the puppet showed no signs of stopping as it quickly charged towards the next enemy. Prepare yourselves. Prepare yourselves. The battlefield was instantly thrown into chaos as dozens of puppets recklessly charged into the rock ninja village's camp, frantically attacking those around them, heedless of their own safety. Most troubling was the fact that even if these puppets had their heads severed, they could still wield their weapons and deliver lethal blows. The moment the battle began, the situation turned dire, something Huang Tu had not anticipated. As he raised his hand to prepare his hand seals, he saw these puppets rushing towards the area with more people, and he couldn't help but curse, charging forward with his kunai. A giant eagle landed on a small hill where a rock was pushed aside, and Orochimaru emerged carrying Jiraiya and supporting Kakashi Hatake. I arrived just in time, didn't I? Right on time. Orochimaru chuckled as he tossed Jiraiya onto the back of the giant eagle, expressing his relief. I merely approached with a mindset of experimentation. I didn't expect to actually contact you through puppets. Your puppets can be controlled remotely, right? You really are Orochimaru. Jing Yi laughed and gave Orochimaru a thumbs up. To be fair, Orochimaru's abilities in research were indeed impressive. Ha! Receiving high praise from Jing Yi, Orochimaru laughed in return. Stop laughing at the enemy. Jing Yi released dozens of puppets. Although the puppets fought recklessly, the number of ninjas from the Rock Ninja Village was substantial, and through coordination, they quickly dealt with the puppets one by one. Moreover, the puppets Jing Yi released were merely a batch of defective products. The lethality of these defective products against the enemy was limited. Jing Yi helped Kakashi Hatake sit on the back of the giant eagle and turned to Orochimaru saying, do you want to see a fairy scattering flowers? Fairy scattering flowers. What does that mean? It's such an unfamiliar term. Orochimaru didn't understand, and Jiraiya and Kakashi looked equally confused. Surround them. Huang Tu would not allow the prey to escape. Jing Yi, hurry and send out the puppets to deal with it. Hurry up. Jiraiya shouted anxiously. Jing Yi shot him a speechless glance, ignored him, raised his right hand with his thumb and index finger together, grinning at Huang Tu. I hope you like my gift. What does that mean? How can he still laugh when surrounded? This kid who popped up out of nowhere can't seriously think he can escape the battlefield riding on a bird, can he? Boom. Laughing, Jing Yi made that sound as he stepped onto the giant eagle's back and snapped his fingers. With the sound of the snap, the already dismembered puppets suddenly emitted a faint blue light. Oh no. Seeing this scene, Huang Tu's eyelids twitched. Many of the village's ninjas were still engaged in battle with the puppets, and if these puppets were to self-destruct. Hiss, boom. The next moment, Huang Tu's worst fears came true as the puppets exploded violently like they were bombs. From the moment the puppets lit up with blue light to the explosions, it was less than 2 seconds. Huang Tu wanted to warn the village's ninjas to be cautious, but it was too late. He could only watch in horror as a ninja from his village was blasted away with a scream. Those who were lucky were blown away, while those who were unlucky were blown to pieces, unable to keep even a complete corpse. The explosive power of the puppets was far more exaggerated than that of explosive tags. Those who were lucky were blown away, while those who were unlucky were blown to pieces, unable to keep even a complete corpse. The explosive power, they were completely different from the puppets encountered before. Wait, the kid standing on the giant eagle who came to rescue seemed not to control the puppets. Could these puppets move freely? Seemingly discovering some incredible secret, Huang Tu's expression changed dramatically. The explosions continued, and the ninjas who were not in the explosion zone were stunned. No one expected that the incapacitated puppets would also explode, and the destructive power was astonishing. At this point, no one was paying attention to Jing Yi and the others anymore. Jing Yi calmly controlled the giant eagle to fly into the sky, quickly distancing themselves from the battlefield. They can still explode. Orochimaru looked stunned. He couldn't understand why these puppets would explode. He had disassembled Jing Yi's puppets for research, and the disassembled puppets showed no signs of explosion. Could it be two different types of puppets? No, it must be the same type. Jing Yi can control these puppets to... Thinking of how he had no defenses while studying these puppets, Orochimaru suddenly broke into a cold sweat. If he had been focused on studying the puppets, and they had suddenly exploded, he would have been seriously injured. Gulp. Looking at the horrific scene on the battlefield below, Kakashi Hatake weakly said, "Jing Yi, can I learn how to make puppets?" Damn. With puppets like these, who would dare to charge forward to fight? During battle, just sending out the puppets is enough. Even if the puppets fall, they can still explode. This is definitely a killer move that makes enemies cautious. The combat style of the puppets is to fight recklessly. They are not afraid of death. But what about your enemies? They need to be extremely cautious when fighting the puppets, and during battle, they must also be wary of the puppets exploding. Such a battle is the most frustrating. You need to be careful, but the puppets don't care. They have no life, and will fight to the death with you. Not only will they fight to the death, but they can also drag you down with them when they explode. Cough, count me in. Jiraiya said with a grin, but the movement caused his wounds to throb and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Don't even think about it. This is a unique secret technique not to be passed on. You all can forget about it. Many secret techniques are not shared. Most ninja clans have such techniques. Even if they are not passed on, even if they are, you might not be able to learn them. Jiraiya winced in pain, but did not care, but instead he was interested in Jing Yi's puppets. Orochimaru said, "You have at least hundreds of puppets that are comparable to Jonin. Is that true?" Jing Yi glanced at Orochimaru and answered Jiraiya's question. "It's just a comparison. In reality, they are not as strong as Jonin-level ninjas. Unless I control them personally, otherwise a ninja of Jonin level, as long as their strength is not too lacking, can easily take down my puppets." The strength reaching the level of a Jonin was merely a calculation based on the materials used in their creation. It did not mean these puppets truly possessed a Jonin's power. Puppets, after all, are but puppets and cannot compare to humans. For instance, Orochimaru, a Jonin, could hunt down powerful beings that rivaled Jonin with effortless ease. That is the difference. So when strength falls short, numbers must compensate. I came all this way to rescue you. From now on, you must help me hunt more materials. No problem. Orochimaru nodded with a smile, accepting the request. I have no issue either. Cough, cough. Jiraiya felt as if his entire body was falling apart. Hatake Tsukumo hesitated before speaking. Jing Yi, your own strength should not be weak, should it? Why do you still need to prepare so many puppets? Given Orochimaru's earlier words, even if Jing Yi was merely a medical ninja, she could be considered the type, like Tsunade, someone whose personal combat prowess was certainly not lacking. In that case, why pursue such a vast number of puppets? Who said that? This is slander. Jing Yi retorted excitedly. I am just a medical ninja. As everyone knows, medical ninjas are the weakest, lacking the means to protect themselves. Therefore, I need to prepare more puppets to ensure my safety. You still need more puppets to protect your safety. What about us? Hatake Tsukumo instantly lost the desire to speak. Count me in for the materials. Someone had traveled a great distance to rescue you. This debt of gratitude must be repaid. Jing Yi only requested materials for making puppets. Such a return was not unreasonable. In the ninja world, powerful creatures were abundant. The giant eagle swiftly flew toward the camp. Along the way, Jing Yi spotted tiny black dots lying on the ground. Jing Yi lifted her foot slightly, and the giant eagle slowed its descent, flying low and approaching. What a coincidence, they are from the village. Since they were fellow villagers, Jing Yi directly had the giant eagle carry them aboard. The camp was not far, so there was no need to waste time stopping. The giant eagle's speed was impressive. As soon as it reached the camp, the approach of an unknown flying creature in the sky drew the camp's high alert. Orochimaru fired a signal flare, first informing the camp to avoid treating them as enemies. It was the village's signal flare. The ninjas in the camp lowered their guard and cleared an open space. The giant eagle slowly descended, landing steadily in the camp's clearing. Once everyone had disembarked, Jing Yi stored the puppet. Lady Jing Yi, Lord Narashika requests your immediate presence at the command post. Very well, it'll go right. At this moment, Narashika must have been full of questions. Jing Yi handed Jiraiya over to Orochimaru and headed toward the command post. At the command post, Narashika was playing chess, alone. Hearing footsteps, he straightened up and put the chess. Is everyone safe? We arrived just in time. Had we been later, we would have been collecting their remains. Iwagakure planned to bury the village's new generation elites, fundamentally weakening us. Jing Yi took off her outer coat, walked into the nearby rest area, and quickly changed into clean clothes. Wearing soaked clothes made her feel utterly uncomfortable. Watching Jing Yi enter the rest area to change, Narashika's lips twitched a few times. This kid really doesn't treat herself as an outsider. Once Jing Yi changed and came out, Narashika continued, this is typical of Iwagakure. I never expected they would prepare such a gift for us. An elite unit. Only 3 returned alive. This wave dealt a considerable blow to Konoha. The elite unit was nearly wiped out by a Wagakure. Had Jing Yi not been swift, Orochimaru and the others might never have returned. Orochimaru with his exceptional escape skills might have survived, but Hatake Tsukumo, severely wounded and unable to fight, would have been in peril. Without rescue, both could have died. Well, the loss of the elite unit put the village in a passive position. But it's not a major issue. The loss of an elite unit pained Konoha, but it was not enough to affect the overall war situation. Of course, this was based on the fact that Hatake Tsukumo, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru had been rescued. If all 3 had been lost, Konoha would have suffered a devastating blow. By the way, how did you establish contact with them? The camp had no prior warning and Jing Yi went out to rescue them. It was fortunate she did, or the trouble would have been severe. Jing Yi poured herself a cup of hot water. After drinking a few sips, her body gradually warmed up. Orochimaru had one of my puppets. He used that puppet to contact me. What did she say? If Jing Yi had said Orochimaru used a summoning beast or some other method, Naruto would not have been surprised. The ninja world was full of bizarre techniques. But a puppet? What on earth did she mean? For the details, you'll have to ask Orochimaru yourself. I'm tired, so we'll take my leave. Jing Yi had no time to tell Naruto stories. The rescued were safe, but she needed a good rest. Originally sleeping soundly, she was roused by Orochimaru contacting her through the puppet. Jing Yi had to admire his resourcefulness for coming up with such a method. Anyone else would never believe that Jing Yi's puppets could be used as communication devices. This kid. Her secrets are growing ever deeper. With Jing Yi eager to sleep, Naruto had no choice but to let her rest first. He could still question Orochimaru, who was in the know. Orochimaru's injuries were not severe. After simple treatment, he could leave. As for Hatake Tsukumo, he needed to remain in the medical ward for a period of recuperation. Jiraiya, on the other hand, would not be leaving the medical ward for at least 10 days or half a month. After receiving treatment, Orochimaru stepped out of the medical room and met the person sent by Naruto. The decimation of the elite unit was a responsibility that Naruto and Hatake Tsukumo could not shake. One was the captain of the elite unit, the other the frontline commander. Orochimaru and Jiraiya, in contrast, remained free from blame. The burden of responsibility would not fall on them. Have a seat. At the command post, Naruto stared at the report with a headache. Despite his casual tone with Jing Yi, the loss of the elite unit had a considerable impact on the battlefield situation. Orochimaru casually pulled out a chair and sat down. Naruto closed the scroll and said with a headache, "Very well, Orochimaru, please report the details of the incident. I need to report this to Lord Hokage." Orochimaru began recounting the ordeal of the elite unit. Hatake Tsukumo's command was flawless and Naruto's battle plan was solid. No one anticipated that a Wagakure had been holding back a major blow. It caught everyone off guard. Naruto sighed. "I never expected this. So a Wagakure was really targeting you all." As for the elite unit, a Wagakure didn't care about it at all. What they cared about were Konoha's geniuses. Though the annihilation of an elite unit would sting Konoha, they could quickly rebuild another. But every genius lost would be an enormous blow to the village. Wagakure's ambition was somewhat excessive. They wanted to wipe out 3 at once. Well, what's done is done. Regretting it is useless. Shaking his head, Naruto suppressed these worries and asked, "Jing Yi said you contacted him through his puppet. Can you tell me, how did you do it? It seems many are still in the dark." Orochimaru felt an inexplicable urge to laugh. "Because I dismantled and studied Jing Yi's puppets. The ability to give life to puppets is already miraculous. During my research, I wondered, since Jing Yi can endow puppets with life, can he control them remotely?" "Do you realize what you're saying?" Naruto was dumbfounded. "Granting life to puppets and remotely controlling them. What kind of technique is that?" Orochimaru continued, "Jing Yi's puppets are extraordinary. They can be controlled remotely, used for communication and even surveillance. Their combat strength is formidable." With that, Orochimaru recounted how Jing Yi had rescued them. Naruto's heavy heart immediately lightened. He swallowed nervously. "You're saying Jing Yi has at least 1,000 puppets in hand, and some of them are as strong as average jonin. What kind of godly figure is this? Holding a royal flush in his hand, while sitting in camp as a mere medic." Recalling Jing Yi's exact words, Orochimaru smiled faintly. "Jing Yi said he's just a medical ninja with no means of self-defense, so he needs to make more puppets to protect himself." What nonsense about self-defense? Others might not know, but Naruto was well aware that Jing Yi's power was far from ordinary. He just hadn't had the chance to show it yet. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him a second Tsunade. Yet when he opens his mouth, he claims to be a weak medical ninja needing protection. Naruto felt as if he had eaten a giant lemon, his heart sour. "Do you think we could send Jing Yi's puppets into the battlefield?" Suddenly Naruto had a unique idea. That is, sending Jing Yi's puppets to the battlefield. Compared to puppets, the lives of the village's ninja are more precious. If puppets can solve the problem, why let Konoha's ninja risk their lives? Orochimaru grinned. What if every squad carried a few puppets? Damn. Nara Lushin slammed the table in excitement. He was tempted. Jing Yi is right, he does need protection. The village must take this seriously. We absolutely cannot let such a genius take risks. Perhaps most people would think of sending Jing Yi into battle, but Nara Lushin thought differently. He believed Jing Yi was too special and should be protected. Just let him make some puppets and let the village's ninja take them to fight. Puppets that can fight to the death and even explode would definitely break the enemy's spirit. Not to mention that Jing Yi's puppets can also serve as communication relay stations. Orochimaru, go get some rest. I need to contact the village immediately. This matter must be given priority. Nara Luxin's thoughts were far ahead of ordinary people. Orochimaru rose with a smile and left. He sincerely hoped the village would take this seriously so he could become Jing Yi's exclusive puppet maker. Nara Lushin immediately sent the message back to the village to both the third Hokage and Tsunade. Before Jing Yi even woke up, the scroll had already reached the village. The third Hokage stared at the scroll's contents get dropped onto the desk with a thud, and he didn't even react. After a long daze, he quickly picked it up and read it carefully. If he didn't trust that Nara Lushin wasn't the type to joke about serious matters, the third Hokage would have thought the man was just making fun of him. Compared to the flustered third Hokage, Tsunade was much calmer. Because Jing Yi had already given her some hints. Not everything, but at least she was in the know. She even had some of Jing Yi's puppets on her. Commander, the Hokage requests your presence. An ANBU operative arrived. The third Hokage wanted to see Tsunade urgently. After learning about the puppet's power and functions, the third Hokage could no longer sit still. Just like Nara Lushin, he believed that if properly utilized, Jing Yi's puppets could achieve great feats. Previously, the ANBU had no commander position. The highest rank was captain. When the ANBU came under Tsunade's control, the title of commander was established. Tsunade became the first commander of the ANBU. Old man, you called for me. Pushing open the door, she entered the Hokage's office, casually asked, and then sat down on the sofa. The third Hokage looked at Tsunade with a complicated expression, as if she were unaware. He believed that Tsunade knew all about Jing Yi's matters, but had never revealed them. Tsunade, Jing Yi's puppets are very special. You should know about this, right? When Jing Yi first issued the mission to collect corpses of powerful creatures for puppet materials, Tsunade even took the chance to profit from it, squeezing some money out of Orochimaru. Many of Jing Yi's puppet materials were purchased with Tsunade's help. He was utterly convinced that Tsunade knew. Of course I know. Jing Yi started making puppets a long time ago. Tsunade replied calmly. After all, he's just a medical ninja with no means of self-defense. It's only right for him to make some puppets to protect himself. I even helped him buy many materials. Watching his disciple lie through her teeth, the third Hokage's face darkened. Tsunade, you know what I want. Now you're in a hurry. What were you doing earlier? Tsunade couldn't help but roll her eyes. Old man, just say it directly. What do you want? I hope Jing Yi will contribute his puppets. After all, this is for the village. The village needs these puppets. The third Hokage opened his mouth, trying to get them for free. Tsunade, who had initially intended to listen attentively, felt her fair face darken. So he wanted to freeload. And not even the slightest compensation in return. Tsunade couldn't help but recall how over the years the medicines and potions she developed had also been exploited by the village for free. The third Hokage's excuse was always the same: for the sake of the village. Well, they've gotten used to freeloading, and now they're even resorting to outright robbery under the banner of the village, aren't they? Fine, you go ahead and play your game. I'm not playing along anymore. Having lost all desire to continue the discussion with the third Hokage, Tsunade rose and left. Slam. Watching the door shut heavily, the third Hokage fell silent. It seems Tsunade was no longer as easy to deal with as before. The trick of freeloading under the village's name was no longer effective. So how could he get his hands on the puppets? The third Hokage never considered paying or offering any compensation. He hoped Seiichi would understand the greater good, contribute the puppets, and better yet hand over their secrets as well. After all, it was all for the village. Leaving the Hokage's office unsure of the puppet's communication range, Tsunade could only have the puppet deliver the scroll to Seiichi. In the Tsuchikage's office of Awagakure, Inoki stared at the intelligence scroll in his hands, long silent. What kind of dumb luck has Konoha stumbled upon? After a long while, Inoki cursed under his breath. Compared to Tsunagakure, which eagerly sought war, Konoha's passive retaliation, and Amigakure, which was dragged into the conflict, Awagakure had never intended to wage war with other villages, at least not now with their neighbor constantly watching them. Having been forced into this chaotic brawl, Inoki conceived a plan to eliminate Konoha's prodigies. Who would have thought that a perfectly laid plan would fail because of an irrelevant person? Even though they had annihilated an elite unit of Konoha, Inoki couldn't feel pleased. After all, the prodigies he wanted to kill had all escaped safely. Worse still, Awagakure had suffered a setback with many killed by exploding puppets. Puppets that didn't require chakra threads to control as if they were alive. And their combat strength was formidable. Even when dismembered they exploded. What the hell were these chaotic things? It was also fortunate that the scroll was brought back by his son Huangtu. Had it been anyone else, Inoki would have probably chewed them out first. Can you make it any more ridiculous? Look at what you've written. What kind of nonsense is this? If Tsunade had developed some special puppets, Inoki wouldn't find it strange. They were skilled with puppets. But puppet ninja in Konoha are rarer than giant pandas. Suddenly a person appears controlling numerous special puppets even more fearsome than Tsunade's. Who would believe that? Now that the prodigy elimination plan had failed, Konoha would certainly be on guard. It would be difficult for Awagakure to succeed again. The thought of his perfect plan being shattered made Inoki's chest ache. Why? Was Konoha a cradle for Jing? Wasn't it enough that they had new generation powerhouses like Chimu, Shumaozilai, and Tsunade? Looking at the misfits of his own village, then at Konoha's prodigies, Inoki once again envied the third Hokage's luck. In the land of rain at the Tsunade camp, Chiyo frowned and asked, "Are you sure the battlefield has been completely cleaned up?" Awagakure launched a surprise attack, severely damaging Konoha and wiping out an elite unit. Such news couldn't be hidden. Chiyo immediately dispatched people to gather intelligence. Unfortunately, Awagakure had cleaned the battlefield thoroughly, even removing Konoha's ninja corpses, leaving only some useless severed limbs. Yes, Lady Chiyo. However, on another battlefield, we found many large craters left by explosions. They don't seem to be Awagakure's doing. Each puppet equal in strength to a Chunin exploded with power far surpassing explosive tags. After detonation, they left a large crater soon, filled by rainwater forming pools. Strangely, there were no fragments of explosive tags around the craters. Therefore, the intelligence ninja concluded that these puddles were not caused by explosive tag explosions. Aside from the craters, our people found these nearby. Although Awagakure had swept the battlefield, the area was vast. With careful searching, some valuable information and items could still be found. The intelligence ninja pulled out a cloth bag. Chiyo took it curiously and opened it. Inside were severely deformed iron lumps and parts made of other materials. As one of Tsunade's most proficient puppet makers, Chiyo immediately recognized them. These are parts of puppets, aren't they? Yes, replied the intelligence ninja. Lady Chiyo, after identification, these are indeed puppet parts, but they differ from the mass-produced ones in the village. This was getting more interesting. Chiyo picked up one part, rubbed it vigorously between her thumb and forefinger, and it regained its original luster. The number of puppet ninja in Konoha was rarer than national treasures, and the same applied to Awagakure. Apart from Tsunade, few villages in the ninja world specialized in making and using puppets. So where did these parts come from? And what caused the large craters on the battlefield? Could it be puppet explosions? Chiyo tried to imagine the scene, but as soon as the image emerged, she shook her head, forcefully dismissing the thought. Konoha and Awagakure ninja using puppets. That was an international joke. Continue sending more personnel to investigate. Despite the doubts, this was good news for Tsunade. Inoki, you're definitely no good. Chiyo sneered coldly, looking toward Awagakure. Earlier, Inoki had refused her offer of cooperation, and then he turned around and gave Konoha a generous gift. Chiyo deeply admired Inoki's decisiveness and ruthlessness. While others were busy fighting, Awagakure targeted Konoha's several new generation powerhouses, trying to take them all out in one fell swoop. So did Awagakure succeed? Pass my order. Continue pressing toward Konoha's positions. We need to apply enough pressure on the enemy. Originally, Tsunade's situation was somewhat passive, but now that Awagakure had presented Konoha with a great gift, Chiyo would not hesitate to take advantage of it. Having lost the stationing of elite troops, Konoha's offensive would inevitably shrink and retreat.